Chapter 1 Demotion. Thievedin Seagans Luchin for stealing Flingshopilus irrefutable. His cultivation is to Cobra revoked, and high stow beaks beled from the intersect, demoted to servant disciple, effective immediately. In the law enforcement haloft song you insect, the cold pronouncement to code like a celestial decree, imbued with an arrow for irresistible authority, emanating from the lips of the Hellmaster. Below, I out have approximately 17 stewed, his complexion ashen. Ashib Zorbed Themer Silas Everdict, his fisklinchetly, the pressure recausing his nails to digento his flesh, yet the felt no pain whatsoever. His tension had been destroyed, leaving him with no hope of pursuing immortality. I did not steal. 2 drops of blood-tinged tears escaped from the corners of his eyes, veins bulging upon his face a sheva rethuado overwhelming injustice. Last night, while on duty organizing the sex storeroom, a shadow had suddenly emerged, rendering him unconscious. When he woke, he found himself in the law enforcement hall, the Flingshopil missing, and he was the only own presenta situation he could not defend against. Get out! Seeing Luchin frozen in place, the Hellmaster's voice grew impatient, ordering him to leave immediately. Outside the law enforcement hall, a throng of Songyuan sect disciples had gathered, some wearing cold smirks of schadenfreude, while others expressed their disbelief. How cold brother lie a stealth Flingshopil? With this talent, there is simply no need for such a ding. If a had suff thilder soft he sect, they might have graciously gifted Flingshopils. Ire prior, Luchin had joined Songyuan sect, displaying extraordinary talent. Within just an year, he had advanced said from the Key-gathering realm to the spirit gathering realm, becoming galagond within the sect, the envy of countless others. Who knows? Perhaps it his reasons, but what apathy? If fit wearim, would have an office left remain in the sect, becoming gasservant, disciplis nothing short of self-humiliation. Thederisive evoicesring gout, piercing Luchinsi arse like daggers, each wardum bed in jit self into a shiart. Without seeking the truth, Thate wishtry tandrong, fabricating accusations will how disheartening. His voice, hoarse and list with sorrow, Luch insolently turned away, exiting the law enforcement hall. Ashe navigated through Tech Road, departed instinctively, leading him to an open expanse. Songyuan sect stewed majestically in the northwestern region of Sunset Mountain Range, adorned with spiritual peaks and dancing trees reaching skyward. Within the deep valleys, the real energy swirled like wisps of celestial mist, accentuating the extraordinary imagery thing. In the distance, celestial crenestants and mystical beasts frolicked, painting Azarinta by out the trees ombled paradizioni our thighs was Songyuan sect, Apramir Sektov Dian Empire. At that moment, everything fell tutor-lie unrelated to him. Descending Festina steps, Hemaved slowly, forgetting sorrow, forgetting pain. His body felt rigid, icy, and he could nathelp but shooter. Alas, how could a person like brother lie you to something so disgraceful? Passers-by whispered, some mocking, others lamenting. Normally, brother lie was amiable and courteous. You never know a person's true heart. With such idolent, given a few mariers, he could have become me true a disciple. What a waste. What good is talent no? Heist nothing beauty waste, having glossed the stanchion, destined to remain a servant disciple, performing themist menial tasks. The scornful otter caused Luchin shed to drew plower he wished to speak, but found is worth the lindalo. Like a sinner condemned, he accepteth it as stain and vitriol oft-world. He was no longer the spirit diangenius, beauty discarded waste, as though he had fallen from me evento hell. The cold dreality left them with no coice but osolently endure. Oh, isn't the tour Luchin? How did Deanjapin suck estate? Mocking laughter echoed from thither side off to mountain path, where Ian man and white strode forward, blocking Luchin's way. His facet was to derision, his gaze decidedly unfriendly. Luchin lifted Ishtrigard Theunman, Husin Kinchik Sandras Orthan lips Borie Kaustis expression Twinlean, get to toff me way. This person, Suinlean, had no ways addressed Luchin with such sarcasm previously, had shown Luchin hutmist respect. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Winland circled Luchin, smirking and scrutinizing him. Brother Lu, what a transformation. Onsi if any individual, nor do sud topal fearing pills. Luke where that's gotten you. His blatant Makiri drew for Thakoriso flaughter from the surrounding disciples. Luchin's fists tightened Devin Marethis Swaysa world doff martial arts, where a string thray Ned supreme. Without power, one was rendered powerless. Taking a deep breath, Himoveto stepped forward. Brother Lu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Onsiugo, I twant biasi foresto sayu again. Su Wenlin stumbled slightly, Onsamori obstructing Lu Chin's path, a glimmer of malice in his eyes. Move aside, Lu Chin commanded. Reduced to a waste et still so defiant? Doi al think you're still hackney as from before? Su Wenlin's expression darkened, a hint of savagery flashing across his face. I wanna leave, then crawl through my legs. Having said this, he spread his legs wide, demanding Lu Chin crawl beneath him. Su Wenlin. Lu Chinson said I mice no blazed with cold fury, akin to Dron's words. The terrified gaze startled Su Wenlin, who stumbled back, unprepared for such piercing intensity from Azaklawaste. You worthlesser, if I don't crawl through hair today, it'll break your legs, and Dolan livable to crawl from now. Not a single person stepped forward. Su Wenlin weighs an intersect, disciply of te third layer of spirit gathering realm. Even if Simeonu should speak up for Lu Chun, they were a cow-eaten tussle and Sebi his formidable presents. Thiebating cold wind swept through, causing Lu Chin's frail body to tremble violently, a mixture of fury and indignation igniting within him, his eyes burning like a 12 flames. Su Wenlin, enough? At that moment, a commanding voice rang out nearby, and a graceful figure approached swiftly, standing Clasito Lu Chin. The intersect disciple, Su Ruyan, with her flowing black hair like a cascading waterfall, radiated an aura of nobility. Long eyelashes framed her striking eyes, a highness seating to her allure, and her lips revidered, her curvaceous figure epitomizing feminine grace. She was breathtaking, beautiful. Isn't hat Sister Ruyan? The surrounding disciple CS Latup, particular Lithimala disciples, whose gazes swore aflame you with admiration. She was renowned as hemist beautiful woman of Songyuan sect, the perfect object of affection for countless young men. Everyone knew wove teprior connection between Lu Chin and Surian before this incident. They had been regarded as he golden couple of Songyuan sect. Now that Lu Chin had been rendered at a waste, could Surian still hold high mint the same regard? Su Ruyan. Lu Chin whispered her name. Sofant Lai Tatonli could hear it, his gaze reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. As he approached Lu Chin, Surian's expression bore in regret, accompanied by a softs. Her beautiful eyes shelled nothing but indifference, as if it can be thought their bond had become impossible. Perhaps Sides best Olivi's an ordinary person from now on, and refrained from any further acts of thievery. The cold words fell from her lips, devoid of scorn or ridicule, yet they struck Lu Chin like a dagger. So even I you did not believe I'm. Lu Chin gritted his teeth, striving to rein in his motions. Hadon swished to devote his lefetta protecting this woman, yet no where received a chilling response. Hishiart felt as the fit were bleeding. Very well, very well. Regaining his composure, had trudged away, steppy heavy step, disappearing from the side toft he onlookers. His frail silhouette, illuminated Bithison, appeared profound lie solitary and solate. A sane journey begins, I find it enjoyable, please a cast a vote, give ye a thumbs up, and leave ye a fivesta review. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2 The Servant Peak. Rumble. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear and bright, but suddenly, a cacophony of thunder erupted, dark clouds rolling into Puritheson. Lightning flashed, and in an instant, all pedestrians vanished, leaving behind in lie a solitary, gaunt figure trudging toward the Servant Peak. Above, the lightning flickered, tearing through the clouds, striking an ancient tree, splintering it into red fragments. Lu Chin Lokidu Patheski, allowing Thurin topumless face. Great heavens, Ario mocking Metu? If you have the power, just strike me dead. Harrow Eredithiski, a mix of humiliation and derisions were Lingen, his mind as countless memorias flashed before his eyes. Anor Fanson Seckledhood, had been taken be an old bagar, harassed high month the kinness of strangers. Iarego, that begar set away. With unyielding determination and remarkable talent, had gained admission tot Songyuan sect, Bekaminganuder disciple. Where a Kudigan Alpha Thuish, Talif Songyuan sect? Having glossed this cultivation, Hakud no Tevin escapeth his mountain. Within the mountain range, mystical beasts roamed freely. He must find the person Hohad framed him to Clarisnam. If you were to leave, Huldo so with dignity, notice a thief bearing a tarnished reputation. Perhaps the heaven sheer disroar, for the thundergruder, a torrential downpour cascading down, flooding the mountains. Tonsic ways engulfed by relentless lightning. Boom! A lightning bolt the thickness sofa barrel pierced the clouds, releasing blinding light that illuminated the entire ski, striking just above Luchin shed. Thespi ed oft he lightning was astonishing and thebling Kofani. It descended upon the mountain path. Luchin realized it was to Teto evadite, as if a terrifying dragon Hadmerjed to swallow Heimhole. His spot aways in gulf fed in excruciating pain, and as soon lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Theater ronchel rain persisted for the beter hartof de deus the diligera seated, Theska gradually cleared. In the tranquilly, Thagantil sound soft chirping insect sand singing birds filled the air. Luchin was roused from his lumberby excruciating pain, a torment so piercing that the bolted du prite. His body washered black, resembling a lump of coal, with only his bright eye as visible, glimmer in stark contrast. Mistalealiv? Ashuta read those 3 words, the acrid centoff chared flesh waft rough his senses, disbelief etched across his face. Before a throthove heaven lighthinder, humanity pared pitifully we nigh thought boltof lightning, a cataclysmic force, had struck him at the pinnacle of spirit gathering Grium, where survival was deemed impossible. How had him and a jedto injure? The exact cause ludetum, but he managed to rise with great effort, inspecting ispadia side from Zamiburn's in certain areas. He peered relatively unscathed. Dragging his weary form, he traversed thinner path leading to servant speak. Adwell and forvertent thou sand servant, discipless responsible for the daily needs soft teen tired sung sect, including the maintenance of thire weapons sandeth their duteous that must be fulfilledeth servant speak. Before nightfall, Heffinali arrivedeth servant speak, where he was met Beammon in his 30s, possessing Slintadias and Dagus Levi's age, Honither lifted Ishnorpine his eyes. Shwejisher, e half meter portoth servants hall. After a lengthy wait, Shwejish showed no sign acknowledgement, prompting Luchin to speak again. Name, Shwejish demanded. Luchin replied. Watof Vinsahavia comiteto berelegated if the servants speak? Shwejish inquired, finally looking up, his gaze revi alangun tof disdain. This way servants hall, where heralded like Yala Callum Pararal discupal soft servants speak worded at his commands, wielding more real power than the outer sectalders. Stealing spiritescent spill. Hespat out those 5 words through gritted teeth, having explained his innocency countless times, yet new believed decide oft his story. So I desio hopeful for ed the sex elixirs, Shwejish sneered, a flicker of contempt flash in his eyes. This is your identity to kin as a servant disciple. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for cleaning the scrim and toft has spirit beasts rise a day servant speak, commence in Jorda the Hurovta. He said it to him before Luchin, instructing him to collect Tassi toft servant, disciplegerb from the window from thought momentum word, Hueld Beamberoff servant speak. Heist the thief wastality elixir shiskinscience must have been devoured by dogs. That someone sect nurtured him, yet engaged in such thickabex. Wother servant disciples in the halst fled their laughter, for the Nusofelixers being stolen, had spread throughout he sect. Waste off space with arrow and edenshin, you can lie spin door lie fe cleaning up filth. Voice soft derision camera from behind him, followed biaspitage insult. Luchin Zealant lie stepped outside, whereeth a token indicates his place of residence. Servant disciples were considered reserve members upon breaking through to the thirtle velofchi gathering Grium. They coup d'apply for the outer sect assessment. Those who succeeded woodly app through Tedragong 8 officially Beckamid, simple soft sect, leaving servant speak behind. Such occurrences were in a tunkament their ruari fin k seswere servant disciple made a rapid progress and became inu tersect disciple. On Libby Beckaminga formalu tersect, discipli kudin enjoy the benefits soft songyun sectandres evites protection. In the cramp headquarters, several individuals shared large bunk, the stench overwhelming. Lucini arly gagged but persevered, entering and changing into his servant garb, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. Manurjed him to leave songyun sect, warning the tremining wooden lie subject thimto for their humiliation. Hevowed notera stuntelhun covered the truth abud hoed framed hum. Gradually, others returned, weary from the day's toil, sprawled across the bunk in various positions. Newcomer, fetch me basin o fat water and to soak me feet. The speaker was robustman, towering gan broad, commanding respect from theathers present. From the moment theentered, he had been suing gorders with a narrow authority, casting sight alongland sat Luchin. Newcomers frequent lie arrived dath servant speak, So Luchen's son familiar fashion watermarked high massa fresh servant disciple. Brother Tianis right Brinjico fusa basin. Worry exhausted from sweeping galde. Theather skimidin, Theberly maname tion kaink taken jadvantagio fees imposing statuary and state says a secondovil chi gatherer, with prospect soft soon breaking into thethirdoval, thus earning admiration office spears. Aereo addressing? Luchen's expression darkened Therial servant disciples, sharing Thesemestidus, and he's on horizonto be orderet about. Brother Tion, the newcomer hasquiteth a stubborn mouth. Perhaps who should teach him a lesson, so he understands that newcomer suff to keep their tail stucked. A nerb youth smirked, hizzy a skull dan serpentine, having gall ready instigate a trouble twist. Damn it, teach him a lesson. Boot didn't kill him, Tion Kion commanded. At the signal, Foriouth sudden lie lunged forward, allow the first level off chi gathering. Before his cultivation was ruined, Luchin could have crushed the Mutmer fingernaw, however. The four unleashed a flurry of blows, raining down upon Luchin. Unable to evade, a punch struck a schist, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Hewdered nitoward doff plow but shielded ished with his hands. Perhaps die ringoft he salt, the for fine a lycy ceased, returning to the bunk to sleep. Struggling to rise from the cold floor, Luchin wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes gleaming like those of a wolf, quietly observing the five with clenched fists, as if a fierce fire burned within him. In a corner, he found a nymph to spacey and lay down, a piercing pain coursing through his body. The tumultuous events of today had left them mentally and physically drained, and quickly succumbed to sleep. In that moment of slumber, a radiant golden light suddenly emanated from Mistinchen, reminiscent Tofa Dragon's Rorndane Leffenstrumpet, unhard by outsiders. Within his stanchion, a dragon ondane Leffent frolicked, exhaling cloud sasterent soft golden liquid coursed through Luchin's meridians, nourishing his limbs and bones. Danger Darius office bought be gone to visibly mend, a simpurities worry expelled through his pores. Unbeknownst to Luchin, Alophthis transpired whiles leapt. Upon awakening, Heffel rejuvenated, as if the injurious from the previous night had been complete, healed, leaving him astonished. Before dawn, Hydresidandros, making ease way toward theory ahera thesperate beasts were kept. Casting glance back at the bunk, he noted that the five were still sound asleep on 80, Ishal trampled hosuave humiliated in me feet. Chapter 3. The Eternal Dragon Elephant Technique. Upon arriving in the area designated for the rearing of mystical beasts, one could only find low-tier creatures, serving as the supply depot for spiritual flesh of the Tsangwen sect. The higher-tier mystical beasts, trained as mounts, were housed elsewhere, inaccessible to someone of Lu Chin's status. Mystical beasts are categorized into several types, the majority being first tier, akin to the chi-gathering realm in humans. Warriors cultivate their abilities from low to high, with chi-gathering as the foundation and spirit-gathering as the root. Only upon reaching the spirit-gathering realm can one be said to possess a fundamental foothold. Each realm is further divided into 10 levels. In Tsangwen sect, those in the chi-gathering realm are considered outer disciples, while those in the spirit-gathering realm are inner disciples. There are tens of thousands of outer disciples, yet only around 5,000 inner disciples, with true disciples being exceedingly rare, requiring one to achieve the Dan formation realm, wherein true energy transforms into a Dan. Once the Dan is formed, one can mobilize it to soar through the skies for brief periods. Such individuals, while not capable of summoning storms, are nonetheless among the most formidable figures in the Dayan Empire. Lu Chan took out his tools to clean the excrement from the ground, an undesirable task typically avoided by most. Relegated only to those under severe punishment, it wasn't until the sun rose high that the cleaning was completed. Strangely, Lu Chan felt no fatigue, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Finding a clean stone to sit upon, he retrieved his prepared rations, took a bite, and sipped from the mountain spring water. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he checked his body. The Dantian, the repository of true energy, is crucial. If shattered, no matter how high one's talent, true energy cannot be gathered, and one's cultivation will stagnate for life unless one can concoct a miraculous pill to reconstruct the Dantian. Currently, no such individual existed within Tsangwen sect to create such a divine pill. To lose one's Dantian meant Lu Qian would forever remain an ordinary person. To uncover the identity of the one who had framed him, he needed sufficient strength. As he delved into the state of his Dantian, He felt a faint stirring of energy within, as if searching for a chance of restoration. Approaching the Dantian, a resounding dragon's roar and elephant's trumpet echoed from its depths, causing Lu Qin's eardrums to throb painfully. Where did these sounds of a dragon and an elephant originate from within him? His vision blurred, and his consciousness returned to his physical form, revealing a look of astonishment etched upon his face. Filled with disbelief, what was happening? Why did the Dantian emit a dragon's roar? Lu Qin, bewildered, took a deep breath. He had acted hastily before. This time, he must ascertain what had truly transpired within his Dantian. Gingerly controlling his awareness, he descended step by step into the Dantian, where the dragon's roar resounded once more, enveloped in golden light that covered the entire Dantian. A magnificent golden dragon coiling above it. What on earth was happening? Lu Qin stood spellbound, as anyone would be at the sight of a divine dragon appearing within their Dantian. Then, from the depths of the Dantian emerged a divine elephant, rearing back to let out a mighty roar, its long trunk swirling with an intimidating aura that swept across the realm. Lu Qin experienced an illusion. This dragon and elephant alone possessed the power to rend the heavens asunder. The overwhelming divine energy flooded Lu Qin's body as they settled within his Dantian. Suddenly, a tremendous suction force emanated from the Dantian, forcibly drawing his consciousness inside. A golden veil enveloped his awareness, amidst which countless characters swirled, colliding with his consciousness and merging together. His awareness swayed in a daze. Perhaps 10 minutes passed, or perhaps an hour, before Lu Qin's consciousness finally returned to his body, his eyes gleaming with a hint of ecstatic shock. In his mind, a profound cultivation method materialized, elaborately inscribed in over 10,000 characters, unfathomably intricate, leaving Lu Qin momentarily unable to fully comprehend it. These characters coalesced into 5 grand words that hovered before Lu Qin. The Eternal Dragon Elephant Technique. The ancient, weathered characters resonated like a great bell, striking Lu Qin's awareness and firmly imprinting themselves in his mind, becoming an inseparable part of his memory, impervious to theft. What an exalted technique! It far surpasses the meager little flame technique I practiced before. Lu Qin mused. From its very name, the Eternal Dragon Elephant Technique, it was evident that this was a technique capable of shaking the heavens. Alas, my Dantian. Reflecting on the shattered Dantian, a shadow of melancholy crossed his face. Yet he could not resist the urge to experiment. Channeling the Eternal Dragon Elephant Technique, a surge of restlessness erupted within his Dantian, yearning to break free and devour the surrounding spiritual energy. Merely initiating the technique, boundless spiritual energy gathered around Lu Qin, seeping into his pores, coursing through his meridians, and as it returned to the Dantian, Lu Qin felt as if struck by lightning, his true energy remaining intact. Though his Dantian lay in ruins, regardless of how profound the technique he practiced, any true energy cultivated would dissipate through the cracks. It was akin to a bamboo basket. No matter how much water one poured in, it would ultimately run dry. His Dantian, shattered by the enforcer's hand, lay in pieces, with fissures larger than those in a bamboo basket. It could not even contain stones, let alone water. Once more, his consciousness descended into the Dantian, and the scene before him left him agape, incredulous. How had his Dantian transformed thus? Following its rupture, the Dantian had inexplicably expanded. The dragon and elephant receded, morphing into golden light that enveloped the entire Dantian, forming a singular entity, now 3 times larger than before, capable of harboring even more true energy. Countless dragon and elephant patterns were etched upon the crystalline walls of the Dantian, enhancing its quality hundreds of times over. Even those in the Dan formation realm would find it impossible to shatter his Dantian. The mysterious dragon and elephant that appeared within, alongside the Eternal Dragon Elephant Technique, were undoubtedly linked to the lightning of the previous day. Having endured the vicissitudes of life, Lu Qin's temperament had matured considerably. The sudden restoration of my Dantian must not be revealed. If word gets out that my Dantian is intact, and the enforcers are notified, they will undoubtedly send someone to cripple me again. Until I uncover the hidden hand behind this, I must bide my time. Once I clear my name, the sect will certainly restore my honor. Having grasped many crucial points, Lu Chun resolved to remain at the Servant Peak until he identified the mastermind. With the Dantian restored, he continued to channel the Eternal Dragon Elephant technique, a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy forming above his head. The true energy surging like a flood, battering against his meridians, boom. In less than 5 minutes, he broke through to the first level of the Qi-gathering realm. The speed of this breakthrough left Lu Chun utterly astonished. Before his Dantian was ruined, he had considered himself moderately talented, yet he had never witnessed anyone break through a realm in just 5 minutes. It utterly subverted his perception of cultivation, igniting his anticipation for the Eternal Dragon Elephant technique. Fortunately, no one was present. Had anyone passed by and witnessed this scene, they would surely have been left agape. A torrent of black filth was expelled from Lu Chun's body. After being cleansed by the golden liquid, his physical form surpassed that of an ordinary person by a considerable margin. The true energy of the dragon and elephant surged through his meridians, once again reshaping his body. Though he was at the first level of the Qi-gathering realm, his physique already rivaled that of the third level. An hour later, he opened his eyes, his realm resting at the second level of the Qi-gathering realm, his gaze betraying an undeniable joy. How foul! His body was encrusted in a layer of black filth. Hastily, he stood up and dashed to a nearby stream, shedding his clothes to take a thorough bath, washing away all the gloom. Once dressed and seated by the riverbank, he retrieved a book on the breathing concealment technique, previously studied, to mask his aura, allowing him to appear as an ordinary person, albeit with exponentially greater physical strength. With his Dantian rendered useless, it was reasonable to focus on refining his body. Even if questioned, he could easily deflect that, "Oh, this good-for-nothing is actually bathing here. How dare you slack off?" Tian Xiong and his 4 companions approached from a distance. Having just learned this morning of a waste among the Servant Peak, who was once a proud inner disciple. Upon investigation, they discovered he resided under the same roof as them. Chapter 4. The Midnight Assassination. Lu Chun lifted his head, his gaze landing on the 5 individuals, a glint of fierce killing intent flashing across his eyes. "Kid, I heard you were once an inner disciple. You should understand the application of martial techniques. Hand over the martial techniques you've learned, and I can take care of you here at the Servant Peak." These servant disciples were not qualified to practice martial techniques. Only outer disciples could access the martial technique pavilion to select a technique for cultivation. As an inner disciple, Lu Chun had practiced more than one martial technique, but with his Dantian gone, even the most profound martial arts were rendered ineffective without true energy, akin to chasing shadows. "What if I refuse?" A cold smile crept across his lips, his frigid gaze devoid of any emotion, inciting fury among the 5. "You're seeking death." Tian Xiong, enraged, waved his hand, and the 5 lunged at Lu Chun like wolves, intent on teaching him a lesson and forcing him to surrender his martial techniques. Practicing martial techniques would grant them dominance over the Servant Peak, elevating their status and resources. Servant disciples could only receive a single spiritual stone each month, hardly sufficient for their cultivation. Without further ado, they began to rain down punches and kicks, all of them ruthless. In the Tianyuan continent, the law of the jungle prevailed. Before Lu Chun's cultivation had been crippled, these servant disciples had bowed and scraped before him. With a deft step, Lu Chun evaded their assault, landing outside their circle, as all their attacks fell short. "Senior brother Tian, this kid is too cunning. Let us just draw our weapons and kill him." The youth who had been stoking the flames last night licked his crimson lips, a murderous intent saturating the air. Several servant disciples had mysteriously died. The deeds done so discreetly that the sect would not investigate. They drew short knives from their waists, each about a foot long, and one swung down toward Lu Chun's head. "The one seeking death are you." A chilling intent to kill surged forth from Lu Chun, radiating in all directions. His body transformed into a fleeting meteor, vanishing from sight. With a series of resounding impacts, he traversed among the 5 adversaries with the swiftness of a specter, delivering a punch to each, sending them all sprawling, blood gushing from their mouths. The sheer might of his physical prowess rivaled that of a third-tier Qi-gathering practitioner, more than sufficient to deal with these 5 foes. "No, it's impossible. You've lost your Dantian." How can you be so formidable? Tian Xiong lay on the ground, disbelief etched across his face. As a second-tier Qi-gathering practitioner, he was not an opponent to be trifled with, and the disparity in strength left him seething with frustration. The other four, mere first-tier Qi-gathering practitioners, lay on the ground like beaten dogs, each bearing the imprint of a massive fist upon their chests. Lu Chen approached Tian Xiong step by step, knowing that without a lesson, this group would inevitably return to trouble him time and again. "Don't come any closer," Tian Xiong stammered in fear. With no one around? Even if he killed the five, outsiders would remain oblivious. Who would suspect a mere waste of a Dantian? With a foot pressing down upon Tian Xiong's chest, a terrifying aura of death filled his lungs, making it clear that if that foot descended, it would mean certain death. Blood trickled from Tian Xiong's mouth, while the other four, gripped by fear, knelt and begged for mercy. "Please, we beg you, do not kill us." They pounded their heads against the ground, desperate to avoid death. "Your Excellency, please show mercy. We can agree to anything as long as you spare our lives. From this day forth, you shall be our leader." Tian Xiong gritted his teeth, willing to comply with any demand if it meant survival. Lu Chen withdrew his right foot, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. He would eventually leave the Servant's Peak. But acquiring the Eternal Dragon Elephant technique would require time for cultivation, and as a servant disciple, he had a plethora of tasks to complete, leaving little time for his own training. Furthermore, he needed to investigate the events of that night, who had conspired against him. With the burden of cultivation and investigation weighing heavily, Lu Chen found himself stretched thin. The most prudent solution was to delegate the menial tasks to others. "I will not kill you, but from now on, all the excrement here will be your responsibility." Cleaning up the excrement of the mystical beasts would take a significant portion of the day, and entrusting it to them would grant Lu Chen ample opportunity to pursue other endeavors. Yes, we will handle it from now on." They dared not voice any objections, acquiescing to Lu Chen's terms, understanding that survival took precedence. "I do not wish for today's events to reach anyone. Now be gone." He yearned to cultivate without excessive delays. The five, as if relieved of a heavy burden, fled in terror, hastily cleaning up the remnants of excrement left behind. With the issue of the servants resolved, his next mission was to devote himself entirely to cultivation. The Servant's Peak lacked spiritual energy compared to the inner sect of Zhongyuan sect, and the meager supply of spirit stones each month made the journey to restoring his Qi-gathering realm a daunting one. A mountain path led deep into the Sunset Mountains, where inner sect disciples often ventured for training, hunting mystical beasts, and gathering spiritual herbs to exchange for points to procure desired resources. After traversing a valley and entering the outskirts of the Sunset Mountains, Lu Chen found himself in familiar territory, unconcerned about losing his way. After roaming the periphery for the better part of an afternoon, he hunted down several weak, mystical beasts. As dusk fell, he returned to a small stream to meditate and cultivate. The relentless battles of the afternoon had purified his qi, and the speed at which the Eternal Dragon Elephant technique absorbed spiritual energy was nothing short of terrifying, creating a vortex of energy around him. Swirling fervently into his being, the moonlight cast gentle reflections upon his youthful visage, sharp features accentuated by two arched brows. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a fierce energy radiating from his gaze, sending ripples across the surface of the stream. A soft whistle escaped his lips, reminiscent of a dragoness roar, resonating deep within him as every joint crackled with energy. As his qi coursed through his meridians, a torrent of impurities and toxins expelled from his body. In a swift motion, he found himself before a small tree, its trunk as thick as a bowl, and with a decisive strike of his palm, crack, the tree snapped cleanly, as if sliced by a blade. What incredible qi! The qi of ordinary individuals manifested in shades of green, yet Lu Chen's qi shimmered in a golden hue, exuding an ancient strength that erupted from his meridians, producing a spine-chilling roar akin to that of a dragon. Glancing at the time, Lu Chen realized it was growing late and hurried back to avoid unforeseen complications. He hastened along the mountain path towards the area where the servant disciples resided. Encountering few on the way in the distance, hidden within the grass, three figures cloaked in black lay in wait, silently observing Lu Chen as he traversed the mountain trail. "Brother Wang," He approaches, whispered the man on the right. The trio unsheathed their swords, preparing to ambush him. Suddenly, Lu Chen halted, his dantian stirring, as the resonant echoes of a dragon's roar reverberated in his mind, signaling the presence of danger. This revelation astonished him. It was the dead of night, and not a soul was in sight. A subtle yet palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the air, causing his brows to furrow. This malice was directed squarely at him. "Come forth!" His piercing gaze swept across the tall grass, where the source of the killing intent emanated. "You've been discovered." The three black-clad figures moved with ghostly silence, encircling Lu Chen in a triangular formation to prevent any escape. "Who are you, and why do you lie in wait here?" Lu Chen's expression darkened, recognizing their skills far surpassed those of servant disciples. All three were fourth-tier Qi gathering practitioners, likely outer sect disciples. Their masked faces obscured their identities, but their auras betrayed their strength. "We are here to kill you." The voice of the central figure rumbled ominously as his sword glinted coldly, aimed directly at Lu Chen's throat. Chapter 5. You shall all perish. A sinister grin spread across their faces as they advanced, step by step. In the dead of night, it was improbable that anyone would wander this path. The status of servant disciples was so low that fatalities among them were common, often replaced by newcomers. "Who sent you?" Lu Chen's countenance darkened, a flicker of realization igniting in his gaze. These three could not have been dispatched by Tianxiong. For servant disciples lacked the authority to command outer sect disciples. There was but one possibility: someone sought to silence him. Dead men have no right to know so much. The blade of the sword darted towards Lu Chen's face. And in the past, he could have dispatched such weaklings with one hand. Yet now, with his dantian crippled, he had lost his former strength. They would never suspect that his dantian had been restored and that he had ascended to the second tier of Qi gathering. As the cold light of the blade approached, a cold smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. With a nimble step, he evaded the trio's attack, standing atop a large stone, surveying them from above. Unexpectedly, this waste who lost his cultivation can still employ his agility. Even if you evade this strike, you will ultimately perish. Without Qi, how long can you last? The central figure advanced with unwavering determination, transforming into a fleeting shadow, the sword aimed at Lu Chen's heart with astonishing speed. The other two flanked him, cutting off Lu Chen's escape route, employing a simple three-star formation to slowly drain his strength. In a burst of speed, Lu Chen leaped down from the stone, moving with astonishing swiftness, defying the image of a crippled waste. The trio was taken aback, recalling his previous status as an inner sect disciple, their astonishment quickly replaced by understanding. With a swift turn in midair, he grasped a branch, slicing through the air like a venomous serpent. This was Lu Chen's 7-star serpent sword technique, deceptive and cunning. Channeling his Qi, even an ordinary branch transformed into a lethal weapon. Golden-hued Qi burst forth, permeating the space around him, which seemed to freeze in that moment. The expressions of the three black-clad figures shifted dramatically. Thwip, the man on the right, unaware of the impending danger, felt a chill at his throat before blood erupted forth. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words emerged as his body fell backward, lifeless. Lu Chen knew he could not leave them alive. If news of his dantian's restoration spread, it would surely lead to his demise. He suspected these three knew who was behind his earlier downfall and had come to silence him. "Your dantian is intact? You can still mobilize your Qi?" The central figure's voice trembled in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Just the previous day, they had witnessed the elder from the law enforcement hall cripple Lu Chen's dantian. How could he still harness Qi? "No, your Qi is only at the second tier of Qi gathering. Your dantian is indeed damaged." The man soon realized the inconsistency, his previous strength as a Qi gathering practitioner now seeming a distant memory, driving him to the brink of madness. "Tell me, who sent you to kill me?" Lu Chen pointed the branch at the two remaining figures, desperate to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind the plot against him. "Brother Wang, let us work together to exhaust him. With his second-tier Qi gathering, he thinks he can kill our brother Shui with his cunning techniques. Let us see how long he can endure." The man on the left let out a cold laugh, seeing through Lu Chen. The two of them were both at the fourth level of Qi gathering, a difference of 2 realms that could not be compensated for by martial skills. Brother Wong nodded, agreeing that it made sense. The limited true chi of the second level of chi gathering, coupled with his shattered dantian, meant that this true chi was likely all he had left. Lu Chen, uninterested in debating with them, momentarily locked his gaze on the man to his left, dismantling them one by one. Practicing the ancient dragon elephant technique, his true chi far surpassed that of his peers, and to his delight, he heard the sounds of dragon roars and elephant trumpets resonating from within his soul sea, expanding their soul power. True chi surged like a flood, piercing through his meridians, and his body shot forth like a cannonball. Without warning, the man on the left, wanting to react, found it too late. Lu Chen's speed was astonishingly fast, the force unleashed from the second level of chi gathering rivaling that of the 5th level. "Oh no!" the man on the left exclaimed softly, attempting to evade, his body retreating at high speed. Though they were quick, Lu Chen's speed was tenfold theirs. The willow branch in his hand suddenly expanded, releasing a chilling brilliance that tore through the air, bearing down on the black-clad man who called himself Brother Wong. A hint of fear flickered in his eyes as he realized the danger. "Die!" The voice rang out like that of the Grim Reaper as the willow branch swept across. Wong, attempting to block with his sword, was still a moment too late. The branch pierced through his neck, sending a spray of blood into the air as his body collapsed into the tangled grass. Brother Wong was so terrified he could not articulate a response, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Caught in a dilemma, Lu Chen's form appeared before him like a specter. "Now you may tell me who sent you to kill me." The willow branch dripped with blood, the crimson droplets falling to the ground. And Brother Wong's face turned pale as he took steps back. "If I tell you, can I spare my life?" With the 3 of them easily slain by Lu Chen, he was now left alone. Utterly powerless, and thoughts of escape began to surface. Lu Chen's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto him. If he dared to flee, he would be signing his own death warrant. Absolutely not. The cold response made it clear there would be no survivors. Was he supposed to wait for them to send more experts to eliminate him? Brother Wong nearly choked on his words, realizing that after all this, he was still facing a dead end. "Why should I tell you? Tell me, and I may grant you a more merciful death. Otherwise, you will learn what it means to be devoured by 10,000 ants." Having undergone this ordeal, Lu Chen's temperament had greatly altered, becoming decisively ruthless. Standing 3 steps away from Brother Wong, the willow branch exuded golden true chi, the sword energy coursing through it extending over 3 feet. Brother Wong's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How could someone at the second level of chi gathering manage to project sword energy? "It was Brother Pang Wan who sent us to kill you, but as for the reason, I truly do not know." The manifestation of sword energy shattered the last vestige of hope in Brother Wong, who merely wished for a swift death. The youth before him was far too terrifying. "Pang Wan?" A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Chen's eyes. He seemed unfamiliar with this individual. Seizing the moment of his recollection, Brother Wong suddenly retreated explosively, launching hidden darts from his hands as everything transpired in a blur. Seeking death, Lu Chen formed a sword-like arc with the willow branch, deflecting all the darts that came flying toward him. With light footsteps, he leaped forward like a great rock taking flight, landing before Brother Wong and blocking his escape. "I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I've told you everything I know. Please spare me. I swear I will not breathe a word of tonight's events." Brother Wong suddenly fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head, desperate to cling to life. "I have said it before. You all must die." The willow branch swept out once more, bringing forth another shower of blood that splattered onto the grass beside the path, staining a large patch of green. After slaying the 3 men, Lu Chen searched their bodies, discovering 5 spirit stones and some silver notes, items he desperately needed. Finding a secluded spot, he dug a large pit and disposed of the 3 corpses without taking their swords to avoid leaving any traces. Ensuring everything was done meticulously. Once everything was in order, he turned towards the servant peak. The moon was bright, and half an hour later, he returned to his dwelling. Tian Qiong and the others had yet to sleep. Upon seeing Lu Chen, they quickly rolled out of bed and stood respectfully to the side. their eyes betraying a hint of fear. "From today onward, you five will sleep over there, and I will sleep here. Do not disturb me when I am not occupied." There was no need to stoop to the level of the 5 servant disciples. Many affairs would still require their assistance. "Yes, yes, yes," Tianqiong nodded eagerly. And the 5 tidied their belongings. The shared sleeping area was spacious enough, with Lu Chan occupying about 1/3 of it, while they settled on the other side. "Do you know any outer disciples?" Just as Lu Chan was about to close his eyes to meditate, he suddenly inquired of the 5. Who exactly was this Peng Wan, and why did he want him dead? He wished to leverage their knowledge for clarity on the matter. Chapter 6. Elite Hall Disciples. "We know a few," Tianqiong replied cautiously, fearing Lu Chan would think they might retaliate by bringing in outer disciples for help. Not very well. The servant disciples were tasked with the most arduous duties within the sect. If they truly knew any prominent outer disciples, they would not have fallen to such a state. Lu Chan felt a tinge of disappointment. He needed to focus his efforts on cultivation and could not personally investigate the matter of Peng Wan. Lest he alert the snake in the grass, he had to place his hopes on these servant disciples instead. "Help me inquire about an outer disciple named Peng Wan. I want to know his background and who supports him. After this is accomplished, you will not be without rewards." To demonstrate his sincerity, Lu Chan produced several small denomination silver notes for Tianqiong to distribute among them, serving as operational funds. The servant disciples rejoiced. They had not expected this newcomer to possess not only formidable physical strength, but also such generosity. Assisting him seemed advantageous. At dawn, Lu Chan set out, no longer needing to clean the beast's feces. But he could not remain in the room, for if Steward Xue discovered him, he would face even harsher punishments. The area on the servant peak where low-level mystical beasts were kept was extensive, and Lu Chan easily found a spot to hide and cultivate. As for the task he had assigned, Tianqiong and the others dared not neglect it. Fortunately, this area was rich in spiritual energy. After finding a secluded corner, Lu Chan began to cultivate. He could distinctly feel a powerful force gradually emerging as the abundant spiritual energy gathered around him. Days passed in such a manner, and the disciples of Zhongyuan sect had nearly forgotten about Lu Chan. After all, the fall of a genius was but an everyday occurrence for a first-rate sect. Yet, the threat posed by Peng Wan lingered in Lu Chan's mind. Finally, Tianqiong and the others brought him good news. "Boss, Brother Peng is a disciple of the Elite Hall, at the 8th level of Qi gathering." After a few days, Tianqiong and the others had grown familiar with Lu Chan, and calling him boss came more naturally, no longer as timid as before. Elite Hall. Lu Chan furrowed his brow. Those who entered the Elite Hall were the sect seeds. Anyone who could join the Elite Hall not only needed exceptional talent, but also a favorable background. We couldn't uncover his backing. The group looked at Lu Chan, worried he might punish them for this failure. Given their status, it was already impressive they could gather information about the Elite Hall. Delving deeper would not be so simple. Reflecting on Peng Wan, who had the audacity to send outer disciples to kill him, Lu Chan could not recall offending anyone of that name. It seemed he would have to investigate further himself to unearth the shadowy figures behind this plot. As a talented disciple of Zhongyuan sect, Lu Chan had dedicated the past year to rigorous training, remaining unfamiliar with the newly emerged outer disciples. He felt an instinctive connection between Peng Wan and those who had conspired against him. However, as a mere servant disciple, it was not easy for him to approach outer disciples, let alone those of the Elite Hall. Zhongwan. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with realization as he recalled an outer sect disciple he had met during his time at the outer gate. The range of activities for a miscellaneous disciple was confined to their work area. Those without cultivation who dared to venture into other regions would only have themselves to blame if they perished. Over the past few days of cultivation, Lu Chan had tasted the fruits of his labor. The Eternal Dragon Elephant technique was indeed formidable. This realization made him even more cautious. His Dantian had been rendered useless, a fact widely known throughout the sect. To avoid raising suspicion, Lu Chan endeavored to convert his internal strength into the physical vitality of his body, equivalent to the physical prowess of a 5th-level gathering Qi cultivator. With such cultivation, he could easily re-enter the outer gate. However, Lu Chan had no intention of doing so. Besides the presence of Peng Wan, who harbored murderous intent towards him, there was also an unknown assailant lurking in the shadows. plotting against him. For the sake of his safety, Lu Chen decided against entering the outer gate to cultivate. Moreover, if he were to do so now, it would likely cause a stir within the sect. After all, it had not been long since his Dantian was destroyed, and cultivating his physical form was far more challenging than nurturing his Dantian. Miscellaneous disciples were not permitted to directly enter the spirit peaks where outer disciples trained. Thus, Lu Chen's plan to seek out Zhang Wan was temporarily unfeasible, leaving him to patiently await an opportunity. At this moment, Lu Chen's advancement in cultivation had led him to no longer be content with the spiritual energy cultivation available at the periphery. The ordinary mystical beasts on the outskirts failed to pique his interest. Given his current status, he could not access the higher-tier mystical beast domains. Lu Chen sought out Elder Shui from the miscellaneous peak. "You wish to work at the mystic beast peak?" Elder Shui responded with a disdainful expression. With so many disciples at the miscellaneous peak vying for a chance to rise, many sought his assistance. The disciple who had stolen the sect's spirit-illuminating pills had been demoted to the miscellaneous peak, and although Elder Shui had yet to find the time to deal with him, he was surprised that the opportunity had presented itself so conveniently. "Indeed," Lu Chen replied with determination. Staying at the miscellaneous peak was certainly safe. After his Dantian was destroyed, he had thought his life was effectively over. Little did he expect that a twist of fate would allow such a powerful technique to enter his body like a bolt from the blue. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, every opportunity must be seized by oneself. Lu Chen had initially anticipated that Elder Shui would refuse, and had prepared to offer the spirit stones he had salvaged from those few outer disciples who sought his life. "All right, since you have proposed it yourself, you may proceed." Elder Shui personally issued Lu Chen a certificate, allowing him entry to the Mystic Beast Peak. The Mystic Beast Peak was dedicated to the breeding of mystical beasts, and unlike the low-tier mystical beasts of the miscellaneous peak, it housed formidable creatures equivalent to gathering spirit cultivators in abundance. The disciples of the miscellaneous peak sought entry into the Mystic Beast Peak for one primary reason: to attempt to cultivate alongside the mystical beasts. And those who succeeded were often few and far between. In Elder Shui's eyes, Lu Chen, deemed a waste due to his destroyed Dantian, was merely seeking his own demise by attempting to enter the Mystic Beast Peak. Coincidentally, he had recently acquired a valuable treasure and had promised someone to teach Lu Chen a lesson. Now that Lu Chen had delivered himself to his doorstep, it was a timely opportunity to return a favor. Stepping out of the miscellaneous peak and towards the Mystic Beast Peak, Lu Chen gazed at the ethereal, mist-laden spirit peaks of the sect, a glimmer of unperceived determination shining in his eyes. "One day, I shall make you tremble before me." As he entered the Mystic Beast Peak under the watchful gaze of the guarding steward, Lu Chen reflected on his previous visits as an inner sect disciple. Where he had been surrounded by outer disciples who flattered him, now, upon his return, those same outer disciples merely offered cold sneers and ridicule. The waste with the destroyed Dantian dares to seek opportunities at the Mystic Beast Peak. It would be more appropriate to call it courting death. Chapter 7. The hunt for mystical beasts. The Mystic Beast Peak was vast, stretching endlessly into the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range. Rich in spiritual energy, Lu Chen was well acquainted with this place. When he initially joined the Zhongyuan sect, he had directly entered as an outer disciple and, within a mere year, had become a formidable gathering spirit cultivator. Had it not been for the recent misfortunes, his ascension to the ranks of true disciples would have been a foregone conclusion. On the periphery of the Mystic Beast Peak, the lowest-tier mystical beasts were equivalent to the second level of gathering qi. The power of mystical beasts differed from that of human cultivators. Ordinary mystical beasts relied solely on brute strength. Only upon advancing to spirit beasts would they develop intelligence akin to that of humans and, eventually, attain human form. In the Great Yin Dynasty, few spirit beasts could transform into human shapes. Lu Chen, possessing extraordinary talent, had transitioned from gathering qi to gathering spirit in less than a year, which was why he had gained renown within the Zhongyuan sect. This time, entering the Mystic Beast Peak was different. Without any entourage, Lu Chen had to rely solely on himself, which only heightened his excitement. Knowing the areas with the highest concentration of mystical beasts and the least number of trial disciples, Lu Chen headed towards those locations, uninterested in lower-tier mystical beasts. Little did Lu Chen know, as he stepped into the mystic beast peak. Deep within its recesses, a region even inner sect elders dared not trespass reverberated with the roars of mystical beasts, causing a stir among all the creatures of the mystic beast peak. Simultaneously, on the spirit peak where the outer disciples resided, a young man clad in outer disciple robes received news of Lu Qin's entry into the mystic beast peak. He was Peng Wan, an elite disciple of the Tsang'an sect's outer gate. Brother Peng, that waste has entered the mystic beast peak, and he is all alone. As an elite disciple, Peng Wan had his eyes and ears throughout the sect. Yet it was curious that he focused his attention on a discarded miscellaneous disciple with a destroyed dantian. Chilling glint flickered in Peng Wan's eyes. The last time he sent several outer disciples to kill Lu Qin, they had inexplicably vanished, one of them being a fourth-level gathering Qi disciple. Peng Wan suspected that someone was covertly aiding Lu Qin, which was why he had been hesitant to act recently. Send Lao Wu to the Mystic Beast Peak. Make sure it's done cleanly. Lao Wu, mentioned by Peng Wan, was also an outer disciple, with a cultivation level of the 6th level of gathering Qi, more than sufficient to eliminate a waste. With tens of thousands of outer disciples in the Tsongyuan sect, how many among them would ultimately rise to prominence and enter the inner sect? The scarcity of cultivation resources affected all disciples from humble beginnings. Otherwise, Lu Qin would not have been reduced to a miscellaneous disciple for a single spirit-illuminating pill. Outer disciples required substantial cultivation resources. The meager rations provided by the sect each month were far from adequate, making it commonplace to either rely on oneself or depend on others. Lao Wu was a disciple who had attached himself to Peng Wan. Peng Wan was generous, often providing him with silver notes and, at times, much-needed gathering Qi pills. Gathering Qi pills were the most coveted elixirs for gathering Qi cultivators. Outer disciples were only permitted to receive one each month from the sect, yet Peng Wan could consume them as if they were mere snacks. Consequently, many disciples gravitated towards him for support. Lu Qin entered the Mystic Beast Peak with Elder Shui's certificate, which allowed him a month to complete his tasks. During this month, he would not need to return to the miscellaneous peak. He simply had to find a way to survive within the Mystic Beast Peak. Before him stood a group of snarling mystical beasts, their gazes fixed on Lu Qin as if he were a delectable morsel. Humans viewed mystical beasts as sources of replenishment, while mystical beasts regarded humans as the most exquisite of meals. Higher-tier mystical beasts had developed a degree of intelligence. When encountering powerful human cultivators, they would flee. However, to the mystical beasts, Lu Qin appeared merely as an ordinary human, devoid of any released true energy. The powerful cyclone within his dantian, courtesy of the eternal dragon elephant technique, concealed Lu Qin's aura. Excellent! Lu Qin exclaimed with excitement. For this group of mystical beasts, numbering over a dozen, consisted of first-tier beasts, all equivalent to the 4th level of gathering Qi, with the leader being at the 5th level. This was an ideal opportunity for Lu Qin. Before his powers were stripped away, all symbols of his identity as an inner disciple had been confiscated by the enforcement hall, including his weapons. Miscellaneous disciples were not entitled to receive sect weapons. According to sect rules, only outer disciples could cultivate martial skills and obtain ordinary weapons. It was only upon becoming an inner disciple that one could claim magical artifacts. Ah! Lu Qin let out a battle cry, advancing rather than retreating, as if a rampaging elephant surged within him, charging towards the mystical beasts ahead. A faint golden glow flickered around his fist as he struck the mystical beast with immense force. The tough hide of the mystical beast was resilient. Without the enhancement of true energy, mere flesh and blood would hardly inflict damage. Yet Lu Qin was different. His blood vitality was robust, and the eternal dragon elephant technique emphasized the cultivation of the physical body, making his powerful vitality comparable, if not superior, to true energy. Bang! His fist connected with the mystical beast, sending the creature, weighing over 100 pounds, flying several meters before crashing heavily against the rocks, its eyes bulging as it was struck dead in an instant. The most vulnerable part of the mystical beast was its head, and Lu Qin had aimed his punch directly at that target. The other mystical beasts did not halt their advance upon witnessing a companion's demise. Rather, the death incited their ferocity, propelling them forward with renewed aggression. What formidable vitality! Lu Qin was acutely aware of the transformations occurring within his body, Yet he had not anticipated their magnitude. The force behind his punch likely exceeded 1,000 pounds. To his surprise, he found himself unexpectedly fortunate amidst adversity, and with a smile, he commenced his hunt for the mysterious beasts. One after another, the figures of these beasts were sent flying, except for the leader, whose agility allowed it to evade his strike. The others scarcely endured more than 3 blows. This was a fortuitous turn of events. Slaying these beasts would earn him sect points, and in his previous brilliance, Lu Chen had deemed such points trivial. However, circumstances had shifted. Based on the ranks of these beasts, should he slay sufficiently many, he could exchange them for chi-gathering pills, typically reserved for outer sect disciples. His physical strength was equivalent to that of a chi-gathering 5th-layer cultivator. With the addition of the true energy from the ancient dragon elephant technique, he could be likened to a chi-gathering 6th-layer practitioner. A single punch from him could easily obliterate an average chi-gathering 6th-layer opponent. Contemplating this, Lu Chen's face broke into a grin as he began to clear the battlefield, collecting the beast cores from the fallen creatures. The cores of 1st-layer beasts were green and no larger than a fingertip. Even those corresponding to chi-gathering 5th-layer beasts were merely the size of a thumb. First, he would hunt these beasts while simultaneously refining his physical prowess. And afterward, he would devise a method to exchange for points. With this resolution, Lu Chen made his way deeper into the Beast Peak. Chapter 8. Recruiting a little brother. The Beast Peak connected to the setting sun mountain range. Shrouded in clouds and mist, exuding an air of mystery and dread. Even during his time as an inner sect disciple, Lu Chen had not dared to venture recklessly into the depths of the mountains. For many prodigies of the Zhongwen sect had perished here. Besides hunting beasts, there was a slim chance of encountering a few spiritual herbs on the periphery of the Beast Peak. But on the first day, Lu Chen was solely focused on hunting. The likelihood of encountering herbs was exceedingly low. If any were present, they had long been claimed by other outer sect disciples. Lu Chen had little interest in low-level beasts. Only those equivalent to chi-gathering 4th layer and above piqued his interest. Disciples from the miscellaneous peak who applied to work at the Beast Peak typically operated on the outskirts. Tasked with clearing beast excrement and required to submit a certain number of beast cores to the miscellaneous hall upon their return, as was the custom. Upon entering the Beast Peak, Lao Wu began searching for the presence of that useless character on the periphery. His speed was remarkable. Possessing the cultivation of chi-gathering 6th layer, he was among the elite in the outer sect. Except for those who had entered the elite hall, he too was considered a genius. However, compared to the person he sought to eliminate, this title seemed almost ironic. Within a year, he had ascended from chi-gathering to chi-spirit, traversing a significant realm to become an inner sect disciple. Even within the inner sect, he stood out, just a step away from becoming a true disciple upon passing the sect's assessment. It was well known that once he became a true disciple, his status would soar, akin to that of a sect elder, and his access to cultivation resources would vastly improve. His very existence had begun to threaten certain individuals, which was the reason for his intended demise. Killing inner sect disciples was strictly prohibited, but outer sect and miscellaneous disciples had fewer constraints. Could it be that he was devoured by the beasts? Failing to locate Lu Chen, Lao Wu could only speculate. As outer sect disciples had often gone missing in the periphery, most having been consumed by higher-level beasts. The number of beasts on the outskirts seemed scant, piquing Lao Wu's curiosity. With his current cultivation, he had no qualms about venturing deeper. The unusual movements of the beasts within the Beast Peak had already drawn the attention of powerful figures in the Zhongwen sect, prompting the sect to advise outer disciples to refrain from entering until the situation was clarified. Inner sect disciples faced no such restrictions. All were cultivators of the chi spirit realm, capable of dealing with even ordinary second-layer beasts. The elders of the inner sect even encouraged disciples to seize the opportunity presented by the beast's unusual behavior to train within the peak. For such occurrences often heralded fortuitous encounters, be it the emergence of rare treasures or the ripening of high-grade spiritual herbs. Inner sect disciples had formed teams and entered the depths of the Beast Peak, eager to secure valuable resources before they could be snatched away by others. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, he had wandered into an area he had never explored before, where the beasts were of significantly higher rank. with first-layer beasts equivalent to Qi gathering 7th layer already appearing. The strange calls of the beasts echoed, as if summoning companions or warning Lu Chun that he had trespassed into their territory. The Qi gathering 7th layer beast sensed the robust vitality emanating from Lu Chun, and its limited intelligence prevented it from acting recklessly. It merely glowered at Lu Chun with eyes the size of fists. Awu! Lu Chun regarded the beast, eager to test his mettle. Having already slain a Qi gathering 6th layer beast, could he conquer this 7th layer creature? His internal energy was only at 5 layers, signifying that he remained a Qi gathering 5th layer cultivator. Yet, if he unleashed his full strength, there was still a chance to hunt this Qi gathering 7th layer beast. Brother Lu. A voice filled with excitement pierced the air as Lao Wu's figure came into Lu Chen's view. Lu Chen frowned, scrutinizing the approaching outer sect disciple, sensing an ulterior motive. Ha ha! Lao Wu laughed heartily, drawn by the roar of the beast. He had initially intended to hunt a higher-level beast to earn considerable points, but unexpectedly stumbled upon his target instead. Lu Chun was a prominent figure within the Zhongyuan sect, and the outer disciples had previously only gazed at him from afar. Now, he stood before him, exuding arrogance. Brother Lu, you truly have a charmed life to arrive here. Lao Wu mused, wondering how this waste had managed to reach this point unscathed. Who are you? What do you want with me? Lu Chun inquired. Noting that the demeanor of this individual suggested he was not an unknown entity within the outer sect. Brother Lu, do you not recognize me? Lao Wu replied with a sneer, his gaze at Lu Chun brimming with provocation. Peng Wan sent you, didn't he? Lu Chun spoke the name directly, surprising Lao Wu. Who did you kill? Tell me who is assisting you, and I may grant you a swifter death. Prior to this encounter, Peng Wan had advised him to investigate who was aiding a waste with a ruined Dantian. Very well, Lu Chun said with a casual smile. I'll tell you. The person assisting me is none other than myself. As Lu Chun declared this, he moved, his speed so swift that Lao Wu felt as though he were witnessing a specter. Fear gripped his heart, a cacophony of thoughts racing through his mind. How could this be possible? Lao Wu's perceptiveness surpassed that of the outer disciples who had previously attempted to kill Lu Chun. He immediately recognized the energy fluctuations Lu Chun exhibited. With a ruined Dantian, you can still cultivate? Or perhaps the tale of your Dantian being destroyed is merely a facade put on by the law enforcement hall's elders. Run, was the first instinctive thought that surged through Lao Wu's mind. Now he understood how this so-called waste had managed to reach this point. His Dantian had never been damaged. Lao Wu's speed was remarkable, employing his utmost agility, yet Lu Chun appeared to move languidly, effortlessly closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Brother Lu, spare me. I swear by my soul that I will never reveal your secret. I in a desperate bid for survival. Lao Wu fell to his knees, realizing that escape was futile and that he must find a way to live. Such was the plight of the lower-tier disciples of the Zhongyuan sect. Their lives deemed as inconsequential as ants, discarded like worn-out shoes. The murderous intent in Lu Chen's eyes gradually dissipated. Reflecting on the past year, he had been indifferent to others, consumed by his own cultivation, and had not made a single friend. Had he shown some measure of politeness, perhaps a single spirit essence pill would not have led him to this lowly state. Very well, I shall spare your life. This individual held some significance within the outer sect. Eliminating him would be less advantageous than keeping him around. However, Lu Chun harbored doubts about Lao Wu's ability to truly keep his secret. With formidable spiritual power, he intruded into Lao Wu's soul sea, leaving behind a mark. This was a form of soul manipulation from the ancient dragon elephant technique. Once the mark was planted, should Lao Wu dare to betray him, it would immediately erase his soul sea. With Lu Chen's current cultivation, controlling a Qi gathering 6th layer cultivator was well within his capabilities. Chapter 9. The Peak of the Dragon God, what have you done to me? Lao Wu gazed at Lu Chen in terror, sensing something new within his soul sea. You must be familiar with soul manipulation techniques, Lu Chen remarked. Upon hearing this, Lao Wu's face drained of color. Stripped of any other thoughts, soul manipulation could only be wielded by cultivators of the Qi spirit realm, and the Lu Chen before him had not been rendered powerless. The revelation stunned Lao Wu. As Lu Qin's soul manipulation revealed even more information, Peng Wan was, in fact, a talented scion of the Peng family from Taizhou, and his aim in joining the Zhongyuan sect was to cultivate its profound techniques. The Peng family was a noble lineage within the Dayan Empire, with powerful figures at their disposal. The Zhongyuan sect was a first-rate sect within the Dayan Empire, protected by formidable Qi infant realm experts, which was the reason for its enduring presence over millennia. Lu Chen had no connection with Peng Wan, nor any grievances. Why then did he seek to kill him? Old Five was oblivious to the situation, aware only that Peng Wan intended to kill Lu Chen and was willing to pay any price to accomplish this. After dealing with Old Five, the next task was to hunt down a first-tier mystical beast equivalent to the 7th level of Qi gathering. Upon seeing Old Five, the beast stealthily slipped away. Old Five had resigned himself to his fate, hoping merely to serve Lu Chen well, with the hope that one day he could rid him of the soul sea mark left behind. To remove the soul sea mark, one would need to surpass the cultivator who left it by a significant margin. Otherwise, even a cultivator at the pill-gathering realm would be unable to eliminate it. Old Five, do you know Zhang Wen? Among the outer disciples, Lu Chen was familiar only with Zhang Wen, the one with whom he shared the closest bond. Senior brother Zhang had become an inner disciple 3 days prior. A smile broke across Lu Chen's face. He knew he wouldn't be too late. While training together on the mystical beast peak, he recognized that Zhang Wen's talent was no less than his own, merely suppressed in terms of cultivation speed. Senior brother Lu, Old Five was now utterly devoted to aiding Lu Chen. His life and future lay firmly in Lu Chen's hands. Could he dare not consider Lu Chen's well-being? If Lu Chen were to be killed, the soul sea mark within his body would similarly erase his own soul. The sounds of various mystical beasts echoed throughout the mystical beast peak, accompanied by strange ripples interweaving in the air, resembling a form of communication among the mystical creatures. What is happening? Lu Chen had never witnessed such an unusual phenomenon. During his year at Zhongyuan sect, the mystical beast peak and the depths of the setting sun mountain range had remained tranquil, with even the rare advanced mystical beasts seldom making an appearance. Senior brother Lu, perhaps we should return? Old Five's fear of death was not the issue. He sensed a troubling premonition, a feeling of impending danger. Lu Chen felt ambitious. Had he still been at the Qi gathering realm, he would have rushed towards the anomaly without hesitation. Unfortunately, he was merely at the 5th level of Qi gathering. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could only match the 7th level. It was best to prioritize his own life, even if a rare treasure were to emerge. It had nothing to do with him. Zhongyuan sect was home to numerous spiritual peaks, each led by its own peak master. Clouds swirled around, with celestial cranes soaring, their gentle cooing resembling the ethereal sounds of immortals. Among the 12 zodiac peaks of Zhongyuan sect stood the Dragon God Peak, which appeared as if it had not been tended to for centuries, overgrown with weeds, while the Dragon God Temple lay in ruins. Its 3 characters dimmed and lifeless. It was as if divine thunder roared from the skies. Everything upon Dragon God Peak trembled. Even the slenderest blade of grass seemed to sense an overwhelming surge of vitality. A low, resonant sound emanated from within the mountain, shaking all that existed. Deep within Zhongyuan sect, several dormant presences abruptly awakened, hurtling towards Dragon God Peak, arriving in the blink of an eye, suspended in midair. There was no thunderous roar, yet it felt as though a heavenly tribulation was brewing. What is this? A startled exclamation rang out in the air. Impossible. How could he still be alive? Doubts were voiced. Even as the lightning in the air began to converge. Suddenly, as if an egg had shattered without a sound, a disheveled figure tumbled out of the breach in space, appearing as though it had been kicked out by someone. After rolling out, the figure flipped over and stood in midair, presenting an unkempt yet disdainful smile. Fellow disciples, I have returned. Some faces twitched. They had only come in spirit, not in body, yet they were still struck with astonishment by the sight before them. 600 years ago, the peak master of Dragon God Peak, Long Outyin, the man who boasted of being invincible across the world, had returned. Due to an expedition, he had taken the Dragon God Cauldron, resulting in the severance of the temple's lineage. Since that generation, Dragon God Peak had fallen into decline. Who would have thought that after 6 centuries, this man, who often lamented that the heavens had not birthed anyone like him, would reappear? 6 centuries, a time span that marked the lifespan limit for a pill-gathering realm expert. His return implied that Long Outyin was at least a formidable being of the infant-gathering realm. This is my dragon god peak. Long Outyin gazed down at the dilapidated spiritual peak beneath him, questioning whether he had arrived at the wrong place. Senior Brother Long. The spirits in midair finally reacted, recounting the events that had transpired since he took the Dragon God Cauldron. Long Outyin chuckled foolishly, I see, but it matters not. Now that I have returned, Dragon God Peak will once again be the pinnacle among peaks. Let me see what outstanding disciples have emerged in the sect over these 6 centuries. With that, Long Outyin's spiritual power instantly radiated outward, enveloping the entirety of Tsongyuan's sect. This aura, the spirits of Tsongyuan's sect were taken aback, nearly dissipating. It was the aura of a gathering spirit realm expert. For over 1,000 years, Tsongyuan's sect had not seen anyone of such caliber. Deep within Tsongyuan's sect, the corporeal bodies of these spiritual entities, regardless of whether they were in seclusion or otherwise occupied, suddenly opened their eyes, turning their gazes towards Dragon God Peak. This matter must not be disclosed, a voice echoed softly, and numerous elder patriarchs responded. Understood. Everyone knew Long Outyin's temperament. It was best to feign ignorance regarding his affairs and allow him to act as he pleased. The elders displayed smiles. Tsongyuan's sect now possessed a gathering spirit realm expert. How far could they be from becoming a super sect? On Dragon God Peak, Long Outyin sighed in disappointment. He had found no promising seedlings within the sect, just as he was about to express concerns over the lack of successors when his gaze shifted towards the mystical beast peak. Igniting a fierce glimmer in his eyes, the next moment, his figure tore through the void and vanished once more. Chapter 10. I have my eyes on you while Lu Qian and Old Five were in the midst of hunting a first-tier mystical beast equivalent to the 7th level of Qi gathering. They did not anticipate attracting the attention of an 8th-level first-tier mystical beast, a ferocious toothed tiger, renowned for its deadly attacks. Its teeth were harder than most swords, capable of crushing even stone. Initially, Old Five paid little heed, believing Lu Qian, as a Qi-gathering realm cultivator, could effortlessly slay a first-tier mystical beast. Little did he know, Lu Qian had no intention of engaging. Instead, he urged Old Five to flee. The toothed tiger, with its formidable teeth and incredible speed, darted forward like a flash of lightning, covering several meters in a single bound. Old Five lagged behind, quickly being overtaken by the toothed tiger, while Lu Qian, had he been alone, would have already escaped. Having just acquired a new ally, he couldn't afford to let his life be forfeit here. You beast! Lu Qian executed a swift counterattack, moving Old Five to tears. Watch my fist! Lu Qian clenched his fist and struck the toothed tiger's massive head. The beast did not evade. It took the blow directly, the immense recoil sending shivers through Lu Qian's fist. The excruciating pain allowed him to ascertain his current strength, around 1,300 pounds, which he believed to be his limit. The toothed tiger, momentarily disoriented by the punch, roared in rage and abandoned its pursuit of Old Five. Charging straight at Lu Qian evaded nimbly, but the toothed tiger continued its relentless assault, roaring in fury. Old Five stood dumbfounded, witnessing the might of Lu Qian, who was still being chased by a first-tier mystical beast. What a loss of face! In front of his newly acquired companion, Lu Qian, now incensed by the toothed tiger's aggression, ceased to evade. Instead, he seized the opportunity to deliver another punch, this time aiming for its eye. Suffering from the blow, the toothed tiger slowed considerably, allowing Lu Qian to mount its back, gripping tightly onto its nostrils with one hand while delivering blow after blow with the other. The toothed tiger endeavored to throw Lu Qian off, racing wildly, attempting to shake him off in its frantic speed. Lu Qian's grip remained firm, akin to reins on a bull. Old Five watched in awe as the toothed tiger spun about, even trying to crash into trees, ultimately leading to its own body colliding with the trunk. The once ferocious beast was reduced to a pitiful wail, one eye battered and bloodied from Lu Qian's relentless barrage. The toothed tiger lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while Lu Qian panted beside it, employing a classic thug's tactic, wearing the opponent down to exhaustion. Aren't you coming to help? While catching his breath, Lu Qin did not forget to chide the astonished Old Five. Old Five approached hesitantly, eyeing the toothed tiger, which weighed 400 to 500 pounds. If he could turn its flesh into a meal, it would undoubtedly enhance his vitality. Senior brother Lu, your cultivation? Old Five had discerned Lu Qin's secret. The figure before him was not a mere chi-gathering realm cultivator. Do not ask what you ought not to. Lu Qin cast a piercing glare at him, his gaze like a blazing torch, instilling a chill throughout Lao Wu's body. Even though the other party was not at the gathering spirit realm, his life rested precariously in the hands of this individual. Lao Wu began to obediently slaughter the ferocious toothed tiger, extracting its most precious possessions. Aside from the azure core, there was also its fine pelt and 2 formidable fangs, all of which could yield a considerable amount of points. Once he completed this task, Lu Qin had sufficiently rested and approached the skinned ferocious toothed tiger, delivering a swift kick. This beast possessed brute strength exceeding 1,500 pounds. Slaying it was no easy feat. Lao Wu, unwilling to let the tiger's meat go to waste, sought the most potent part of its flesh to carve off, setting up a fire to roast it nearby. The disciples entering the Mystic Beast Peak for training relied on the blood and flesh of these mystical beasts to replenish the nutrients their bodies required. Only those at the Gathering Pill realm could truly achieve fasting, surviving solely on spiritual energy. The aroma of the tiger's meat was rather enticing, just as Lu Qin was about to tear off a piece to savor. An unkempt figure appeared seemingly out of nowhere, having successfully snatched the tiger meat from Lu Qin's grasp, devouring it with great relish. How dare you steal from Senior Lu? Lao Wu stood up, eager to assert himself, determined to demonstrate what a loyal subordinate should do. Silence. The voice that spoke was not that of the disheveled man but Lu Qin's. The ability to appear silently at his side and seize the meat indicated that the other's cultivation was at least at the gathering spirit realm, if not higher. Esteemed senior, are you also a disciple of the Zhongyuan sect? Lu Qin's brows furrowed. He did not know many outer disciples, but he had seen inner disciples during the elders' lectures. The disheveled figure's attire did not reveal whether he was from the outer or inner sect. Yet, who besides a disciple of Zhongyuan sect would dare intrude upon the sacred mountains of the sect? Kind of. Long Outyin continued to gnaw on the tiger meat, relishing the taste after centuries without such sustenance. What do you mean by kind of? Both Lao Wu and Lu Qin were perplexed. At their age, if one did not achieve anything within the sect, they would typically leave, either to serve prominent families for cultivation resources or to serve the Great Yin dynasty, earning resources through military merit. Are you an elder? Lu Qin inquired tentatively. Within the Zhongyuan sect, only those who had reached the Gathering Pill realm could remain as elders. To his surprise, Long Outyin nodded proudly, declaring, not before, but now I am. He regarded Lu Qin with an expression akin to how one might look at the tiger meat in hand, sending a shiver down Lu Qin's spine, uncertain whether his secrets could be concealed from a cultivator of the Gathering Pill realm. The concealment technique might well be ineffective. Lao Wu was taken aback. An elder of the sect was indeed a formidable individual, and he wondered if he would ever have the chance to attain such strength in his lifetime. Lu Qin, feeling exposed, was uncomfortable under the gaze that felt akin to being stripped bare. Young man, I have taken a liking to you. Lu Qin nearly stumbled at this declaration, fearing the disheveled man might possess some peculiar nickname. Fortunately, the following words provided him relief. From this day forth, you shall be the grand senior brother of Long Shan Peak. Wait, Long Shan Peak. Lu Qin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the disheveled elder. Uncertain. Are you sure it's Long Shan Peak? Long Outyin nodded emphatically, proclaiming, the foremost peak of Zhongyuan sect, Long Shan Peak. What, young man, are you displeased? Chapter 11. My words are law. Every disciple of the Zhongyuan sect, whether outer or inner, knew that Long Shan Peak had long been devoid of inheritance, lying in ruins for centuries. Centuries ago, Long Shan Peak was indeed the foremost peak of the sect, but now it stood as the least esteemed. The sudden emergence of an elder, claiming to be from Long Shan Peak, was perplexing. Was it not said that the peak had already severed its lineage? Where did this Gathering Pill realm elder come from? Even though he had been relegated to the servant peak, as long as he kept a low profile, persevered in his cultivation, and awaited the right moment, there remained a chance for him to soar to great heights. Longshan Peak, after centuries of desolation, was even more devoid of spiritual energy than the Servant Peak. Who would venture there? Senior, are you truly an elder of the sect? Luqian found it hard to believe this man was not a charlatan. Elders of the Zhongyuan sect were typically exalted figures, resplendent with authority. This individual before him looked more like a beggar than a respected elder. Young man, do not be ungrateful. With your Dantian ruined, leaving only a cyclone, how do you expect to cultivate and gather pills on your own? The greatest secret of Luqian was laid bare. At this moment, it was impossible for him to doubt the disheveled elder. In the entire Zhongyuan sect, only I can assist you. This voice resonated in his mind, audible only to Luqian. After you exit, come to Longshan Peak to see me. The disheveled man, still clutching the tiger meat, vanished without a trace, leaving both Lao Wu and Luqian in astonishment. Such cultivation surpassed not just the gathering pill realm but was likely among its strongest practitioners. Of course, they did not envision him as a supreme elder. There were but a few supreme elders in the entire Zhongyuan sect, rarely seen in a century. Those were the sect's treasures, ancient relics of hundreds of years. Lao Wu was drenched in cold sweat. He had almost prepared to teach a lesson to the thief who had pilfered Senior Lu's meat. Fortunately, the elder had dismissed him entirely. Now, however, he regarded Luqian with gleaming eyes. An elder of the sect had personally sought him out. What kind of talent must one possess to attract such attention? He needed to hold on tightly to this opportunity. Luqian's heart was tumultuous. The sudden emergence of the ancient dragon elephant technique within him remained a mystery, and he had yet to comprehend the origin of the thunder that had struck him. It seemed that maintaining a low profile while hiding in the Servant Peak was no longer feasible. The disturbances at the Mystic Beast Peak had drawn numerous inner disciples into the mountains for training, including true disciples, all of whom were the future hopes of the Zhongyuan sect, each a potential seed of power at the Gathering Pill realm. With a significant chance of surviving the heavenly thunder and successfully gathering pills. Deep within Mystic Beast Peak, the beasts were exceptionally agitated. Many high-ranking mystical beasts appeared at the periphery, even second-tier beasts. The inner disciples of the sect charged in with great excitement, but some would remain forever within Mystic Beast Peak. Luqian and Lao Wu stayed at the outskirts, watching the self-destructive mystical beasts. Given their cultivation, venturing deeper into Mystic Beast Peak would be tantamount to seeking death. After the deaths and injuries of over 100 inner disciples, the elders of the sect finally took notice. They sent a team into Mystic Beast Peak and discovered that the recent disturbance was due to the Beast King, the nine-headed python, laying eggs. Once the news spread, the inner and true disciples had no choice but to retreat, lowering their banners and returning to Zhongyuan sect. The price of provoking a creature on the verge of becoming a spiritual beast was far too great, and Zhongyuan sect dared not take that risk. A month passed, and Luqian and Lao Wu had hunted numerous mystical beasts. On this day, Luqian entrusted all their spoils to Lao Wu, instructing him to exchange them for points as an outer disciple. If Luqian were to attempt this as a servant disciple, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Lao Wu, at the 6th level of Gathering Qi, would not raise suspicions. After obtaining Gathering Qi pills, he would be able to advance to the 7th level. After a month, Luqian had reached the 7th level of Gathering Qi, with 7 immense cyclones swirling in the position of his Dantian, the abundant true energy instilling within him a sense of formidable strength. Now, with the power of 2,000 pounds in a single punch, he was on the brink of the Gathering Qi realm's pinnacle. Outer disciples could now receive a simple storage bag from the sect, albeit small, with a maximum capacity of 1 square meter, designed for convenience during training and for storing obtained treasures. Lao Wu's storage bag was filled to the brim. He dared not bring forth the tiger pelt and core, lest others question his ability to hunt a ferocious toothed tiger at the 8th level of Gathering Qi. After briefing Lao Wu, Luqian exited Mystic Beast Peak, his gaze sharp and focused. After a month of cultivation, he had not undergone a complete transformation, yet he felt over 3 times stronger than he had a month prior. Now, even when facing cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of Gathering Qi, Luqian was confident he could deliver a fatal blow with a single punch, devoid of any martial techniques. Upon returning to the servant hall to submit his work, Steward Shui regarded Lu Qian with disbelief, as though he were seeing a ghost. He had long presumed Lu Qian dead. Steward Shui was merely a practitioner at the 9th level of Gathering Qi, who would never have the opportunity to reach the Gathering Spirit realm. He had secured the position of steward at the Servant Peak through connections, often oppressing the disciples there. Lu Qian, the quantity you've submitted is incorrect. Steward Shui scrutinized Lu Qian's bulging bag, his curiosity piqued. This waste had indeed survived Mystic Beast Peak, once a master of Gathering Spirit. Steward Shui, I submitted the quantity according to the rules. Lu Qian wished to avoid unnecessary conversation with Steward Shui. Eager to leave the servant hall, rules, Steward Shui scoffed. How dare you speak of rules with me? The rules of the servant hall are dictated by me. Deliver to me all the gains from this occasion. I suspect you have harmed our fellow disciples within the Xian Beast Peak. Do you believe I will send you to the law enforcement hall for immediate execution? A cold glint flashed in Lu Qian's eyes. The benevolent are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are often ridden. With a mere flick of his tongue, Shui Zhishe could demand Lu Qian's very life. Who would concern themselves with the fate of a mere servant disciple, particularly one whose dantian has been rendered useless? Shui Zhishe, this is my offering to you. Lu Qian suppressed the pain in his heart as he handed over the contents of his bag to Shui Zhishe. Fortunately, he had the foresight to have taken the valuable items with Fifth Brother. Very well, return to rest. Tomorrow, we shall continue cleaning the excrement of the Xian beasts. Shui Zhishe laughed mockingly, while the others in the miscellaneous hall showed no sympathy. This was not a sentiment reserved for Lu Qian alone. The servant disciple, to bear I shall ensure you repay this in double. Lu Qian stepped away from the miscellaneous hall, not returning to his quarters, but instead making his way out of the Servant Peak towards the Dragon God Peak. Chapter 12. A revival of abandoned aspirations. The Dragon God Peak, long forsaken for centuries, was overgrown with weeds, devoid of even a single wild bird. Such a mountain stood out as an anomaly within the Zhongyuan sect. The Dragon God Peak exuded not a whisper of spiritual energy, as if an invisible grand formation isolated the spiritual veins buried deep beneath the earth. Outer and inner disciples alike would not spare a second glance at the Dragon God Peak. Let alone ascend its heights. Today, the sun shone brightly, the sky a canvas of clear blue, unmarred by a single cloud. A figure, somewhat disheveled, cast a long shadow, reminiscent of a silent golden dragon. Look, someone is attempting to ascend the Dragon God Peak. Haha, who on earth is foolish enough to do that? Wait, that person looks familiar. It seems to be Lu Shixiao. Lu Shixiao, the one who stole the sect's Lingxiudan. Does he deserve to be called a senior brother? Can he truly ascend the Dragon God Peak? A mere waste of space like him? Disciples from the surrounding spiritual peaks observed the figure making its way towards the Dragon God Peak, their gazes sharp enough to discern for several miles. Lu Qian, oblivious to the opinions of others regarding his actions today, found himself with no retreat. He could only choose to trust the disheveled elder. Even though he had yet to learn the elder's identity, remaining at the Servant Peak, he realized, would render any clandestine cultivation impossible. With his rising cultivation, he required greater resources. Among the tens of thousands of outer disciples in the Zhongyuan sect, few aspired to ascend the 12 zodiac peaks, as the path required rigorous selection and the ability to withstand the trials of the ascent. Lu Qian, previously gifted, had not chosen any peak for cultivation. For to become a disciple of any peak was to implicitly align oneself with the peak's leader and their faction. The leaders of the 12 peaks hailed from the various powerful factions of the Great Yin dynasty. Only the Dragon God Peak had its lineage severed for centuries, nearly forgotten by the disciples of Zhongyuan sect. Each spiritual peak would select outstanding disciples from among the outer and inner disciples, inviting them to join, often offering cultivation resources as enticement. The selection of disciples occurred only once a year. Should a candidate refuse, they could not be compelled. Last year, while still in the Qi gathering realm and an outer disciple, the Tiger God Peak had sought Lu Qian's allegiance, but he had turned them down. In the time since, he had pondered much and even suspected that his predicament had been orchestrated by the Tiger God Peak. Dragon God Peak, I hope you will not disappoint me. Without hesitation, Lu Qian stepped onto the path of ascent, greeted neither by disciples of the Dragon God Peak nor by any evaluators. The entire peak was eerily silent. Yet, as Lu Qian set foot on the initial step of the path, a thunderous roar erupted, a long rainbow shooting skyward, harmonizing with the heavens and resonating with deep thrumming sounds surrounding him. What is this? Gasps arose from the crowd, awakening the powerful beings on the other spiritual peaks. He has triggered the assessment of the Dragon God Peak. Surprised exclamations filled the air, incredulity etched on their faces. How could it be? The spiritual light that had not appeared for 600 years suddenly returns. Look, someone pointed towards the Dragon God Peak, where the once chaotic flora seemed to awaken, thriving with vitality as if ignited by an unseen force. Heavens! The spiritual veins of the Dragon God Peak have been opened. Many displayed greedy expressions. The underground spiritual vein, accumulated over 6 centuries, now revealed its power. To cultivate in such a place would surely yield remarkable progress. Lu Qian reveled in the attention, basking in the warm spiritual energy surrounding him. This feels incredible, Lu Qian laughed, thinking to himself that had he known it would be like this, he would have ascended the Dragon God Peak long ago. With his second step, the world seemed to change hue. The previously clear sky was suddenly adorned with streaks of lightning. What is happening? Confusion spread among the observers. On the Snake God Peak, Peng Wan clenched his fists. Watching the figure bathed in golden light, he had just become a disciple of the Snake God Peak and was filled with pride. Yet, he never anticipated that a discarded waste, twice attempted to be eliminated, now sought to ascend the Dragon God Peak. If the Dragon God Peak were truly desolate, it would be one thing, but it was evident to all that the peak had awakened, resonating with myriad forces. To his astonishment, the Dragon God Peak had indeed initiated its assessment for him. The ascent path served as a trial. 600 years ago, only a handful could traverse the Dragon God Peak's ascent and join its ranks. For a mere Dantian-wasted individual to aspire to ascend the Dragon God Peak was nothing short of delusional. Lu Qian's step forward drew the gaze of many, the long-dormant spiritual veins of the Dragon God Peak awakening. Could it signify the return of its legacy? A fervent light ignited in the eyes of some. If the Dragon God Peak truly revived its legacy, it would undoubtedly stir the Zhongyuan sect, resulting in throngs vying to ascend the peak. And the atmosphere was already abuzz. After Lu Qian took his second step, the world transformed. The creatures upon the Dragon God Peak trembled, yet to outsiders, none of this seemed to affect Lu Qian as he boldly took his third step. With each step he took, the peak appeared to unveil an invisible barrier. The entire Dragon God Peak became enveloped in a crystalline glow. The protective formation of the peak. Someone shouted, "Curse it! Was it not said that the Dragon God Ding? The peak's treasure was lost?" The scene before them could only be explained by one reason. The protective formation had been activated. Unless another treasure had manifested, the long-abandoned Dragon God Peak would not yield such power. In the entirety of Zhongyuan sect, only 3 treasures existed, one of which was the Dragon God Ding lost 600 years ago. The crystalline radiance was a response to the full activation of the protective formation, isolating all external energies. From this moment forth, the Dragon God Peak, shrouded in mist, concealed all activities upon it, including the newly ascended Lu Qian. He must not obtain the legacy of the Dragon God Peak. A voice roared, filled with frustration, as someone left their position, heading towards the Dragon God Peak. At the foot of the Dragon God Peak, at the entrance of ascent, figures were forcefully repelled by the formidable protective formation. Their eyes filled with resentment. Why? One shouted, "This is an insult to us. A mere waste with a ruined Dantian can ascend. Yet we cannot." They had witnessed the awakening of the Dragon God Peak's spiritual veins and sought to partake, only to be thoroughly rebuffed. The protective formation of the Dragon God Peak had cast them back, preventing them from even stepping onto the ascent path. Disciples from the Zhongyuan sect who had not chosen to cultivate at the spiritual peaks flocked towards the Dragon God Peak, eager to test their chances of ascending. Chapter 13. The senior brother of the Dragon God Peak with Lu Qian's ascent to the Dragon God Peak. The spiritual veins awakened, and the protective formation activated. All eyes turned towards him. Outer disciples of the Zhongyuan sect, having not chosen to cultivate at the spiritual peaks, could now opt for the ascent assessment. At this moment, Any fool would recognize that successfully ascending the peak not only allowed for cultivation on the Dragon God Peak, but also presented the opportunity to inherit its legacy. 600 years ago, the Dragon God Peak was the most formidable spiritual peak in the Zhongyuan sect. Its former leader was a pinnacle cultivator at the 10th level of the Dan Gathering realm. Few disciples entering the Zhongyuan sect were unaware of the legends surrounding the Dragon God Peak. Now, as the Dragon God Peak stirred to life, the rich spiritual mist was enough to incite envy at a mere glance. The first batch of disciples who arrived attempted to ascend, yet none could even take the first step. They lacked the qualification to ascend. Even some inner disciples were expelled from the protective formation. Gazing despondently at the spirit-rich peak on the Dragon God Peak, however, the scene was vastly different. After Lu Chun took his third step, no further obstacles remained. The Dragon God Peak seemed to open its gates, with even the surrounding weeds flourishing, as if welcoming their new master. The path of ascent comprised 900 steps. According to the assessment of the Dragon God Peak, those who could ascend 9 steps would become outer disciples. Those who could reach 90 steps would be inner disciples, and those who could ascend all 900 steps would be true disciples. Historically, the records of the Zhongyuan sect indicated many had reached 90 steps. Yet none had ever directly ascended all 900 steps. For thousands of years, there had not been a single true disciple of the Dragon God Peak. At this moment, Lu Chun stood upon a platform situated 900 steps high. If the outside world were to catch sight of him now, it would surely leave them in awe. Ascending step by step, one man had reached the pinnacle. The aura of spiritual energy surrounding him was palpable. Standing upon this platform, the spiritual energy was so dense that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Such potent energy could provoke transformations even in the most mundane of life forms. "You have arrived," a calm voice resonated, and a figure appeared on the platform. A scruffy man reappeared before Lu Chun. "Disciple Lu Chun, I pay my respects to the elder." Lu Chun offered a respectful bow. Now devoid of any doubt that this disheveled man was indeed an elder of the Dragon God Peak of the Zhongyuan sect. Otherwise, such phenomena would not have occurred. The disciples of Dragon God Peak were always the cream of the crop. In the past 600 years, you are the first disciple to emerge from this peak. From this moment forth, you shall be the grand senior brother of Dragon God Peak. A.S. Long Outyin spoke. He tossed Lu Chun a token, which bore the intricate carving of a divine dragon, its eyes sparkling with life. This token also served as a storage artifact, containing everything a grand senior brother of Dragon God Peak should possess. With this token, you may procure the resources allocated to Dragon God Peak from the sect, as well as oversee the recruitment of disciples. Everything shall be at your discretion. Unless absolutely necessary, do not disturb me. Tend to your own affairs. Upon finishing his words, the scruffy man vanished from Lu Chun's sight once more, as if he had never been there. Were it not for the token in his grasp, Lu Chun might have doubted his own reality. Within the token, a piece of information infiltrated Lu Chun's mind, elucidating its use. The privileges of Dragon God Peak were indeed unparalleled. The token itself was a magical artifact, not only allowing him to control the protective formations of Dragon God Peak, but also serving as a storage device filled with precious spirit stones, none of which were ordinary, but rather medium-grade spirit stones. Even the mightiest of cultivators in the Gathering Pill realm would be tempted by medium-grade spirit stones. The dragon token felt like a hot potato in Lu Chun's hands. As a mere cultivator of the Gathering Chi realm, possessing such a powerful artifact could hardly be considered a blessing. He couldn't shake the feeling that the elder's intentions were far from benevolent. Handing him a spiritual peak seemed too generous. Looking at his surroundings, Lu Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Occupying a spiritual peak all by himself was a privilege that even the sect master would not enjoy. The dragon token contained a plethora of items. Gathering spirit pills, spirit essence pills. These treasures, deemed exceedingly valuable by gathering spirit cultivators, lay discarded in a corner. Lu Chun had once been expelled from the inner sect because of a spirit essence pill, and now, within the dragon token, there were at least dozens of them. This is incredible. In Lu Chun's consciousness, he beheld a palm-sized cauldron within the dragon token. The 9-legged cauldron, with its 9 corners, each adorned with the head of a dragon, triggered a natural flow of energy within Lu Chun, as if it had activated a hidden mechanism. Sensing the surge of energy, Lu Chun quickly withdrew his consciousness, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The Dragon Cauldron, the supreme treasure of Dragon God Peak. His eyes widened in astonishment and confusion. How could the Dragon Cauldron, lost for 600 years, have appeared in his possession? And who was that scruffy man? Such a sect treasure, so casually bestowed upon him by the scruffy man, left Lu Chun feeling lightheaded despite his resilience. The treasures on him must remain a secret. They could not be exposed. Lu Chun smiled wryly. The scruffy man was not offering assistance but rather placing him in jeopardy. Possessing such treasures was futile without the cultivation level to wield them. It seemed as though he had acquired a wealth of treasures. Yet few were truly usable. Even the medium-grade spirit stones could only be harnessed by someone at the Gathering Pill realm. Lu Chun was unaware that these items were merely the most mundane possessions of Long Outyin, who had no use for them and thus bestowed them upon Lu Chun to strengthen Dragon God Peak. Deep within the Zhongyuan sect, a spiritual peak shrouded in mist stood far removed from other peaks. This was the sect's main peak, where the spiritual energy was more than 100 times denser than that of other peaks, for it was the dwelling of the sect master, Xiaozi, a powerful figure in the Dian Empire. Xiaozi was a formidable cultivator at the 6th level of the Gathering Infant realm. On the main peak, a manifestation of Xiaozi stood respectfully, while seated nearby was the scruffy man, Long Outyin. "Senior brother, you have returned. I am relieved." The sect master, Xiaozi, had only left a manifestation at the main peak, while his true self resided in the capital of the Dian Empire, thousands of miles away. Even as a manifestation, his aura was enough to obliterate those at the Gathering Pill realm. Long Outyin gazed at his long-lost junior brother, sighing, "What is the necessity of all this?" Xiaozi wore a helpless expression, aware that he could not conceal his current predicament from his elder brother, who had long surpassed him. "Has the successor for Dragon God Peak been chosen for that purpose?" Long Outyin replied, "It has been 600 years. It is time to seek them out, rest assured. Before that, I will ensure he possesses the strength to protect himself." Xiaozi smiled faintly, relieved that his brother understood the gravity of the situation. "The sect has become too chaotic. Your focus has strayed from it in recent years. It is time to cleanse the ranks." Xiaozi remained silent, fully aware of his brother's temperament. He understood the state of the Zhongyuan sect better than anyone. The unity that once prevailed had long since dissipated, primarily due to the infiltration of various factions from the Dian Empire, something even he could not control. "Your desire to cleanse the ranks must be enacted by someone. If you cannot do it, then allow me to take charge." At the heart of the Zhongyuan sect stood the True Inheritance Monument, a stone tablet displaying the names of the true disciples from various spiritual peaks. Only the 3 main peaks, aside from the 12 zodiac peaks, had the authority to accept true disciples. Each peak could only accept up to 3 true disciples, whose cultivation must be below the Gathering Pill realm. The status of a true disciple was equivalent to that of an elder within the sect. At this moment, a name illuminated on the True Inheritance Monument, Dragon God Peak, Lu Chun. When this name appeared, the disciples nearby who had witnessed this phenomenon displayed expressions of astonishment. A beam of light shot into the heavens from the True Inheritance Monument, heralding the presence of a new true disciple within the Zhongyuan sect. "Impossible!" As the anomaly unfolded, an enraged voice erupted. The identity of a true disciple was rare within the current Zhongyuan sect, with fewer than 15 individuals holding that title. Becoming a true disciple was not merely a matter of talent. Prior to this, despite the multitude of inner and outer disciples, Lu Chun had garnered the highest acclaim due to his exceptional aptitude, which could only be described as a once-in-a-century occurrence, before his cultivation was crippled. Lu Chun had already reached the 6th level of the Gathering Spirit realm. Now, with Lu Chun's name inscribed on the True Inheritance Monument, it shattered the illusions held by many. The radiant beam of light signified that Lu Chun would soar to new heights from this day forth. While some felt discontent, others were unwilling to accept the reality of a seemingly crippled individual rising to become a true disciple. News of this development spread throughout the Zhongyuan sect, leaving no one unaware of it. How could this happen? Some clenched their fists in despair, their resentment palpable. Underneath Dragon God Peak, those disciples thwarted by the protective formation gazed up in disbelief. Unbeknownst to Lu Xun, who had been searching for the elder atop Dragon God Peak, his name had already graced the True Inheritance Monument. Frustrated by the disarray of the Dragon God Peak's main hall, he contemplated the rights he now possessed as the Grand Senior Brother of Dragon God Peak. He held the authority to recruit disciples. Within his Dragon token lay numerous identity tokens. Wielding the identity token of Dragon God Peak would grant him access without being repelled by the formations. Without a peak leader, no techniques, no fellow brothers, and only an elder and a Grand Senior Brother. Would anyone wish to join Dragon God Peak? Lu Xun underestimated the enthusiasm of the Zhongyuan sect disciples. As he descended from Dragon God Peak, those discontented disciples lingered below, unwilling to depart. Now that Lu Xun's status as a true disciple of Dragon God Peak was public knowledge, many awaited the opportunity to curry favor with this newly appointed Grand Senior Brother. Greetings, Brother Lu. Brother Lu has arrived. A pair of fervent gazes were fixed upon Lu Xun, starkly contrasting with the slander and ridicule he had endured a month prior. They seemed to fear offending him, their smiles radiating an insincerity that was almost palpable. The vicissitudes of life, the warmth and coldness of human emotions, were merely a reflection of the myriad experiences one encounters in existence. Lu Xun's eyes swept over these individuals. They had once flattered him just as they did today. Yet when he was stripped of his powers, who among them stood up to defend him? Who extended a hand to assist him? None. At that time, these people were eager to distance themselves from him, as if he were a pariah. How laughable! In the past, Lu Xun would have reveled in such attention, proud and self-satisfied. However, that was no longer the case. He understood their true faces better than anyone else. Lu Shixiang, a melodious voice broke through, and a stunning figure approached gracefully, like a celestial being gliding on the breeze. Su Ruyan, the most beautiful woman of Zhongyuan sect, was seen as a fairy among the disciples. Look, it's Sister Su. She and Brother Lu truly are a match made in heaven. Golden Boy and Jade Girl, what could be more perfect? Among the crowd, some expressed envy, others jealousy, yet all offered insincere compliments that had once been their frequent utterances. Terms like Golden Boy and Jade Girl, divine couple, rang in Lu Xun's ears as the sharpest irony. Congratulations! Su Ruyan was indeed breathtaking. Her every movement stirred the imagination and evoked deep reflections. Even now, upon encountering Su Ruyan again, Lu Xun found it impossible to remain indifferent, for she was a woman he once strove to protect with all his might. Her frigid words from that fateful day echoed in Lu Xun's mind. If I said I did not steal the Lingxiu Dan, would you believe me? This question, which he had refrained from asking back then, now escaped his lips before a throng of sect disciples. Su Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Of course I believe you. The Law Enforcement Hall has issued a statement. The Lingxiu Dan was not stolen by you. It was taken by the third elder of Xishan Peak. The elder took it? Lu Xun could not suppress a laugh. Was it truly that simple? He had been at a loss for words at the time. And the Law Enforcement Hall had not investigated thoroughly. Now, they simply dismissed the matter with the excuse that it had been taken by the elder. How absurd! Lu Xun's laughter was so frigid that those around him felt the chill emanating from his being. A coldness that was utterly unapproachable. Xishan Peak. An icy glint flashed in Lu Xun's eyes. He bore no grudge against them. Why would they seek to ensnare him? Now they were stepping forward to claim responsibility for the Lingxiu Dan. Was this the truth? Very well. His gaze swept across the onlookers, finally resting on Su Ruyan, who seemed to have regained her composure. The infatuated youth he once was appeared to have transformed. Su Shimi. Focus on your cultivation. His tone was flat, reminiscent of the coldness with which Su Ruyan had once advised him to live as an ordinary person. There was no joy, no excitement, only a chilling calm that left others feeling uneasy. Chapter 15. Revenge is not delayed. Lu Xun departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving a sea of astonished gazes in his wake. Su Ruyan watched Lu Xun's retreating figure, a frosty glimmer flickering in her eyes. This was the first time she had been so blatantly disregarded, especially by a boy who once regarded her as everything. Just wait. Let's see how long you can be arrogant, with the dragon token in his possession. Lu Xun, Now armed with status, headed first to the Zawuping in less than a day, his identity and standing had undergone a monumental transformation. When Lu Chun reappeared at the Zawuping, he was like a different person. No longer the subservient disciple he had once been. Now, he was the senior brother of Longshan Peak, the sole true disciple. Xue Zhishi was unaware of the recent developments at Longshan Peak. He was still reveling in the spoils he had extorted from a so-called waste. The bag he held contained items Lu Chun had previously confiscated from several outer disciples, including a few spirit stones. For a Zawuping disciple, obtaining spirit stones for cultivation was as challenging as becoming an outer disciple. In addition to the spirit stones, the banknotes also delighted Xue Zhishi, for they could be used to purchase resources necessary for cultivation. Xue Zhishi, I am here to reclaim what is mine. Lu Chun was not one to suffer losses easily. Before his powers had been stripped, he had been one of the most respected inner sect brothers in Thuan sect. Xue Zhishi stared at Lu Chun as if he were a monster, bewildered. What are you talking about? He spat the words through clenched teeth, for he had no intention of returning what he had taken. My spirit stones and banknotes. Xue Zhishi glared at Lu Chun, slamming his hand on the table, bellowing, You dare? You, a waste. Where did you acquire spirit stones and banknotes? Lu Chun was already familiar with Xue Zhishi's true nature. His promotion to the position of Zawuping steward was solely due to the influence of a relative who happened to be an elder of Xishan Peak. Previously, Lu Chun revered the elders, viewing them as omnipotent beings with life and death authority. But now, Lu Chun understood that as a true disciple of Longshan Peak, he wielded similar rights to those elders, the only difference being their cultivation levels. Within the sect, the elders would not dare to act against a true disciple. Are you denying it, Xue Zhishi? Lu Chun wore a faint smile, which made Xue Zhishi exceedingly uncomfortable. How could this waste still find amusement? Waste? Even if I took your spirit stones and banknotes, what can you do about it? You will clean up the beast droppings immediately. The sanitation of Zawuping is your responsibility if you fail to complete it. You shall not eat. Xue Zhishi intended to teach this waste a lesson for daring to challenge his authority. Lu Chun's eyes shimmered like starry pools as he struck out with a swift palm. Then I shall reclaim them myself. Xue Zhishi never anticipated that this waste would dare to retaliate. In a flurry of confusion, he could only raise his hands to block, with the 9th level of Qi gathering. A faint aura began to materialize around Lu Chun's body, a sign that he was on the verge of breaking into the spirit gathering realm. Once this aura solidified and transformed from blue to purple, he would be recognized as a spirit-gathering cultivator. The impact of Lu Chun's attack sent Xue Zhishi sprawling backward, as if he had been struck by a colossal beast, the force akin to 2,000 pounds. Sufficient to knock the wind out of him, I will kill you, Xue Zhishi shouted in fury, scrambling to his feet, only to be met by a massive fist crashing down upon him. This time, he had no chance to defend himself, akin to being struck by a thundering giant. Before he even hit the ground, Xue Zhishi spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality dissipating. Lu Shixiang's physical strength is formidable. This must be equivalent to the strength of a spirit-gathering cultivator. Truly, Lu Shixiang has been concealing his physical prowess all along, and no wonder he became the true disciple of Longshan Peak. I adore Lu Shixiang. I want to marry him. A voice of infatuation rang out from one of the female disciples, igniting envy and resentment among the male disciples. Xue Zhishi, now on the ground, appeared ashen. Hearing the disciple's words, he gazed at Lu Chun in terror. How had this waste become a true disciple? This status was akin to having a powerful ally. Even his own backers would not dare to offend a true disciple. With a single step, Lu Chun trod upon Xue Zhishi, and with enough force, he could shatter Xue Zhishi's dantian into oblivion. Theo oppressed the Zawuping disciples and seized their possessions. Is this how you manage the Zawuping? As ordained by the sect, Lu Chun's chilling words plunged Xue Zhishi into despair. He yearned to argue, to plead for mercy, but Lu Chun offered him no chance. Today, he aimed to establish his authority. From the moment he became the true disciple of Longshan Peak, he had risen above the ordinary, once again becoming the focal point of attention, just as he had a month prior. Since escape was impossible, he would ensure that those who conspired against him understood that Lu Chun was not a soft target. With a forceful stomp, the sound of cracking eggshells echoed. Xue Zhishi's dantian was obliterated. His complexion turned pale, and his breath vanished entirely. You dare? Xue Zhishi glared at Lu Qian with venomous eyes. He had labored for years to reach his current cultivation level, with aspirations to ascend to the spirit-gathering realm. He had envisioned seeking an official position in the Great Yin dynasty. Now, it was all for naught. His dantian was destroyed, and he was rendered a complete waste. He had reveled in the misfortunes of others, particularly those disciples who had been demoted to the Zawuping. But this time, he had encountered a true iron wall. A true disciple possessed the authority to enforce the law. Would he dare to defy? This is the privilege of the true disciples of Zhongyuan sect, which grants them a certain degree of authority surpassing that of the elders, including the power to enforce the law, punish the wicked, and cleanse the sect. Witnessing Lu Qian's ruthless decisiveness, everyone around was taken aback, relieved that they had not directly offended this senior brother Lu. Lu Qian bent down and retrieved the storage bag from the waist of the steward Xue. Such a primitive storage bag had no binding ownership. Anyone could access it. He poured its contents out, a plethora of items cascading onto the plaza of the miscellaneous hall: weapons, spirit stones, silver notes, jars of elixirs, and a myriad of miscellaneous goods. The sheer volume of riches left even the inner disciples somewhat envious. How could a mere steward of the miscellaneous hall possess such wealth? It was inconceivable to assert he had not embezzled. Xue, pale as death and gasping for breath, was truly in a dire state, as if the heavens had turned a deaf ear to his cries. "That is a Lingxiu pill," a terrified voice exclaimed. How could a steward of the miscellaneous hall possess such a treasure? Lu Qian was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events. The Lingxiu pill was a medicinal concoction meant exclusively for gathering spirit practitioners. And the higher one's cultivation, the more essential the Lingxiu pill became. Any gathering practitioner who consumed a Lingxiu pill would undoubtedly break through their current realm. Thus, a practitioner at the first level of gathering spirit could ascend to the second level, or even the third, with its aid. Prior to his cultivation being sabotaged, Lu Qian had reached the sixth level of gathering spirit and had never consumed a Lingxiu pill. If he did, he would surely ascend to the seventh level. However, Lu Qian had never contemplated taking the Lingxiu pill, for even without it, his cultivation would progress rapidly. All medicinal pills contain toxicity, and the side effects of consuming them were considerable. Lu Qian was unwilling to pay such an unnecessary price. Yet, despite this, there were still those who sought to tarnish his reputation by accusing him of stealing the Lingxiu pill. Seeing that even a minor steward like Xue possessed a Lingxiu pill incited a surge of fury within Lu Qian, and he nearly crushed him underfoot. "Where did you acquire this Lingxiu pill?" Under the weight of Lu Qian's murderous intent, Xue's consciousness grew hazy, and he stammered, "It was Peng Wan. He gave me the Lingxiu pill." Peng Wan. So it was he. Lu Qian had initially expected to uncover a surprise, but if it was Peng Wan, it made perfect sense. According to the Fifth Elder's account, Peng Wan was a wealthy individual who treated gathering pills as mere snacks, and he possessed a substantial quantity of Lingxiu pills needed by gathering practitioners. Now, Xue was thoroughly terrified. Whatever Lu Qian asked, he dared not withhold the truth, as if he was under a soul-crushing pressure. "You?" Lu Qian was about to inquire further when a voice interrupted. "Enough." Accompanying this voice was the figure of a middle-aged man clad in elder's robes. The surrounding disciples quickly paid their respects and stepped aside. Lu Qian withdrew his foot from Xue. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xue exclaimed tearfully, "Uncle, save me." The man was indeed Xue's backing within the sect, his elder relative, Elder Xue of the Xishun Peak. Lu Qian. Elder Xue regarded the young man before him, who had been rendered a waste yet now had risen to become a true disciple, standing on equal footing with the elders. "For the sake of this seat, will you spare my nephew?" Elder Xue's tone was notably humble. He was an elder at the third level of gathering elixirs, yet the youth before him was a true disciple. Whatever he did could only be questioned by the peak masters or the supreme elders, especially since Lu Qian was in the right. This was problematic. Having uncovered the plot against him and realizing that those from Xishun Peak were involved, Lu Qian would not let the matter rest easily. Having already taken a firm stance, he decided to be even more resolute, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. The audacity with which Lu Qian disregarded Elder Shue's authority left many disciples in shock. Regardless of past grievances, a certain equilibrium was typically maintained within the sect. To openly challenge an elder's dignity was a rarity, even for a true disciple. Elder Shue's anger was palpable, evident in his trembling hands. He longed to slap Lu Qian to death in his eyes. Lu Qian was but an ant, yet he dared not act, for any move against him would invite the sect's wrath. The status of a true disciple in Sanghan sect far surpassed that of others. As true disciples were protected by the sect's grand formation, any attempt to strike would result in their own annihilation by the sect's defenses. As the steward of the miscellaneous hall, failing to cultivate the junior disciples of the sect while exerting oppression, I hereby revoke your cultivation and strip you of all duties, demoting you to a menial position. Elder Shue, do you have any objections? In the sect, true disciples could refer to themselves as this esteemed one, while elders could only call themselves this seat. Elder Shue's expression darkened. Preserving his nephew's life was already a stroke of fortune. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Though his gratitude was hardly sincere. Elder Shue aimed to collect the items on the ground. He found them beneath him, but since they belonged to his nephew, they would be useful to reclaim. These are all mine. Lu Qian's declaration caused Elder Shue to storm off in a huff, taking the gravely injured Shue with him. The remaining items, aside from the trivial ones, Lu Qian gathered back into his storage bag and then surveyed the disciples in the miscellaneous hall. Among them were outer disciples who had come to spectate, as well as inner disciples who dared not meet Lu Qian's gaze, but the majority were menial disciples. Lu Qian addressed the crowd. As the eldest senior brother of Longshan Peak, I will show no mercy to those who threaten the sect. His ruthlessness had been witnessed by many. Even the steward Shue, backed by an elder, had been stripped of his cultivation, rendering his life utterly ruined. Lu Qian continued, if any among you wishes to join Longshan Peak, you may step forward now. Previously, many had desired to join Longshan Peak for its legacy. Even outer and inner disciples had aspired to enter. However, now, hesitation washed over them. Whether or not Longshan Peak's legacy was substantial was one matter. The current situation made it a coveted place. As the eldest senior brother and a true disciple, Lu Qian had just publicly offended the formidable Elder Shue of Shishen Peak. Not everyone was fearless in the face of Elder Shue's power. Lu Qian could afford to be unafraid, but what about the others? The outer disciples exchanged glances. Even though they were envious of Longshan Peak's rich spiritual energy, it paled in comparison to their own lives. Moreover, with the protective formation in place and the newly activated spiritual vein, Longshan Peak had little else to offer. No elders, no peak masters. How could it be compared to other spirit peaks? Such a choice was clear to anyone. No one stepped forward, and Lu Qian felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to recruit some disciples to Longshan Peak, but it seemed a daunting task. Brother Lu, at last, someone emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing him, Lu Qian smiled. The one stepping forward was Tian Xiong, a mere menial disciple with cultivation at the first level of gathering spirit. He looked at Lu Qian with a mix of trepidation and excitement. Can we join Longshan Peak? He and a few others had lived with Lu Qian, their anxious eyes fixed upon him. Of course. Lu Qian laughed heartily. The sect has never prohibited the recruitment of menial disciples. Chapter 17. Recruitment of disciples. Tian Xiong and his companions approached with a tentative attitude. They had followed Lu Qian, never expecting their leader to suddenly become a true disciple of the sect. This was an opportunity too good to pass up, and Tian Xiong need not worry. He would soon break through to the second level of gathering spirit and enter the outer sect. However, the others lacked the talent and background, making it difficult for them to rise above. Lu Qian's words ignited excitement among them. As long as your hearts are pure, regardless of your talent or cultivation, you may train at Longshan Peak and become official disciples. After Lu Qian's proclamation, the eyes of the menial disciples sparkled, but soon dimmed again. Like the outer disciples, not everyone possessed the courage to cultivate at Longshan Peak. Even the prospect of becoming official disciples could not entice them. A Longshan Peak without any substantial foundation, with a senior brother who had offended the powerful Elder Shue of Shishen Peak. Was this not courting death? At last, in the chaotic square, Lu Qian departed with merely a handful of servant disciples, all of whom had been oppressed severely by Elder Shue. Witnessing Lu Qian avenge them today, they decided that remaining at the Servant Peak would lead to perpetual obscurity. So they took a gamble and joined Longshan Peak. Lu Qian, having gathered a modest number of disciples, felt quite satisfied. Quality over quantity was paramount. With the Longshan order paving the way, he brought these individuals directly to Longshan Peak, where he discovered that their cultivation levels were exceedingly low. Unable to assess their potential, he gazed at the first batch of disciples in centuries and calmly declared, "From this day forward, you shall be the inaugural disciples of Longshan Peak in 600 years. Regardless of how others perceive us, we must strive to elevate Longshan Peak to greatness." 600 years ago, Longshan Peak was the foremost spiritual peak of Songwen sect, and 600 years hence, we shall endeavor to restore it to its former glory. After delivering a speech filled with encouragement, the group of servant disciples did not seem particularly inspired, save for Tian Xiong and a few others who regarded Lu Qian with fervent admiration. With a smile, Lu Qian tossed Elder Shui's storage bag to Tian Xiong, stating, "From now on, Tian Xiong will be your senior brother. You may obtain all necessary resources for your cultivation from him. My sole expectation of all of you is to rapidly enhance your cultivation." At this, excitement finally illuminated the faces of the disciples. Their humble origins and lack of resources had long held them back. With sufficient cultivation materials, what could they possibly fear? Their eager gazes were fixed on Tian Xiong, startling him in the process. In the ensuing days, the group of servant disciples at Longshan Peak remained on the mountain, while Lu Qian made a solitary trip to the sect's repository to procure all essential items for the disciples of Longshan Peak, from chi-gathering pills to sect weapons and attire for outer disciples. He collected a considerable amount. As a true disciple of Longshan Peak, and with the Longshan order in hand, the elder managing the repository dared not withhold resources from Longshan Peak. However, all items were recorded according to the disciple roster. And currently, the entire Longshan Peak, including Lu Qian, comprised only 18 disciples, earning them the derisive title of the 18 wretches among some disciples from other spiritual peaks. The 18 servant disciples of Longshan Peak were all deemed worthless. Even though Lu Qian displayed extraordinary prowess in the servant hall by stripping Elder Shui of his cultivation, his own abilities were soon discerned. With his Dantian damaged, he relied on the cultivation of physical vitality, which the sect tacitly accepted. Mastering physical vitality was significantly more arduous than nurturing the Dantian, leading many to mock him in secret. The once promising genius, despite his fortuitous rise to a true disciple of Longshan Peak, was still regarded as a failure. As for why Longshan Peak would select such a failure for its inheritance, no one was inclined to delve deeper. Fundamentally, they were vexed, wondering why it was so. A month had elapsed since Lu Qian became a true disciple, and during this time, numerous rumors circulated within the sect regarding the 18 wretches of Longshan Peak. Songyuan's sect boasted a myriad of exceptional talents, with various spiritual peaks vying to recruit new disciples. Lu Qian, whose fame had soared, remained a thorn in the side of many. As long as he stayed at Longshan Peak, no one could enter. Thus, many were unaware of the current state of Longshan Peak. The main hall of Longshan Peak had yet to be fully renovated, but a section had been organized. The limited strength of the small group could not complete the task swiftly. The abundant spiritual energy at Longshan Peak even formed spiritual mist, allowing the servant disciples to experience considerable growth. Nearly every disciple broke through to the second level of Qi gathering. A few even achieved the third level, including Tian Xiong, who was the most diligent among them. His aptitude was commendable, and he was on the cusp of reaching the fourth level of Qi gathering, with a breakthrough imminent. As for Lu Qian, although he did not attain a substantial breakthrough in cultivation over the month, his physical strength had increased significantly. Now, a casual punch could unleash a force of 2,500 pounds, far exceeding the full power of a Qi-gathering cultivator. The 7 vortices within his body shimmered in golden hues, forming what appeared to be cyclone pillars, leaving Lu Qian astonished. The ancient dragon-elephant technique was indeed formidable. To his knowledge, no other technique within Songyuan's sect possessed such power. Having yet to encounter the elder of Longshan Peak, Lu Qian had numerous questions for him but lacked the opportunity to voice them. One day, after arranging matters at Longshan Peak, he ventured alone into the Mystic Beast Peak. Over a month had passed since the last disturbance involving the mystical beasts, and during this time, few disciples had entered Mystic Beast Peak for training. However, recently, the number of individuals had begun to increase. Mystic Beast Peak, connected to the setting Sun Mountains, harbored depths where even the sect's strongest dared not tread, filled with myriad opportunities. When cultivation resources allocated monthly were exhausted, progress would inevitably slow. The sect distributed resources based on cultivation levels. If one lacked sufficient strength, the sect would not provide resources for free. To gain more resources, one had to enter Mystic Beast Peak, hunt mystical beasts, and gather spiritual herbs to exchange for points. As a true disciple, Lu Chun was entitled to ample resources from the sect, which traditionally nurtured true disciples generously. However, Lu Chun believed that those resources would not significantly benefit him, ultimately distributing them among the other members of Longshan Peak. Chapter 18. The rejection of Su Ruyan entering Mystic Beast Peak had long been a thought of Lu Chun's, and this time, he intended to stay for an extended period. The peak, shrouded in mist, appeared ethereal and distant. It was not his first time entering Mystic Beast Peak, but this time, as a true disciple, both outer and inner disciples had to pay their respects upon seeing him. Addressing him as Senior Brother Lu, a melodious voice reached his ears, and a striking figure reappeared in Lu Chen's line of sight, Su Ruyan. After being ignored by Lu Chen previously, she had not given up. Several times she attempted to intercept him, but Lu Chen skillfully evaded her. Unexpectedly, upon her own intention to enter Mystic Beast Peak, she had somehow learned of his plans and followed him. Junior Sister Su. Do you need something? Lu Chen inquired, facing the most beautiful woman of Tsongyuan's sect. He no longer felt the same excitement and flutter as before. Recalling her previous words felt like an icy shard piercing his heart. His feelings for her had cooled to indifference, and the youthful infatuation he once harbored had vanished with the recent upheaval. Sensing Lu Chen's emotional distance, Su Ruyan remained undeterred. Her radiant eyes, reminiscent of earlier days, gazed at Lu Chen affectionately. Are you heading into Mystic Beast Peak? I wish to train as well. Let us go together. The girl's smile was enchanting, yet to Lu Chen, it appeared as a mocking glare. I prefer to train alone, he declared, feeling a sense of relief as he genuinely wished to sever any ties with her, both captivating and perilous. Despite his clear rejection, Su Ruyan pressed forward, even taking a step closer to clasp Lu Chen's arm. Senior Brother Lu, are you still upset with me? Her pouting expression was endearing, evoking sympathy. Yet Lu Chen remained unresponsive. I was wrong. Su Ruyan's sulking demeanor was undoubtedly cute, and those around them were captivated, wishing to be in Lu Chen's place. After all, who wouldn't desire to cultivate alongside the enchanting Su Ruyan? You are mistaken. Lu Chen calmly shook off her grip and stated, You are merely a lowly inner disciple. While I am a true disciple, I advise you to focus on your cultivation and strive to become a true disciple yourself. His parting words echoed with the same gravity as her previous admonition, urging him to remain an ordinary person. Lu Chen departed with poise, escorted by the Peak Guardian Elder into Mystic Beast Peak. Around them, eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Chen had just rejected Su Ruyan so brazenly. As she watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, Su Ruyan bit her alluring red lip, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. As a princess of the Su family and a celestial figure within Tsongyuan's sect, being so blatantly disregarded was intolerable. I will have you, turning you into a true failure, Su Ruyan vowed silently, and at that moment, someone approached her, Junior Sister Su. As onlookers gazed at Su Ruyan, their eyes betrayed an unreserved affection for the little fairy of Tsongyuan's sect. Within Tsongyuan's sect, true disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, referred to each other as senior brothers and sisters. Outer disciples addressed inner disciples in the same manner, while those of lesser cultivation were known as junior brothers and sisters. Su Ruyan, possessing a cultivation of the third level of spirit gathering, was not particularly distinguished among the inner disciples. Recently, she had joined Fengshan Peak, thus becoming one of its disciples, which granted her access to greater resources. The one who called out to Su Ruyan was also an inner disciple, his cultivation at the fourth level of spirit gathering, surpassing hers slightly. Senior Brother Chen. Su Ruyan's eyes sparkled with realization. As if a clever idea had struck her in Tsongyuan's sect, she was regarded as a prodigious talent, admired by the younger generation of cultivators. Over the past year, she had placed all her hopes on Lu Chun, a gifted young man who had not disappointed her, becoming the fastest cultivator in a century within Songyuan sect, reaching the 6th level of spirit gathering, at that time. She had believed Lu Chun to be the man she had long sought. However, her hopes were dashed when an unexpected incident involving the theft of the spirit-embellishing pill occurred. The once promising young man had been reduced to a mere waste, his dantian crippled. Having given up on him, she sought a new target, eagerly anticipating the emergence of another genius. Yet, at that very moment, the so-called waste had boldly charged into Dragon God Peak, becoming a true disciple, his name inscribed on the true disciple's steel. The young man remained the same, yet he was no longer hers. Chen Yun's greedy gaze lingered on Su Ruyan, his desire for her physical form evident in the past, when she was by Lu Chen's side. Few dared to provoke him among the inner disciples. Now, however, she had become a figure of ridicule within the sect, who did not know that Lu Chun, the waste, had cast her aside. Junior sister Su, are you heading to Xian Beast Peak for training? Why not join us? Su Ruyan was acutely aware of Chen Yun's lustful intentions, yet as long as she refused him, none would dare to act against her will. Chen Yun was not alone. Several junior brothers and sisters accompanied him, though he was the most formidable among them. Very well, Su Ruyan acquiesced, having previously ventured to Xian Beast Peak and the Sunset Mountain Range solely with Lu Chun, never having trained alongside other male cultivators. Since that young man had dared to reject her, she resolved to deliberately flaunt her independence before him. Upon hearing Su Ruyan's agreement, Chen Yun was elated, laughing heartily as he led his group of junior disciples into Xian Beast Peak. Lu Chun, having entered Xian Beast Peak, moved swiftly, not wishing to be caught by Su Ruyan. The woman he once yearned to protect with his life was truly not worth it anymore. At the periphery of Xian Beast Peak, Lu Chun felt no interest. With his current cultivation, he could easily obliterate a first-tier mystical beast with a single punch. He pressed deeper into Xian Beast Peak, causing even the first-tier mystical beasts to sense his overwhelming aura and flee in haste. The vitality of a cultivator was immensely alluring to mystical beasts. Lu Chun practiced the eternal dragon elephant technique, placing significant emphasis on cultivating his vitality, which was exceptionally robust. This was also why rumors circulated within Songyuan sect that he had shifted his focus to physical cultivation. Mystical beasts of Xian Beast Peak, whether scurrying on the ground, soaring in the sky, or climbing trees, stirred restlessly upon sensing Lu Chen's presence. A howl echoed through the air as a figure abruptly obstructed Lu Chen's path. Upon recognizing this creature, Lu Chun could not help but smile. It was a mighty bear, standing nearly 3 zhang tall. Chapter 19. Roasting bear heart. The bear's paw appeared larger than an infant, and this mighty bear was still a juvenile. Judging by its physique, it was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of first-tier mystical beasts, with a faint purple glow encircling its head, a sign of impending advancement to the second tier. Beasts are indeed beasts. Lu Chun chuckled to himself, pondering how other mystical beasts shied away from him, while this muscle-bound, simple-minded mighty bear presented itself as a challenger. There was no need for communication between humans and mystical beasts. They were natural adversaries. Songyuan sect was established in the Sunset Mountain Range to guard against mystical beasts escaping and wreaking havoc. Lu Chun wielded a black iron sword, a rather unremarkable weapon he had acquired from Steward Shui. While modest, it could fetch a handsome sum in the human market. According to sect regulations, true disciples were permitted to select a spiritual weapon from the treasure hall, yet Lu Chun had yet to do so. Spiritual weapons were treasures that surpassed ordinary artifacts in power, second only to the legendary treasures, of which there were only 3 within Songyuan sect. Lu Chun could not wield legendary treasures, and even with a spiritual weapon in hand, he was unable to utilize it, as all true disciples possessed a minimum cultivation of spirit gathering. Only when one's vital energy transformed into a purple hue could they employ artifacts and spiritual weapons. Even if offered an artifact, Lu Chun would be unable to wield it, let alone a spiritual weapon. Choosing a spiritual weapon was not a matter to be taken lightly. It must be the most suitable for oneself. Only after advancing to spirit gathering could one sense the existence of a spiritual weapon and select an appropriate one from the treasure hall. The black iron sword in his hand was quite adequate. Lu Qian swung it upward, the enormous blade descending upon the mighty bear. The mighty bear did not evade. Instead, it extended its massive paw to intercept. Witnessing this, Lu Qian revealed a cruel smile, as if the beast had come seeking its own demise. The great sword fell, cleaving the bear's paw cleanly in two, which thudded to the ground as the blood of the mystical beast gushed forth. Its blood, the same hue as a first-tier mystical beast's core, was a bluish color tinged with purple. The intense pain elicited a mournful cry from the mighty bear, which turned to flee. He is too late. Lu Qian leaped, soaring nearly 2 zhang high, the massive sword aimed at the beast's neck. The scene appeared absurd. The mighty bear's size rendered Lu Qian akin to an infant before it. Sensing the chill of the blade at its nape, the mighty bear tilted its head slightly. Yet the great sword still grazed its neck, igniting the beast's ferocity. It ceased fleeing and retaliated with a powerful strike. While Lu Qian was still airborne, he felt a gust of wind approach and quickly descended. Driving his sword forcefully into the bear's back, the 1-meter-long sword penetrated the mighty bear's hide, and the creature, now maddened, charged at Lu Qian. The mighty bear, towering like a giant, weighed at least over 1,000 pounds. Its strike possessed immense force, easily exceeding 2,000 pounds. When its paw slammed down, it created a significant crater in the ground. Thankfully, with one of its paws severed, it was not particularly agile. Lu Qian smirked coldly, beginning to circle around the mighty bear, evading its frenzied assaults while seizing opportunities to strike. Within a radius of several hundred meters, massive trees fell victim to the bear's reckless swipes, leaving devastation in their wake. The mighty bear eventually collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Though it had yet to perish, it had lost its fighting capability. Its limited intelligence was evidenced by its own exhaustion. Lu Qian approached the fallen beast. Indeed, among mystical beasts, this mighty bear was notably large, resembling a small mountain. However, as it advanced, its size would gradually diminish, with the most formidable of mighty bears ultimately shrinking to the size of an infant. Their cultivation level comparable to that of a human cultivator at the gathering infant stage. Lu Qian withdrew the great sword from the bear's back. Despite its thick hide, the sword had likely damaged its internal organs. Yet the beast still clung to life. Without his companions at hand, Lu Qian would have to butcher the mighty bear himself, for this pinnacle of first-tier mystical beasts possessed many valuable components. However, Lu Qian found little of interest. After extracting a fist-sized core from the bear's brain, he proceeded to slice open its belly, retrieving a bear heart as large as an adult's head. This was a nourishing treasure. As the saying goes, having consumed the heart of the mighty bear, the vitality surged within Dali Xiong, still resonating with a faint purple glow even at this moment. Lu Qian, holding the bear's heart, moved aside, knowing that the scent of blood would soon attract other mystical beasts eager to feast upon the carcass of the Dali Xiong. Reaching a secluded hollow in the mountains, Lu Qian set up a minor array to ward off insects and snakes, ensuring that even the most common mystical creatures would not dare approach. He kindled a fire, preparing to roast the bear's heart, for only those cultivating in the Dan-gathering realm could truly fast. And the prolonged struggle with the Dali Xiong had undeniably drained his stamina. In the forest, the only concern was the mystical beasts. Lu Qian remained on the periphery, and venturing deeper would take time. The Mystic Beast Peak was vast, and traversing it could take months. This peak lay within the erased domain of the Zhongyuan sect, serving as a training ground for its disciples. The mystical beasts here had been driven out from the setting sun mountain range and were now domesticated within the Mystic Beast Peak. After thousands of years, the population of these beasts had grown significantly. Every day, thousands of disciples from the Zhongyuan sect practiced here, with tens of thousands in the outer sect. For these individuals striving to excel within the sect, their only recourse was to labor diligently, accruing points to exchange for cultivation resources. The bear's heart Lu Qian was roasting was that of a peak first-tier mystical beast, a potent source of nourishment. The aroma wafting from it could potentially incite a minor stir among the mystical creatures, if not for the protective array he had set up. Gazing at the glistening bear's heart, Lu Qian instinctively swallowed, having not indulged in such a delicacy for quite some time. Consuming the bear's heart would replenish his vitality far more effectively than any qi-gathering pill. The heart was substantial, and Lu Chun had pierced it in several places to ensure it would cook thoroughly. In his view, only beasts would consume meat raw. Humans should adhere to the ancestral traditions, lest they become indistinguishable from animals. As the enticing aroma spread far and wide, Lu Chun felt an impatience building within him. Just as he reached out for the cooked bear's heart, a shadow suddenly darted forth, snatching it away in an instant. Chapter 20. The golden-haired creature. The shadow moved with such astonishing speed that Lu Chun barely had time to react. Such terrifying swiftness. He had never witnessed anything like it, leaving him on high alert. Most concerning was that the shadow was so close, yet he had failed to sense its presence. After snatching the bear's heart, the shadow did not flee but instead began to devour it voraciously. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chun gasped in astonishment. The figure before him was not a mere shadow but a creature covered in lustrous golden fur, roughly the size of an infant. This peculiar being was entirely enveloped in long, golden hair. What manner of creature is this? Despite possessing some knowledge of mystical beasts, Lu Chun could not identify it. Its appearance was bizarre, and it emitted no discernible aura. It seemed ravenous, gulping down the bear's heart without a care. Oblivious to the fact that it was devouring another's food, Lu Chun dared not act recklessly. An unidentifiable creature could very well be something formidable. He watched helplessly as it consumed the heart, which was nearly the size of a human head. Upon finishing, it let out a hearty belch. Lu Chun could only manage a wry smile at the creature's unexpectedly adorable demeanor. After devouring the bear's heart, it turned to Lu Chun, displaying a strange expression, uncertain whether it was a grin or a threat, before it vanished like a bolt of lightning from his sight. Lu Chun's face twitched. Could a being of such speed possibly belong to the Dan-gathering realm? Here, on the periphery of Mystic Beast Peak, it was improbable for a third-tier beast to appear. Even second-tier beasts were rare. A third-tier beast would not linger in such a place. Moreover, if it were indeed a third-tier beast, it could have easily consumed Lu Chun without hesitation. Having worked hard to prepare his meal, Lu Chun could only chuckle in resignation, resorting to his provisions and a qi-gathering pill to replenish his stamina. What kind of creature was that? Lu Chun felt fortunate that it harbored no malice. It was undoubtedly a mystical beast, albeit one whose species remained a mystery. Upon returning to the sect, he would investigate the records of mystical beasts to glean any information. After tidying up, Lu Chun continued on his journey. The day was far from over, and as night fell, mystical beasts, like humans, sought places to rest. Lower-tier beasts would hide, wary of encountering humans. The roars of mystical beasts echoed through the Mystic Beast Peak, serving both as a signal and a means of communication. Lu Chun found a suitable spot, assessed the sky, and began setting up a simple array before preparing to rest. With his current cultivation in the qi-gathering realm, he could not endure prolonged training without rest. Neglecting to do so would lead to fatigue, a natural response of the human body. The nights on the eastern continent were shorter than the days, and the moon cast a gentle, ethereal glow. Gazing at the luminous moon and listening to the surrounding chorus of insects and beasts, Lu Chun reflected on his recent tribulations. It had been over 2 months since he was framed for the theft of the Lingxiu Dan, and the enforcement hall's announcement claimed it had been taken by an elder from the Snake God Peak. Such an excuse was utterly implausible to Lu Chun. Who could be plotting against me? Lu Chun clenched his fists, each recollection of his experiences in the enforcement hall intensifying his awareness of the determination of the unseen adversary wishing to eliminate him. No one heeded his pleas. Even the elders in the enforcement hall failed to report his case to the elder hall of the sect. As a 6th-layer inner sect disciple of Qi Gathering, Lu Chun was a rare talent within the sect, having always been held in high regard. Although there was no formal master-disciple relationship in the sect, this was merely because no formidable figure had yet recognized Lu Chun's potential, in the eyes of the sect's stronger members. Even the Qi Gathering realm was considered insignificant, akin to mere ants. Only by growing stronger could he unearth the identity of the one behind this. Peng Wan. The name resurfaced in Lu Chun's mind. He bore no grudge against him, so why would he send someone to assassinate him? Snake God Peak. Lu Qian inhaled sharply. Many matters were intertwined with Snake God Peak, including their admission of having taken the Lingxiu Dan. Just the thought of Snake God Peaks might weigh heavily upon him. Snake God Peak ranked among the top 3 spiritual peaks of the 12 zodiac peaks, with its leader being a pinnacle 10th-layer Dan gathering expert. Merely a step away from transcending into a second tribulation of the infant gathering realm. Within Snake God Peak, there were dozens of Dan gathering experts. With such a formidable faction, how could he possibly contend against them? Despite being a true disciple of Dragon God Peak, Lu Qian's status was akin to that of the elders, and true disciples were seen as the future inheritors of their respective peaks. However, Dragon God Peak lacked a leader, leaving Lu Qian without a solid backing. The one elder he had was elusive, further diminishing his sense of security. Uncovering secrets from Snake God Peak would not be easy. Even the disciples of the Qi gathering realm there were beyond his capabilities, not to mention the true disciples and elders. He contemplated the imminent sect competition in 3 months. Lu Qian's brow twitched slightly. Foreseeing the impending storm and the multitude eager to challenge him, the esteemed senior disciple of Dragon God Peak and the sect, these challengers would not dare to act against him. Ever since he had become a true disciple, an invisible barrier of protection had enveloped him. Even if they attempted to strike from the shadows, they would hesitate, for as long as he remained within the sect, he was secure. Yet could one truly grow strong while sheltered in a greenhouse? Cultivation required one to become powerful to unmask the hidden puppeteer. The ancient dragon elephant technique began to operate, the spirals of energy within him spinning continuously, coursing through his blood vessels time and again. Expelling impurities from his system, a golden light flickered, and with closed eyes, Lu Qian slowly executed the ancient dragon elephant technique, feeling the energy at his dantian, where the 8th spiral was gradually forming. With a little more effort, this ethereal spiral would solidify into a tangible force. Not far away, a bright eye observed Lu Qian from atop a giant tree, displaying a human-like expression before it settled down to rest. After a night of cultivation, Lu Qian felt the weariness within him dissipate entirely, now brimming with vitality. Time to proceed. The journey of training continues. It appears that the day's harvest has been quite fruitful. According to Lu Qian's estimation, it will take no more than a few days for him to break through to the 8th layer of Qi gathering. During his time training on the Beast Peak, whenever Lu Qian prepared to indulge in a sumptuous meal, a creature with golden fur would invariably appear, snatching away his food. Over time, a tacit understanding developed between the two. Chapter 21. Treasure Digging. The golden-furred creature would consistently pilfer Lu Qian's provisions, yet it harbored no malice towards him. Most notably, its appearances were always rather peculiar, to the extent that Lu Qian could never sense its presence. Consequently, Lu Qian began to prepare 2 portions of food each time, alleviating his concerns about going hungry. Lu Qian's cultivation smoothly advanced to the 8th layer of Qi gathering, and his strength reached an astonishing 3,000 pounds. Should cultivators of the Qi gathering realm become aware of this, they would likely be astounded, as it surpassed the maximum strength typically achievable within that realm. Even prodigies could only exhibit such power upon reaching the peak of Qi gathering. Remarkably, Lu Qian had only just reached the 8th layer of Qi gathering. As time progressed, cultivation became increasingly arduous, a challenge faced by other cultivators. However, Lu Qian's year-long journey from the Qi gathering realm to the Qi spirit realm had astonished the entire Tonglen sect, a feat attributable to his exceptional talent. Even after being rendered incapable of using his dantian, he swiftly progressed through the wondrous technique of the ancient dragon elephant, achieving the 8th layer of Qi gathering in merely 2 months. Had he not suppressed his breakthrough, he might have already reached the 10th layer of Qi gathering. Lu Qian could sense the terrifying potential of the ancient dragon elephant technique, which undoubtedly could be classified as an ancient art. At the very least, within the entirety of the Great Yin dynasty, Lu Qian had never heard of such a technique. Being an orphan, his past life compelled him to pursue the path of strength, and the indifference of the Great Yin dynasty towards ordinary individuals rendered the common folk on the Dongzhou continent akin to ants. Only by becoming powerful could one possess a voice. Yellow fur, Lu Qian called out into the air. Over time, he had discerned the creature's patterns. It would invariably appear whenever he prepared food. He had taken to naming it Huang Mao. Initially, the creature seemed displeased with this moniker. But eventually, it appeared to accept it as soon as Lu Qian called out. Huang Mao appeared, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, materializing in the blink of an eye. Lu Qian had attempted to catch a glimpse of its figure. But even with his current perceptive abilities, he could not detect it, let alone pursue it. This creature emitted no discernible aura, or perhaps it was simply too powerful for Lu Qian to sense. Regardless, it bore no ill will towards him, and given the solitude of the Beast Peak, having someone to converse with was a welcome change, especially since Huang Mao proved to be an attentive listener. Huang Mao appeared to be no larger than an infant, its face bearing a slight resemblance to that of a human, albeit subtly. Observing its arrival, Lu Qian reached out to stroke its fur, which it did not reject, suggesting that the young man before it exuded a sense of familiarity. Otherwise, it would not have permitted him to name it Huang Mao. How is it that you, being so small, can consume so much? Lu Qian inquired as he offered it a piece of roasted beast meat. Wasn't it common for these creatures to feast on raw flesh and drink fresh blood? He wondered what kind of species Huang Mao was, seeing as it only consumed cooked food and had developed an affinity for Lu Qian. Huang Mao paid him no mind. Engrossed in its meal, Lu Qian chuckled, having grown accustomed to its temperament, and proceeded to enjoy the other piece of roasted meat. Lu Qian found it peculiar that for several days he had encountered no second-tier beasts, only ordinary ones, and not even a high-ranking first-tier beast. He pondered whether these creatures were hiding or had simply vacated the area. Given the distance he had traversed, he must have ventured deep into the Beast Peak, a place typically only accessible to those of the Qi spirit realm. After finishing the beast meat, Huang Mao did not depart this time but instead gazed at Lu Qian. From its expressive eyes, Lu Qian easily discerned its intent. Strangely, Huang Mao's eyes were vibrant, reminiscent of a young girl's. Regarding Huang Mao's gender, Lu Qian had scrutinized it closely but could not ascertain the answer. After all, he could not very well inspect it closely, lest he be devoured. "Are you preparing to take me somewhere?" Lu Qian mused as he followed Huang Mao, having traveled a considerable distance together. The creature did not speak, nor did it even make a sound. It communicated solely through its gaze. Lu Qian understood that questioning Huang Mao would be futile, yet he was certain it would not harm him, so he continued to follow. Indeed, stranger occurrences had unfolded. It seemed as if the beasts were avoiding Huang Mao, as they encountered only low-level beasts devoid of any intelligence along their path. When Huang Mao came to a halt, Lu Qian surveyed the surroundings, which appeared unremarkable and devoid of any anomalies. He was uncertain as to why Huang Mao had brought him here. Upon seeing Huang Mao draw a circle on the ground before him, Lu Qian realized that it wished for him to dig a hole. "You can't possibly mean for me to dig a hole and bury myself, can you?" Lu Qian remarked, clearly sensing that the hole it intended for him to excavate was just large enough to bury a person. Huang Mao shot Lu Qian a glare, to which he responded with a radiant smile before unsheathing his giant sword and beginning to dig. He had merely jested with Huang Mao moments ago. The hole was not particularly difficult to excavate. It was simply a rarity to dig in this area of the Beast Peak, as one typically did not encounter anything worth unearthing, nor did one often need to dig for precious herbs. Thinking of precious herbs brought a spark to Lu Qian's eyes. Could it be that this little creature, feeling guilty for consuming his roasted meat daily, intended to lead him to a small fortune? As it turned out, Lu Qian's speculation was indeed correct. After digging to a depth of nearly a person, he felt a faint aura of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the Beast Mountain range was inherently sparse, and any concentrated areas were typically claimed by high-level beasts. Lu Qian's cultivation level was insufficient to contest for territory with those formidable creatures. Upon sensing the spiritual energy, Lu Qian redoubled his efforts, digging fervently until a piece of crystalline spirit stone emerged, startling him profoundly. Goodness! There are spirit stones buried beneath. Could it be that there was a vein of spirit stones? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Such resources were exclusive to the Zhongyuan sect, and even then, they were closely guarded secrets. The spiritual veins of the Beast Peak were independent of those of the Zhongyuan sect, and if there were indeed a vein of spirit stones, it would have been discovered long ago. As it turned out, spirit stones were buried underground. However, Lu Qian could only speculate as to how many years they had been entombed. He intermittently unearthed dozens of spirit stones, along with a rusted magical artifact. Given the state of the magical artifact, one could only imagine how long it had lain buried. Fortunately, spirit stones were impervious to decay. Based on Lu Qin's conjecture, there should be the remains of a cultivator nearby, now completely reduced to dust. Even the storage bag had succumbed to the ravages of time and was no longer extant. Chapter 22. Spirit Stone Snacks. After uncovering the spirit stones, Lu Qin cast a bewildered glance at Huang Mao, amazed that this little creature possessed such capabilities. These spirit stones had clearly been buried for at least a century. Otherwise, the magical artifact would not have suffered such degradation. It seemed that doing good deeds bore fruit. Even Huang Mao recognized the value of gratitude. After consuming Lu Qin's roasted meat, it had led him to unearth spirit stones in return. Although he had not managed to hunt any beasts, this unexpected windfall was a delightful surprise. The spirit stones he had unearthed were far more rewarding than the points one could earn from slaying beasts. Huang Mao, considering your thoughtfulness, I shall treat you to a special meal tonight, Lu Qin declared cheerfully, making a modest promise that elicited a disdainful glance from Huang Mao, as if to say, look at you, getting all worked up over such a trivial matter. With Lu Qin's current cultivation level, these low-grade spirit stones would serve him well in his training. The spirit stones provided by the Scruffy Elder in the Dragon God token were of mid-grade quality, which Lu Qin did not yet require. Presently, his need for spirit stones was not pressing, but once he advanced to the Qi spirit realm, they would become invaluable aids in his cultivation. The spirit stones he had unearthed were all ordinary low-grade stones, indicating that their previous owner had a maximum cultivation level of the Qi spirit realm, likely an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sect, as this area frequently attracted inner disciples for training. Huang Mao did not depart. Instead, it once again guided Lu Qin deeper into the Beast Peak. Having learned from previous experiences, Lu Qin understood Huang Mao's intent and followed closely behind. The ensuing time saw one human and one beast embark on their treasure-hunting adventure atop the Beast Peak. Numerous spirit stones, magical artifacts, materials, and treasures buried for years were excavated by Lu Qin. In addition to the items discarded by other disciples, Huang Mao also led him to unearth several native spirit herbs. This bounty far surpassed Lu Qin's aimless search for beasts to hunt. Here you go. Lu Qin extended the roasted chicken leg in his hand to the yellow-haired little creature, which represented the ordinary mysterious beasts he could currently hunt. Wild mountain chickens were not likely to encounter higher-level mysterious beasts, and Lu Qin found himself increasingly intrigued by the yellow-haired little creature. Ever since its appearance, it seemed as if other mysterious beasts had taken to avoiding it. Once the yellow-haired creature finished the roasted chicken leg, still yearning for more, it produced a crystal-clear spirit stone that emitted a faint golden hue right before Lu Qin's eyes. A superior-grade spirit stone. Lu Qin's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He had never even seen one before, having only heard tales of their existence. Yet, here was this little creature casually pulling out a superior-grade spirit stone. Initially, Lu Qin thought the yellow-haired creature was offering it as a token of gratitude for the roasted meat he had provided. However, the next scene caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. As if he had witnessed a ghost, the yellow-haired creature simply tossed the superior-grade spirit stone into its mouth, crunching it with a resounding crack before swallowing it whole. Using a superior-grade spirit stone as a snack left Lu Qin feeling incredulous, almost wanting to curse at the sheer wastefulness. Observing the little creature's adeptness, it was clear that this was not its first encounter with such an act. Alarmed, Lu Qin hastily tucked away his dragon token. Fearing that this little creature might lead him to dig for spirit stones, expecting him to toil like a laborer, to consume a superior-grade spirit stone, and for this little creature's body to withstand it was astounding. With keen eyes, Lu Qin scrutinized the yellow-haired creature. Setting aside other considerations, its ability to crush a superior-grade spirit stone with its formidable teeth was undoubtedly impressive, akin to a treasured artifact. Lu Qin knew that even a regular inferior-grade spirit stone placed before him would be impervious to his efforts, regardless of the weapon he employed, let alone shatter it. The yellow-haired creature seemed quite pleased with itself, casting Lu Qin a disdainful glance. While it casually munched on superior-grade spirit stones, Lu Chen felt a deep sense of frustration as he realized he had become overly proud of having stumbled upon a few discarded inferior-grade spirit stones. It was evident that the little creature held such stones in contempt. Suddenly, the yellow-haired creature vanished in a flash, its speed so swift that it was nearly impossible to track. Furrowing his brow, Lu Chen heard the sound of voices approaching. Someone was coming. After spending so much time at the mysterious Beast Peak, had he finally encountered disciples from the sect on their training journey? It was strange. There wasn't a single mysterious beast in sight. I feel something is off. Perhaps we should change directions. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. The voices abruptly ceased as they discovered Lu Chen's presence. This group consisted of elegantly dressed youths in white robes, disciples of the Zhongyuan sect, as those who wore pure white were inner disciples. Lu Chen also donned white robes, but the conspicuous golden embroidery on his attire signified his status as a true disciple. It was him. Lu Chen recognized a familiar face and offered a faint smile, for it was Su Wenlian at that moment. Su Wenlin spotted Lu Chen as well, feeling a rush of heat to his face. He had once been envious of Lu Chen's cultivation talents, just like all the other inner disciples. However, due to his status, he had no choice but to respectfully address Lu Chen as senior brother Lu. Feigning humility before him. When Lu Chen had his cultivation stripped away, Su Wenlin had been the only one waiting outside the law enforcement hall for him, harboring a desire to reclaim the grievances he had endured. Although his plans were thwarted by Su Ruyan, he had always awaited an opportunity. Yet, fate had played a cruel trick on him. Not long after, Lu Chen had regained his status as a prodigy. Soaring above him with the title of true disciple, Su Wenlin had been avoiding Lu Chen lately, but never did he expect to encounter him in such a vast expanse as the mysterious Beast Peak. How dramatic! Su Wenlin's expression turned cold, as Lu Chen remained as unattainable as ever in his eyes. Greetings, senior brother Lu. Su Wenlin clenched his fists in humiliation, bowing his head in deference. Greetings, senior brother Lu. The other inner disciples quickly followed suit, paying their respects. Lu Chen appeared remarkably composed, nodding slightly and casually responding, "You may carry on. No need to mind me." Su Wenlin felt the sting of Lu Chen's dismissal, a sensation far more painful than being publicly reprimanded. The blatant disregard was Lu Chen's response to him. "Senior brother Lu." At that moment, a delicate voice broke through, and a striking figure stepped forward, a girl clad in a flowing green robe. Standing gracefully, her exquisite features caught the eye, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks, perhaps due to shyness or the boldness of her approach. "May I join you on your training journey?" The girl was the only female disciple among the inner disciples, possessing a cultivation level of merely the first stage of qi gathering. Her inclusion in this group was entirely due to her advantages as a female cultivator, with her sweet appearance and petite stature making her a charming presence. As Lu Chen gazed into her expectant, beautiful eyes, he was reminded of a girl from his past, one with similarly enchanting eyes, Su Ruyan, the one he had once wished to spend his life with. "Stay with us." Lu Chen's words brought joy to the girl, prompting her to step closer to his side. The remaining inner disciples wore displeased expressions but dared not voice their discontent as they took their leave. It was evident they felt aggrieved. The girl was their companion, yet she chose to abandon them midway. This was a world where strength reigned supreme, even among cultivators. Aligning oneself with a true disciple was akin to acquiring a protective talisman. Currently, there were only 14 true disciples in the Zhongyuan sect, all at the qi gathering stage. Once a true disciple broke through to the qi gathering stage, successfully transcending the first heavenly tribulation and refining their golden core. The quality of the golden core would determine their potential. The lower the quality, the poorer the aptitude. According to sect regulations, if the refined golden core was of 4th grade or lower, the disciple could only serve as an elder. Those with a golden core of 4th grade or above had the chance to become the sect's successor, vying for the position of the next sect leader. Each true disciple was a treasure to the sect, invaluable and highly sought after, naturally attracting numerous disciples eager to follow them. "Senior brother Lu, my name is Jin Shasha, a disciple of Fengshan Peak." The girl introduced herself, sharing her background with Lu Chen. With a cultivation level of the first stage of qi gathering, Jin Shasha had already joined Fengshan Peak. Her aptitude seemed commendable, as most female cultivators in the Zhongyuan sect opted for Fengshan Peak, known for its cultivation techniques well suited for women. Every disciple in Fengshan Peak, from the peak master to the apprentices, were female cultivators. How long have you been at the mysterious Beast Peak? This is the 10th day. Jian Shasha replied. 10 days. She had entered 2 days earlier than Lu Chun, likely right after the dangers at the mysterious Beast Peak had been lifted. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu. Jian Shasha's voice was soft, almost a whisper. Lu Qian offered a faint smile, pretending not to understand her intent. Within the sect, even though she was a disciple of Fengshan Peak, her low cultivation made it quite normal for her to perish during training. Each year, hundreds of disciples perish during training at the mysterious Beast Peak. Should they encounter danger, those few inner disciples with higher cultivation would undoubtedly abandon her, treating her as mere cannon fodder. Forming a team with mismatched strength could only lead to one outcome: being treated as expendable, especially for a female cultivator who would inevitably attract undesirable attention. Following me may not guarantee your safety. You should be prepared for that. In the past, Lu Chen had struggled with his cultivation and rarely interacted with his peers in the sect. Some labeled him aloof, while others claimed he was quite amiable. Each disciple held a different perspective of him, and this experience had taught Lu Chen the hardships faced by lower-tier disciples. This was the first time Lu Chen encountered Jian Shasha, and regardless of her intentions, he felt inclined to assist her. Rest assured, Senior Brother Lu, I won't be a burden. Jian Shasha beamed, showcasing her adorable side. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, had she not entered the sect for cultivation, she might already have been married in the outside world. With an additional companion by his side, Lu Chen decided not to venture deeper into the mysterious Beast Peak. Given their current location, they had essentially reached the territory of second-tier mysterious beasts. Training inherently required the presence of mysterious beasts to hunt and the opportunity to gather spiritual herbs. In truth, Lu Chen had not encountered any high-level mysterious beasts for several days. The occasional ones he did meet were all first-tier beasts, devoid of intelligence. After a long search with Jian Shasha in the vicinity, they still had not caught sight of any mysterious beasts. The yellow-haired creature must be nearby. These beasts are likely avoiding it. Lu Chen sensed the presence of the yellow-haired creature, knowing it was likely lurking close by, reluctant to reveal itself due to Jian Shasha's presence. Senior Brother Lu, Jian Shasha whispered, why do I feel like the mysterious beasts are all hiding from you? She had been at Xian Beast Peak for 10 days, yet had not encountered such a peculiar sight. Only in the presence of this Senior Brother Lu was the shadow of the Xian Beast absent. Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words and chose to remain silent, which only served to enhance Jian Shasha's air of inscrutability. When he roasted the Xian Beast meat once more, Lu Chen prepared an additional portion, yet the yellow-haired creature still failed to appear, leaving him with a faint sense of disappointment, as if his decision to keep Jian Shasha company had somehow displeased it. Without the yellow-haired creature to guide him, Lu Chen struggled to locate the treasure hidden atop the mountain. And even the rare spiritual herbs were elusive. As the night deepened at Xian Beast Peak, a chill permeated the air. Jian Shasha sat nearby, meditating and cultivating, while Lu Chen found his thoughts wandering. Having grown accustomed to the presence of the yellow-haired creature over the past couple of days, its abrupt absence left him feeling a pang of melancholy. Occasionally, Lu Chen would glance at the spot where the meat was being roasted, and it was only when the meat had completely vanished that he smiled softly and resumed his cultivation. The spiritual energy in his vicinity was significantly denser than in the outer regions, and combined with his recent gains, he now held a piece of ordinary spiritual stone in each hand. These ordinary spiritual stones were crystalline and translucent, their surfaces faintly tinged with purple, a hallmark of low-grade spiritual stones. Once he absorbed their spiritual energy, the stones would crumble into dust. Given Lu Chen's current cultivation pace, he could digest the energy from one low-grade spiritual stone within 3 days. Before his cultivation was stifled, he had reached the 6th level of spirit gathering and could consume dozens of low-grade spiritual stones in a single night of practice, a feat that had demanded a significant toll. At dawn, Xian Beast Peak was alive with the sounds of birdsong and the fragrance of flowers, while the distant roars of beasts echoed through the air. Lu Chen was still immersed in his cultivation, feeling as if the sound of dragon roars resonated within him, every inch of his skin breathing in the abundant spiritual energy that gathered around him. Jian Shasha gazed at Lu Qian with a sense of admiration. She had noticed him a year prior when she was still an outer disciple of the sect. However, after Lu Qian joined Songyuan's sect and devoted himself to rigorous training, he quickly surpassed her and even forged a connection with the sect's most beautiful disciple, Su Ruyan. Jian Shasha had been quietly observing Lu Qian, hoping that one day she could cultivate alongside him, a secret she had shared with no one. With a deep exhale, Lu Qian released a breath of concentrated energy. His eyes snapping open like a flash of lightning, startling Jian Shasha. "Senior brother Lu," she exclaimed, concerned that he might have noticed her covert observations. Lu Qian replied as he rose. "If we do not discover anything today, we shall return." A hint of disappointment flickered in Jian Shasha's eyes, yet she nodded and began searching the mountainside alongside him. "Senior brother, what is that?" Jian Shasha's voice rang out in excitement, prompting Lu Qian to look in the direction she indicated. "Spiritual stones?" he exclaimed, astonished at their unexpected appearance in the forest. Observing the faint purple aura emanating from them, Lu Qian chuckled, realizing that the yellow-haired creature must have led them here as a sign. In front of Jian Shasha, Lu Qian embarked on his inaugural treasure-hunting experience. Spiritual stones were unearthed, along with several peculiar items. Jian Shasha's youthful wonder and curiosity shone through. "Senior brother Lu, you are extraordinarily lucky," she exclaimed. The haul of dozens of low-grade spiritual stones rivaled what she and her peers had amassed during several expeditions, and she regarded him with envy. Without hesitation, Lu Qian shared some of the low-grade spiritual stones with her. Bringing her immense joy. In contrast to her previous year of training, Jian Shasha's recent bounty had far exceeded her past achievements. She silently vowed to keep this a secret between herself and senior brother Lu. On this day, they continued their unspoken understanding, avoiding previously explored areas and stumbling upon spiritual stones to excavate. The distant roars of beasts echoed throughout the peak, perhaps from afar, yet they had never encountered any. The prolonged howls of beasts began to raise questions in Lu Qian's mind, and he distinctly sensed that a Xian beast was approaching their location. "Senior brother Lu, it seems to be a second-tier advanced Xian beast," Jian Shasha remarked, her eyes wide with trepidation at the formidable presence she sensed. With the yellow-haired creature around, Lu Qian reasoned that the beast was unlikely to be targeting them. Yet as he contemplated this, he could hear the sound of something slicing through the air, drawing near at an alarming speed. Human presence! Lu Qian's brow furrowed, and he and Jian Shasha braced themselves for what was to come. The figures soon materialized before them, leaving both parties momentarily stunned. Su Ruyan stood before them, her breathtaking beauty undiminished, clad in a simple green dress that seemed ethereal. She was the first to spot Lu Qian and Jian Shasha. "Senior brother Lu," Su Ruyan greeted with a faint smile, not even acknowledging Jian Shasha, who cast a furtive glance at Lu Qian. The tale of their coupling had long been a cherished legend within Songyuan sect, a topic of idle conversation among many disciples. "Quickly, run," Su Ruyan urged, her expression tense as if she had been fleeing from something. Two figures trailed behind her, one being Chen Yun, whom they had encountered outside the peak, and another male cultivator of the third level of spirit gathering. "What have you done?" Lu Qian inquired, noting the bloodstains adorning the trio, which hinted at their dire predicament. Su Ruyan averted her gaze from Lu Qian, while Chen Yun and the other male cultivator showed no desire to linger, hastily fleeing to the side. However, in their haste, they failed to notice their surroundings, and abruptly fell into the pit that Lu Qian and Jian Shasha had recently excavated. "Who dug this pit?" Chen Yun shouted in outrage. While the pit posed no threat to him, their delay allowed the pursuing Xian beast to close and. 3 spotted tigers emerged, their regal patterns exuding an air of dominance. Among them, one was equivalent to the 5th level of spirit gathering, explaining their flight. Lu Qian inhaled sharply. He had sought out Xian beasts, but the disparity between the spotted tiger's level and his own cultivation was glaring. Su Ruyan unsheathed her sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Qian and Jian Shasha. In that moment, Lu Qian was reminded of their shared experiences during previous training sessions. "Beasts, is it truly necessary to pursue us so relentlessly for merely consuming one of your cubs?" The revelation that the tigers were avenging their slain offspring explained their relentless pursuit. The two individuals who had fallen into the pit now scrambled out, with the urgency of the situation. There was no time to waste. "Senior Brother Lu," Chen Yun implored, "shall we join forces to slay these three spotted tigers?" In this precarious moment, enlisting Lu Chen's aid would be highly advantageous for them. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He recognized that Chen Yun had previously shown no concern for his well-being and now sought to drag him into this perilous conflict. Did he truly consider him a fool? "You are the ones who harmed their offspring. Why should I involve myself?" Lu Chen's words left the trio in an awkward silence. Su Ruyan trembled slightly. Realizing her attempt to evoke Lu Chen's chivalrous instincts had failed miserably, Chen Yun regarded Lu Chen with a piercing gaze, unperturbed by the latter's response. "Senior Brother Lu, are you not afraid I will report this to the elders of the sect? When fellow disciples are in peril, will you truly stand idly by?" Chen Yun intended to leverage the sect's principles to coerce Lu Chen into taking action. Had this been a previous time, Lu Chen would have undoubtedly intervened. However, given his current level of cultivation, he had no chance against the spotted tigers, and even if he did, he would not foolishly act as another's weapon. "Why cultivation is insufficient to protect myself. How could I possess the ability to save others?" Chen Yun and another male cultivator exchanged glances, followed by a chilling smile. The individual at the third level of spirit gathering made his move. A cruel expression etched upon his face. "Do not blame us, Senior Brother Lu," he exclaimed as he swiftly attacked, aiming a palm strike at Jin Shasha, who stood beside Lu Chen. His intent was clear: to use a living person as a means to delay the speed of the spotted tiger. Jin Shasha, possessing only the first level of spirit gathering, was thrown into a state of panic at the sudden betrayal from her fellow disciple. These two dared not strike Lu Chen directly. The mystic beast peak remained shrouded by the sect's protective array. Should they lay a hand on Lu Chen, a true disciple, the sect's formation would unleash thunderous retribution, obliterating them on the spot. Thus, they resorted to targeting those near him, hoping to provoke Lu Chen into action. Despicable. The shamelessness of these two ignited Lu Chen's fury. In a moment of peril, they turned on their fellow disciples for self-preservation. Yet they still dared to call themselves righteous cultivators. How were they any different from the beasts that roamed these mountains? With a swift diagonal slash of his massive sword, the blade cleaved through the air, unleashing a surge of sword energy that crackled like azure lightning. A howl erupted from the spotted tiger, as one of its kind charged toward the assailant with astonishing speed. Among the trio of spotted tigers, one was a second-tier 5th-level mystical beast, while the remaining two were second-tier 4th-level beasts. Their rapidity left onlookers breathless. Just as Lu Chen's sword energy reached its target, the spotted tiger blocked the cultivator's escape. Sinking its fangs into his hand and tearing it away with brutal force, a chilling scream echoed through the forest, piercing the stillness. His companion, the 4th-level spirit-gathering cultivator Chen Yun, displayed no loyalty. Seizing the opportunity to flee at lightning speed, another disciple abandoned, trading the life of a junior brother to save his own skin. Was this not a frequent occurrence for Chen Yun? Chen Yun, the male cultivator, having lost a hand, realized he was merely bait, much like his fellow disciples before him, sacrificed by the trusted Chen to the ravenous spotted tigers. His cries fell on deaf ears as the tiger's jaws descended upon him with merciless intent. "Beast!" Lu Chen's massive sword struck the tiger, sending it sprawling, gasping for breath as it glared back with fury. The male cultivator, bereft of a hand and expecting death, was astonished to find himself still alive. Saved by Lu Chen's intervention, which filled him with shame, causing him to lower his gaze. Miraculously, the trio of spotted tigers refrained from further attack, as if held back by some unseen force. Su Ruyan, sword in hand and facing off against the tiger, noted this peculiar behavior. She too wished to flee but lacked the advantageous position of Chen Yun and felt similarly abandoned. Senior Brother Lu. Jin Shasha's pale face reflected her fear. She too had narrowly escaped death and cast a grateful glance toward Lu Chen. "Leave or perish," Lu Chen declared, gripping his sword with a fierce glint in his eyes. Inexplicably sensing that the tiger understood his words, with heavy breaths, The tiger appeared reluctant yet fearful, turning away and retreating. Observing the scene, the injured male cultivator and Su Ruyan stood in stunned silence. Astonished that the tiger had fled, their feelings toward Lu Qian starkly contrasting, Su Ruyan's eyes brightened. This man was indeed exceptional, consistently performing the unexpected. I suppose this could be considered a case of fox borrowing the tiger's might. Lu Qian mused inwardly, acknowledging the surprising influence of the yellow-haired creature. After all these days of trials, it would be strange if he had not recognized its unique qualities. Senior brother Lu. Su Ruyan sheathed her sword. Recognizing it as a magical artifact, permissible only for spirit-gathering disciples. You are truly remarkable, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yet, Lu Qian perceived an insincerity behind her facade, as if she wore a mask that concealed her true nature. Thank you for saving my life, Senior brother Lu. The male cultivator bowed deeply, his face etched with shame as he recalled his earlier intentions to coerce Lu Qian into action using those close to him. I did not save you, Lu Qian replied coolly. I merely wished to prevent a death occurring before my eyes. Should you dare to strike at your fellow disciples again, I will personally ensure your demise. Now leave. A third-level spirit-gathering cultivator was beneath Lu Qian's notice, especially given the malevolence he had displayed earlier. Such was the nature of this world. Notions of camaraderie among disciples were mere illusions. Akin to Chen Yun's willingness to abandon everyone when faced with the chance of survival. Lu Qian had once been oblivious to this truth, but after experiencing the degradation of his own cultivation, he had witnessed the true faces of so-called comrades and the coldness of human relationships. Unable to bear the shame any longer, the male cultivator bowed once more, muttering an apologetic "I'm sorry" to Jin Shasha before departing in a despondent haze. Left to navigate his own path home, Su Ruyan discreetly scrutinized Lu Qian, who remained as captivating as ever, his very presence capable of intimidating even a second-tier fifth-level beast. Such a man was the pillar of strength she yearned for. You should go as well, Lu Qian stated, his tone brusque before she could utter a word. Su Ruyan was taken aback. After being rebuffed by him outside Mystic Beast Peak, she had assumed he was still upset. Confident in her allure, she believed no male disciple in the sect could remain indifferent to her charms. Seeing Jin Shasha at Lu Qian's side had initially brought her joy, as it indicated that he was not entirely disinterested in women. Yet, just as she contemplated how to win Lu Qian back, he coldly ordered her to leave. You want me gone? Su Ruyan's expression twisted into one of feigned innocence, a reaction that would typically elicit sympathy from most male cultivators. Abandoning your comrades to save yourself, I have already spared you my wrath. Do you wish to deny your actions? Lu Qian's piercing gaze seemed to see through her facade, leaving Su Ruyan feeling exposed and humiliated. She had acted no differently than Chen Yun, discarding her fellow disciples to secure her own escape. Such behavior was alarmingly common. In times of crisis, individuals would resort to any means necessary to preserve their lives. Even if the sect were to discover their misdeeds, they would likely turn a blind eye to maintain their dwindling strength. This was the unspoken expectation of the sect toward its disciples. Su Ruyan felt justified in her actions, convinced that those she had sacrificed had merely fulfilled their role in ensuring her survival. Her haughty demeanor increasingly irritated Lu Qian, as the seemingly sweet and gentle facade she had previously displayed crumbled to reveal her true nature. You are not in the wrong, Lu Qian stated flatly. There is nothing between us. You tread your own path while I follow mine, utterly unconnected. The girl he had once idealized was now a figure he could scarcely tolerate. Lu Qian turned away, unwilling to engage further. Jin Shasha glanced at Su Ruyan and then back at Lu Qian's retreating figure, ultimately choosing to follow Lu Qian without hesitation as she watched them depart. Su Ruyan clenched her fists, her delicate hands trembling slightly as she murmured, Lu Qian, I will make you regret this point one day. You will kneel before me. Chapter 26. Choosing martial techniques. The chance encounter with Su Ruyan was merely a trivial interlude for Lu Qian. Any lingering feelings he had for this woman dissipated entirely. Her indifference towards her fellow disciples and her initial aloofness made Lu Qian acutely aware that this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Should he ever find himself in a position of weakness again, this woman would surely abandon him without a second thought, viewing him as nothing more than a mere insect. Jane Shasha was oblivious to the developments concerning the legendary Golden Boy and Jade Girl. She was not one to pry into others' affairs. All she knew was that following senior brother Lu was the right choice. He was different from the other disciples, albeit a bit taciturn. Day after day passed without any thrilling escapades or significant surprises. Their time was spent either mining treasures or gathering spiritual herbs, yielding abundant rewards. After a month on the Xian Beast Peak, Lu Chen finally emerged from its confines, returning once more to the sect. As with every previous expedition, the deaths of outer and inner disciples within the sect failed to stir even the slightest ripple. The law of the jungle prevailed, a stark reminder of the harsh rules governing their world. Jane Shasha bid a reluctant farewell to Lu Chen, as she was to return to Fengshan Peak. The experiences of these 20 days would remain an indelible and cherished memory for her. Lu Chen left her with no false hopes. She understood that she and senior brother Lu belonged to entirely different worlds. She would continue to be that little junior sister who admired him from afar. At Longshan Peak, a month had passed since Lu Chen's departure, and notable changes had taken place. The pavilions had undergone renovations, and Tianqiong and the others had significantly improved their cultivation. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised to learn that Tianqiong had broken through to the 5th level of qi gathering. Such a rapid advancement, even with superior resources, indicated remarkable talent. He had previously underestimated the disciples of the miscellaneous peak, who merely lacked opportunities. Upon returning from his expedition, Lu Chen intended to visit the Elder Hall to exchange his points. In addition to redeeming cultivation resources, points held various functions within the Zhongyuan sect. The Elder Hall was a higher authority than the Law Enforcement Hall, overseeing all matters within the sect. The sect leader rarely intervened directly, leaving the Elder Hall responsible for the sect's operations and the management of disciples, addressing various sect-related issues. The Law Enforcement Hall was merely a branch of the Elder Hall. Within the Zhongyuan sect, the Elder Hall essentially represented the pinnacle of authority. Every elder within held considerable power. Dressed in the garb of a true disciple, Lu Chen received the utmost respect wherever he went. Entering the Grand Hall felt akin to stepping into another realm. With its intricate pathways and the attendants within boasting cultivation levels between the 8th and 9th tiers of spirit gathering. Arriving at the point exchange area, Lu Chen produced all the items from his Dragon God token that he deemed unnecessary. The surrounding sect disciples were captivated as they watched him continuously retrieve items. Senior brother Lu has returned from his expedition with such a bounty. Those are cores from 2nd-tier Xian beasts. His cultivation truly is unfathomable. One wonders what level he has reached in his physical training. The murmurs around him had no effect on Lu Chen. The attendant handling the point exchange meticulously counted the items he presented. Xian beast cores, some refining materials, and a few low-grade spiritual herbs. These items were of no use to Lu Chen, occupying space within the Dragon God token while also serving as a means to exchange for points. He was informed that he could redeem a total of 1,700 points, which had already been logged. Lu Chen received the Dragon God token from the attendant, a symbol of his status as a true disciple and a certificate for point transactions. Only he could access the space within the Dragon God token. Even the elders lacked the authority to inspect it. Attempting to do so would subject them to the sect's powerful array, which could unleash lethal lightning strikes. The Dragon God token was, in essence, part of the sect's grand array, endowed with numerous enigmatic functions. Lu Chen did not rush to leave the Elder Hall. Instead, he made his way to the exchange area, intending to procure a portion of qi gathering pills for the disciples of Longshan Peak. Afterward, he would visit the martial arts pavilion to select a martial technique, practicing the everlasting dragon elephant art. Lu Chen felt the 8 spirals of energy within his body continuously rotating, their golden essence imbued with immense power, enabling him to unleash a punch exceeding 3,000 pounds, a feat previously unheard of. The martial techniques he had practiced before were not renowned for their reliance on blood energy, and now the entire sect believed he was cultivating a technique based on physical strength. Lu Chen could not allow others to discover the mysterious transformation of his Dantian into spirals. Should a sect powerhouse investigate, he feared the secret of the everlasting dragon elephant art would be exposed. Opting to select a martial technique from the sect served as a guise to reinforce the belief that he was indeed cultivating a physical technique. The everlasting dragon elephant art was exceedingly domineering, and its mental cultivation method encompassed powerful martial techniques. However, using them indiscriminately in public would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Outer disciples could only select martial techniques for cultivation, while as a true disciple, Lu Chun had the privilege to choose any martial technique below the saint level, provided it was not a treasure of the sect. After exchanging points for qi-gathering pills, Lu Chun found that his remaining points were insufficient to exceed 1,000, which left him feeling somewhat pained. Stepping into the martial arts pavilion, Lu Chun was met with an unusual sensation. This was his third visit. As an outer disciple, he had selected a martial technique, and as an inner disciple, he had also claimed one. Now, as a true disciple, he was eligible for an even higher tier of martial techniques. Martial techniques were classified into 5 ranks: human, yellow, earth, saint, and heaven. Within the martial arts pavilion, human and yellow rank techniques were the most abundant and accessible to inner disciples. As a true disciple, Lu Chun could select a martial technique below the saint level. Choosing a martial technique required careful consideration, ensuring it aligned with his cultivation method. The techniques he had previously practiced were rendered obsolete. While the martial techniques remained viable, they were no longer particularly fitting for him. The everlasting dragon elephant art was aggressive and formidable, necessitating a martial technique that matched its intensity. Otherwise, the results would be subpar. Wandering through the martial arts pavilion, Lu Chun passed by the human and yellow rank techniques, ultimately halting in the earth rank section. Here, a series of shelves displayed jade tokens, each representing a recorded martial technique inscribed by the sect's eminent figures. The shelves contained descriptions of the techniques, detailing the types of cultivation methods they complemented. Among the earth rank techniques, the Shangyang sword was prominent, specializing in swordsmanship. Mastery of this technique could yield the power to cleave mountains and rivers. Priced at 60,000 points. Lu Chun inhaled sharply. The price was exorbitant. Who among the inner disciples could afford such a cost? Even some elders likely lacked the requisite points, and even if they did, they would not expend them on a single martial technique. The Shangyang sword was not suitable for him, and Lu Chun continued to browse. Techniques such as Thunderclap Blade and Lightning Palm were also present, yet none resonated with his style. Disappointment settled in as he realized the critical nature of choosing a martial technique. He could not afford to make a haphazard selection. The vast collection of martial techniques within the sect was a result of millennia of accumulation. And the 20-some earth-rank techniques were a testament to Tsangyuan sect's esteemed status as a leading sect in the eastern continent. Even second-tier sects boasted only 1 or 2 earth-rank techniques, which were regarded as treasures. As Lu Chun peered deeper into the martial arts pavilion, he caught sight of the 3 saint-level techniques belonging to Tsangyuan sect, which likely required hundreds of thousands of points for exchange. Considering that he had only managed to accrue just over 1,000 points from trading numerous items, the thought of needing hundreds of thousands seemed astronomically daunting. The Dragon God token contained a plethora of treasures, including a significant amount of mid-grade spiritual stones, yet Lu Chun dared not reveal them. Doing so would undoubtedly cause a stir within the sect. He understood the adage, a commoner is innocent, but possessing a gem is a crime. With a sigh, Lu Chun resolved to settle for a yellow-ranked technique. His primary concern was finding one compatible with the true energy of the everlasting dragon elephant art, ensuring a swifter cultivation process. At that moment, a brilliant flash surged towards him like lightning, penetrating his mind before he could react. What is this? Lu Chun was momentarily stunned as the radiance surged from the depths of the martial arts pavilion. Leaving him with no means of defense, boom! A wave of information unfurled within his mind. Ascending Dragon Fist. The 3 words resonated distinctly, and Lu Chun felt a thunderous noise within his consciousness as segments of text materialized alongside flickering images of figures. This was a manifestation of the technique's inheritance. Glancing around to confirm his solitude, Lu Chun felt a rush of relief. This was not a technique he had stolen. It had entered his mind of its own accord. The Ascending Dragon Fist was perfectly suited for his cultivation, harmonizing seamlessly with the everlasting dragon elephant art. Merely visualizing the intricate movements of the fist technique in his mind allowed Lu Chun to sense its immense power. He hastily seized an earth-ranked technique and made his exit, realizing that the Ascending Dragon Fist might very well be a saint-level technique of the sect. The manner in which it had silently infiltrated his consciousness left him feeling apprehensive. Much like the everlasting dragon elephant art, he could not discern whether this was a boon or a curse. For the time being, it appeared that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Under the watchful gaze of the elder guarding the martial arts pavilion, Lu Chun retrieved merely a terrestrial-ranked martial art, the Thundercloud Palm. Upon his departure from the pavilion, a phantom emerged in the depths of the martial arts pavilion. It was Long Ao Tian, whose disheveled appearance betrayed a lack of self-care. A lewd smile etched upon his face. This young lad even knew fear. The thought brought him delight, and his grin was unnervingly sinister. A sense of helplessness seemed to permeate the air, as the powerful figures of the Tsangyan sect could do nothing but sigh in resignation. After all, Long Ao Tian's current cultivation was beyond their reach. "You old fellows, do not hold back. I am merely assisting you." Long Ao Tian chuckled with arrogance. "Once he matures, you shall understand." With that proclamation, Long Ao Tian's form gradually faded. And the rising dragon fist, which he imparted to Lu Chun, was his handiwork. At Long Shun Peak. After distributing the gathered chi pills to Tian Xiong, Lu Chun made his way to his exclusive training space. As the eldest disciple of Long Shun Peak, his cultivation chamber was among the first to be renovated, a sanctuary for training that had once belonged to previous disciples of Long Shun Peak. The formations within the cave automatically activated with the opening of the spiritual vein, isolating the practitioner from the outside world upon entry. Lu Chen's cave was the most abundant in spiritual energy, nestled in the most secluded corner. Once seated, Lu Chen inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he began to circulate the rising dragon fist in his mind. In his mental visualization, a diminutive figure repeatedly executed the fist technique, and Lu Chen inadvertently mirrored the motions. Within the cave, Lu Chen, with closed eyes, appeared to be under some form of control, repeating the fist technique time and again. Days slipped by in this manner, and when he finally emerged from his training cave, his eyes flashed with the intensity of thunder. With the rising dragon fist now at his disposal, he estimated that his punching power could reach an astonishing 4,000 pounds, a terrifying strength indeed. Such power was equivalent to that of a practitioner at the third level of Qi gathering. Having mastered the rising dragon fist, even the ninth Qi vortex began to materialize slowly. It would not be long before it became substantial. Although his current strength had yet to reach the pinnacle he once held prior to his decline, it was nonetheless approximately 70 to 80% of that former power, and Lu Chun felt quite satisfied with this rate of recovery. The reason for his exit from the training cave was that he had matters to attend to. The 12 zodiac spiritual peaks of Tsangyan sect convened every 3 months for an exchange, aimed at enhancing communication and camaraderie among the peaks. This would mark the first appearance of Long Shun Peak before the other spiritual peaks since the reopening of its spiritual vein. Given the current number of disciples at Long Shun Peak, it was the weakest among the spiritual peaks. According to sect regulations, despite Lu Chun being a true disciple, he could not evade the constraints. As the eldest disciple of Long Shun Peak, he bore the responsibility of leading it to greater heights. 17 disciples stood together, clad in flowing azure robes, their attire far more refined than that of the common disciples. These 17 individuals, since joining Long Shun Peak, had been recognized as official disciples of the sect. Now, among them, even the lowest in cultivation had reached the third level of Qi gathering, an astounding transformation from mere common disciples in less than 3 months. Lu Chun was highly satisfied with the progress of his junior brothers. Addressing the assembled disciples, he proclaimed, "This is our first venture beyond Long Shun Peak. You are all aware of how we are perceived outside as the 18 Waste, huh? Let us show them the terrifying potential that lies within our 18 Waste." Tian Xiong stepped forward, assuring, "Eldest brother, do not worry. We will not disgrace Long Shun Peak nor you." The youths, flushed with excitement, clenched their fists. They had once been the lowest of the low, but their current standing was a testament to the efforts of their esteemed elder brother before them. Remember, in my eyes, each of you is unique. Do not underestimate yourselves, nor should you belittle anyone. What you will face in the future is not merely your fellow sect members, but all the formidable forces of the world. Disciples of Long Shun Peak are no cowards. Chapter 28. Claiming their place, we are not waste, nor will we ever be cowards. The disciples of Long Shun Peak nearly roared this declaration. Lu Qian smiled gently, leading them down from Long Shun Peak. This marked the first time these disciples had stepped outside the newly opened spiritual peak in less than 3 months. The sect held exchanges every 3 months, necessitating attendance from each spiritual peak, with the venue being the grand square outside the Elders' Hall, presided over by the elders themselves. The grand square could accommodate tens of thousands, bustling with activity and vibrant voices. Among the 12 zodiac spiritual peaks, there were 3 major peaks, while the remaining spiritual peaks were largely unoccupied. Newly admitted outer disciples who could not join the 12 zodiac peaks had no choice but to cultivate in these unclaimed peaks, where the elders would personally impart their teachings. The exchange served as a platform for disciples to engage in discussions, resolve grievances, and was not classified as private combat. Each of the 12 zodiac spiritual peaks had designated areas. As Lu Qian and his junior brothers made their way, they garnered many curious glances. The disciples of Long Shun Peak have arrived. These common disciples have truly transformed. They exhibit a semblance of dignity. Turning waste into treasure, Brother Lu possesses such remarkable capability. It has been centuries since Long Shun Peak participated in an exchange. Their place has long been occupied. Ha ha. This promises to be entertaining. Amidst the various murmurs, Lu Qian remained unfazed, his expression calm, while his junior brothers turned crimson, their fists clenched in indignation. In the center of the square, several designated areas awaited the leading disciples of each spiritual peak. However, at that moment, the space allocated to Long Shun Peak was already filled with individuals. As Lu Qian and his junior brothers approached, they beheld the seated disciples, who completely disregarded their presence, a chill creeping into Lu Qian's demeanor. From their attire, it was evident that those occupying Long Shun Peak space were disciples of Hu Shun Peak, adorned in pure white robes emblazoned with a tiger insignia. Brothers, this is the space designated for Long Shun Peak. We kindly ask you to vacate it. Tian Qiong stepped forward, addressing the others with neither subservience nor arrogance. What are you? A waste from the common peak dares to demand we leave. Scram, a cold voice retorted, entirely dismissing Tian Qiong's request, eliciting a chorus of derisive laughter from those around. They were deliberately seeking to humiliate the disciples of Long Shun Peak under the guise of their common status. Tian Qiong's fists tightened, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Just as he prepared to retort, a hand rested gently on his shoulder, pulling him back. Lu Qian stepped forth, gazing at the indifferent disciples of Hu Shun Peak, and calmly stated, I too was once a disciple of the common peak. Do you intend to ask me to leave as well? Lu Qian's eyes sparkled like stars, his presence formidable, though his cultivation was not particularly high. His mere presence symbolized Long Shun Peak. It is Brother Lu, a young man with delicate features and a disdainful smirk, named Du Song, rose to his feet. He was a disciple of Hu Shun Peak. This position has been occupied by Hu Shun Peak's disciples for years. Dio, you think you can reclaim it simply by virtue of being a true disciple? No one stepped forward to defend the disciples of Long Shun Peak. Du Song made it abundantly clear that in front of so many, Lu Qian could not bully them with his status as a true disciple. Lu Qian had anticipated this day would come. Since the reopening of Long Shun Peak's spiritual vein, the sect had yet to provide a clear explanation, and it was only a matter of time before someone tested the waters of Long Shun Peak's strength. However, Lu Qian was taken aback that the first to challenge them was Hu Shun Peak. I intend to leverage my status as a true disciple of Long Shun Peak to compel you to vacate this space immediately. What will you do about it? Lu Qian was not easily swayed and did not wish to reveal all his cards so soon. Du Song and the disciples of Hu Shun Peak were astonished and surprised that Lu Qian was not conforming to their expectations. Get lost? Lu Qian took a step forward, his voice booming like a dragon's roar. The seated disciples of Hu Shun Peak felt as though they were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. Even Du Song staggered back 2 steps, his face pale. Despite being at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, he found himself breathless under Lu Qian's imposing aura. Brother Lu's presence is formidable. How long has he been cultivating the power of his physical body? To possess such might is astonishing. You all do not comprehend. true disciples can harness a fraction of the sect's grand formation strength, which is truly terrifying. One cannot help but envy. Do you think Brother Lu would dare to strike these individuals? Do not forget that Hushan Peak also has true disciples. The murmurs of discussion surrounding them had no effect on the parties involved. Du Song finally managed to catch his breath, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. He was from Tiger God Peak, a distinguished figure in his own right. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Brother Lu, you are crossing the line. Du Song's aura surged as he addressed the crowd gathered in the Grand Plaza, proclaiming loudly, I, Du Luan, an inner disciple of Tiger God Peak, hereby challenge Lu Chun, the true disciple of Dragon God Peak. Dare you face me in combat? This unexpected challenge marked the dramatic beginning of the exchange conference, yet no one seemed surprised, as if they had anticipated such an outcome. The sound reverberated far and wide. Du Song paid no heed to the seething glares from the disciples of Dragon God Peak. With a decisive stride, he ascended the central arena. Do you dare to fight? The echo of his challenge lingered in the air, compelling Lu Chen to respond. Brother Lu, let us battle. What is there to fear? A voice from the crowd boomed, clearly relishing the unfolding drama, inciting a wave of laughter. Brother Lu, we stand with you. A group of female disciples from Phoenix God Peak rallied behind Lu Chun. Among them, Su Ruyan maintained her composure, though a hint of coldness flickered in her gaze. I wonder how long you can bask in your glory. The other disciples from various peaks watched with a sense of amusement, some harboring ulterior motives, their faces alight with smiles that concealed their true intentions. Lu Chun regarded Du Song, now standing on the arena, a clear smile gracing his face. Du Song's eagerness to challenge revealed that he was merely a pawn. The question remained, who was pulling the strings behind him? It appeared that today, he would have to take action. Just as Lu Chun prepared to step onto the arena, a resounding voice interjected, You are not worthy to challenge Brother Lu. Approaching was a figure resembling a small mountain, towering over 2 meters with a robust physique that seemed to cause the ground to tremble beneath him. Zhang Wan. This was a man whose appearance starkly contrasted with his name, embodying the essence of a formidable warrior. Zhang Wan, disciple of Dragon God Peak, will accept your challenge on behalf of our senior brother. Du Song recognized Zhang Wan, a veritable monster, an anomaly even among the disciples of Songyuan sect. With a cold demeanor, Du Song retorted, When did you become a disciple of Dragon God Peak? Zhang Wan? Zhang Wan stood head and shoulders above the rest, effortlessly commanding attention wherever he went. He flashed a broad grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Just a moment ago. Ask if you don't believe me. It was common knowledge that apart from Lu Chun, Dragon God Peak was populated solely by a horde of miscellaneous disciples. With Lu Chun's approval, anyone could join their ranks. Zhang Wen's words were laden with the unspoken truth that Lu Chun would not refute. Lu Chun chuckled, for among the few friends he had in Songyuan sect, Zhang Wan was undoubtedly the closest. They were not merely friends but companions bound by shared experiences, he recalled when he decided to take the entrance exam for Songyuan sect, and Zhang Wan had cheerfully declared, I'll accompany you. They had both succeeded, becoming outer disciples together. Lu Chun felt a sense of familiarity with Zhang Wan. Both were orphans who had grown up side by side. As Zhang Wan stepped onto the arena, he wore a grin reminiscent of a simpleton. An elder responsible for overseeing the exchange conference now approached, addressing the two contenders. As fellow disciples, keep your challenge within limits. If there are no objections, let the contest begin. Du Song glared fiercely at Zhang Wan before erupting. I will take you down first, then challenge him. A formidable sword, a treasured artifact, appeared in Du Song's grasp as he lunged toward Zhang Wan with unwavering resolve. A powerful violet light radiated from his strike. He had commenced the battle with his full might. The force of this strike equated to that of a cultivator at the 4th level of spirit gathering. While Zhang Wan stood at merely the 2nd level, Du Song intended to end this challenge with a single blow, unleashing his full strength alongside his prized swordsmanship. Come on. As Zhang Wen's foot met the ground, ripples spread across the arena. Crafted from unique materials, it could withstand even the mightiest of assaults, fortified by protective formations that shielded it from external fluctuations of spiritual energy. Boom. A brilliant violet flash erupted. And with it, a figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the protective barrier before collapsing to the ground. Impossible! Du Song knelt, humiliation etched across his face. He had been defeated in a single move. Those who witnessed this were left in stunned silence, as Zhang Wen had effortlessly shattered Du Song's treasured artifact with nothing but a single punch. Such strength! The mere impact of his fist rivaled that of a treasured weapon. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as they realized Du Song's third level of spirit gathering, combined with his artifact and martial techniques, were utterly insufficient to withstand Zhang Wen's casual strike. What cultivation technique does Brother Zhang practice to be so formidable? I've heard he possesses innate strength. No one has seen him in action until now. Such an impressive physique. Brother Zhang has truly made a name for himself. A faint bruise marked Zhang Wen's fist as he scoffed at the prostrate Du Song. What a waste! With such meager cultivation, you dare challenge Brother Liu? Who gave you the audacity? Du Song bowed his head in shame. His spirit shattered. The blow had severely injured him. Zhang Wen descended from the arena, ignoring the defeated Du Song, and approached the Dragon God Peak's designated area, his presence still radiating the aftermath of victory. And you, get lost? The disciples of Tiger God Peak, who had occupied the territory of Dragon God Peak, were mostly low-level inner disciples, primarily at the first or second levels of spirit gathering. Even those like Du Song, at the third level, posed no threat to Zhang Wen. They dared not utter a word, shamefacedly retreating. The disciples of Dragon God Peak regarded Zhang Wen with friendly smiles, and Tian Qiong led the way in offering a respectful greeting. We meet again, Brother Zhang. Zhang Wen smiled in return. Indeed, I believe it won't be long before you surpass these worthless opponents. The departing disciples of Tiger God Peak halted in their tracks, feeling the sting of humiliation. They were indeed insignificant in the presence of strength. Sit, Lu Qian instructed his fellow disciples, taking the lead to occupy the position of Dragon God Peak. After 600 years, Dragon God Peak had returned, and the gazes of those around bore various emotions as they observed the 18 so-called wastes of Dragon God Peak, now with the addition of Zhang Wen, who exuded an aura of undeniable strength. An elder presiding over the exchange conference emerged, officially declaring the commencement of the event. The earlier incident was quickly brushed aside. The rules of the exchange conference were simple: discussions and challenges. Disciples of higher cultivation could challenge those of lower levels, who had the option to decline. Conversely, lower-level disciples could challenge higher ones, who could not refuse. Not all disciples of the sect participated in these exchanges. Given the frequency of the tri-monthly events, many genuine prodigies preferred to cultivate in seclusion rather than engage unless faced with a significant obstacle. The exchange conference was primarily attended by outer disciples. This marked the first participation of the Dragon God Peak disciples, who had previously been mere servants and lacked the qualifications to partake in such events. Lu Qian had brought them forth, intending to broaden their horizons and demonstrate to all that the once mighty Dragon God Peak had returned. Tian Qiong of Dragon God Peak, at the 5th level of Qi Gathering, challenges any disciple at the same level from other peaks. Who dares to fight? Tian Qiong stood resolutely on the arena, a premeditated declaration to ensure that the Dragon God Peak would make a mark and that these former servants would command respect. Such audacity! This person was only at the 1st level of Qi Gathering 3 months ago. Heavens! His cultivation speed is astonishing. Many outer disciples, who had spent a year in the sect without advancing 2 levels, were left astounded by Tian Qiong's leap of 4 levels in just 3 months. Wang San from Tiger God Peak, at the 5th level of Qi Gathering, accepts your challenge. Having just been humiliated by Dragon God Peak, Tiger God Peak was eager to regain its honor and promptly dispatched a disciple of equivalent cultivation. The challenge matches of the exchange conference had officially commenced. No one anticipated that this exchange meeting would become the renowned gathering of Longshan Peak. Chapter 30. Resisting the magical artifacts, Hushan Peak consecutively dispatched 3 disciples at the 5th level of Qi Gathering, only to return in utter defeat. After suffering several humiliations, they finally refrained from further disgrace. Tian Qiong, a disciple at the 5th level of Qi Gathering, surprisingly possessed such formidable combat prowess. After 3 battles, Tian Qiong withdrew to rest, and yet another disciple from Longshan Peak ascended the arena, this time at the 4th level of Qi Gathering. Each challenge was met by disciples from Longshan Peak, and any who felt discontented raised their challenge, provided their cultivation was not superior to that of Longshan Peak's disciples. While Longshan Peak did not achieve total victory, it boasted an impressive win rate of 80%, igniting jealousy in many. The so-called 18 useless disciples of Longshan Peak silenced their critics. If such talent was deemed useless, then they too were all rendered useless. With all 17 junior brothers having completed their challenges for sustained injuries, and the rest were left breathless, devoid of any fighting spirit, Su Wanlin, a disciple from Ma Sin Peak at the 3rd level of spirit gathering, challenged Brother Lu. A booming voice echoed as a figure clad in white stood on the arena. Exuding grace, Su Wanlin had made his entrance. Zhang Wanzhong intended to rise, yet Lu Chun shook his head. He could not remain in the shadows indefinitely. There would come a time to act, and now, Su Wanlin provided the perfect opportunity for him to do so. I accept your challenge. Lu Chun stepped forward, causing the crowd to erupt once more. Today truly opened their eyes. Each of Longshan Peak's miscellaneous disciples was a pleasant surprise. What of Lu Chen, the eldest disciple of Longshan Peak? The last time he revealed his prowess was during the miscellaneous assembly, where he showcased his immense vitality, leading to rumors of his transformation into a practitioner of physical vitality. Yet, no one could confirm this entirely. Cultivating physical vitality diverges from the realm of cultivating true energy in the Dantian. Initially, the training of the physical body is termed blood refining, akin to the qi gathering realm, followed by bone refining, corresponding to the spirit gathering realm. Su Wanlin at the 3rd level of spirit gathering challenging Lu Chun. Had Lu brothers' physical body indeed reached the bone refining realm? Many gasped in astonishment. It was truly terrifying. In just 3 months, from having his Dantian destroyed to transitioning to physical cultivation, he had managed to break through to the bone refining realm. Such speed could only be described as monstrous. Su Wanlin remained composed as he gazed at Lu Chun, a figure that ignited his fighting spirit. Were it not for Lu Chun, he would not have driven himself so relentlessly. Though Su Wanlin was also a genius, his brilliance paled in comparison to Lu Chen's. Zhongwen sect only acknowledged Lu brother, conveniently forgetting Su Wanlin's existence. Lu brother, Su Wanlin spoke calmly, do you realize how much you are despised? As he stood on the arena, it felt as if he had returned to the day he obstructed Lu Chen's path. He could not allow Lu Chun to thrive. According to the information he had received, Lu Chun was still a practitioner at the blood refining stage, and he could easily slay him with a single sword strike. Su Wanlin. Lu Chen smiled, speaking with serene confidence. In my eyes, you were once a waste, and you remain a waste now, and will continue to be one in the future. You seek death. Su Wanlin's face contorted with fury, gritting his teeth as he raised his magical artifact without hesitation, aiming it at Lu Chen. A powerful purple light erupted from the artifact as Su Wanlin exerted all his strength. Once Lu Chen stepped onto this arena, the protective barrier of the sect would weaken. This was the rule. No one could remain invincible forever. A champion nurtured in a greenhouse was hardly a true champion. Su brother seeks to kill Lu brother. What audacity to attempt to slay a true disciple. Some observed the alarming intensity of Su Wanlin's aura. This was a murderous intent. Su Wanlin's hatred had escalated to the point of wanting to kill. Lu Chen believed he had never wronged Su Wanlin. Was it a sin to incite jealousy? Lu brother. The disciples of Longshan Peak stood in unison, their expressions tense. The elders at the edge of the arena remained unmoved, showing no intention to intervene. Lu brother. In a corner, a petite figure stood up, visibly anxious, her fists clenched and worried. Su Ruoyan watched Jin Shasha, her eyes flickering with a cold glimmer. True disciples, do you truly think you are invulnerable? It seemed I need not intervene. Su Ruoyan's gaze was consumed by a singular purple light. At the 3rd level of spirit gathering, Su Wanlin's true energy was robust, even stronger than Du Song's, who had previously challenged Lu Chun. With this sword strike, he could effortlessly slay any practitioner at the 4th level of qi gathering. Lu Chun clenched his fist, closing his eyes. To the outside world, it appeared as though he had resigned himself to fate. Yet, within Lu Chen's mind, thunderous voices reverberated. A deep dragon's roar resonated from below, as if it could bridge heaven and earth. Lu Chen's clenched fist suddenly unfurled, his palm rotating, and a powerful fist force instantaneously transformed into palm and tint. Those of slightly higher cultivation could see that Lu Qin casually thrust out a palm, and the world seemed to change color. The originally advancing purple light, as if confronted by something terrifying, veered away from Lu Qin and dispersed to the side. Thundercloud Palm, someone exclaimed in astonishment. It was one of Songyuan sect's earth-level martial techniques. Recognizable to some, a tempest of thunder materialized in Lu Qin's palm, explaining why Su Wenlin's true energy retreated. This thunderous force inherently suppressed practitioners. The might of earth-level martial techniques was now on full display. A powerful red and purple light surged towards Su Wenlin. No. Su Wenlin bellowed in rage, unwilling to concede. Even at the cost of enduring a palm strike, he sought to behead Lu Qin with his sword. A cracking sound echoed as one of Su Wenlin's arms was directly shattered. Yet he did not cease his assault, the sword in his hand descending with ferocity. With no means of evasion, Lu Qin could only brace himself for the impact of the magical artifact. Boom! A radiant light burst forth, and Lu Qin staggered back a step, his brow twitching as he regarded Su Wenlin, who gazed at him in terror. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if he had struck an iron elephant, bone-refining realm. Lu Brother's physical body had indeed reached the bone-refining realm. Such a formidable vitality could withstand a magical artifact. Lu Brother and Brother Zhang's physical prowess was astonishing. A medley of emotions surged within Lu Qin. That instant had not solely been his true physical strength. Had it relied solely on physical might, he could not have withstood a magical artifact. The Divine Dragon Cauldron, hidden in the corner of the Divine Dragon Order, had emitted a faint glow just then, deflecting the sword strike. The step back was intentional on Lu Qin's part. The treasured artifact possessed consciousness. In that moment, Lu Qin sensed its presence. It seemed to have been suppressed, for otherwise, even a mere whisper of its aura could obliterate everything. Chapter 31. The might of the eldest disciple possessing a treasured artifact, akin to the ancient dragon elephant technique, was Lu Qin's greatest secret. To withstand a magical artifact, Lu Qin had harbored thoughts of mutual destruction. Yet the sudden emergence of the artifact's aura altered the course of battle. A mere fragment of its aura wielded such power. Were it to unleash its full force, the entire Songyuan sect would be reduced to rubble. In that moment, Lu Qin keenly felt the terror of annihilation. You have lost? Lu Qin did not seek to annihilate Su Wenlin, even though the latter had aimed to kill him. Sparing Su Wenlin was not an act of kindness, but rather a far crueler fate. Allowing him to live was more torturous than death. Su Wenlin's resolve shattered. His once proud strength and talent now seemed utterly insignificant in Lu Qin's eyes. I have lost. Why? Su Wenlin stared blankly at the sword in his hand, a magical artifact he had acquired at great cost. Yet it was merely a mid-grade one, despite the artifact's power and his cultivation. He had failed to harm Lu Qin. What pride remained for him? Because you are a waste. The final words shattered the last vestige of Su Wenlin's resolve, and he erupted into mad laughter. Appearing deranged, an elder promptly intervened, rendering him unconscious and instructing Ma Xin Peak's disciples to carry him away. Lu Qin remained upon the arena, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below, ultimately resting on the position of Xishan Peak. Hushan Peak, Ma Xin Peak, Xishan Peak. To command the disciples of these two spirit peaks, and yet, no one from Xishan Peak had stepped forward. Lu Qin's curiosity about those who sought to kill him only intensified. Who else? Lu Qin's thunderous voice reverberated, instilling fear in all directions. The disciples of Longshan Peak had shone brightly, and as a true disciple, he had demonstrated immense prowess, having bested Su Wenlin at the 3rd level of spirit gathering. The highest cultivation among the inner disciples at the exchange meeting was merely at the 5th level of spirit gathering. Regardless of who it was, at this moment, they would weigh their options carefully, pondering whether it was worth the risk. Victory could lead to fame, but could they truly succeed? According to Songyuan sect's regulations, when disciples at the spirit gathering realm broke through to the 6th level, they would be assigned duties or tasked with training in the army of the Dian dynasty. Just like Lu Qin, before his cultivation was destroyed, he had been at the 6th level of spirit gathering, tasked with guarding the storeroom, which had led to the incident of the spirit showing pill being stolen. This was also why it was rare to see practitioners above the 6th level of spirit gathering within Tonglen sect. The eldest disciple is mighty. Tian Qiong let out a thunderous roar, prompting a group of disciples from Longshan Peak to erupt in excitement. Master Brother is formidable. Even among the outer sect disciples, some joined in the fervor, shouting, Lu Shixiang is mighty. With no one stepping onto the arena, Lu Qian disdainfully surveyed the crowd before gracefully descending from the platform. At that moment, he was the center of attention, radiant like the moon surrounded by stars. Refining Bone Realm, is it? So you have been concealing your true strength all along. Su Ruyan gazed at him from afar, her heart enveloped in an indescribable sensation. The exchange meeting continued, yet no disciple dared to underestimate Longshan Peak. They had proven themselves through sheer prowess. Deep within the confines of Zhongyuan sect, in an ethereal hall, several indistinct figures sat in silent deliberation. Shixiang, you are cheating. The accused, a disheveled figure, bore a lewd smile, completely unfazed, retorting earnestly, you could cheat as well. This single remark rendered his accusers speechless. After a lengthy pause, a soft sigh broke the silence. His actions place him in grave danger. Long Outyin spoke with a hint of melancholy. Without stepping into hell, how can one know that hell holds no Buddha? You old geezers are fixated on trivialities. It is no wonder you have made no progress over the years. No one dared to refute Long Outyin's admonition. Despite being powerful figures in the eastern continent, they were as insignificant as ants in his presence. Shixiang, is this approach not a bit too hasty? After a considerable interval, a voice finally emerged, and Long Outyin, taking heed of the words, chuckled, I almost forgot. It can indeed be expedited further. The hall fell silent, the disciples wary of provoking any further outbursts from their senior. The tri-monthly exchange meeting spanned 3 days. Lu Chun attended only the first day and then refrained from further appearances. Tian Qiong, accompanied by numerous junior brothers, engaged with some outer sect disciples, for Longshan Peak was no longer the abandoned spiritual peak of 3 months prior. On Longshan Peak, Lu Chun refrained from attending the exchange meeting, and Zhang Wen had not shown up either. During this period, Zhang Wen had brought Lu Chun considerable surprises, having remained in the Sunset Mountain Range. The Xian Beast Peak and the Sunset Mountain Range were interconnected yet entirely distinct realms, with the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range being an endless territory inhabited by Xian beasts. After 2 days of preparation, Lu Chun finally made a decision to venture into the Sunset Mountain Range with Zhang Wen. Have you thought this through? Once you enter the Sunset Mountain Range, the sect's protective formations will no longer shield you. Zhang Wen, aware of Lu Chun's recent experiences, naturally harbored concerns. Despite his robust physique, his intellect was equally astute. Weren't we often there before? As long as we don't encounter experts at the 6th level of Gathering Spirit Realm or above. What do we have to fear when we join forces? Lu Chun was resolute. Remaining within the sect might be safer, but it would only hinder his cultivation. The ancient dragon elephant technique required relentless advancement, making it impossible to remain in the sect for training. Moreover, Lu Chun sought further experience, as the 9th cyclone within him was on the verge of solidifying, just 2 steps away from the Gathering Spirit Realm. The final step, however, was not easily attained. To conceal the secret of his Dantian, Lu Chun had to cultivate his physical body simultaneously. While everyone believed he was at the Refining Bone Realm, he alone knew he remained at the Refining Blood Realm. Training the physical body proved far more challenging than cultivating Dantian's spiritual energy, requiring resources that were entirely lacking. Entering the Sunset Mountain Range was an inevitable course of action. Zhang Wen ceased his persuasion. Upon his return, he had exchanged for numerous items at the Elders' Hall, intending to make a significant impact within the Sunset Mountain Range. From the Zhongyuan sect's mountain gate, one could enter the Sunset Mountain Range, which was laced with numerous paths allowing sect disciples to come and go freely, yet outsiders would be obstructed by formations. Lu Chun and Zhang Wen casually chose a path and entered the Sunset Mountain Range. After their departure, many keen observers within Zhongyuan sect had already caught wind of the news, and a number of sect disciples followed suit into the Sunset Mountain Range for training, shrouded in mist. The Sunset Mountain Range was truly the domain of Xian beasts, a vast expanse belonging to their world. Lu Chun and Zhang Wen had ventured into the Sunset Mountain Range several times for training. Navigating the periphery with ease as they delved deeper. Chapter 32. Purple Snow Fruit. How vast was the Sunset Mountain Range? Historical records of the eastern continent claimed that even peak experts of the gathering infant realm could not traverse its entirety, and aside from the unreachable distances, they could not evade the formidable Xian Beast clan. Upon leaving Songyuan sect, Lu Chun felt a profound sense of relief, shedding the feeling of being a thief. Apart from the ancient dragon-elephant technique, he also possessed a holy level cultivation method, the Ascending Dragon Fist. These secrets must not be divulged. Zhang Wan, how far is that location you mentioned? This marked the 7th day since entering the Sunset Mountain Range. Lu Chun and Zhang Wan hurried along, and according to Zhang Wan, the last time he passed through here, he encountered a purple snow fruit, and calculating the time, it was nearly ripe. It's just ahead. We are almost there. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Lu Chun spotted a mountain spring. Its waters cascading down the rocks, and nestled in the crevices was a tree with bare branches, adorned with 3 purple spiritual fruits. Truly the purple snow fruit, Lu Chun exclaimed with delight, for he was in dire need of this fruit to cultivate his physical body, which was also the reason Zhang Wan was willing to embark on this adventure with him. Wherever spiritual herbs and fruits thrived, they were invariably guarded by Xian beasts, and along the way, they had already encountered numerous second-tier Xian beasts. Be cautious, Zhang Wan warned, and Lu Chun noticed a slight bulge on the rock beneath the purple snow fruit tree. There lay a Xian beast. The snow fox, if not observed closely, one could easily be deceived by its disguise. The guardian Xian beast of the purple snow fruit, being a second-tier spiritual fruit, held greater value for cultivators of the physical body than gathering spirit pills. The snow fox excelled in camouflage. Though small in stature, one should not underestimate this creature. Among second-tier Xian beasts, the snow fox was known for its cunning and emitted a toxic aura. The fox clan among Xian beasts stood out distinctly, and the effects of its poison on cultivators typically resulted in a temporary downgrade of their cultivation. I'll distract it. You grab the purple snow fruit, Zhang Wan whispered, and without waiting for Lu Chun's response, he darted forward. Zhang Wan's imposing figure moved swiftly. He was not adept with weapons, as his body served as the most powerful instrument. He leaped into the air, reaching the base of the purple snow fruit tree in just a few bounds, causing the snow fox, disguised as a rock, to stir. It instinctively released a toxic gas. The faint purple mist was laced with a dark aura. This was the fox poison, and even a mere whiff could suppress one's cultivation. Beast, Zhang Wan disregarded the danger, launching a punch at the creature. The moment Zhang Wan acted, Lu Chun had already moved, stealthily approaching the purple snow fruit tree. This snow fox was a second-tier 3-level Xian beast, exceedingly aggressive. It viewed this territory as its own and would not tolerate intrusions. It emitted a hissing sound, moving with blinding speed, its claws aimed directly at Zhang Wan. The claws of such a small creature were remarkably sharp, rivaling those of magical artifacts. Should they land a strike, even Zhang Wan's formidable physique would bear a scar. Hemph! Zhang Wan scoffed, seizing a rock and hurling it at the snow of Ox. As the snow fox evaded the rock, it suddenly noticed a figure approaching its precious fruit, prompting it to emit a frantic cry, abandoning Zhang Wan and charging towards Lu Chun, who was reaching for the purple snow fruit. Think you can escape? Zhang Wan was not slow either. He produced a golden silk net. Who said that a hulking figure lacked wits? This net was crafted from special materials and was a low-grade magical artifact he had exchanged for 300 points at the sect's treasure pavilion, specifically designed to deal with small Xian beasts. The second-tier Xian beast, the snow fox, had considerable intelligence. As it leaped, it continuously dodged. Yet, it could only watch helplessly as the detestable human plucked its long-guarded food. The maturation period of the purple snow fruit spanned 3 years, from flowering to fruiting to ripening, yielding only 3 fruits. With the purple snow fruit in hand, Lu Chun leaped down, nearly slipping into the mountain spring. The snow fox followed suit, its target set on Lu Chun. The 2 beings, one human and one beast, landed by the spring, and Lu Chun provocatively held up one of the purple snow fruits. Mimicking the gesture of devouring it, chirp chirp, the snow fox emitted strange sounds, pondering how to reclaim its rightful fruit. Seeing your eagerness, how about we strike a deal? Lu Qian and Zhang Wen exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a mysterious smile. There are exactly 3 purple snow fruits. We can split them, and you mustn't trouble us. The snow fox, possessing high intelligence, understood Lu Qian's intent. Yet, as this fruit rightfully belonged to it, why should it share with an insufferable human? Let's agree on that. This one is for you. Lu Qian made a decision, tossing a purple snow fruit towards it. The snow fox leapt to catch it, momentarily distracted, failing to notice the glimmering smile in Lu Qian's eyes as he threw the fruit. The golden silk net flew from Zhang Wen's hands, instantly ensnaring the snow fox along with the purple snow fruit. A beast is still a beast. Lu Qian approached, his gaze fixated on the snow fox ensnared within the golden net, its fury palpable. The creature regarded humanity as malevolent, helplessly thrashing against its bonds. Zhang Wen also drew near, chuckling, this little creature is a treasure trove. Its blood is even more precious than the purple snow fruit. Lu Qian understood that this was precisely why he and Zhang Wen had conspired together to trap it. Be careful, Lu Qian called out, but it was too late. The trapped snow fox released another noxious gas, and Zhang Wen, who stood perilously close, had no time to evade, inhaling the foulness. Damn it, what a misstep. Zhang Wen cursed, swiftly delivering a kick to the snow fox. This is utterly revolting. Can anything be more disgusting than inhaling a fart? Lu Qian chuckled softly, reassured that the effects of the fox's toxin would not last long, at most 15 minutes. If they exercised caution, they should be fine. Such brotherly affection. Suddenly, a voice emerged, startling Lu Qian and Zhang Wen into a defensive formation. Several figures slowly emerged, having concealed themselves for an unknown duration. Unnoticed by both Lu Qian and Zhang Wen, they bore artifacts that masked their presence. A realization struck Lu Qian, and his expression shifted. He had been careless. These individuals were evidently here for him, their faces betraying ill intent. The purple snow fruit and the snow fox, splendid. Thank you, Brother Lu and Brother Zhang, for leading us here. Otherwise, we would have never encountered such treasures. One of the figures, cloaked in hidden energy, recognized Lu Qian and Zhang Wen. Who are you? Lu Qian demanded, unable to identify them, feeling no discernible aura from their beings. They wielded powerful artifacts of concealment, an extravagant display indeed. Your executioners, Chapter 33. The unfleeing assassins. 7 cultivators positioned themselves in a circle, forming a rudimentary 7-star demon confinement array. Witnessing this, Lu Qian's pupils constricted slightly as he turned to Zhang Wen. Seems I have once again implicated you. Although Zhang Wen's cultivation had been suppressed to the first level of spirit gathering due to the fox's toxin, he remained unafraid, a calm smile gracing his features as he declared, just a few pesky insects. They can be dealt with. Such was Zhang Wen's character. Lu Qian smiled, producing the massive sword he had wielded previously, his favored weapon. Crafted from a unique and extraordinarily hard material. Kill them. The leading cultivator roared, charging directly at Lu Qian, his artifact emanating a violet glow. As the aura of the 4th-level spirit-gathering cultivator emanated from within, Lu Qian could distinctly sense the strength of his opponent. The other auras soon revealed themselves as well, all belonging to 3rd-level spirit-gathering cultivators. Coupled with their artifacts, they could easily dispatch even a typical 5th-level spirit-gathering cultivator. The fact that so many spirit-gathering cultivators were mobilized to kill him indicated the formidable nature of his pursuers. At that moment, a cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Qian's eyes. Did they truly perceive him as a soft target? The fastest cultivator had already reached Lu Qian's immediate vicinity, his face twisted in a cruel smile, as if he could already envision his artifact tearing through Lu Qian's flesh. Seeking death, Lu Qian swung his massive sword with force, unleashing his full vitality. Like a rampaging behemoth, a faint violet glow enveloped everything before erupting in a thunderous blast. With a splatter, blood erupted as the charging cultivator's eyes widened in terror. Your Dantian isn't destroyed. His words jolted the others into awareness, their astonished gazes turning towards Lu Qian. If Lu Qian's Dantian remained intact, he was indeed a 6th-level spirit-gathering powerhouse. Lu Qian responded with a faint smile, swinging his massive sword once more, bringing it crashing down. This strike was fueled entirely by his vitality, devoid of any martial techniques. The over 4,000 pounds of force descended like a meteor, obliterating the protective spiritual energy surrounding the cultivator and shattering countless bones throughout his body. This starkly illustrated the difference between cultivating true energy and physical strength, unless one practiced both martial arts and spells. In close combat, vitality triumphed over spell power. After enduring 2 devastating strikes, the cultivator was rendered incapacitated. He had been the strongest among them, a 4th-level spirit-gathering cultivator, and had he not underestimated Lu Chen, he would not have met such a dire fate. You? The cultivator attempted to utter something, but Lu Chen had no intention of granting him that opportunity. With a swift stroke, he severed the head from the body, blood gushing forth like an arrow, as the last glimmer of life faded from the terror-stricken eyes. Just moments ago, he had boasted of coming to kill Lu Chen, yet now he lay dead at Lu Chen's feet. The remaining cultivators hesitated only briefly before 4 of them charged directly at Lu Chen. They had not fled. This revelation brought a surge of joy to Lu Chen's heart. He had initially feared that their secret could not be concealed. If these cultivators had escaped, the secret of his Dantian's restoration might have been exposed. With one of the 7-star demon confinement array's members slain, the formation crumbled and the residual energy dissipated. Lu Chen coldly smiled as he faced the 4 3rd-level spirit-gathering cultivators, while the remaining 2 were engaged by Zhang Wen. Despite Zhang Wen's cultivation being suppressed to the 1st level of spirit gathering, his innate strength and extraordinary physique rendered him unafraid of the 2 3rd-level spirit-gathering cultivators' assaults. Cultivators of the spirit-gathering realm could only employ the most rudimentary spells, relying on the spiritual energy within their bodies and their artifacts for ranged attacks. The use of artifacts consumed considerable spiritual energy. Lu Chen's only shortcoming lay in his speed. His movement techniques were inferior to those of the 3rd-level cultivators, given that his own cultivation was merely at the 8th level of Qi gathering. The 4 3rd-level spirit-gathering cultivators, leveraging their coordinated efforts, managed to hold their own against Lu Chen. However, they quickly recognized the threat he posed and sought to prevent him from closing the distance. Avoiding direct confrontation, I must find an opportunity to eliminate 1 or 2 to turn the tide. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen endured a hit from an artifact, swinging his massive sword toward one of the assailants. "No!" he cried out, but Lu Chen showed no mercy. The sword cleaved through the protective spiritual energy, severing half of the cultivator's body in one fell swoop. The dismembered half crumpled to the ground, the remaining half staggering forward, oblivious to the fading life force within him. As he took a step towards his fallen half, he realized too late that his vitality was dissipating. He collapsed, the other half of his body following suit. Just as Lu Chen had anticipated, though he had endured a strike from an artifact, he remained unscathed. The feeble power of the divine dragon cauldron had once again shielded him from the attack. After dispatching another foe, the remaining 4 cultivators could no longer maintain their formation. A cruel smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips as he turned his attention to another. They are not disciples of the Zhongyuan sect. This realization struck Lu Chen directly. Had they been from the sect, they might have fled long ago. Their refusal to escape indicated that these cultivators were assassins, bound by their mission, facing repercussions should they fail. This explained why they would rather fight to the death than flee. Cultivators raised in such a manner would harbor unwavering loyalty, ensuring that secrets remained sealed. After claiming yet another life, Lu Chen's curiosity about those who sought his demise intensified. To traverse the formations of the Zhongyuan sect and enter the Sunset Mountains was no small feat. Minutes passed, and the ground bore several corpses, the stench of blood wafting through the air. "Let us go." With the snow fox secured within the golden net, Zhang Wen led the way, hastening into the depths of the forest. Lu Chen and Zhang Wen did not spare a glance at the fallen artifacts or the belongings of the slain cultivators. They left everything behind. It was a simple rationale. These items belonged to the assassins, and they might have been tainted with tracking energy. If they took them, they could potentially attract other assassins. After sprinting for half an hour, they finally came to a halt. "We should be safe now," Lu Chen remarked. The previous encounter had indeed been perilous. Their pursuers had likely been tracking them for some time, concealed until now. Furthermore, it was reasonable to suspect that these assassins were not all accounted for. there were undoubtedly more lurking in the shadows. Chapter 34. The corpse-eating beast had it not been for the allure of the purple snow fruit and the snow fox. These assassins might have remained hidden. Their greed had compelled them to reveal themselves prematurely, leading to their unexpected demise. These individuals do not resemble sect disciples, Zhang Wen remarked. They seem more akin to elite warriors cultivated by a powerful figure. Lu Chen shared the sentiment but could not recall having offended such a significant personage, who would go to such lengths to take his life. Having entered the Sunset Mountains with assassins on his trail, Lu Chen found it perplexing that someone would be so eager to end his life. Within the Zhongwen sect, who possessed the influence to incite the disciples of the Tiger God Peak, Horse God Peak, and Snake God Peak against him, who could wield such power? Unable to fathom the situation, Lu Chen chose not to dwell on it as long as Zhang Wen joined forces with him. They would face no danger unless they encountered a cultivator at the 6th level of spirit gathering. The snow fox was still ensnared in the golden web, struggling in vain for quite some time. This second-tier mystical beast, the snow fox, truly possessed a wealth of treasures. Zhang Wen, repulsed by the fox's foul stench, took matters into his own hands and slaughtered it. He placed a small vial of fresh snow fox blood, emanating a faint purple aura, before Lu Chen. The energy contained within this blood was significant. Without hesitation, Lu Chen lifted the vial and drank it in one gulp. The blood of the snow fox bore a subtle, peculiar fragrance, and as it slid down into his stomach, a torrent of scorching energy rapidly spread throughout his body. Lu Chen quickly seated himself and began to cultivate, activating the Eternal Dragon Elephant technique. The vortex in his dantian overlapped and then separated repeatedly, continuing this cycle. After several minor cycles, a thunderous sound erupted as the vortex emitted a humming noise. The 9th vortex had completely materialized. Following this, a surge of powerful spiritual energy commenced washing his marrow, impacting the extraordinary meridians within Lu Chen's body and coursing throughout him. Every pore of Lu Chen's body seemed to breathe, and the spirit stones in his hand were rapidly consumed. With a forceful exhalation of turbid air, Lu Chen reopened his eyes to find that night had fallen. A single bowl of snow fox blood had allowed him to cultivate for several hours. Zhang Wen stood beside him, vigilantly guarding the 9th level of Qi gathering. His blood vitality reached nearly 5,000 pounds, a truly terrifying force. Lu Chen had never heard of anyone capable of exerting such immense strength at this stage of cultivation. How astonishing! Zhang Wen approached, his concern evident as he gazed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, astonished, could only stare at Zhang Wen. I inadvertently broke through. Zhang Wen scratched his head, grinning with an innocent charm. Having spent time together, Lu Chen had grown accustomed to this fellow. Initially, Zhang Wen had claimed he would enter Zhongwen's sect alongside Lu Chen, yet he inexplicably ascended to the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Lu Chen had never witnessed his cultivation process, yet he consistently managed inexplicable breakthroughs. Now, he had even reached the spirit gathering realm. You're truly a monster. Lu Chen could only describe Zhang Wen with those words. Although Lu Chen considered his own cultivation speed swift, if this fellow applied himself seriously, he could easily leave Lu Chen far behind. We must depart swiftly, Zhang Wen cautioned. If any assassins remain unaccounted for, they will soon locate this place. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, increasingly uneasy as he felt as though a pair of eyes was watching him from the shadows. The two set off under the cover of night, continuing deeper into the Sunset Mountain range. Meanwhile, in the darkness of the Sunset Mountains, the sounds of beasts echoed incessantly. Beneath the spring where Lu Chen and Zhang Wen had encountered the assassins, several shadows flickered into existence, completely cloaked in black robes. One shadow crouched down, inspecting the corpses scattered on the ground. All had been brutally slain, the work of a 5th-level bone refinement cultivator. The sight of these corpses evoked memories of the chaos that had transpired. They headed in this direction. Pursue them! The shadow sniffed the air subtly, as if its nose could detect some scent, then chose a direction to continue the chase. Had Lu Chen been present, he would have realized that the shadows were following the very path they had taken. The shadows departed in succession, leaving behind the scattered magical artifacts and corpses, which remained unexamined. Lu Chen and Zhang Wen traversed over 100 miles through the night, frequently changing their direction and employing simple methods to conceal their presence. Standing atop a cliff in the Sunset Mountains, surrounded by the roars of mystical beasts, Lu Chun closed his eyes to sense the faint spiritual energy in the AI art. And no longer were the low-tier mystical beasts capable of capturing Lu Chen's interest. Did true divine beasts truly inhabit the Sunset Mountain range? Lu Chun recalled a legend concerning the Eastern continent, which spoke of numerous human cultivators hundreds of thousands of years ago, and correspondingly, powerful so-called divine beasts that ruled the Sunset Mountains. In ancient tales, divine beasts possessed the power to annihilate worlds, capable of traversing vast distances in a single breath. If such beings existed, the Sunset Mountains would hardly be so tranquil. Lu Chun smirked self-deprecatingly, realizing he was overthinking matters. Even if such otherworldly entities existed, there were always formidable human cultivators to suppress them, leaving no room for a mere novice like himself to worry. Lu Chun, Zhang Wan, who had gone to scout the surrounding terrain, called out, evidently having discovered something unusual. Lu Chun approached Zhang Wan, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before him, a short distance away. Dozens of human corpses lay piled together, including several that appeared to have perished not long ago. Fresh bodies, indeed, corpse-eating beasts. Lu Chun thought of a peculiar mystical beast known for its malevolent nature. Even among other mystical beasts, the corpse-eating beast was regarded with disdain. This beast had a bizarre quirk. It exclusively consumed human corpses, shunning fresh flesh and blood, preferring only those that had rotted and decomposed. The remains of spirit-gathering cultivators could endure decomposition for over a century without issue, while the bones of core formation cultivators could last a millennium unscathed. The corpse-eating beasts consumed the bones of human cultivators, often grinding them into powder for consumption, and their young were raised on this diet from an early age. Moreover, the most peculiar aspect was that corpse-eating beasts never ventured out during the day. Being nocturnal creatures that hid in the depths of forests, as if shunning the light, we cannot linger here. The corpse-eating beasts must be hiding nearby. We must avoid drawing their attention. Chapter 35. Feigning death to trap beasts. The corpse-eating beast is an intelligent and social creature. Most importantly, they are relatively small, no bigger than an adult's fist, allowing them to easily conceal themselves. They hoard human corpses to savor them slowly, much like ants that can take down an elephant. One must never underestimate these small-bodied beasts, as their threat surpasses that of their larger counterparts. Let us go. Zhang Wan echoed Lu Chun's sentiments, feeling equally disturbed. Encountering such beings was best avoided. If they set their sights on you, it would be akin to having a parasite attached, nearly impossible to shake off. The two hastily departed from that place, realizing why no mystical beasts roamed nearby. It was evident that this area was the lair of the corpse-eating beasts, explaining the reluctance of even the mystical beasts to approach. After traveling several miles, they finally distanced themselves from the territory of the corpse-eating beasts and began to spot other mystical beasts once more. Their trials resumed. Lu Chun and Zhang Wan joined forces to slay any second-tier mystical beasts they encountered, extracting their cores and claiming any valuable materials from their bodies. Mystical beasts capable of flight soared through the air. Such creatures, whether second-tier or even first-tier, posed a significant challenge for Lu Chun and Zhang Wan to hunt. Flying mystical beasts held a natural advantage, soaring high and spotting their surroundings from afar, allowing them to detect figures in the forest well in advance. Oh, how wonderful it would be to tame a flying mystical beast! Lu Chun gazed longingly at the soaring creatures above. Cultivators at the spirit-gathering realm cannot fly. They can only leap. It is only after passing through the first heavenly tribulation and forming a golden core that one can traverse the skies freely. However, even cultivators at the core formation realm often opt to tame a flying beast for transportation. For soaring through the air consumes tremendous spiritual energy. Hunting flying mystical beasts is no easy feat, let alone capturing and taming them, as they observed the flying creatures overhead, occasionally landing on high treetops to scrutinize Lu Chun and Zhang Wan. The two felt a mix of envy and helplessness. Have you noticed? There seem to be more flying mystical beasts today than usual, Zhang Wan remarked, his robust figure surprisingly astute, even noticing such subtle details. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin recalled the events of the past few days and realized that Zhang Wan was indeed correct. They must be taking advantage of our lack of flying artifacts. Otherwise, we would have caught a few and roasted them for a feast. Lu Qin thought of the artifacts available in the sect to deal with flying mystical beasts. Even the simplest crossbow required thousands of points to acquire. And the arrows were consumables. A specially crafted rune arrow would cost hundreds of points. Neither Lu Qin nor Zhang Wen could afford such artifacts at the moment. Zhang Wen grinned broadly, revealing his pearly whites, and declared, "Who says we can't hunt them just because we can't fly?" Lu Qin's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he reminisced about the time he and Zhang Wen had embarked on their trials together. Recalling a certain method they had employed. Though rather rudimentary, this technique proved remarkably effective. Back when their cultivation levels were still quite low, they had unknowingly ensnared countless mystical beasts using this approach. Feigning death was the crux of the strategy, requiring a degree of realism to effectively lure the beasts at that time. Lu Qin and Zhang Wen had even made a point to exchange for a particular technique within the Zhangwen sect, known as the turtle-breathing technique. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and a resolute decision was made. They would proceed without hesitation. Feigning death is an art in itself. It is not merely mystical beasts that can be deceived. Even cultivators occasionally fall victim to this ruse. The turtle-breathing technique is merely a human-level technique, not particularly valuable, and is suitable only for those with lower cultivation levels. As one's cultivation improves, the effectiveness of feigning death diminishes. To convincingly simulate death, one must not only conceal any signs of life, but also employ bait. Humans regard mystical beasts as essential supplements for cultivation, a resource vital for their progress. While mystical beasts are particularly fond of the vitality and blood of humans, Zhang Wen bravely volunteered to sever his own arm, allowing a stream of blood to flow forth. He meticulously smeared the blood onto himself and Lu Qin, after which they both collapsed to the ground, activating the turtle-breathing technique to commence their act of feigned demise. This technique effectively suppressed both their life signs, making it exceedingly difficult for any mystical beast or human, whose cultivation had not reached a certain threshold, to detect them. As the turtle-breathing technique commenced, the surrounding environment began to transform into an ethereal void. Lu Qin found that he had not employed this method to ensnare mystical beasts in quite some time. He could now distinctly perceive the movements within a radius of several hundred meters in his mind, even sensing the tiniest of insects scuttling about. Should any mystical beast approach, he would similarly be alerted. Cackling among the flying mystical beasts, there indeed existed those tempted by the allure of vitality, yet they refrained from descending directly, instead circling above as if assessing the surroundings for any ambush. Only upon confirming their safety would these aerial creatures dare to swoop down, gliding low to the ground. With no imminent danger, a flying mystical beast finally landed nearby. Lu Qin could see 3 flying mystical beasts alighting not far from him, cautiously approaching. These creatures exhibited a higher level of intelligence compared to their terrestrial counterparts. Proceeding with utmost care. 10 meters, 8 meters, the 3 flying mystical beasts were all Tier 1, second-grade creatures, each adorned with a tuft of fiery red feathers atop their heads, strikingly vivid. These were the most common flying mystical beasts, known as fire featherbirds. Their appearance was captivating, each weighing approximately 50 pounds, their forms remarkably agile, as befitting second-grade mystical beasts. As the fire featherbirds entered a range of 3 meters, they quickened their pace. At that moment, Lu Qin opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped the area within several meters. Cackling, the fire featherbirds sensed the imminent danger and attempted to take flight, but their speed faltered at that critical moment. Lu Qin, wielding his colossal sword, executed a sweeping strike. Employing the 7-star serpent sword technique, a rather ordinary martial skill yet lethal in its execution, Lu Qin's sweeping attack caught the 3 fire featherbirds off guard, injuring them as the sword's light severed their legs upon impact. Cackling, enraged, the fire featherbirds expelled a torrent of cold fire. Lu Qin had anticipated this, aware that this mystical beast's most formidable attack was its ability to unleash such peculiar cold flames. Contact with the cold fire would result in immediate immobilization, significantly impairing one's ability to act and necessitating a prolonged recovery period. These 3 fire featherbirds, being only Tier 1, second-grade creatures, could not project their cold fire over a great distance. Lu Chen evaded the attack, retaliating by striking one of the birds with his colossal sword, sending it crashing violently against a nearby boulder point. One fire featherbird flapped its wings vigorously, soaring high into the sky. Chapter 36. Reunion with the yellow-haired creature. Though its legs had been severed, the fire featherbird was undeterred in its flight. The sky was its dominion. Still attempting to escape, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. While it might evade him in the air, once it landed, the dynamics would shift entirely in his favor. Zhang Wan, who had been prepared for this moment, cast a net of golden silk, ensnaring the fire feather bird, rendering it a captive unable to flee. The remaining fire feather bird met a swift demise as Lu Chen's sword aura severed its proud head, leaving a lifeless shell devoid of its core. Having successfully captured 3 Tier 1, second-grade fire feather birds, Lu Chen and Zhang Wan kindled a fire, preparing to roast their spoils. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, as the flesh of flying mystical beasts proved far superior to that of their terrestrial counterparts. Being notably tender, the sizzling fat dripped enticingly, awakening a primal hunger. In Lu Chen's hand lay the core of the fire feather bird, a violet gem indicative of its second-grade status, with a flickering inner flame, a mark of its ability to exhale such fiery breath. The cores of mystical beasts can be utilized in alchemy or as materials for crafting artifacts, as the energy contained within is essential for both alchemists and artifact smiths. The core of a second-grade mystical beast, such as this fire feather bird, holds significantly greater value than those obtained from land-dwelling beasts, though they are notably difficult to hunt. Employing the tactic of feigning death is not always foolproof, and the cost of self-infliction to lure them is not insignificant. Upon returning, if I can break through to the gathering spirit realm, I should be able to attempt crafting gathering chi pills. Lu Chen held tightly to the fire featherbird's core, unbeknownst to anyone that within the ancient technique of the myriad ancient dragon elephant scripture lay the secrets of alchemy. Pills are essential for all cultivators, second only to spirit stones. In certain circumstances, their utility is irreplaceable. To concoct pills, one requires not only the alchemical formula, but also the proper furnace for the process. Ordinary first and second grade formulas are not particularly precious, but those of third grade or above are as coveted as high-tier techniques within the sect. The gathering chi pill does not even classify as a grade. It is merely an ordinary pill. Previously, Lu Chen had been wrongfully accused of stealing the spirit essence pill, which is a first-grade pill. The reason Lu Chen must reach the gathering spirit realm before attempting to concoct gathering chi pills is that only at that level can one transform the spiritual energy within their body into spiritual fire. Crafting pills requires precise control of the heat. It must be a flame that cultivators can manipulate freely. Ordinary flames are utterly inadequate for this purpose. Lu Chen's acquisition of the myriad ancient dragon elephant scripture granted him the secrets of alchemy. Without it, merely inheriting the alchemical techniques would remain an insurmountable hurdle. Within the Zhongyuan sect, among the 3 principal peaks, one is designated as the Pill Peak. The head of Pill Peak, also the Grand Elder of the Zhongyuan sect, is a formidable figure capable of crafting 4th-grade pills. Pill Peak's recruitment of disciples is exceedingly stringent. To date, there are fewer than 100 disciples in total. These disciples are the sect's invaluable assets, consistently providing an array of low-grade pills for the Zhongyuan sect. Gaining entry to Pill Peak for training is akin to scaling the heavens. The disciples their practice techniques vastly different from those of the other spiritual peaks, accumulated over centuries to yield their meager number of disciples. Within the Zhongyuan sect, fellow disciples jestingly refer to Pill Peak disciples and true inheritors of the sect as the crown jewels of the Zhongyuan sect. In the Eastern continent, the status of alchemical cultivators far surpasses that of other practitioners. Even the Dayan Empire extends numerous privileges to them. Among the hierarchy of cultivators, only alchemical practitioners are the wealthiest. Seeking their services for pill crafting necessitates appropriate compensation. Before entering the Zhongyuan sect, Lu Chen harbored aspirations of becoming an alchemical practitioner. However, during the sect's assessment, he was summarily dismissed from Pill Peak. where the criteria for disciple recruitment were 100-fold more challenging than those for other spiritual peaks. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, the myriad ancient dragon-elephant scripture completely transformed Lu Chen's destiny. His dantian had morphed into an expansive sea of pills, capable of accommodating spirals of power more formidable than those of gathering spirit practitioners, along with the inherited techniques of alchemy, which remained his greatest secret. Though infrequently observed in his cultivation, Zhang Wen's physique spoke volumes about his distinct characteristics. Towering nearly 2 heads above Lu Chen, his height, combined with his robust build, suggested a voracious appetite. Aside from eating, he appeared to possess little else in the way of hobbies. Whenever Lu Chen observed Zhang when indulging in food, he often thought of the yellow-haired little creature atop the mystical beast peak, which shared a similarly insatiable appetite. If the yellow-haired creature were present, would these two gluttons compete for their meals? The mere thought brought a smile to Lu Chen's face. He mused that Zhang Wen would likely be outmatched by the yellow-haired creature, whose speed was nothing short of monstrous. Finally, a feast awaited. Zhang Wen exclaimed with glee, ready to dig in. Given his substantial build, consuming dozens of pounds of mystical beast meat in a single sitting was a trivial matter. Lu Chen sometimes wondered if his stomach was somehow different from that of others. Having known Zhang Wen since childhood, Lu Chen recalled that this fellow had always been a hearty eater. During their earlier days of wandering the world, they had often endured beatings simply to ensure Zhang Wen was well fed. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Zhang Wen's hand to freeze midair. The roasted bird meat he had intended to grasp had vanished. What the hell? The food was snatched away, causing him more distress than a physical injury. Zhang Wen cast a fierce glare at the intruding yellow-haired creature. Fortunately, Lu Chen had informed him about the matters concerning Xian Beast Peak, allowing him to recognize this creature as the very one Lu Chen had described. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. It truly was the yellow-haired little monster. How had this creature arrived in the Sunset Mountain Range? It was known that although Xian Beast Peak was connected to the Sunset Mountain Range, the grand formation of Zhongyuan sect suppressed the area, preventing even the higher-tier Xian beasts from leaving. How, then, had this yellow-haired creature managed to escape? Yellow-haired, Lu Chen called out, and the little monster slowly approached him, its sparkling eyes locking onto Zhang Wen's in a defiant stare. Ha ha, Lu Chen chuckled, feeling elated at the sight of the yellow-haired creature. He knew that good times were returning. This little being possessed remarkable abilities. Would it be able to uncover the hidden treasures within the Sunset Mountain Range? Surely, it could. Lu Chen feared that Zhang Wen's desire to roast bird meat might provoke this yellow-haired creature. Zhang Wen shot a glare at the creature, seizing another piece of roasted meat and tearing into it voraciously. The man and beast, seemingly in competition to see who could eat more, began devouring the roasted bird meat, entirely disregarding Lu Chen. Reuniting with the yellow-haired creature, which boldly appeared without hiding from Zhang Wen, was a peculiar sight. Its demeanor suggested a rivalry with Zhang Wen, leaving Lu Chen feeling quite bewildered. The arrival of the yellow-haired little monster had breathed new life into Lu Chen and Zhang Wen's otherwise monotonous training regimen. Especially during mealtimes, the two showcased their mutual defiance. Zhang Wen, however, could not quite match the creature's tenacity. Upon witnessing it munch on spirit stones as if they were mere snacks, he could only lament. Monsters truly are monsters. After the yellow-haired creature's arrival, encounters with higher-tier Xian beasts became rare, yet other gains did not disappoint Lu Chen and Zhang Wen. One day, as the trio strolled leisurely through the Sunset Mountain Range, the Xian beasts kept their distance, posing no threat whatsoever. Was there still any meaning to such training? Zhang Wen had previously chided the yellow-haired creature to be more discreet, yet each time, the creature responded with a challenging glance. The yellow-haired creature, akin to an infant, now perched upon Lu Chen's shoulder, seemingly content to gaze upon Zhang Wen without needing to lift its head high. What is that? Lu Chen exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the surrounding forest where the Xian beasts had hidden themselves, while spirit herbs remained unhidden. Not far off on a cliff, a patch of red vines caught his eye. The vivid crimson was striking, creating a significant visual impact. So many red vine herbs. We are about to strike it rich. Zhang Wen exclaimed, almost beside himself with joy. Lu Chuan found it curious how this burly man was aware of so much. Many spirit herbs were only revealed to him after Zhang Wen's explanations. Red vine herbs? Lu Chuan had never heard of them before. He had never dedicated himself to studying the knowledge of spirit herbs, focusing instead on refining his martial arts. What use are they? Lu Chuan humbly inquired of Zhang Wen, who willingly shared his knowledge, stating, red vine herbs are quite rare among spirit herbs, classified as second tier, and serve as a primary ingredient in the crafting of strength elixirs. Since their entrance into the Sunset Mountain range, the majority of their finds had been first-tier spirit herbs, aside from the 3 second-tier purple snow fruits. This red vine herb represented their first true encounter with a second-tier spirit herb. Although Lu Chuan had never heard of red vine herbs, he was familiar with strength elixirs. They were second-tier pills akin to strength pills. For cultivators focused on physical enhancement, consuming a strength pill during the blood refinement stage could significantly boost their vitality, enabling them to exhibit extraordinary physical prowess for a short time. For those in the bone refinement stage, the effects of a strength elixir were even more pronounced. A first-layer bone refinement cultivator could temporarily unleash the strength of a fourth-layer practitioner. The power of second-tier pills was indeed formidable. Even in later stages, the efficacy of the strength elixir diminished, yet a 7th or 8th-layer bone refinement cultivator suddenly able to channel the strength of the 9th or even 10th layer would be a terrifying prospect. No wonder Zhang Wen was so exhilarated, declaring they were about to strike it rich. It truly felt like a windfall. The higher the grade of spirit herbs, the stronger the guarding Xian beasts. Much like the purple snow fruit, which was protected by second or third-tier snow foxes. Now we need not lift a finger, Zhang Wen laughed, glancing at the yellow-haired creature. With this little fellow around, even the guarding Xian beasts had fled, sparing them the worry of confrontation. Lu Chuan smiled lightly, but was suddenly startled by a cry that echoed from the sky. Ever since the yellow-haired creature's arrival, every beast on land, in the air, or climbing trees could only be heard from a distance. Their roars echoing without sight. It had been a long time since they had sensed the approach of a Xian beast. By the heavens, Zhang Wen could not help but exclaim, is that a crane from Songyuan sect? In the sky, a crane descended, emitting a proud call. This type of crane was a breed of Xian beast, rumored to possess a trace of the bloodline of an ancient phoenix. Crane, bred by human cultivators, served not only as a spectacle but also as one of the most common mounts for human practitioners. Riding on a crane, one could traverse the skies, a dream come true for many cultivators. These domesticated cranes had long shed their wild instincts, becoming excellent companions for human cultivators. The ones suitable for riding were mostly second-tier cranes. Encountering a Songyuan sect crane on the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain range was far from a good omen. Those who could ride cranes within Songyuan sect were certainly not nameless figures. Even during his 6th-layer gathering spirit stage, Lu Chuan could not afford a single crane. The cheapest second-tier crane required several hundred spirit stones, while those of higher tier could demand thousands, even tens of thousands. To exchange for 1 through sect points would require a minimum of several tens of thousands, equivalent to obtaining a terrestrial-level martial arts manual. Upon spotting the cranes, Lu Chuan and Zhang Wen's first instinct was to suppress their auras. There was no need for any elaborate techniques. A simple aura-concealing method sufficed as they concealed themselves. There were not just 1, but 5 cranes, all gracefully circling downwards. As the figures atop the cranes became clearer, Lu Chuan and Zhang Wen were taken aback. Among them were individuals they both recognized and were quite familiar with. A striking figure clad in purple, her graceful form accentuated by cascading hair like a waterfall. Radiating an ethereal glow, she was Su Ruyan, the most beautiful maiden of Songyuan sect. Su Ruyan's presence among this group of cultivators surprised Lu Chuan. Knowing her close ties to him, he was aware of her noble lineage. It was no surprise that the Su family of the Great Yin Empire could afford a crane. The 5 cultivators were all strikingly handsome, and besides Su Ruyan, another female cultivator matched her in elegance yet lacked her innate allure. This was Mei Ruolin, the 7th senior sister of Feng Shan Peak, a 6th-layer gathering spirit practitioner. As for the other male cultivators, Lu Chuan had never seen them before, but judging by their auras, they were formidable. Brother Wang, you truly did not deceive us. One of the male cultivators laughed heartily. There are indeed so many red vine herbs here. The man, dressed in white, was an inner sect disciple, and Lu Chun noted the insignia on their attire, one from Snake God Peak, two from Tiger God Peak. Mei Ruolin raised her delicate brows in curiosity, asking, "Where are the Shin beasts guarding the red vine herbs? Didn't Brother Wong mention there were second-tier, sixth-level red-tailed monkeys?" Since Mei Ruolin referred to him as Brother Wong, it was clear that this Wong was at least a sixth-layer gathering spirit practitioner, prompting Lu Chun to take a deep breath. It seemed he would miss out on the red vine herbs today. The man addressed as Brother Wong was strikingly handsome, with sharp features and bright eyes. He was Wang Quanjian, a peak sixth-layer gathering spirit disciple from Snake God Peak. Wang Quanjian exhibited a puzzled expression as he scanned the surroundings, remarking, "Have you all noticed? The Shin beasts in this area seem to have inexplicably vanished." Upon hearing Wang Quanjian's remark, Mei Ruolin chimed in, "I sensed something was off. Such tranquility in the Sunset Mountain Range is indeed rare." A male practitioner from Tiger God Peak laughed heartily. "Brother Wong and Sister Mei are being overly cautious. Our combined strength is formidable. It's likely that the red-tailed monkeys sensed our presence and fled early." Among them, only Su Ruyan possessed the lowest cultivation level. However, she had also made a breakthrough recently, now at the fourth layer of gathering spirit. "I still feel something is amiss. Let's quickly gather the red vine herbs and leave." Mei Ruolin is rather cautious. Upon her return from this trial, she intends to enter seclusion and strive for a breakthrough to the seventh level of the spirit-gathering realm. During this period, she wishes to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Wang Shixiang shares her sentiments and suggests, "Let us all take action. Gathering such an abundance of red vine lotus is no easy feat." The group chuckles, recognizing that even second-tier spirit herbs can attract powerful cultivators like themselves. Once harvested, the red vine lotus, even if they cannot utilize it, can be exchanged for a considerable amount of points. The red vine lotus grows in clusters upon the cliffs. To harvest it, one must extract its roots along with the stems. This is the only way to preserve the herb's medicinal properties. If one were to merely take the leaves, the potency would diminish significantly, rendering it much less valuable. Wang Quanjian is the first to act, launching himself into the air to select a red vine lotus. He draws his sword and begins to excavate the herb, with the others following suit. With so many red vine lotuses available, there is ample for everyone. Lu Chun and Zhang Wen remain concealed a few hundred meters away, observing the actions of the group. Zhang Wen murmurs, "I truly hope the mystical beasts have not vanished, so these rascals can experience the might of high-level mystical creatures." Though Zhang Wen is well-built, he remains prudent. The cultivation levels of these individuals far surpass his and Lu Chen's. Even before Lu Chen's cultivation had been eradicated, he would not dare provoke these seasoned disciples of established sects, and now it is even less likely as if to respond to Zhang Wen's thoughts. The small yellow creature emits a series of soft chirps. The sound is so faint that, had they not been close, even Zhang Wen might not have heard it. With the emergence of these chirps, an invisible ripple spreads swiftly through the air. The cranes lingering on the cliffs suddenly become restless, emitting loud calls that disturb those harvesting spirit herbs. What is happening? Wang Quanjian halts his actions and, alongside Mei Ruolin, gazes at the agitated cranes. Their cranes are all high-level mystical beasts of the second tier, with Su Ruyan's crane being the lowest, but still at the fifth level of the second tier. While cranes generally lack combat prowess, they seldom exhibit such erratic behavior. Caw, caw. The cranes take to the sky, seemingly attempting to flee from the area. Wang Quanjian's expression changes drastically as he shouts at the cranes, "Return!" The once obedient cranes disregard their master's commands and soar away, leaving the remaining individuals in a state of confusion. These steeds had cost them dearly, and they must not be lost. The means to control the cranes lies within a jade talisman, which contains the essence blood of the cranes. If the cranes truly go berserk, it is even possible to kill them through the talisman in a moment of desperation. To slay a crane would result in significant loss. Unless absolutely necessary, who could bear to harm their steed? One by one, they produce their jade talismans in an attempt to communicate with the cranes and summon them back, yet the cranes only continue to flee farther. Escaping the area entirely, hiss! The sounds emitted by the mystical beasts instantly draw their attention. Wang Quanjian reacts swiftly, his sword releasing a streak of violet light as he strikes out. Mei Ruolin follows closely, also unleashing her sword. The two act in perfect synchronization, a result of countless trials they have endured together. The others react more slowly, especially Su Ruyan, who, being new to this team, lacks the seamless coordination of her companions. Mystical beasts, especially high-level ones, are now in their midst. Hiss, Lu Chun gasps in astonishment. The highest-level mystical creature they had previously encountered was a snow fox of the 3rd level. Now, the lowest among the mystical beasts is at the 3rd level, with the highest being the 6th-level red-tailed monkey. The mystical beasts, which had seemingly vanished, now reappear, and Lu Chun casts a glance at the small yellow creature, convinced it is the cause of this disturbance. Zhang Wan, however, chuckles, surprised by the creature's perceptiveness and its ability to discern their intentions. The sudden appearance of these mystical beasts forces those harvesting red vine lotus on the cliff to first confront the beasts. Form a formation, Wang Quanjian calls out, descending from the cliff, with the others following suit to occupy different positions. This basic formation is known to all inner disciples of the Tang sect. Ka in the sky. Flying mystical beasts circle overhead, cutting off the group's escape routes. 5 directions, 5 swords. Among the disciples of the Zhongyuan sect, swords are the most commonly used weapons, their blades shimmering with a faint violet hue. Roar! The mystical beasts let out a roar as they charge towards the humans. Dozens of mystical beasts strike simultaneously, creating a scene of chaos and grandeur. There are many types of mystical beasts, generally keeping to themselves, rarely collaborating. Such a situation is exceedingly rare, akin to a small-scale beast tide. Faced with such an overwhelming number of mystical beasts, even in formation, the 5 possess little chance of victory. Having lost their cranes, escape seems impossible. Let us fight. A male cultivator from Tiger God Peak shouts angrily, striking first with his sword. He cleaves through the fastest charging beast, spilling its blood and igniting the ferocity of the remaining mystical creatures. The red-tailed monkey, the most formidable among them at the 6th level, leaps into the air, positioning itself above the group. Humph! Wang Quanjian directs his sword at the red-tailed monkey, realizing that they must coordinate their efforts. Otherwise, survival becomes extremely difficult. They cannot allow the red-tailed monkey to take them out one by one, especially since Su Ruyan, the weakest among them, would struggle even with the formation against a 5th-level mystical beast, let alone the 6th-level red-tailed monkey. Hiss! The red-tailed monkey seems to orchestrate the other mystical beasts, as it dodges while the remaining beasts close in on the others. In Chapter 39. The Power of Spirit Talismans. Lu Qian and Zhang Wan observe the battle between the sect disciples and the mystical beasts from a distance. It is evident that aside from Su Ruyan, who is somewhat weaker, the others are formidable. One by one, the mystical beasts are slain, yet more continue to appear, predominantly of the 3rd tier or higher. Lu Chen suspects that the small yellow creature might have summoned all the nearby high-level mystical beasts. This method of summoning beasts is truly enviable. What exactly is the small yellow creature? Even Zhang Wan, who knows everything about mystical beasts, cannot identify its species, as there are no records of it. As the 5 grow weary from battle, they consume pills to replenish their spirit energy, striving to maintain their peak condition. In the face of so many mystical beasts, escaping seems utterly impossible. It is clear that their auras have significantly weakened. Wang Quanjian can barely contend with the red-tailed monkey and is completely preoccupied, while Mei Ruolin is held back by 3 5th-level mystical beasts. They have sent out distress signals, as the identity tokens carried by inner sect disciples possess such functionality, ensuring that they can receive prompt assistance when in danger. Deep within the Sunset Mountain range, thousands of miles from the Zhongyuan sect, their signals can only reach nearby disciples. Whether other sects will come to their aid remains uncertain. Some may choose to sit back and watch the struggle, reaping the benefits, just like Lu Qian and Zhang Wan, who remain on the sidelines, seemingly ignored by the mystical beasts. When one disciple from Tiger God Peak has half of his hand bitten off by a mystical beast, the formation of the 5 suffers severe disruption, revealing vulnerabilities. Next, Su Ruyan is struck. The mystical beasts show no mercy. She is knocked back, spitting blood, her aura fading, and her complexion pale. Even after consuming a pill, she cannot recover her strength in the short term. However, This first beauty of Tsongyuan sect, a young lady from the Su family of the Dian dynasty, is no ordinary talent. As she is injured, she produces a talisman. With this talisman, her defensive power increases exponentially, nearly equivalent to the protective true energy of the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm. These individuals are not so easily slain by mystical beasts. Those who have cultivated to this realm, setting aside their innate talents, are undoubtedly individuals of unwavering resolve. Each of them possesses their own means of self-preservation, which constitute their true trump cards. Indeed, the very nature of training involves such elements. And at times, one must rely on fortune to encounter formidable mystical beasts. Scenes like those where high-level mystical beasts charge forth in succession are a rarity. The disciple from Tiger God Peak suffered the loss of half a hand, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. However, he still had the support of medicinal pills, thus avoiding a genuine crisis. It appeared that he was not particularly troubled by the loss of his hand. Within the Tsongyuan sect, there exists a third-grade medicinal pill known as the Life Restoration Pill, which can be exchanged for sufficient merit points or through adequate compensation to request its refinement from the pill peak. The Life Restoration Pill can enable the regeneration of severed limbs, although it comes with side effects, as the regrown limb requires time to fully resonate with the original body. Essentially, the Life Restoration Pill stimulates the vitality within the human body to achieve such an effect. Generally, as long as one is not on the brink of death, revival is attainable. Once one reaches the gathering infant's realm, even if the physical body is utterly shattered, as long as there remains a trace of life, it is possible to reconstruct the body. Such powerful beings possess true transcendent abilities. After a quarter of an hour, the corpses of mystical beasts had accumulated to over 100. Wang Quanjing and the others began to exhibit signs of instability in their breathing. It was at this moment that the disciple from Tiger God Peak could no longer endure. He produced a talisman and, with apparent anguish, cast it into the air. The runes ignited midair, and a formidable force instantly enveloped the remaining mystical beasts, including a red-tailed monkey of the 6th layer of gathering spirits, abruptly severing all their vitality. This was a spiritual talisman, and one must not underestimate these individuals. Lu Qin glanced at the surrounding mystical beasts, now all slain by the talisman, and recognized that its power could rival a strike from a peak gathering spirits realm expert. Only at this point did the disciple from Tiger God Peak reveal the talisman. Observing the numerous beast corpses around him, he declared, "I shall take half of the mystical beasts and 1/3 of the red vine lotus. Do you have any objections?" "This is what you deserve," Wang Quanjing replied. The talisman was far more precious than these spoils, and dividing it so generously could not begin to compensate for his losses. The others felt no dissent, as everyone had produced their life-preserving talismans. Thus, distributing a bit more of the spoils to others seemed entirely reasonable. "Forget it." Lu Chun noted the indignant gaze of the yellow-haired creature, who seemed quite unwilling to accept the outcome. This small entity had summoned numerous mystical beasts, only to see them all slaughtered. Perhaps these were the most powerful mystical beasts in the vicinity. The hidden cards these individuals possessed were certainly not limited to a single talisman, even the weakest among them. Su Ruyan held means of self-preservation that she would not easily reveal. "Let us depart." Lu Chun grasped the yellow-haired creature and stealthily left the area. Even with the concealment technique, safety could not be guaranteed. Should they be discovered by these individuals and incited to murderous intent, their fates would be sealed. Zhang Wen restrained his temper, conceding that the numerous red vine lotuses would be a boon for Wang Quanjing and his companions. Having exited the area, Lu Chun reflected on the disparity between himself and these seasoned disciples of established sections. The depth of their resources was evident. Their means of self-preservation were undoubtedly manifold. The talisman used earlier was not something an ordinary person could possess, as it equated to a strike from a peak gathering spirits realm expert, and only a powerful gathering pills realm cultivator could concoct it. To enlist the aid of a gathering pills realm expert to craft a talisman is as challenging as recruiting a third-grade alchemist. The refining of talismans is no simple task. They are typically left as life-preserving measures for the younger generations within powerful clans. Although Lu Chun was the true disciple of Longshan Peak within Tsongyuan sect, the eldest brother, there was only a disheveled elder at Longshan Peak, with no other strong figures present. He sensed that the elder treated him in a laissez-faire manner. The divine dragon token contained numerous treasures, yet they were all of the sort that could not be easily utilized, damn it. These individuals are excessively wealthy, Zhang Wen exclaimed in exasperation. Yellow-haired creature, you should have summoned more formidable mystical beasts and eliminated them from the outset. Lu Chen reassured the yellow-haired creature softly, do not heed his nonsense. These individuals surely possess other treasures. If we push them too hard, our ability to escape could be at stake. Chapter 40. Save me, Zhang Wen chuckled, merely jesting. The abundance of red vine lotuses indeed benefited them. Were it not for the overwhelming disparity, Zhang Wen would have truly considered the prospect of a heist. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he spotted the previously fleeing celestial cranes, now obediently standing nearby. Seemingly welcoming their return, it was yet another good deed by the yellow-haired creature. The returning celestial cranes resembled alluring maidens. Although uncertain how the yellow-haired creature had managed to control the celestial cranes, their value was undeniable. Even if they could not be used as mounts, their meat was considered exquisite. It was said that only the nobility of the Dian dynasty could savor the delicacies of celestial crane meat. Zhang Wen and Lu Chen shared a knowing glance, both realizing that the celestial cranes, having had their vital essence extracted, served little purpose beyond being a culinary delight. As Wang Quanjing and his companions were in the midst of extracting the cores and materials from the mystical beasts. They suddenly sensed the jade talisman controlling the celestial cranes dimming. They're dead. The expressions of the group turned pained, for acquiring a single celestial crane required an immense cost. Wang Shixiang, the disciple from Tiger God Peak, who had lost half a hand, spoke up, do you think someone has secretly killed our celestial cranes? Such a possibility cannot be ruled out. It was not Wang Quanjing who replied but Mei Ruolin, who softly stated, the celestial cranes disregarded their master's summoning. They must have been swayed by temptation or threatened. The mystical beasts that appeared here should not have been sufficient to drive the cranes away. Something must have lured them off. Mei Ruolin's analysis garnered Wang Quanjing's agreement, and he nodded, indeed. Let us swiftly finish up here and track down the source of the disturbance. The group continued to tend to the battlefield, with a significant quantity of red vine lotuses awaiting harvest. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Zhang Wen were roasting celestial crane meat, with the yellow-haired creature bouncing about excitedly. In terms of eating, it was rare for the creature to share a common sentiment with Zhang Wen. The celestial cranes were substantial. Each one weighed over 100 pounds of meat, with 5 celestial cranes that amounted to several hundred pounds. Even though the yellow-haired creature and Zhang Wen had hearty appetites, they could not consume it all in 1 or 2 meals, and a significant portion was collected by Lu Chen into the Divine Dragon token. After satisfying their hunger, the trio continued their training in the Sunset Mountain Range, but the recent events weighed heavily on their minds. 3 days passed, and the forest was now dotted with numerous pits, some of which were over 10 meters deep, having become natural traps. As Lu Chen and the others followed the yellow-haired creature forward. Sounds of rushing air and urgent cries for help echoed from behind. Save me! Upon hearing the cry for help, Lu Chen and Zhang Wen exchanged puzzled glances, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar. When they discerned the frantic figure rushing toward them, their expressions changed dramatically. It was Mei Ruolin, the disciple from Phoenix God Peak, possessing the cultivation of the 6th layer of gathering spirits, now appeared disheveled, her aura unstable, and her body bore severe injuries, as if she were on the verge of collapse. Help me! Though Mei Ruolin did not recognize Lu Chen and Zhang Wen, the attire they wore ignited a glimmer of hope in her otherwise dim eyes. Especially Lu Chen, with the garb of a true disciple. Lu Chen's brows furrowed as he observed Mei Ruolin's current state, left wondering what she had endured. Any ordinary cultivator in her condition would have likely met their demise multiple times over. Mei Shiji! Zhang Wen stepped forward with enthusiasm, causing Lu Chen's eyes to twitch slightly, knowing this fellow surely harbored ulterior motives. Mei Ruolin was not surprised that sect disciples recognized her. She was somewhat of a celebrity within Tsungen sect. What has happened to you? Zhang Wen inquired with feigned warmth, though he kept his aura firmly locked onto Mei Ruolin, prepared to act should she attempt any treachery. Wang Quanjing! Mei Ruolin gritted her teeth as she uttered the name, stirring a reaction in Lu Chen's heart. Could it be that these individuals had turned against one another over the spoils? He killed the others. Su Shimi managed to escape using the Spirit Escape Talisman. And after battling him, I was left severely injured and pursued by him. Mei Ruolin recounted her ordeal, struggling to comprehend why Wang Shixiang, who had sincerely invited them to train together, would suddenly turn against them. They had formed teams multiple times before. It was not merely a matter of sect camaraderie. Lu Chen was taken aback to discover that discord had indeed erupted among them, in the world of cultivators. There are no everlasting friendships. The adage if a friend dies, do not expect the Taoist to survive rings true. It is not merely fellow sect members. Even the closest of brothers or lovers can betray you when it matters most. Quickly, take me away. He is about to catch up. The urgency in Mei Ruolin's expression suggested she was not lying. She resembled someone clutching at a lifeline. Zhang Wen glanced at Lu Chen, awaiting his decision, as he always sought Lu Chen's opinion in such moments. Let us bring her along. Lu Chen made this decision, recognizing that Mei Ruolin's reputation within the Zhongyuan sect was quite favorable. If he could save her life and cultivate a bond of goodwill, it might prove useful in the future. Mei Ruolin, filled with joy, respectfully bowed to Lu Chen and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Although she could not discern Lu Chen's cultivation level at present, every true disciple of the sect was undoubtedly a prodigy, a rare gem among countless others. Mei Ruolin's injuries were severe. She had managed to escape to Lu Chen's side only by harnessing the power of a spiritual talisman. Now, with the talisman's energy exhausted, she was in a state weaker than even a Qi-gathering realm practitioner. Zhang Wen had no choice but to carry her along. His robust frame made it seem as though he was toting a mere child, which appeared rather comical. Strangely, this time the small yellow creature did not flee. Instead, it gazed at Mei Ruolin with curious eyes, examining her from head to toe. Lu Chen quickened his pace, and as he departed, he did not forget to lay down several deceptive formations to obscure their presence, aiming to confuse the pursuing Wang Quanjiang. Throughout their journey, Lu Chen and Zhang Wen gradually came to understand the events surrounding Mei Ruolin. 2 days prior, Wang Quanjiang and his companions had stumbled upon a cave within the Sunset Mountain range, where they encountered a second-tier, 7th-level mysterious beast. The 5 of them, pooling their efforts and exhausting their means, barely managed to slay the beast. Upon entering the cave to search for treasures, they discovered numerous valuable items. As the beast had a penchant for hoarding human artifacts, within the cave, they not only found a wealth of spirit stones and magical artifacts, but most importantly, they uncovered a martial skill that seemed to be of holy grade. It was this martial skill that ignited Wang Quanjiang's murderous intent. He suddenly attacked, swiftly dispatching 2 disciples from the Tiger God Peak. After a fierce battle, Mei Ruolin, having exhausted all her life-saving tactics, ultimately escaped using the talisman's power. Chapter 41. He is in pursuit. The events that transpired with Mei Ruolin were nothing short of harrowing. Wang Quanjiang had pursued her for 2 days, and during that time, she had narrowly escaped death at his hands multiple times. As for Su Ruyan, she utilized a specialized escape talisman, allowing her to teleport hundreds of miles in an instant, completely vanishing from detection. Knowing he could not catch Su Ruyan, Wang Quanjiang focused his pursuit on Mei Ruolin. Was it truly worth the bloodshed of fellow sect members over a single suspected holy-grade martial skill? Mei Junior Sister, the voice of Wang Quanjiang echoed through the air. You cannot escape. If you comply with my wishes and become my dual cultivation partner, I shall spare your life. Once his true nature was revealed, he no longer felt the need to maintain the facade of a virtuous man. Lu Chen was astonished that despite employing numerous methods, he still could not evade Wang Quanjiang's relentless pursuit. Mei Ruolin's expression shifted, and with anxiety, she looked to Lu Chen, instinctively placing all her hope in this true disciple. Oh? You have even sought assistance. Wang Quanjiang's speed was remarkable, even without being a Qi-gathering practitioner capable of flight. His cultivation at the pinnacle of the 6th level of spirit gathering allowed him to run with the swiftness of lightning. Wang Quanjiang halted at a distance, having recognized the true disciple's attire adorning Lu Chen. His eyes widening in astonishment. You are Wang Quanjiang. Lu Chen strove to maintain his composure. He could not afford to reveal any weaknesses, He needed to suppress Wang Quanjiang using his identity as a true disciple. Disciple Wang Quanjiang of Snake God Peak pays his respects to you, senior brother. Unable to discern Lu Chen's identity, Wang Quanjiang could only perform a courteous bow. Lu Chen felt no fondness for the disciples of Snake God Peak, as they were among those who most wished for his demise within the Zhongyuan sect. You have murdered fellow disciples and pursued Mei Junior's sister. What punishment do you deserve? Lu Chen's booming voice caused Wang Quanjiang's expression to shift slightly. He hurriedly replied, Senior brother, allow me to explain. The facts are not as they seem. It was Mei Junior's sister and 2 disciples from Tiger God Peak who conspired to ambush me. Fortunately, I possessed a treasured artifact bestowed by our sect, which allowed me to escape their deadly intentions. Lu Chen felt a surge of alarm. He could not discern the truth of Wang Quanjiang's claims with his current level of cultivation. You speak nonsense, Mei Ruolan interjected anxiously. Senior brother, he is entirely fabricating lies. It was he who sought to monopolize the techniques and treasures we discovered, which drove him to strike against us. Please, I implore you to seek justice. If one were to analyze solely from the surface, Lu Chen would be more inclined to trust Mei Ruolan. However, her previous statements represented only her perspective. He had no means to ascertain if any truths were concealed. You allege they sought to kill you. Lu Chen regarded Wang Quanjiang and calmly inquired, Do you have any evidence? Senior brother seeks evidence. A cold glint flashed in Wang Quanjiang's eyes. Then allow me to present the proof of their murderous intent. Stepping forward, he suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. Directly locking onto Lu Chen, it became apparent that he had been stalling for time to unleash his strongest attack. For the first time, Lu Chen felt the chilling breath of death loom near. Zhang Wen abandoned Mei Ruolan and stood beside Lu Chen, his own aura steadily rising. A mere Qi-gathering realm practitioner dares to demand my submission? What are you? Wang Quanjiang had uncovered Lu Chen's secret. As a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the 6th level of spirit gathering, he must have possessed unique abilities. With a firm grip on his sword, Lu Chen declared, Wang Quanjiang, you possess immense audacity to lay hands on me. Are you not afraid of the sect's wrath? Wang Quanjiang approached slowly, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Sneering, who would know it was me who killed you? You, a worthless disciple. How could you possibly be recognized as a true disciple? The sect must be blind. Senior brother of Dragon God Peak. Ha, truly a waste. Once Wang Quanjiang exposed Lu Chen's identity, Lu Chen understood he could no longer maintain his charade. Wang Quanjiang was a disciple of Snake God Peak and likely had learned of Lu Chen's identity from others in the sect. If you had stayed obediently in the sect, none would have been able to touch you. Truly, you seek the path of your own demise. Do you not realize that there are those willing to offer a holy grade martial skill as a reward for your life? It seems I am quite fortunate. Ha ha! Wang Quanjiang laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with greed as he gazed at Lu Chen, as if he were eyeing a holy grade martial skill. Such a skill could establish a sect and forge a lineage of first-rate cultivators. Or was it possible that those wishing to kill him were not from the Zhongyuan sect? With whom could he have such deep-seated enmity? You are Lu, senior brother? Mei Ruolan stepped closer to Lu Chen. Though gravely injured, she could not surrender to death. Wang Quanjiang, Lu Chen replied calmly, do you truly believe you can slay me? Under the immense pressure exerted by Wang Quanjiang, Lu Chen remained composed, prompting Wang Quanjiang to momentarily falter, perplexed. You possess only Qi-gathering realm cultivation. Even with a body of bone-refining realm, I could dispatch you with a single strike. Then why do you hesitate to act? Lu Chen taunted Wang Quanjiang, who appeared uncertain, gripping his sword but wavering. Wang Quanjiang did not rush to attack. Whether he wished to acknowledge it or not, killing a true disciple would impose considerable psychological strain upon him. Moreover, he was apprehensive that Lu Chen might possess a protective artifact granted by the sect. I know you are merely bluffing. Wang Quanjiang spoke coolly. I can spare your life today, provided you hand over Mei Ruolan to me. I will allow you both to depart unharmed. Wang Quanjiang's words caused Mei Ruolan's complexion to pale further. She understood all too well the grim fate that awaited her in Wang Quanjiang's clutches. He would drain her of all her cultivation. Lu's senior brother, Mei Ruolan genuinely feared that Lu Chen might sacrifice her to save himself. Lu Chun, think carefully. You cannot protect her. If you hand her over to me, I will act as if I have never seen you. If you wish to protect her, then I shall have no choice but to test my mettle against a true disciple. As he spoke, Wang Quanjiang produced a powerful talisman that emanated a formidable aura, seemingly capable of obliterating all in its path. Lu Chun sensed the dragon cauldron within the divine dragon token tremble slightly, as its faint aura allowed him to remain unaffected by the oppressive presence of Wang Quanjiang's sixth level of spirit gathering. Wang Quanjiang was clearly apprehensive. Lu Chun understood that he was wary of his identity as a true disciple. Was he truly prepared to hand Mei Ruolan over to him? This seemingly simple choice was fraught with complexity. If he were to genuinely surrender Mei Ruolan, Wang Quanjiang would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon them. This was merely a test of resolve. Chapter 42. 3 people on a journey dream on. Lu Chun would not relinquish Mei Ruolan, fully aware that Wang Quanjiang intended to kill him. If the true mastermind behind this scheme offered a sacred-level martial art as a reward for his demise, Wang Quanjiang would undoubtedly be unable to resist the allure of such power. At this moment, both Lu Qian and Zhang Wen struck simultaneously. Wang Quanjiang sneered, casting a spirit talisman into the air. This talisman could unleash a powerful blow equivalent to that of a practitioner at the first tier of the Gathering Pill realm. Who could withstand such force beneath that tier? However, at that very instant, a shadow darted past. Before Wang Quanjiang's talisman could activate, it was snatched by the shadow, to the astonishment of all present. The yellow-haired creature devoured the talisman as if it were a spirit stone, displaying remarkable proficiency. It smacked its lips, seemingly satisfied with the energy, belched contentedly, and raised its head proudly towards Lu Qian. As if to say, "Aren't I impressive?" Wang Quanjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that this sudden monster could consume even a spirit talisman. What sort of being was this? There was no time for him to ponder. Lu Qian's colossal sword loomed above him, unleashing a formidable sword aura directly towards him. Wang Quanjiang, a powerhouse at the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm, was unfazed by the immense force. His protective true qi could easily withstand thousands of pounds of pressure. Lu Qian's sword aura would not harm him, nor could Zhang Wen's physical strength even budge him an inch. Wang Quanjiang bellowed, and a purple halo enveloped him, sending both Lu Qian and Zhang Wen flying away. An ant trying to shake a tree. Wang Quanjiang scoffed. With such meager cultivation, you dare attempt to save someone? Truly unaware of your own insignificance. Before Lu Qian even touched the ground, he had already unleashed a second strike. This time, not with his great sword, but with a bare fist. Having recently practiced the sacred-level martial art, Ascending Dragon Fist, Lu Chun had yet to reveal it before others. As he swung his fist, the 9 rotating energies within his body began to overlap, culminating in a faint dragon's roar. Boom! Lu Chun distinctly felt over half of his energy spirals drained in an instant. A golden light surged from his fist. Wang Quanjiang sensed this power rushing towards him, yet he found himself unable to evade it. He was astonished. Lu Chun was merely at the Gathering Qi realm. So how could he wield such formidable strength? The golden true qi appeared terrifying. Only at the Gathering Pill realm did one's spiritual energy transform into gold. How could a mere gathering qi waste possess such true qi? Unable to dodge this strike, Wang Quanjiang had no choice but to confront it head-on. The powerful forces collided, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Lu Chun staggered back several steps, barely stabilizing himself, his complexion paling slightly as his vital energy wavered. Wang Quanjiang, having taken a punch, felt his protective true qi shatter. He stared incredulously at Lu Chun, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He was injured. What martial art is this? That it could wound me? Wang Quanjiang's eyes did not reflect fear from his injury. Instead, they glimmered with avarice. Such a powerful martial art must possess considerable rank. Lu Chen's full-force strike with the first punch of the Ascending Dragon Fist had nearly drained his 9 energy spirals, and yet it had only inflicted a light injury upon Wang Quanjiang. The Ascending Dragon Fist truly deserved its reputation as a sacred-level martial art, requiring an immense amount of true qi. Lu Chun could only deliver a single punch. Zhang Wen charged at Wang Quanjiang, hefting a massive boulder that likely weighed hundreds of pounds, and hurled it at him. Humph! Wang Quanzhang let out a low, disdainful grunt, slowly swinging his sword. The boulder shattered instantly, splintering into pieces upon impact. Following the boulder, Zhang Wen rushed to Wang Quanzhang's side. His fists, each the size of an infant's head, came crashing down. Wang Quanzhang's sword tip pointed directly at Zhang Wen's fist. Upon contact, cracks appeared in the true qi enveloping Zhang Wen's fist. Meanwhile, Lu Qin hastily consumed several qi recovery pills, standard elixirs for gathering qi practitioners to restore their true qi. Generally, one pill sufficed for a practitioner whose true qi had been entirely depleted. However, due to the unique nature of the Eternal Dragon Elephant technique that Lu Qin cultivated, he needed to ingest several pills at once. Even then, his Dantian's energy reservoir only returned to about 80% capacity. Lu Qin transformed his punch into a palm strike. To be precise, his most potent martial art was the Ascending Dragon Fist. But a single punch would exhaust all his true qi. Other lower-tier martial arts were scarcely effective. Against a powerhouse like Wang Quanzhang at the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm, he had to go all out. At this moment, Lu Qin could only resort to another formidable martial art, Thundercloud Palm. This earth-level martial art, Thundercloud Palm, radiated with the power of thunder and lightning. A powerful golden light surged once more towards Wang Quanzhang. As Wang Quanzhang defended against Zhang Wen with one hand, he was compelled to clench his fist with the other, unleashing a mighty punch to counter Lu Qin's Thundercloud Palm. The true qi surged violently at this moment. Wang Quanzhang, single-handedly resisting both Lu Qin and Zhang Wen, was suddenly caught off guard by a figure that had quietly appeared behind him. Mei Ruolan, gravely injured, wielded her sword and thrust it fiercely towards Wang Quanzhang's heart. Had Wang Quanzhang been at his peak, such a strike would pose no threat. Yet, at this moment, all his focus was on Lu Qin and Zhang Wen, leaving him oblivious to the wounded Mei Ruolan. In an instant, her sword pierced through Wang Quanzhang's protective true qi, penetrating his flesh. The loss of vitality caused Wang Quanzhang's Dantian energy to plummet. He could no longer maintain his grip on the sword, which clattered to the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhang Wen's massive fist struck Wang Quanzhang, delivering the final blow that shattered his internal organs. Poof! Wang Quanzhang expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. His energy Zhang Wen smiled, understanding that such advanced techniques always select their own inheritors. Wang Quanzhang had possessed the technique for 2 days, yet he had not received its inheritance. In contrast, Lu Qin encountered the technique and directly acquired its legacy. Lu Qin felt a sense of despair within. His body already harbored the ancient dragon elephant art, and now the true fire art had also infiltrated him. Fortunately, it appeared that the two did not conflict with one another. The ancient dragon elephant art cultivated the energy in his Dantian, and when Lu Qin's Dantian was rendered useless, the emergence of the ancient dragon elephant art had directly occupied the void left behind, subsequently transforming into a reservoir of energy. The true energy within Lu Qin's Dantian now equated to that of a peak practitioner at the 4th level of qi gathering. Yet he himself remained merely at the 9th level. With a physical strength exceeding 5,000 pounds, he was indeed formidable, all due to the merits of the ancient dragon elephant art within his Dantian. As for the true fire art, it had entered Lu Qin's Zifu, where cultivating the Zifu meant refining one's divine consciousness. Only practitioners at the qi gathering stage could commence this cultivation. Those at the qi accumulation stage could not even unlock their Zifu. Lu Qin had previously reached the 6th level of qi gathering. Hence, his Zifu existed, but without spiritual energy to sustain it, it resembled a parched well, rendered useless. To convert true energy into spiritual consciousness, one had to attain the qi gathering stage. The current dilemma was that a flicker of starfire, which had originated from the true fire art, had suddenly entered his desiccated Zifu. Put these things away for now. Let us leave this place swiftly. The three had slain disciples of the snake god Peak. Who could tell if other powerful figures from the peak would be drawn here? Zhang Wen glanced at the unconscious Mei Ruolan. Her meaning was clear. Should they eliminate her to silence her? At present, Mei Ruolan lay completely unconscious. It would be quite easy to kill her. Let us take her with us. Lu Qin held a favorable view of Mei Ruolan, believing her to be a person of good intent. Zhang Wen chuckled, thinking Lu Chun had developed other feelings for Mei Ruolin. He found a healing elixir, administered it to Mei Ruolin, and then carried her on his back as they set off once more. The ground was left strewn with the dismembered remains of Wang Quanjiang, and it was believed that before long, the mysterious beasts would cleanse the area, leaving little trace behind. As night fell over the falling Sun Mountain range. A cool breeze swept through. Zhang Wen lit a fire while Lu Chun sat in meditation, practicing the true fire art. He could sense the faint flicker of the small flame within his Zifu. Elusive and intangible, Lu Chun found himself unable to communicate with the Zifu. Thus, no information came forth, and the Zifu remained tranquil. He had no choice but to operate the ancient dragon elephant art. During the earlier battle, the first strike of the rising dragon fist had nearly depleted the true energy within his Dantian. Lacking sufficient cultivation, forcibly utilizing advanced martial techniques was futile. Even with the earth-level thundercloud palm, Lu Chun could only unleash 3 strikes at most, after which his true energy would be entirely exhausted. As the ancient dragon elephant art circulated within him, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to a summons. Rushing towards Lu Chun in a frenzy. 9 powerful whirlwinds of energy swirled back and forth, nourishing Lu Chun's body with spiritual essence. Practitioners at the Qi accumulation stage were currently incapable of employing techniques. Relying solely on the true energy within their bodies, to utilize magical artifacts, one would need to control them with spiritual stones. Zhang Wen roasted phoenix meat over the fire, while the little yellow creature gazed at the meat with gleaming eyes. A soft cough broke the silence, and Mei Ruolin slowly opened her eyes, feeling relieved to find herself unharmed. Before her unconsciousness, she had prepared for the worst. Upon awakening, she began to regulate her breathing. She had used her last sword strike to slay Wang Quanjiang, resulting in her Dantian being completely drained, devoid of even a drop of true energy. As she adjusted her breathing, true energy gradually began to return to her Dantian. She consumed several healing elixirs and casually inspected her storage pouch, relieved to find that none of her belongings were missing. It was not surprising that she was cautious. A cultivator's storage pouch was akin to another life, containing all their savings and some unspeakable items. While her consciousness was in slumber, her storage pouch had been left unattended, making it all too easy for others to access. Is that phoenix meat you killed? Upon catching the aroma, Mei Ruolin was astonished to see the roasted phoenix meat over the fire. She was aware that their phoenixes were of a high grade. Without a jade talisman, killing one would require using all their trump cards. Chapter 44. First encounter with the cold pool. Zhang Wen handed a piece of roasted phoenix meat to Mei Ruolin, smiling, "Give it a try." Mei Ruolin's face twitched. Consuming phoenix meat was an extravagant indulgence. Even she could scarcely afford such a luxury, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. However, the mouth-watering aroma proved irresistible, and given her weakened state, she indeed needed to replenish her vitality. After all, phoenixes were mystical beasts, and high-level ones at that. Mei Ruolin accepted the phoenix meat and began to eat. At that moment, Lu Chun also opened his eyes, as if an uproar of myriad voices surged within him. Gradually calming down, his eyes shone like stars, and among them flickered a tiny flame, barely perceptible to outsiders. Mei Ruolin regarded Lu Chun with curiosity. Her heart brimmed with intrigue for this senior brother Lu. As a veteran disciple of the Phoenix God Peak, she had been a member of the Zhongyuan sect for over 3 years. She had cultivated to the 6th level of Qi gathering, having experienced numerous life and death tribulations, fully understanding the hardships of cultivation. Yet, this Lu Chun, who had entered the sect merely a year ago, had already reached the 6th level of Qi gathering, a dazzling genius, whose exploits had not escaped even the ears of seasoned disciples like herself. Having been in seclusion for intensive training, Mei Ruolin had only recently emerged to hear tales and rumors within the sect, including the dramatic rise and fall of this Lu Chun. Driven by curiosity, she had previously attempted to inquire with her junior sister Su Ruyan, but Su Ruyan had been evasive, offering only vague responses. Today's events had certainly changed her perception of Lu Chun. Despite his cultivation being at the Qi accumulation stage, he had boldly faced Wang Quanjiang, a practitioner of the 6th level of Qi gathering, demonstrating that he possessed the heart of a true warrior. Senior brother Lu, Mei Rulin took a step closer to Lu Chun, offering him some of the roasted meat. Lu Chun accepted her gesture without hesitation. In the past at the Zhongyuan sect, apart from Su Ruyan, he had never spared a glance at any other female cultivator. Now, Su Ruyan felt like a fleeting memory. Making new friends was not unwelcome to Lu Chun. Mei Rulin was no slouch in her cultivation, and her reputation was commendable. She might prove to be of assistance within the sect in the future. "How is your injury?" Lu Chun inquired with concern. Previously, it was Zhang Wen who had treated her wounds. Lu Chun could only sense the instability in Mei Rulin's aura. "Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Lu. I'm feeling much better now." Lu Chun nodded gently, speaking softly. "You killed Wang Quanjiang. Is there anything among his possessions that you desire?" Upon hearing this, Mei Rulin's expression changed. She looked at Lu Chun with concern, as if trying to discern the meaning behind his words. Unfortunately, she was met with disappointment, for in Lu Chun's eyes, she only saw a profound depth. "Senior Brother Lu's life-saving grace is something I have yet to repay. Wang Quanjiang's death was also due to your efforts. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have long since fallen into his clutches. I dare not claim credit. All his belongings rightfully belong to you." Mei Rulin's response seemed entirely reasonable to Lu Chun. "Then I shall take advantage of this. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out at Dragon God Peak." Lu Chun offered Mei Rulin a modest promise. Although her cultivation was decent, her standing within the Zhongyuan sect was a far cry from that of Lu Chun, a true disciple. "Thank you, Senior Brother Lu." Mei Rulin's heart brimmed with joy. Today, she had witnessed with her own eyes Lu Chun delivering a single punch that injured Wang Quanjiang. With his cultivation at the Gathering Qi realm, the sheer force of his blow was sufficient to harm Wang Quanjiang. If given more time to develop, he would undoubtedly become a formidable powerhouse. Within the Zhongyuan sect, Mei Rulin had no solid backing, so forming a connection with a true disciple seemed rather advantageous. A night passed in silence, but with Mei Rulin's presence, Lu Chun felt he could not fully trust her and signaled to the yellow-haired creature not to search for treasures any longer. Thus, several peaceful days elapsed, and Mei Rulin's injuries had nearly healed. She regarded the yellow-haired creature merely as a mystical beast raised by Lu Chun, puzzled by its peculiar breed. However, apart from its voracious appetite, the creature displayed no extraordinary traits in her presence. One day, the trio found themselves standing before a frigid pool, each exhibiting a distinct expression, seemingly drawn in by the rich spiritual energy surrounding them. The Sunsetting Mountains were rife with various opportunities, serving as a testing ground for cultivators. Here, one might face life-and-death crises, but treasures abounded as well. There were reports of Zhongyuan sect disciples discovering powerful legacies within the Sunsetting Mountains, achieving enlightenment overnight. Others had unearthed precious artifacts, exchanging them for rewards within the sect. In summary, anything could transpire in the Sunsetting Mountains. Among the 20 or so earth-level cultivation techniques of the Tang sect, several had been unearthed within the Sunsetting Mountains. The disciples understood that encountering a frigid pool within the mountains often signified the presence of significant treasures. Such a pool, completely shrouded in spiritual mist, could very well harbor treasures that were exceptionally rare. Mei Rulin sighed, "Brother Lu, in my 3 years of initiation, I have never heard of any sect disciples encountering a frigid pool in the Sunsetting Mountains." Zhang Wen interjected, "To be precise, the last recorded encounter of a disciple from Zhongyuan sect with a frigid pool was over a century ago." Zhang Wen, the burly figure, was a veritable encyclopedia, spending most of his time engrossed in the sect's archives. As he did not engage in cultivation, Brother Lu truly possesses remarkable luck. Mei Rulin did not forget to compliment Lu Chun. He responded with a faint smile. This frigid pool had been subtly guided to them by the yellow-haired creature, and given its elusive nature, Lu Chun was hardly surprised. Yet, while it was undeniable that such frigid pools often contained treasures, they were equally fraught with peril. There were no signs of mystical beasts around the pool, likely due to the influence of the yellow-haired creature, yet the chilling aura emanating from the pool instilled a sense of caution in Lu Chun. To this day, Lu Chun remained unaware of why the yellow-haired creature approached him. Despite its myriad of wondrous qualities, who could ascertain whether it might pose a threat? As if sensing Lu Chun's apprehension, the yellow-haired creature pointed at the frigid pool, chattering excitedly, its fingers resembling those of an infant. Distinctly articulated. "Shall I descend first to investigate?" Zhang Wen proposed. His robust physique meant that if it came to a contest of raw strength, Lu Chen would be at a disadvantage. However, his body could withstand attacks from magical artifacts. "Be cautious. If you encounter any danger, prioritize your own safety," Lu Chen concurred, realizing that they had no choice but to confront the frigid pool. Zhang Wen, with a smile, left his storage bag with Lu Chen, tentatively probing the pool before leaping into its depths, vanishing from sight. The yellow-haired creature bounced around, seemingly expressing its discontent. Chapter 45. The stone door beneath the earth within the frigid pool. No ripples disturbed the surface, and the spiritual mist remained unchanged. Lu Chen's brows furrowed as he scrutinized the pool's edges. It was not particularly large, merely spanning 100 meters. Typically, such pools housed either celestial materials or legacies left by powerful beings. Regardless of what lay within, the tranquility of the pool filled Lu Chen with a subtle sense of foreboding. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed, causing both Lu Chen and Mei Ruolin to change countenance. It was one thing for Lu Chen not to detect the approach of others, but even Mei Ruolin, with her cultivation, hadn't sensed their presence. This was indeed peculiar. Could it be the spirit spring of the frigid pool? A voice filled with surprise and excitement trembled as it spoke, for such a spirit spring was exceedingly rare, representing a true treasure for cultivators. Several figures clad in black emerged, encircling them. The leader revealed a pair of icy eyes. Gazing at Lu Chen with a mocking smile, "Kid, you certainly know how to evade capture. We've pursued you relentlessly, and here you are, providing us with quite the delightful surprise." "Hee hee." One of the black-clad figures chuckled sinisterly. "Boss, there's also a female cultivator with commendable talent. Her primordial remains intact. This time, you can savor her at your leisure." The remaining figures erupted into laughter, completely disregarding Lu Chen and Mei Ruolin. "Kid, will you act on your own, or shall we assist you?" Lu Chen's mind raced. He realized these individuals were after him, akin to the assassins he had first encountered upon entering the Sunsetting Mountains. What alarmed him even more was that the lowest among them possessed cultivation at the 6th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, while the leader was at least at the 8th level. With such formidable foes solely intent on his demise, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel somewhat flattered by their regard. Engaging in a direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. Surveying the positions of the black-clad figures, he noted that each critical location was sealed off. The intertwined energy of these individuals suggested that even a cultivator at the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm might find it difficult to break free. Unless he resorted to hidden cards, Lu Chen was reluctant to employ the treasures from the dragon token, as they were meant for preserving his life. "Jump!" Lu Chen suddenly seized Mei Ruolin and leapt into the adjacent frigid pool. Catching the black-clad figures off guard as for the yellow-haired creature, Lu Chen had no concerns. No matter how powerful these individuals were, they could hardly match the creature's lightning-quick speed, as they plunged into the frigid pool. Splashes erupted, and the cold air seemed to react, inexplicably boiling around them. This phenomenon only occurred after Lu Chen had entered. Zhang Wen had earlier jumped in without eliciting such a reaction. "Boss!" A black-clad figure glanced towards their leader, seemingly ready to follow suit. "Number 3, 7, and 8 stay behind. The rest, follow me into the pool." The leader of the black-clad figures made his decision and leapt into the frigid pool. Once submerged, Lu Chen could distinctly sense the spiritual energy within the pool. Upon contact, an inexplicable sensation enveloped him. Still gripping Mei Ruolin's hand, Lu Chen, in a moment of panic, released her, feeling the warmth in his grasp. Mei Ruolin, drenched in the pool, revealed her exquisite form, her crystalline skin enhancing her beauty even further. Lu Chen, submerged, could clearly see her flawless figure, and likewise, Mei Ruolin could perceive his reaction. The youthful vigor radiating from Lu Chen seemed to evaporate the very pool itself. She stifled a giggle, contemplating that had it not been for the need to hold her breath in the pool, she might have made a jest. Lu Chen, feeling embarrassed, continued to dive deeper into the frigid pool. With his current cultivation, he could easily remain submerged for several days. Every inch of his skin seemed to absorb the spiritual energy, and the sensation of being in the spirit spring brought him immense satisfaction. As Lu Chun sensed the surge of spiritual energy around him, he noticed the yellow-haired creature's bright eyes. The little fellow had also leapt into the pool. Descending further, Lu Chun could feel the spiritual energy growing denser. He had only read about the frigid spirit springs in ancient texts. Now, experiencing its benefits firsthand made the journey worthwhile. However, with the looming threat of the black-clad figures, he had no time to explore further. The danger they posed had not entirely dissipated. The space within the frigid pool was far more expansive than the mere 100 meters visible from outside. Stretching endlessly into the unknown, Mei Ruolin was elated. Her injuries, which had yet to fully heal, began to mend rapidly upon entering the pool. Her cultivation also steadily climbed, with a significant possibility of breaking through to the 7th level of the gathering spirit realm within the frigid pool. The boiling of the pool began the moment Lu Chun entered. From an external viewpoint, the spiritual mist above the pool was visibly dissipating, with enormous bubbles rising to the surface. Puff! The black-clad figures that had leapt into the pool were unexpectedly forced back to the surface. What is happening? Confusion flickered in their eyes as they tried diving deeper, only to be propelled back once more. Some even screamed as they shot out of the water. This frigid spirit spring is peculiar. The black-clad figures realized the anomaly. Encountering the legendary frigid spirit spring for the first time, they had initially believed it would be their opportunity, but instead, it expelled them with force. How could Lu Chun and his companions remain unscathed? All the figures clad in black fixated their gaze upon the cold pool's spiritual spring, anticipating that soon, Lu Chun and his companions would be compelled to emerge from the depths. However, the reality was starkly different. They waited for an extended period, yet the cold pool remained unresponsive. Deep within the cold pool, Lu Chun finally made contact with the ground. Upon reaching this point, he was taken aback, for Zhang Wen lay motionless on the floor. Appearing devoid of life, Lu Chun swam to Zhang Wen's side, sensing the changes in his body, and he finally exhaled in relief. This fellow seemed to be in a deep slumber, yet his body continued to absorb spiritual energy. At the bottom of the cold pool, nothing appeared amiss, save for the slightly intensified spiritual energy. Mei Ruolin also descended, her translucent attire rendering her as alluring as a porcelain doll. The yellow-haired creature landed on Lu Chun's shoulder, resuming its role as a guide, directing him to move in a particular direction. Lu Chun refrained from moving Zhang Wen. His body exhibited peculiar characteristics, seemingly autonomously absorbing spiritual energy. Perhaps this was Zhang Wen's unique method of cultivation. Mei Ruolin followed closely behind Lu Chun as they ventured further, and soon, they beheld a massive stone door materializing at the bottom of the cold pool. Chapter 46. The statue in the grand hall. The immense stone door that loomed before them was approximately 3 zhang high, exuding an aura of ancient weightiness. Lu Chun and Mei Ruolin exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment in each other's eyes, as this was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. Whether it was the cold pool's spiritual spring or the hidden stone door beneath its depths, both evoked an indescribable sense of awe. What lay beyond the stone door was a shared concern for them both. A voice seemed to resonate in Lu Chun's mind, urging him to push open the door before him. He stepped forward, as if compelled by an unseen force, his hand brushing against the stone door's surface. The massive door, which should have been as heavy as mountains, revealed an unusual ripple upon Lu Chun's touch. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a blinding flash enveloped him, and he vanished, seemingly transported to another realm. Meanwhile, Mei Ruolin, still within the cold pool, reached out to touch the stone door, exerting all her strength. Yet she could not budge it even a fraction. She searched diligently for any mechanism that might open the door, but ultimately found nothing. Resigned, she settled before the door, meditating to absorb the rich spiritual energy of the cold pool. Prepared to await Lu Chun's return. Where is this place? Lu Chun felt himself enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere, yet he sensed no immediate danger. Before him lay an expanse of darkness, occasionally illuminated by fleeting glimmers, as if he were in an alternate realm. However, Lu Chun was acutely aware that this was not a genuine alternate space. With his cultivation and physical strength, were he to truly traverse into another realm or spatial conduit, His body would be utterly crushed by the forces of that space in the eastern continent. Only those who had reached the gathering infant stage could barely manipulate spatial forces for short-distance travel. This must be a form of teleportation, akin to the spirit escape talisman. Lu Chen reasoned, as the scene before him transformed once more, and he began to perceive light. He found himself in a grand hall. Towering and majestic, shrouded in a misty ambience that suggested it lay just beyond the stone door. Squeak, squeak. The yellow-haired creature chirped joyously, yet Lu Chen frowned slightly, for all he could see in the hall was a statue in the distance. It appeared almost human in size, with finely crafted features indistinguishable from those of a human, yet Lu Chen instinctively knew that this statue was not of human origin, a peculiar statue within the hall. Seemingly lifeless, nonetheless conveyed a sensation of being watched. The yellow-haired creature excitedly hopped in front of the statue, and to Lu Chen's surprise, this typically enigmatic creature knelt before the statue in apparent reverence. As if receiving its teachings, Lu Chen felt a profound sense of purpose. This was undoubtedly the reason the yellow-haired creature had led him here. Everything within this hall seemed to await its arrival. Lu Chen sensed he was under scrutiny, as if he had no secrets left to conceal in this grand hall. The statue's eyes appeared to linger upon him, and he could not ascertain the true nature of its power. Nevertheless, Lu Chen felt an inkling that the statue was not entirely lifeless. It merely existed in this form, due to some overarching rule governing its manifestation in this hall. He moved aside. Striving to evade the statue's gaze, to Lu Chen's disappointment, the hall held no other treasures. Not even a single spiritual stone was in sight. Strangely, there was also no trace of spiritual energy within the hall. The hall contained several stone doors, their destinations unknown. Lu Chen hesitated to venture forth, fearing the possibility of stepping into another isolated realm should he open one. The hall was steeped in an air of mystery, and Lu Chen found himself perplexed. Were his cultivation level but a bit higher, he would not have to ponder such matters so deeply as he wavered on whether to attempt opening one of the stone doors. The yellow-haired creature leapt onto his shoulder once more, its excitement bubbling over as it chirped enthusiastically, seemingly encouraging Lu Chen to try opening the door. Lu Chen had observed that the enigmatic hall contained 9 stone doors. Surrounded by a shroud of mist, their destinations a complete mystery. Surely, the yellow-haired creature would not lead him astray. Lu Chen thought, slowly extending his hand to the door. There was no response. It did not pull him in as before. Lu Chen was taken aback. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated. The yellow-haired creature, too, appeared perplexed, its wide eyes gazing up at him before it hopped down, attempting to push open the door. Still, there was no movement. The door remained obstinately still, as if it were mere decoration. Lu Chen chuckled softly, approaching another stone door, only to find that he remained unable to open it. The door stood firm, unyielding to his efforts. The yellow-haired creature followed suit, but ultimately, it could not budge the door either. Lu Chen then ventured into the mist, only to find himself stepping out once more, revealing a scene that widened his eyes in astonishment. He was still within the grand hall, having merely traversed from one side to the other. This was indeed a formation, an exceptionally powerful one, capable of spatial traversal. Such a formation could not be set up by an ordinary cultivator. Lu Chen inhaled deeply. Now, the true dilemma presented itself. If he could not escape this hall, was he destined to remain trapped within its confines? Casting a glance at the equally anxious yellow-haired creature, it seemed this little one had not anticipated such a predicament either. After several more attempts, regardless of which corner he entered the mist from, stepping forth would always lead him to the opposite end of the hall. Beyond the solitary statue, there were only the 9 stone doors and the pervasive mist. Lu Chen began to inspect each stone door, attempting to push them open, but to no avail. Each failure left him feeling as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. He could not open a single one of the 9 stone doors. They completely obstructed the connection between the hall and the outside world. Was he truly to be confined within this hall? The thought sent a chill through Lu Chen's body. He regretted his curiosity in attempting to touch the doors. After pacing around the hall several times, he still found nothing new. Even the yellow-haired creature was bouncing about in confusion. seemingly equally bewildered by the situation. Chapter 47. The ancestor of all beasts at last. Lu Qin's gaze fell once more upon the statue within the hall. Could it be that the statue held the key to the mystery? Since the stone doors provided no escape and yielded no clues, Lu Qian directed his attention to the statue he had previously dared not examine closely. As he scrutinized the statue, he noticed its expression seemed to shift to one of mockery, further convincing him that the secrets of this hall were indeed intertwined with the statue. Approaching cautiously, he pondered the material from which the statue was crafted, utterly indiscernible, and he could only speculate how long it had stood there. Upon closer inspection, Lu Qian suddenly perceived an unusual aura emanating from the statue, reminiscent of the yellow-haired creature's essence. If only the yellow-haired creature could articulate its thoughts, he could inquire about the statue's true nature. Lu Qian had always found it perplexing that the yellow-haired creature possessed such an array of astonishing abilities, capable of even controlling mystical beasts, yet communication proved to be an arduous task. No matter how one looked at it, the yellow-haired creature exhibited a remarkable level of intelligence. Before the statue, it stood with an air of innocence, akin to a mischievous child before an elder. Lu Qian had previously refrained from gazing at the statue, as he felt an uncanny force emanating from it, one that seemed capable of unearthing all his secrets. However, now he found himself less apprehensive. As he looked at the statue, an inexplicable urge compelled him to reach out and touch it, a reflexive response beyond his conscious thought. Slowly, Lu Qian's hand made contact with the statue, and in that moment, he became utterly entranced, as if ensnared by a spell, his entire being rendered unresponsive, adrift in a realm beyond. Yet, in Lu Qian's vision, a different scene unfolded, an indescribably terrifying tableau. Amidst a celestial expanse filled with deities and spirits, towering figures of gods and demons, standing 100 zhang tall, could shatter mountains and rivers with a single roar, and sever stars with a mere breath. The image before him was that of a battlefield, where stars shattered and space itself tore apart, powerful beings reduced to mere ants within this chaotic realm. Lu Qian gazed in astonishment as an ethereal figure gradually emerged, the very likeness of the statue. Its face adorned with a broad smile. "You have arrived." The simplicity of those 3 words sent a tremor through Lu Qian's heart, for this apparition seemed alive, imparting a strange illusion that it awaited not the yellow-haired creature, but himself. "Who are you?" Lu Qian managed to stammer, overwhelmed by a sense of insignificance in the presence of this celestial vision and the star-studded expanse surrounding him. "You may call me Xiao," it replied. "I am an elder of that little one by your side." Xiao. Lu Qian's mind raced to comprehend, as he had never encountered such a name before. "Do not be astounded. I have existed for tens of thousands of years beyond your era." Xiao continued, "The statue you beheld in the Great Hall is but a fragment of my sealed consciousness in your realm. I was once the progenitor of all beasts." The title progenitor of all beasts made Lu Qian gasp. Such an entity could only manifest in human form upon reaching the 5th tier of cultivation, and at that level, one transcended the classification of mystical beasts to become a spiritual beast. In the Eastern continent, only a handful of spiritual beasts were known, and to think that this being was the progenitor of them all. What tier must it have reached? 6th or perhaps 7th? "You are far too weak," Xiao remarked with a faint smile. "Hurry and grow stronger. We are all waiting for you." With those parting words, a stream of knowledge surged into Lu Qian's mind, and Xiao's smiling visage gradually faded from view. As the vision shattered, Lu Qian returned to the reality of the Great Hall, pulling back his hand and casting a glance at the statue. His expression had shifted once more, this time embodying tranquility. Or perhaps silence. The newfound information in his mind required time for him to process. Already, he had gleaned much regarding the Great Hall and the origins of the yellow-haired creature. Xiao had existed 50,000 years before his time, a figure of legend long before the existence of the Dian dynasty. Lu Qian roused from the illusion, his gaze falling upon the yellow-haired creature. This little one was a descendant of Xiao, a remnant of bloodline that had persisted for over 50,000 years. Merely born into this era by chance, Xiao, the progenitor of all beasts, explained why the yellow-haired creature could command mystical beasts. It was a manifestation of bloodline power that naturally compelled mystical beasts to evade it. The insights that had flooded his mind also included knowledge of how to escape the Great Hall. The secrets of the 9 stone doors within the hall revealed that once Lu Chun reached the Gathering Dan realm, he would unlock 3 of them, an ordeal left by Xiao. Without reaching that level, Lu Chun would not even be deemed worthy to open the stone doors. As he gazed at the stone doors within the hall, a fervor ignited within Lu Chun's heart. Whatever lay beyond those doors, left by the progenitor of all beasts, could potentially cause a stir throughout the eastern continent. It was no wonder that he had to wait until he reached the Gathering Dan realm to access them, for that was when he would possess the strength to protect himself. "Let us depart this place," Lu Chun declared, scooping up the yellow-haired creature and dashing toward the statue. The moment Lu Chun emerged, he found himself submerged in the cold spring of the spirit pool, while Mei Ruolin, who had been cultivating outside, opened her eyes. She had been waiting here for 3 days. Unknown to Lu Chun, the passage of time within the Great Hall was swift, lasting no more than an hour, while 3 days had elapsed in the cold spring. Mei Ruolin gazed at Lu Chun with delight as he stepped through the stone door. Her aura now resonated with the power of the Gathering Spirit's 7th layer. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken her 6 months to a year to reach this level, yet in just 3 days of cultivation within the cold spring, she had achieved it. Moreover, her physique had significantly enhanced during this time, imbued with a more ethereal quality, resembling what ordinary folk might describe as celestial energy. She appeared like a fairy. Lu Chun did not rush to leave. Beyond the cold spring, shadowy figures awaited. Exiting now would inevitably lead to a confrontation with these dark-clad individuals. After careful consideration, Lu Chun resolved to cultivate within the cold spring for a few days. Given his current strength, he could easily manage. With this decision made, Lu Chun settled down to meditate, activating the ancient dragon elephant technique as the spiritual energy surged from the depths of the cold spring, flooding into his body. The potent energy assailed Lu Chun's corporeal form repeatedly, and the 9 spirals within him gradually grew more formidable. His dantian was infused with a cataclysmic force. Chapter 48. Cultivation in the cold spring. Outside the cold spring, the dark-clad figures had been stationed around it for several days. During this time, they had attempted various methods to breach its defenses, yet none had succeeded. The cold spring not only repelled them but also adversely affected their cultivation, proving detrimental to their powers. "Boss, do you think they might have perished inside?" One of the dark figures voiced his concerns, noting that after several days of silence, the cold spring had begun to boil as if set ablaze. Leading to their suspicions, the leader of the dark figures shared his uncertainty. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Whether the cold spring harbored secrets remained unclear, but its mystique was undeniable. "Let us wait a bit longer. If no one emerges in 3 days, we will retreat." The mist swirling around the cold spring impacted their cultivation, and this bizarre phenomenon had already prompted the dark figures to reconsider their prolonged stay. The cold aura emanating from the cold spring seemed to suppress the dark figures' powers, hindering their cultivation efforts. Within the cold spring, Mei Ruolin's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Chun. She could no longer absorb the spiritual energy from the cold spring. As Lu Chun began his cultivation, the energy within the cold spring surged and boiled. All the spiritual energy coalesced around Lu Chun, its potency almost transforming into a tangible essence. From a distance, Lu Chun appeared entirely enveloped in this energy, emanating an inexplicable pressure. Mei Ruolin dared not approach too closely, fearing the overwhelming energy might adversely affect her. The roiling spiritual energy repeatedly washed over Lu Chun's dantian, merging and separating in an endless cycle. After countless repetitions, Lu Chun's body was thoroughly cleansed, undergoing a profound transformation. On the 4th day of Lu Chun's cultivation at the bottom of the cold spring, it seemed as though a dragon was howling and a colossal elephant was rampaging around him, as the powerful spiritual energy formed a massive vortex. Within the vortex, low rumblings of dragon roars reverberated, as if attempting to pierce through the entire cold spring and reach the outside world. With a sound akin to a bubble bursting, something within Lu Chun's body shattered. The swirling vortex of spiritual energy surged into him, disappearing at a visible rate, causing Mei Ruolin to widen her eyes in astonishment. Such a powerful vortex of spiritual energy flooding into his body would overwhelm any ordinary individual, likely causing them to explode from the strain. In Mei Ruolin's eyes, Lu Chun now appeared enigmatic and formidable. Had she been in his position, she would not have dared to cultivate in such a manner. Lu Chun, immersed in his cultivation, felt his body swell, his energy surging and blood boiling, yet amidst the low dragon roars, he gradually found tranquility. With a deep breath, Lu Chun suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of lightning racing across them, causing a slight tremor in the cold spring. I have reached the Gathering Qi 10th layer. Previously, Lu Chun's mastery of the Qi Gathering 9th level was rather unstable. However, within just a few days, he has directly ascended to the Qi Gathering 10th level. The strength of his physical body now feels as if it bears the weight of 10,000 pounds, and the cyclone within him has expanded far beyond what it was before. As the cyclone grows larger, it can accommodate an even greater amount of true Qi. The transformation of Lu Chun's Dantian and Qi Si has long surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. Mei Ruolin, having broken through to the Qi Spirit's 7th level, gazes at Lu Chun with a sense of awe, as if this body harbors the energy capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Upon awakening from his cultivation, Lu Chun notices that, apart from Mei Ruolin, even the little yellow creature is nowhere to be found. Its whereabouts remain a mystery. Without a word, a mere glance is sufficient for Mei Ruolin to comprehend Lu Chun's thoughts. It is impossible to remain underground any longer. The time has come to leave. When they finally find Zhang Wen underground, he is in the company of the little yellow creature, having awakened as well. To Lu Chun's astonishment, Zhang Wen has remarkably advanced to the Qi Spirit's 6th level after merely a few days of slumber in the cold pond. With his formidable physical strength, he could likely defeat even a Qi Spirit 8th level cultivator with a single punch. The spiritual energy within the cold pond has grown exceedingly thin, and it may take some time before it can be restored. Deep within the cold pond, there undoubtedly exists a spiritual vein. Otherwise, the cold pond could not have formed. Lu Chun knows that one day he will return to this place, for the stone door hidden within the cold pond seems to be accessible only to him and the little yellow creature. They set forth with determination, swimming towards the surface of the cold pond. Unbeknownst to them, as the trio departs from the depths of the pond, the stone door suddenly vanishes, as if it had never existed, leaving no trace of its previous presence. Outside the cold pond, the cloaked figures are on the brink of losing their patience. The mist hovering over the pond, which should have been ethereal, now appears tainted as if poisoned. These figures have encircled the cold pond, their attention divided between monitoring any disturbances and guarding against the mysterious beasts. Their concern is heightened by the fact that after lingering here for several days, not a single beast has been sighted. Suddenly, a sound erupts from the surface of the cold pond, causing all the cloaked figures to spring to their feet, their senses heightened. Initially, they believed someone from within the pond could no longer endure and was about to emerge. However, upon rushing forward, they found nothing but the gentle ripples of water. The entity that had burst forth moments ago had vanished without a trace, prompting one figure to voice his surprise. "Boss? Could it be a treasure?" It is common for rare treasures to be concealed within the cold pond's spiritual waters, so such speculation is not unfounded. "Unlikely," the lead cloaked figure replied with confusion. "If it were a sentient treasure, would we have any hope of survival?" The cloaked figures exchanged glances, realizing the truth in this statement. Sentient treasures are typically high-grade spiritual artifacts or supreme treasures, capable of effortlessly eliminating mere Qi spirit cultivators like themselves. The reason that Songyuan sect has maintained its status as a top-tier sect is precisely due to its possession of 3 supreme treasures, which constitute its greatest asset. Despite having not produced a powerful Qi spirit cultivator for thousands of years, the sect remains formidable due to these treasures, allowing even those at the infant gathering level to exhibit the combat prowess of Qi spirit experts. "What was that just emerged?" another cloaked figure questioned, equally perplexed. Everyone had heard the noise, and it was inconceivable for the cold pond to create such a disturbance without cause. Could it be a mysterious beast? Upon hearing the term mysterious beast, the cloaked figures were even more bewildered. If there was indeed a mysterious beast within the cold pond, it would surely be of a high rank, capable of evading detection from so many individuals. An unsettling thought. Just as they pondered this, a sword flew silently from the lake's surface. It was a magical artifact, a sword of the Zhongyuan sect, renowned for its mastery of swordsmanship, largely due to one of their supreme treasures, the Zhonglong sword. The swords of the Zhongyuan sect are crafted in the image of the Zhonglong sword. The sword shot forth like lightning, striking towards one of the cloaked figures. As the figure sensed danger, the others noticed the approaching weapon. Be careful. The warning proved effective, and all the cloaked figures instantly heightened their vigilance. Their combined energies forming a formidable formation. 9 cloaked figures united their auras, emanating a powerful presence. This sword, however, failed to injure the cloaked figure, as the united energies forced it back. Emerging from the cold pond was a stunning figure clad in flowing purple robes, her hair cascading like silk, and her eyes shimmering like stars. Mei Ruolin had been the first to exit the cold pond, seizing the sword that was her magical artifact. Hee hee hee! The cloaked figures grinned wickedly at the sight of Mei Ruolin, their eyes gleaming with greed as they regarded her as prey. But a furnace of such powerful cultivation is indeed a rare find. Disgusted by their lecherous gazes, Mei Ruolin brandished her sword and charged at the cloaked figures. Meanwhile, 2 figures soared into the sky above the cold pond. Intercept them! The cloaked figures realized that someone had genuinely emerged from the cold pond, attempting to break free from their encirclement. Zhang Wen, being a large individual, could only move so quickly after emerging from the cold pond, and with his cultivation at the Qi Spirit 6th level, he was unable to fly. Lu Chun, even less capable than Zhang Wen, remained a mere Qi-gathering cultivator, unable to navigate the air freely. Several cloaked figures lunged towards them. The lowest cultivation among the cloaked figures was Qi Spirit's 6th level. However, they had gravely underestimated their opponents. Believing Mei Ruolin to be the strongest among the 3, while dismissing Lu Qian and Zhang Wen as significantly weaker. 1 cloaked figure, with a cruel smile, raised his magical artifact, emanating a purple glow. Seemingly intent on tearing Zhang Wen apart in the air, Zhang Wen charged forward, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful blow. Boom! The sound echoed like a watermelon bursting, as Zhang Wen's fist shattered the cloaked figure's protective true Qi and obliterated his body. A Qi Spirit 6th level cloaked figure was killed with a single punch, leaving the remaining cloaked figures momentarily stunned. This is too terrifying. Those fists are comparable to magical artifacts. Zhang Wen's successful strike was partly due to the cloaked figure's underestimation. After this display, the remaining cloaked figures no longer dared to underestimate Zhang Wen. 3 of them simultaneously attacked him, now acutely aware of how the first batch had perished, completely overwhelmed by the brute strength of this behemoth. Zhang Wen's prowess successfully diverted the attention of the cloaked figures from Lu Chun, significantly reducing the pressure he faced. Gripping the massive sword, Lu Chun swung it at one of the cloaked figures. In the eyes of the cloaked figure, disdain was evident. A sword that barely qualified as a magical artifact was the mark of the weakest contender. According to their intelligence, even if Lu Chun had trained his physical body, he had at most just broken through to the bone refinement stage, with physical strength equivalent to that of a Qi Spirit 4th level cultivator. The cloaked figures, fixated on Lu Chun as their target, eagerly anticipated the opportunity to eliminate him, believing that doing so would lead to their imminent rise. The cloaked figure's eyes gleamed with excitement, thinking that amidst so many, he would claim this prize. As the purple glow of the magical artifact flashed, Lu Chen's massive sword finally descended. Bang! A terrible shockwave erupted, and for the first time, fear appeared in the eyes of the cloaked figure as his tightly gripped artifact slipped from his grasp. In the midst of his terror, the massive sword continued its relentless descent, cleaving through his protective true Qi and bisecting his body. No? The cloaked figure screamed in despair, unwilling to accept his fate as his life force faded. His severed remains sinking into the cold pond, disappearing without a trace. This time, the cold pond did not expel him but rather consumed him entirely. Once again, the cloaked figure's underestimation proved fatal. They had believed Lu Chun to be the weakest of the 3, unaware of the immense power derived from the 10 cyclones within his body. the strength of 10,000 pounds, a force Lu Chun could barely attain even at the Qi Spirit 6th level. The true Qi within his Dantian, combined with the vigor of his blood, was equivalent to that of a Qi Spirit 8th level cultivator. Such formidable power, if revealed to others, would surely astonish them. As Lu Chun was merely a Qi-gathering 10th level cultivator, the ancient dragon elephant technique is truly terrifying. Lu Chun senses that once he breaks through to the Qi Spirit level, the power he possesses may directly rival that of an average Qi Spirit peak cultivator. Seizing the moment, Lu Chun descended to the ground. Of the 9 cloaked figures, 2 had already been slain, and the remaining 7 no longer dared to underestimate Lu Qian and Zhang Wan, especially regarding Lu Chun, whom they had previously deemed the weakest. The leading figure clad in black scrutinized Lu Chun, assessing his prowess. Although he could not perceive Lu Chen's true energy, he was certain that Lu Chun did not belong to the gathering spirit realm. Moreover, the intelligence he had received indicated that Lu Chun was a practitioner at the bone refinement realm, specializing in the cultivation of physical vitality and blood essence. From the aura alone, it was impossible to discern their realms. One could only analyze their capabilities through their vitality. If one were to consider the sword strike Lu Chun had just executed, it was already equivalent to that of an 8th level bone refinement practitioner. Lu Qian mused inwardly, fully aware that despite his prolonged training in the Sunset Mountain range, he was still merely at the blood refinement realm. The power behind that sword strike was entirely due to the formidable force of the cyclone. Fortunately, with his cultivation, the eternal dragon elephant technique had allowed him to seamlessly convert true energy into vitality, rendering his true realm indistinguishable to others. Use all your strength, and together we shall eliminate them, commanded the leader of the black-clad figures. The opposing practitioners were formidable. If they did not exert their full power, they risked being taken down one by one. Yes, the black-clad individuals dared not be negligent, joining forces to unleash their ultimate techniques, their potent auras wreaking havoc by the icy pond. At the edge of the pond, true energy surged, causing the ground to tremble. Lu Qian and Zhang Wen fought with their robust physical strength, akin to the protective power of magical artifacts, rendering the opponent's artifacts ineffective against them. Faced with their physical prowess, the black-clad figures could do little more than endure the onslaught. The leader of the black-clad figures, taking matters into his own hands, found himself compelled to retreat as Lu Qian's pressure forced him back. A stark contrast to the intelligence he had received. Lu Qian's physical vitality was exceedingly formidable. Flee. This was the first thought that crossed the mind of the leader when he realized that he was utterly incapable of vanquishing Lu Chun. He needed to relay the news of Lu Qian's immense physical strength back. The black-clad figure turned to escape, abandoning his remaining subordinates. However, scarcely had he fled 100 meters when a look of terror crossed his face, prompting him to hastily retreat. Surrounding the icy pond were numerous powerful mystical beasts, their eyes gleaming with a sinister light, fixated on the humans by the pond. Having not encountered mystical beasts for many days, the black-clad figures nearly forgot that this was the Sunset Mountain Range, home to the icy pond's spiritual spring. How could it possibly lack mystical beasts? All were second-tier mystical beasts, and if one were to analyze their auras, some among them were even peak second-tier beasts. Why the heavens? The black-clad leader exclaimed in shock. Unbeknownst to him, the reason these mystical beasts had been in hiding was due to the yellow-haired creature. It was the yellow-haired creature that had first burst forth from the icy pond, evading detection by the black-clad figures. Upon emerging from the icy pond, the yellow-haired creature's first act was to summon the mystical beasts, who were the guardians of the icy pond. Given that the stone door left behind by the progenitor of all beasts was concealed within, it was unlikely that ordinary individuals could easily discover this location. Oh, whoa! The mystical beasts roared, many charging toward the black-clad figures. Lu Qian and Zhang Wen retreated to the side, while Mei Ruolin stood in a trance, staring at the mystical beasts charging at the black-clad figures, her delicate features paling. These powerful mystical beasts were far more terrifying than the black-clad figures. She had braced herself for a desperate struggle, yet what puzzled Mei Ruolin was that the mystical beasts seemed disinterested in attacking her. Passing by without making a move, Mei Ruolin, not being foolish, found this odd phenomenon hard to fathom. She recalled the peculiar events that had transpired while she was with Lu Qian and the others, where encounters with mystical beasts had been scarce. In the Sunset Mountain Range, mystical beasts were abundant, especially deep within the mountains. Reflecting on the journey, she realized it had been filled with anomalies, as if the mystical beasts were deliberately avoiding them. Coupled with the scene before her, Mei Ruolin felt as though she had stumbled upon a momentous secret. Yet, merely contemplating this secret sent shivers down her spine, a potent chill enveloping her. The icy pond's spiritual spring, the stone door that only he could enter, and the mystical beasts. All these elements together led her to a terrifying conclusion. Junior brother Lu. It is all because of him. Mei Ruolin glanced at Lu Qian, her gaze meeting his calm visage, shrouded in mystery. Who exactly was he? Even the mystical beasts feared him. Beyond this, Mei Ruolin also recalled her celestial crane. In retrospect, many things began to make sense. The crane had gone berserk and had been hunted down to become a meal. Lu Qian had not anticipated that the yellow-haired creature would create such a commotion. With so many formidable mystical beasts slaying the black-clad figures, there was no need for them to intervene. The black-clad figures were merely cultivated assassins, lacking any life-preserving treasures. In essence, they were simply stronger than the previous batch of assassins. As their cultivator, it was evident that significant resources had been expended to train these assassins, who were not of great importance and thus were not entrusted with vital treasures. In their despair, the mystical beasts began to tear apart the black-clad figures, and as Lu Qian observed the beasts consuming the humans as if they were mere food, his brow twitched slightly. It was no wonder that humans and contenders were mortal enemies. The black-clad figures could not divulge their master's secrets. Lu Qian had not permitted the yellow-haired creature to leave any survivors, including the black-clad figure at the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, all of whom were devoured by the mystical beasts. As Lu Qian watched the mystical beasts feast upon the black-clad figures, he noticed them retreating like a tide. Their thoughts varied widely. The yellow-haired creature leapt onto Lu Qian's shoulder, perhaps having gleaned some information about the stone door in the depths of the icy pond, yet incapable of sharing it with Lu Qian. Lu Qian understood the origins of the yellow-haired creature. It bore the bloodline of the Qiu, a lineage that had existed for over 50,000 years, likely residing within the bloodlines of mystical beasts, only manifesting in this era. According to the information gleaned from Lu Qian's statue, the yellow-haired creature was a spiritual beast. Spiritual beasts are 5th-tier entities. Yet, unlike other spiritual beasts, the yellow-haired creature was a spiritual beast from birth. It was still akin to a child, and only when its golden fur gradually shed would it be considered a true spiritual beast. Being a spiritual beast with the bloodline of the progenitor of all beasts, it was no wonder it possessed such a plethora of extraordinary abilities. However, its intellect had yet to fully mature, preventing it from communicating normally with humans. After casting one last glance at the icy pond, the trio and the creature departed the area. Once they had left, the mist surrounding the icy pond began to spread, gradually obscuring it from view as if it had vanished into thin air. Lu Qian chose not to venture deeper into the Sunset Mountain Range, having spent ample time training within to ask for his gains. The contents of Wang Quanzhang's storage bag were already enough to incite envy in many. Lu Qian's harvest was the most substantial. The true fire technique might indeed be a sacred-level cultivation method, currently residing within his purple mansion. Once he broke through to the Gathering Spirit Realm, he should be able to uncover the secrets of the true fire technique. The rewards from the icy pond were also considerable. The information left by the Qiu, and the images he had seen in the statue, the battle between gods and demons, merely thinking about it made Lu Qian feel acutely aware of his own insignificance. Half a month later, Lu Qian and the others finally exited the Sunset Mountain Range. The Zhongyuan sect did not mobilize their forces due to the demise of any disciples during training. As a prestigious sect within the Dian dynasty, countless young individuals aspired to enter the Zhongyuan sect for cultivation each year. Talents emerging from the Zhongyuan sect flickered like shooting stars. Who fell and who rose was merely fate. As cultivators inherently vied for the powerful life force granted by the heavens, Mei Ruolin reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Qian, needing to return to Fengshan Peak. Her gains were substantial as well and might very well alter her destiny moving forward. As for Lu Qian and Zhang Wen, they naturally intended to return to Longshan Peak. Having been away for nearly 2 months, at the foot of Longshan Peak, voices called out, "You worthless fools, if you have the audacity, come out and fight. Don't hide like cowardly turtles." Chapter 51. A striking return recently, Longshan Peak has been bustling with activity. During the last Lingfeng Exchange Conference, the group of servant disciples from Longshan Peak gained fame through a remarkable battle, transforming from 18 worthless individuals into 18 prodigies. The transition from servant disciple to formal sect disciple was accomplished in less than 3 months, a pace of cultivation and talent that undoubtedly attracted the attention of other spiritual peaks. At the conference, Longshan Peak forged significant enmity with Hushan Peak and Masin Peak, with the ordinary disciples from these 2 peaks eagerly awaiting the chance to avenge their previous humiliation. Longshan Peak is protected by a grand mountain array. And without the identity token of a Longshan Peak disciple, no one dares to set foot on its grounds. Longshan Peak's senior brother, Lu Qian, and second brother, Zhang Wen, went to the Sunset Mountain Range for training and have not returned for an extended period. Initially, no one dared to provoke the disciples of Longshan Peak. However, it wasn't long before rumors spread that neither Lu Qian nor Zhang Wen would be coming back. Consequently, disciples from other sects began to challenge those from Longshan Peak. Eager to settle scores, as the news circulated, more and more onlookers gathered, all aware that the annual recruitment of new disciples was approaching, and a multitude of young men and women would soon enter Tsangyun sect to participate in the sect's assessments. At this juncture, the actions of these sect disciples to suppress and demean Longshan Peak were utterly contemptible. With neither Lu Qian nor Zhang Wen present, the highest-ranking disciple remaining was Tian Xiong, who had recently broken through to the 6th level of Qi gathering after returning from the exchange. Initially, the disciples of Longshan Peak ignored the taunts from those below, but as the insults grew increasingly harsh, one disciple could no longer contain himself and descended to confront them, ultimately accepting their challenge. The outcome was predictable. Even if they initially achieved victory, they would inevitably face defeat. The other disciples did not dare to kill, but they showed no mercy, injuring the disciples of Longshan Peak. Tian Xiong had to intervene, but he too sustained injuries and was forced to retreat back to Longshan Peak. As the disciples of Longshan Peak remained silent, those below grew even more unruly, emboldened by the absence of punishment from the sect. Under the prompting of others, they continued to hurl insults at Longshan Peak day after day. Longshan Peak's trash. Without their senior brother, they are not even worthy to carry our shoes. Servant disciples are just that, servants. They dare to ride on our heads without even realizing their own insignificance. A bunch of lowly, worthless fools. If you have the ability, come out and face us instead of hiding like dogs from a distance. Lu Qian heard the cacophony of insults rising from below Longshan Peak, his countenance darkening. With neither he nor Zhang Wen present, there was at least an unkempt elder to oversee matters. What of him? Would he simply stand by and allow these sect disciples to humiliate Longshan Peak? Lu Qian's expression grew grim, and his presence was finally noticed. "Ah, senior brother Lu has returned." Upon this incredulous exclamation, silence enveloped Longshan Peak. The disciples who had just been insulting them suddenly fell silent. They might belittle the servant disciples of Longshan Peak, but they dared not insult a true disciple. Who dares to speak such words? Step forward. Before Lu Qian could unleash his wrath, Zhang Wen swiftly advanced, casting a frigid glare over the disciples assembled below Longshan Peak. With his current cultivation level, his thunderous voice resonated in their ears, for they were merely ordinary outer disciples. Zhang Shixiang. Onlookers among the outer disciples quickly bowed. While the remaining individuals regained their composure, "I have seen senior brother Lu, and I have seen senior brother Zhang." Zhang Wen seized one outer disciple with a cold demeanor and asked, "Are you the one who wishes to challenge the disciples of Longshan Peak?" "And no, it's not me." The outer disciple, pale with fear, had only reached the 5th level of Qi gathering. Before Zhang Wen, he was but an insignificant insect. Trash. Zhang Wen casually tossed him aside, and he crashed heavily to the ground, his body nearly falling apart from the impact, yet he did not dare to utter a single sound. "Are you not all so capable? Come forward." Zhang Wen looked at the crowd with arrogance, and many averted their gazes, unable to meet his eyes. "What great authority you wield!" A voice laced with mockery echoed as a young man in white strolled forward, his arrival eliciting a sense of relief among the outer disciples. "I have seen Senior Brother Peng." Senior Brother Peng, clad in white, exuded elegance. Beside him stood another disciple, Peng Wan. The white-clad Senior Brother Peng bore the insignia of Shi Shen Peak, indicating his status as an inner disciple and the cousin of Peng Peng and Peng Wan. Peng Peng approached with a demeanor reminiscent of a star surrounded by admirers, his smile bright. He did not dare to confront Lu Chen directly, for provoking a true disciple within the sect would be an unwise move. Instead, he directed his focus towards Zhang Wan. Are the disciples of Longshan Peak still mindful of their fellow sect members? Peng Peng's eyes sparkled with defiance as he met Zhang Wen's gaze. Unflinching, Zhang Wen chuckled, having been searching for an outlet for his frustration. He was pleased to find someone so brazen presenting themselves. "Ah, so you wish to provoke Longshan Peak as well?" Zhang Wen bluntly laid bare his intentions, causing Peng Peng to swallow the retort he had prepared. "I merely passed by, unable to bear the sight of someone exploiting their power to bully others." Peng Peng quickly formulated a new line of reasoning, looking at Zhang Wan and stating, "An inner disciple bullying outer disciples is hardly impressive. Is this the upbringing of Longshan Peak? In Songyuan sect, few outer disciples possess the audacity to challenge inner disciples, let alone humiliate them. Such brazen individuals would find themselves slain on the spot, with no one daring to utter a word of protest." Peng Peng and Peng Wan were not deliberately waiting here. They had no foreknowledge of Lu Qian and Zhang Wen's timely return. Heh. Zhang Wen's face bore a harmless smile as he stepped forward, leaving a footprint in the ground. The disciples around him were nearly knocked off their feet by the force of his aura. "Since that is the case, I shall take the opportunity to bully an inner disciple." Zhang Wen's palm loomed before Peng Peng, who could only display an expression of horror. Peng Peng was a disciple at the 5th level of Qi gathering from Shi Shen Peak, having trained at Songyuan sect for over 2 years, marking him as a relatively outstanding inner disciple with a good reputation. Yet now, before Zhang Wan, Peng Peng found himself utterly powerless, unable to muster the energy to retaliate. Slap! Zhang Wan delivered a resounding slap across Peng Peng's face, even his protective true energy failing to shield him. The stinging sensation on his face brought forth a profound sense of humiliation, and tears welled in Peng Peng's eyes. "You dare to strike me?" Chapter 52. Who is Peng Wan? Since entering the sect, Peng Peng had always been regarded as a genius, basking in the adoration of those around him. His lineage afforded him an abundance of cultivation resources. The Peng family held significant status within the Dayan Empire's military, with elders among them even achieving the realm of Qi gathering. For these reasons, disciples from the Peng family received special treatment within Songyuan sect, where the sect turned a blind eye to their behavior, routinely reprimanding any overly bold junior disciples. However, they could only reprimand others. They seldom provoked sect disciples who were significantly stronger than themselves. Even some elders would subtly curry favor with these Peng family disciples, affording them a considerable sense of superiority among the sect's disciples. Within Songyuan sect, they were the ones who bullied others, and few dared to rise against them. Peng Peng's furious roar was met with another slap from Zhang Wan, causing the opposite side of his face to flush a fiery red. Zhang Wan had expertly controlled his strength, just enough to shatter Peng Peng's protective true energy without endangering his life. 2 successive slaps left Peng Peng dazed. "Why you dare to strike me?" Those surrounding Peng Peng were horrified. None possessed the strength to oppose Zhang Wan, and even the most capable among them were merely on par with Peng Peng. Given that Peng Peng could not withstand Zhang Wen's assault, who would dare to present their face for another slap? Only Peng Peng's cousin, the outer disciple Peng Wan, dared to speak up. He was a member of the Peng family and held a higher status than Peng Peng. Being the young master of the Peng family, unbridled, the disciples of Longshan Peak are abusing their power. I will report this to the Law Enforcement Hall, and I shall inform the elders of the sect. Peng Wan shouted, shrewdly invoking the Law Enforcement Hall, fully aware that Zhang Wan would not dare to lay a hand on him. In fact, this was true. Zhang Wan, as an inner disciple, would not want to be seen as bullying an outer disciple, as it would invite ridicule. Humph! Lu Chen remained silent, observing the commotion stirred by the disciples of Xishan Peak, pleased to watch Zhang Wen teach them a lesson. Moreover, Lu Chen had begun to suspect that the inner disciple from Xishan Peak, senior brother Peng, was related to another individual he knew with the surname Peng. "Which one of you is Peng Wan?" Lu Chen inquired, fixing his gaze on those surrounding Peng, who all averted their eyes. Even the inner disciples lowered their heads. Only Peng Wan, despite his unease, held his head high in pride, declaring, "I am Peng Wan, so it is he." Lu Chen was unfamiliar with Peng Wan, yet this individual sought to take his life. Faced with an assassin sent to kill him, Lu Chen remained remarkably composed. Might the assassin and the dark-clad figure encountered in the Sunset Mountains also be dispatched by Peng Wan? Peng Wan. Lu Chen murmured the name, then calmly inquired, "Did you just say you intend to report to the law enforcement hall? So what if you do?" Peng Wan was unwilling to bow before Lu Chen. Even though he was a true disciple. Brother Lu is a true disciple. Does that mean he should shield Zhang Wen? The sect strictly prohibits private duels, and my cousin never proposed a contest with Zhang Wen. How could he resort to violence? In truth, they had not anticipated Zhang Wen's meteoric rise in strength. Even Peng, at the 5th level of Spirit Gathering, was no match for him. Had Zhang Wen still been at the 3rd level of Spirit Gathering, Peng would have been entirely capable of confronting him. I would very much like to ask, why do you gather beneath my Dragon God Peak? To provoke the disciples of Dragon God Peak, yet deny us the right to retaliate. Since you are aware of the sect's rules, what actions did you take upon encountering a true disciple such as myself? Do you believe my Dragon God Peak to be easily trampled upon? Lu Chen's words, laden with indignation, reverberated far and wide, causing the surrounding disciples of the sect to tremble in fear. Previously, they had believed the rumors that Lu Chen, a true disciple of Dragon God Peak, would not emerge from the Sunset Mountains. Otherwise, even with 10 times their courage, they would not dare to create disturbances at Dragon God Peak. Lu Chen's formidable stance was also intended for the unseen eyes observing. The matters beneath Dragon God Peak were surely known to the sect, perhaps even watched by an elder closely monitoring the developments. His sudden return would undoubtedly astonish those behind the scenes. Could they, who dispatched such powerful assassins and infiltrated the Sunset Mountains from Songyuan sect, truly be of low status within the sect? You wish to challenge the disciples of Dragon God Peak? Very well, Lu Chen's voice carried over great distances. Any challengers below the 9th level of Spirit Gathering, let us meet on the Life and Death Arena. The phrase Life and Death Arena echoed like a thunderclap in the air. Lingering long after its utterance, at that moment, Lu Chen and Zhang Wen had already embarked on the path up Dragon God Peak, disappearing from sight. How dare they be so audacious? Peng Wan clenched his fists. His disdain for Lu Chen, whom he deemed a worthless fool, intensifying his murderous intent. The disciples of the sect beneath Dragon God Peak wore grim expressions. Many lowered their heads and hurried away. Fearful of being recognized, Peng, having been struck twice, felt a deep sense of shame and slammed his fist against a nearby rock, his eyes blazing with fierce animosity. On the Life and Death Arena, I shall see how many disciples of Dragon God Peak I can slay. His words, heavy with malice, sent chills down the spines of those nearby. Simultaneously, countless sighs echoed in the shadows. It had been years since Songyuan sect had produced such a brazen disciple. Disciples below the 9th level of Spirit Gathering were free to challenge directly on the Life and Death Arena. The long-silent Songyuan sect buzzed with excitement due to Lu Chen's bold proclamation. And many elders hastily convened meetings. The Elder Hall, comprised of the most senior elders from various spiritual peaks, as well as the elders of the 3 main peaks, had not witnessed a declaration of challenge on the Life and Death Arena from a true disciple for hundreds of years. As the elders gathered, none spoke up initially. Seated at the head was the 3rd elder, who currently presided over the Elder Hall. Esteemed colleagues, what thoughts do you harbor regarding Lu Chen's actions today? The 3rd elder, a kindly old man with a cheerful demeanor, was renowned in Songyuan sect for his mediating skills, often stepping in to resolve disputes between the spiritual peaks. 3rd elder, I believe Lu Chen is utterly arrogant, spoke the representative elder from Tiger God Peak, who had previously been humiliated by Lu Chen at the exchange meeting. The rivalry between Tiger God Peak and Dragon God Peak had persisted for hundreds of years. a long-standing enmity known as the Dragon-Tiger conflict, and thus, discontent from the Tiger God Peak Elder toward Lu Chun was only natural. However, one cannot dismiss that Zhang Wen can strike down Peng Peng with a single blow. His cultivation seems to have made significant strides, An Elder interjected, clearly attempting to mediate. How strong can he truly be? Just 2 months ago, he was merely at the 5th level of spirit gathering. Even if he is a prodigy, he would at most be on par with Peng Peng. His physical strength might grant him an advantage, but is it not normal for him to suppress Peng Peng? Another elder voiced a differing opinion. Indeed, the audacity of challenging those below the 9th level of spirit gathering is somewhat excessive. Yet, do you believe Lu Chun to be one to boast frivolously? As the elders debated, the 3rd elder remained silent, relishing the lively atmosphere that had not been seen in quite some time. Who would have thought that Lu Chun alone could evoke such diverse opinions even within the Elder Hall? On Dragon God Peak, Lu Chun and Zhang Wen had already ascended, where Tian Xiong awaited them with the disciples on the platform. Upon sensing their presence, Lu Chun's expression darkened. Tian Xiong's injuries had yet to heal, and several disciples emitted chaotic auras. Remember those who harmed you. One day, you shall repay the grievances you have endured. Lu Chun refrained from blaming them. Who could endure endless humiliation? Zhang Wen was equally incensed. Sneering, I shall first ascend the life and death arena and eliminate a few of them to dampen their arrogance. Lu Chun did not deter him. Zhang Wen's current cultivation was at the 6th level of spirit gathering, and coupled with his formidable physical prowess, he had no fear even against cultivators at the 8th level of spirit gathering. Lu Chun's declaration that any disciple below the 9th level of spirit gathering could challenge on the life and death arena stemmed from the fact that, upon reaching the 9th level, disciples were typically sent down the mountain for practical training. Under normal circumstances, once a disciple's cultivation reached the 9th level of spirit gathering, the sect would dispatch them to the battlefield to join the ranks of the great Yan dynasty's cultivators. Disciples remaining within the sect typically had cultivation below the 9th level. From the 6th level of spirit gathering onward, disciples could undertake corresponding tasks within the sect, earning rewards upon completion. Lu Chun decided to allocate a portion of his recent gains for Tian Xiong to exchange at the Elder Hall for the cultivation resources currently lacking at Dragon God Peak, as well as the healing elixirs they required. Zhang Wen, who seemed to break through merely by eating, sleeping, or fighting, proceeded directly to the life and death arena, poised to fulfill Lu Chun's audacious declaration. Waiting for challengers to step forth, Lu Chun, meanwhile, retreated to his cultivation cave, where 10 spirals of energy had already formed within his energy sea, representing the pinnacle of the Qi gathering stage. These spirals filled his energy sea, and his bodily vitality surged with strength. What Lu Chun needed to accomplish now was to transform his true energy into true fire. During his time in the Sunset Mountains, Lu Chun had contemplated this notion, initially intending to experiment with alchemy. However, prior to attempting to refine pills, he needed to convert his true energy into true fire. Moreover, this transformation had to be completed during the Qi gathering stage. Only then would the manifestation of true fire signify the qualification for alchemy. The most challenging aspect of the Tsangyuan sect's alchemy assessment was the condensation of true fire, the conversion of true energy into flames, a feat far from simple. Within his cultivation cave, Lu Chun's mind was flooded with the alchemical section of the ancient dragon elephant technique, a torrent of words cascading through his consciousness. Lu Chun activated the ancient dragon elephant technique, and the 10 spirals within his energy sea began to spin wildly, overlapping each other. With each rotation and overlap, beads of sweat trickled down Lu Chun's forehead. Tsang sect's life and death arena. News spread like wildfire the moment Zhang Wen stepped onto the arena, leaving many astonished. Was Dragon God Peak truly so impatient? Having just proclaimed their bold intentions, Zhang Wen immediately ascended the life and death arena, an outright provocation. Many simmered with rage in secret, yet felt powerless. Lacking the cultivation to confront him, they could only watch helplessly. The Elder Hall had yet to reach a consensus, but the disciples of Dragon God Peak, represented by Zhang Wen, had already taken their stand on the life and death arena. The 3rd elder, ever the amiable figure, merely smiled and remarked, "This is the sect's rule. Since someone wishes to challenge on the life and death arena, We old fellows shall simply observe. The third elder's intention was clear. Let the disciples of Dragon God Peak create their own disturbances. Those with the capability could step forth to challenge, and the elder hall would not intervene. This left many elders pondering. Was the third elder subtly aiding Dragon God Peak? On the first day at Longshan Peak, no one ascended the life and death arena. However, on the second day, a challenger stepped onto the arena, possessing the cultivation of the 8th layer of Gathering Spirit. This battle drew many disciples from the sect who had been in seclusion training. Within the sect, those at the 8th layer of Gathering Spirit were among the strongest disciples, while those above the 9th layer would seldom intervene, bound by the sect's regulations. This confrontation garnered immense attention. Within the life and death arena, participants were permitted to utilize only their cultivation and physical strength, with all other forms of power strictly prohibited to ensure fairness. Some disciples, born into privilege, possessed numerous life-saving methods, rendering it unjust for those of humble origins. Stepping onto the life and death arena meant surrendering one's fate to destiny. This battle became a means for many to gauge the strength of the second senior brother. Zhang Wen.as of now, most could still not sense Zhang Wen's true power, speculating it to be merely at the 5th layer of Gathering Spirit. Many believed he might not withstand 10 strikes. Several elders from the Hall of Elders were covertly observing, also to prevent chaos that could lead to irreparable consequences. Zhang Wen had only joined Sangwon's sect a little over a year ago, during which he had willingly remained in the shadows, following Lu Chun closely. His fame surged after a single battle at the last exchange meeting, revealing his talent, which was surprisingly on par with Lu Chun. His recent return from the setting Sun Mountains further obscured his cultivation, and Zhang Wen had caught the attention of many elders in the sect. I need only 3 strikes to defeat you, Zhang Wen declared, gazing at his opponent on the life and death arena, not even inquiring about his name. A serene smile gracing his lips. Arrogant, his opponent, incensed by Zhang Wen's words, was eager for battle, having acquired considerable treasures for this challenge. Killing Zhang Wen would yield even greater rewards. This thought exhilarated him. Chapter 54. 3 strikes to death on the life and death arena of Zhongwen's sect. Zhang Wen wielded no weapon. His flesh was akin to a magical artifact. His opponent suddenly recognized him. Isn't that Brother Wang? It seems so. It's been 2 years since I last saw Brother Wang. He is the challenger this time. Brother Wang had already reached the 8th layer of Gathering Spirit 2 years prior, and rumors suggested he had been suppressing his cultivation, unwilling to break through to the 9th layer. It was believed he aimed to accumulate strength for a stunning revelation, and even he felt a sense of foreboding regarding Zhang Wen's prowess. Haha, let us see how arrogant Longshan Peak can be if a second brother is defeated in this first battle. Will Lu Chun dare step onto the life and death arena? The surrounding voices buzzed, yet they failed to penetrate the focus of the 2 combatants on the arena. Brother Wang conjured a sword from a magical artifact, and upon seeing it, a gasp escaped the crowd. A mid-grade magical artifact. Among Gathering Spirit cultivators, most wielded only ordinary low-grade artifacts. Only a select few could afford mid-grade ones. The price of such artifacts was beyond the means of ordinary cultivators. Zhang Wen paid this no mind. Instead, a glimmer of mockery danced in his eyes. He stepped forward, and the array on the arena trembled slightly as his fist struck out with formidable force. Humph! Brother Wang scoffed, his sword radiating dazzling purple light. The might of a mid-grade artifact far exceeded that of a low-grade one, coupled with his cultivation at the 8th layer of Gathering Spirit. The power he unleashed was dangerously close to that of the 9th layer. Zhang Wen could not withstand this strike. How formidable! Who can rival the might of Brother Wang's sword? Brother Wang stood invincible. Various praises filled the air, yet none anticipated Zhang Wen's victory. At Zhangwen's sect, Longshan Peak had no allies. Only a few striking figures lingered in the shadows. Mei Ruolin, returning from the setting Sun Mountains, emerged from her secluded training due to the life and death arena battle. Worry clouded her gaze as she pondered whether Zhang Wen could endure. She sought not his victory, but merely for him to avoid defeat. Beside her, Jean Shasha clenched her small fists, her face a mixture of tension and fear, fretting that Zhang Wen might be obliterated by that sword. Some elders wore smiles, while others furrowed their brows. Yet none intervened. Boom! The clash of immense forces erupted, brilliant purple light scattering as the arena's formation absorbed the energy, with not a shred of power escaping. Zhang Wen took a step back, but did not meet the anticipated demise that others envisioned. One strike, Zhang Wen calmly stated, though to others, it did not seem so simple. The opponent's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and Zhang Wen charged again, his massive fist descending once more with overwhelming force. Shaking the very array of the arena, Brother Wong screamed, a reflexive expression of terror escaping him as his magical artifact shone with renewed brilliance. Bang! It was as if something shattered, and the scene on the arena unfolded. Zhang Wen's fist collided with the magical artifact, deforming the mid-grade item. Brother Wong spat blood, half-crouching on the ground, nearly collapsing to his knees. 2 strikes. Zhang Wen remained composed, while the surrounding disciples of Songyun sect displayed expressions of shock and confusion. Brother Wong is undeniably powerful. How could he not match Zhang Wen? As Zhang Wen's third punch descended, Brother Wong, still crouching and about to plead for mercy, found a terrifying force piercing through his protective aura, invading his body. 3 strikes. Zhang Wen withdrew his fist and slowly retreated. The opponent knelt on the ground, knees seemingly bleeding, and blood trickled from his eyes as he gazed at Zhang Wen, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood. His internal organs lay shattered, with only a final thread of true energy sustaining his last breath. Defeated. Silence enveloped the arena, the onlookers staring at Zhang Wen with a mix of shock, disbelief, and confusion. How could this be? They murmured internally. How could Zhang Wen be so formidable? Yet, no one with clenched teeth. Lu Qian began to attempt communication with the flickering flame within the Purple Mansion. In the desolate expanse of the Purple Mansion, there was nothing present. However, Lu Qian had once cultivated to the 6th level of spirit gathering, and he was already adept at sensing the presence of the Purple Mansion's consciousness. He endeavored to operate the Eternal Dragon Elephant technique, channeling the spiraling force of the Qi Si in his Dantian, gradually reaching out towards the Purple Mansion. It was as though an invisible energy barrier obstructed his path. Lu Qian could feel the arduous struggle ahead. Yet he refused to yield. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead as he dared not rush the process, fearing that overwhelming true Qi might burst through the Purple Mansion, potentially rendering him a fool. As his blood boiled and true Qi surged, he continued to make contact slowly, bit by bit, for an indeterminate length of time. Lu Qian appeared to endure the excruciating agony akin to a trial of body and bone. And at long last, a thread of true Qi finally penetrated into the Purple Mansion. Suddenly, the small flame within the Purple Mansion ignited as if set ablaze, instantly enveloping the entire space, and Lu Qian could no longer withstand the strain. The pain caused him to lose consciousness as he succumbed to oblivion. A burst of flame erupted from his body, incinerating his garments completely. It is noteworthy that the attire of a true disciple was akin to ordinary magical artifacts. Crafted from precious materials, this unexpected fire swiftly consumed Lu Qian's true disciple robe, leaving nothing but ashes. The flame flickered momentarily before vanishing, retreating into Lu Qian's being, yet a searing energy surged throughout the cave, even seeming to incinerate the surrounding spiritual energy. Lu Qian lay within the cultivation cave, his body gradually nurtured by the influx of spiritual energy. As time flowed slowly by, within Songyun sect, after Zhang Wen dispatched a senior brother with 3 punches, no one dared to ascend the life and death arena for the next 3 days. A figure capable of killing a peak 8th level spirit gathering cultivator with just 3 strikes had become a radiant talent within Songyun sect. And countless female disciples on Fengshan Peak were enamored with this brother Zhang. The annual recruitment of new disciples at Songyun sect had commenced, and youths from various locales of the Dayan Empire, accompanied by their families, had arrived at the sect. Each year, over 10,000 young men and women journeyed from the Dayan Empire, yet fewer than half would ultimately qualify to cultivate within Songyun sect. Songyun sect maintained strict criteria for disciple recruitment. Even if an individual possessed insufficient talent, they could not pass the assessment and enter the sect, even if they were forcibly elevated to the 3rd level of Qi gathering through elixirs. During this period, the Elder Hall was exceptionally busy, with disciples from various spiritual peaks also participating in the reception of newcomers. Many disciples from these peaks seized this opportunity to reunite with their family elders. As it was only during the recruitment period that outsiders could enter Zhongyuan sect, numerous disciples of Zhongyuan sect had intricate relationships, hailing from noble families within the Dayan Empire, with many of their elders having previously cultivated in Zhongyuan sect. As a premier sect within the Dayan Empire, Zhongyuan sect contributed significantly to the empire by nurturing powerful individuals who would earn commendations for their achievements in the military. Many disciples, upon reaching the 9th level of spirit gathering, would descend the mountain for training, often finding it challenging to return. Strictly speaking, Zhongyuan sect merely served the Dayan Empire. The Dayan Empire represented the greatest force in the eastern continent, dominating and gaining renown across the region. During the annual recruitment of new disciples, Zhongyuan sect was a bustling hub, with handsome men and beautiful women in abundance. Zhang Wen's presence at the life and death arena had no bearing on the recruitment of new disciples. Today, guests arrived at Xishan Peak, where the peak leader was absent, leaving several elders in charge. Recently, Xishan Peak had maintained a low profile. For reasons unknown, it had not been at the forefront of events concerning Longshan Peak. The disciple who had fallen to Zhang Wen's 3 punches belonged to Hushan Peak. Among the elders of Xishan Peak, there were over a dozen, yet only 5 remained on the peak to oversee matters. The highest-ranking elder among them was the second elder of Xishan Peak, a 7th-level pill-gathering cultivator, who had been a prominent figure within Zhongyuan sect for decades, having refined a 3rd-grade golden pill. Achieving a 3rd-grade golden pill was a rarity within Zhongyuan sect. Many elders possessed only 1st-grade golden pills, with some even having counterfeit ones, while 2nd-grade golden pills were considered exceptional. The quality of the golden pill reflected the cultivator's aptitude. Thus, the second elder of Xishan Peak, with his 3rd-grade golden pill, could only aspire to reach the pinnacle of pill gathering, which represented the ceiling of his potential. Unless a miracle occurred, he would never attain the infant gathering realm in this lifetime. The guest at Xishan Peak was personally received by the second elder, a man surnamed Pong, who had significant ties to the peak. This individual was a senior relative of disciples Pong Wan and Pong Pong from Xishan Peak and was also a 7th-level pill-gathering cultivator. "Brother Pong, it has been 3 years since we last met," exclaimed the second elder of Xishan Peak with a beaming smile. He remained in Zhongyuan sect to cultivate, but had to choose his alliances. With Xishan Peak and the Pong family of the Dayan Empire sharing a close relationship. "Indeed, elder, your charisma remains undiminished," replied the Pong family's pill-gathering cultivator with a grin, his demeanor reflecting a hint of deference expected in the political sphere of the Dayan Empire. "Brother Pong, your visit to Zhongyuan sect must be more than merely sending your younger relatives, correct?" The second elder seemed to anticipate that this powerful figure from the Pong family would not come to Zhongyuan sect without purpose. For even though the Pong family continued to expand, they would not send their younger generation here every year. Typically, those who arrived were individuals nurtured in secrecy by the Pong family. "Since you have deduced so much, I shall not hold back. I have come to Zhongyuan sect to negotiate a business deal with Xishan Peak," the Pong family's cultivator stated calmly. The eyes of the other elders of Xishan Peak lit up, including Elder Shui, whose nephew Lu Chun had been incapacitated by the latter. The Pong family was a formidable clan within the Dayan Empire, and in recent years, Xishan Peak had maintained a close partnership with them, with the elders of Xishan Peak having reaped considerable benefits from their collaboration. "What sort of business requires Brother Peng's personal involvement?" the second elder of Xishan Peak inquired with curiosity. For this Pong family cultivator held a substantial position within the family, akin to being the 3rd most influential figure. "We are prepared to offer a batch of precious medicinal herbs and materials for sale to Xishan Peak," he replied. The elders frowned slightly. If it were merely such items, would it warrant the Pong family's significant effort? The elders of Xishan Peak were responsible for the allocation of cultivation resources for the thousands of disciples on the peak, as well as the propagation of sect techniques and guidance in cultivation. Within Zhongyuan sect, selecting a spiritual peak for cultivation essentially meant choosing a faction. Choosing a spiritual peak signified having a reliable backing, alleviating the need to navigate various matters independently, as elders and stewards would oversee responsibilities. However, when issues arose, one would also need to contribute to the spiritual peak. Each spiritual peak maintained a reward system. separate from external rewards, independent of the outside world. Xishan Peak possessed both medicinal herbs and materials. These items lay in the storerooms of Xishan Peak, serving as mere decoration unless required. Xishan Peak was neither a pill peak nor a weapon peak. The three primary peaks of Zhongyuan sect were dedicated to pill refining, weapon crafting, and material gathering. Only when the pill peak required a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs would those stored items become valuable for resource exchanges. Likewise, materials would only be of use when the weapon peak required significant amounts for crafting. Thus, when the Peng family cultivator mentioned a transaction involving the sale of medicinal herbs and materials to Xishan Peak, the elders were not particularly intrigued. Most of the herbs and materials would not elicit excitement among them, given their status as cultivators in the pill-gathering realm. Observing the thoughts of the elders, the Peng family cultivator revealed a mysterious smile and continued, "Esteemed elders, please allow me to finish my explanation before deciding whether to proceed with this transaction. Among the medicinal herbs we present this time, there are 2 third-grade spiritual herbs, and the materials include a batch of third-tier materials, as well as a third-tier core." The elders of Xishan Peak felt their breaths grow heavy. 2 third-grade spiritual herbs were genuinely rare and sought after, while third-tier materials were also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for the third-tier core, it could only be obtained by slaying a third-tier mystical beast. It was no easy feat to kill a third-tier mystical beast. It required the intervention of a pill-gathering cultivator, and third-tier mystical beasts possessed a high level of intelligence, comparable to that of humans, making them exceedingly elusive, let alone defeating them, if that is the case. Then this business is indeed worth pursuing. The second elder of Xishan Peak wore a faint smile. Even he was tempted by such items. However, given the precious nature of what the Peng family was offering, they would undoubtedly desire something significant in return. Brother Peng, might you enlighten us on what the Peng family seeks in this transaction? The formidable figure from the Peng family gradually allowed his gaze to turn indifferent. A whisper echoing into the ears of every elder present. The expressions of several elders shifted dramatically, each reflecting a different sentiment. The Longshan Peak had already sent word through the steward regarding the recruitment of disciples, and it was imperative for Longshan Peak to participate. This marked the first occasion since the revival of Longshan Peak after 6 centuries that the sect would recruit new disciples, necessitating a representative to step forward. Within the entirety of Longshan Peak, apart from the esteemed Master Lu Chun, only the robust Zhongwen could be deemed presentable. Given that the steward of the Elder Hall personally came to Longshan Peak, it was clear he hoped for Lu Chun to make an appearance himself. However, Lu Chun was engrossed in closed-door cultivation, and no one dared to disturb him, leaving the disciples of Longshan Peak with no choice but to wait patiently. In the isolation of Lu Chen's cultivation chamber, he stirred slightly, his eyes fluttering open in a daze, the refreshing sensation jolting him back to awareness. "Where are my clothes?" he pondered, a myriad of thoughts flooding his mind upon realizing the absence of his garments. The dragon seal, which lay on the ground, confirmed his suspicion. His clothes had indeed vanished. Upon inspecting the chamber, he found no anomalies or signs of intrusion. Recalling the events leading up to his unconsciousness, Lu Chun extended his hand, channeling his energy, a flicker of flame igniting at his fingertips. "I have succeeded," he exclaimed internally, as a small flame, though dim, radiated an intense heat. Observing this tiny blaze, Lu Chun smiled, beginning to comprehend the reason for his missing attire. Retrieving a new outfit from the dragon seal, he meticulously practiced converting the energy within his dantian into fire, gradually mastering the technique. Transforming energy into true fire. Lu Chun understood that he had transcended the status of an ordinary cultivator. The ability to convert energy into fire was a rarity among practitioners. Had he chosen to participate in the alchemy assessments at Dan Peak now, he would undoubtedly gain entry. Yet, Lu Chun had no intention of heading to Dan Peak. The transformation of energy into fire remained his secret. Engaging with the alchemical teachings within the ancient dragon elephant art was a complex endeavor that would require considerable time to fully grasp. Furthermore, his recent success in igniting true fire was undeniably linked to the flicker of flame within his purple mansion. For reasons unknown, Lu Chun sensed that his true fire bore a distinct quality compared to that of other cultivators. Though he could not articulate why, what delighted Lu Chun further was that, Despite still being a Qi-gathering practitioner, a faint trace of spiritual awareness had emerged within his purple mansion, signifying that his cultivation level was now perilously close to the spirit-gathering realm. At long last, Lu Chen stepped out from the Longshan Peak, whereupon he was promptly informed by Tianqiong and a group of disciples regarding the recruitment of new disciples. A faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips at the mention of new recruits. Over a year prior, he and Zhang Wen had entered the Zhongyuan sect as irregular students, having bypassed the standard assessment process. Having witnessed the recruitment of new disciples previously, Lu Chen was astonished at how swiftly he was to partake in the affair himself. With the healing elixirs, Tianqiong had fully recovered, now boasting a cultivation level of Qi gathering, 6th layer. A remarkable transformation from the 2nd layer to the 6th in less than half a year. Marking him as a prodigy, disciples from the miscellaneous peak were predominantly those who failed the assessments, yearning to cultivate yet lacking access to any techniques. Following rigorous selection, a fraction willingly became disciples of the miscellaneous peak each year. While the Elder Hall remained perpetually occupied with the annual recruitment, accompanied by Tianqiong and 2 other Qi-gathering 5th-layer disciples from Longshan Peak, Lu Chen made their way to the designated area for new disciple recruitment. Zhongyuan sect, sprawling amidst majestic mountains shrouded in spiritual mist, housed the 12 zodiac spirit peaks that seemed to penetrate the clouds, with the 3 main peaks appearing ethereal. A multitude of young aspirants converged outside Zhongyuan sect, eagerly awaiting the entrance assessment. The recruitment process was stringent. Only those under 16 who had never practiced any techniques or consumed any elixirs could join, provided they reached the 3rd layer of Qi gathering. Few could meet these criteria. Before the age of 16, many were still unaware of the location of their dantian. Consequently, additional evaluations, such as aptitude tests, were typically administered to ensure that exceptional talents were not overlooked. The entrance assessments at Zhongyuan sect were notably intricate, for it remained a premier sect within the Dayan Empire, albeit with instances of favoritism contributing to its gradual decline. The sect was rife with complex factions, each spirit peak harboring substantial influence, leading to a mixed quality among its disciples. In the recruitment area, representatives from each spirit peak established designated zones for assessing new disciples. Under the arrangement of the Elder Hall steward, Lu Chen located the area allocated to Longshan Peak. Each year, this was the most fervent time for recruitment, where advantageous positions could lead to encounters with promising newcomers, who would be lured by various incentives to join their respective spirit peaks. At this stage, new entrants could not directly join any spirit peak for cultivation. Only upon becoming formal disciples could they choose to affiliate with a spirit peak. Those who opted against joining would face significantly lesser resources compared to their affiliated counterparts. For instance, the current disciples of Longshan Peak relied heavily on Lu Chen's provision of cultivation resources. Without his support, their progress, solely based on the meager monthly allocations from the sect, would be agonizingly slow. The appearance of a true disciple at the recruitment was a rarity that had not occurred in many years, sparking derision among many who secretly scoffed at the notion that Longshan Peak had truly run out of talent. Other than Lu Chen, only Zhang Wen remained, whom many perceived as a simple-minded brute, merely Lu Chen's lackey. The recruitment site buzzed with excitement, with some exulting while others appeared despondent. Success in the assessment meant entry into Zhongyuan sect, a leap into an extraordinary existence as a cultivator. Among the billions of subjects in the Dayan Empire, less than 1% would tread the path of cultivation. Even martial artists would ultimately converge upon the journey of cultivation. Historical records of the Eastern continent depict it as the birthplace of martial arts, where the pursuit of martial mastery became the fervent aspiration of countless souls. To participate in Zhongyuan sect's entrance assessment, candidates had to be under 16 years of age, an immutable rule. Lu Chen himself was but 17. Having entered the Zhongyuan sect alongside Zhang Wen when still under 16, despite Zhang Wen's imposing stature. He was indeed younger than Lu Chen. Lu Chen instructed Tianqiong to oversee the assessment with the 2 disciples while he ventured away from the designated area for Longshan Peak. Clad in the attire of a true disciple, his mere presence commanded respect. Even those who harbored deep-seated resentment towards him were obliged to bow in acknowledgement. The eyes of the aspiring youths glimmered with admiration as they gazed upon Lu Chen. Envious of the reverence he commanded, as he walked past them, he was reminded of their youthful aspirations. reminiscent of his own before entering the Tsangwen sect, filled with ambition and yearning to become powerful. Only upon entering the sect would they grasp the daunting reality of cultivation, fraught with life-threatening challenges at every turn. Please, let my son take the assessment. We have traveled thousands of miles just to bring him to Tsangwen sect. A woman's voice caught Lu Qin's attention. Before him stood a middle-aged couple, their attire modest, unmistakably ordinary folk, yet exhibiting a vitality that suggested robust health. Beside them stood a young lad, his complexion darkened as if sun-kissed, his eyes burning with defiance, a quality that drew Lu Qin's focus. This spirit of defiance and stubbornness was often seen in those told they could not join the sect, though most succumbed to their fate swiftly. Stop causing a scene. It has been stated that your son's aptitude is lacking. You should take him home. The disciple in charge of assessing the boy snapped impatiently, while another, a scion of a noble family who had already passed the initial test, disdainfully remarked, "Indeed, this brother has made it clear your son is worthless. Better to take him back to the fields." In this instance, the speaker was from a prestigious lineage. For them, the assessment was merely a formality, as their connections ensured near certain entry into Tsangwen sect, provided they did not falsify their age. No, it is not like that. The middle-aged woman appeared to be in disbelief as she clutched the disciple undergoing the assessment, pleading desperately, "Please allow him another chance. My son is a genius, truly a genius." It is a sentiment universally shared by parents who yearn for their children to achieve greatness. The woman's conviction that her son is exceptional is easily understandable. However, what puzzled Lu Qin was the man beside her, who looked like an ordinary commoner and remained silent, entirely unlike a typical father. "What is this place? Do you think you can act recklessly here?" The disciple conducting the assessment finally lost his temper, a faint aura of true energy emanating from him, which sent the middle-aged woman sprawling to the ground. The young boy, filled with urgency, felt his eyes redden in anger and retaliated with a punch aimed at the sect disciple. This disciple, being at the 7th level of Qi gathering, was initially displeased with the assessment assignment, viewing it as a mere waste of time. "Humph!" The disciple scoffed coldly, a glint of malice in his eyes. "Do you dare to strike me? You truly are courting death." For an ordinary person to confront a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi gathering was akin to seeking one's own demise. Before the boy's punch could reach the disciple, it was intercepted. Next to the disciple, a scion of a prominent family sneered as he reached for the boy's fist. This young noble was already at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, his prowess bolstered by the cultivation resources provided by his family. Against a boy who had never trained before, his strength was more than sufficient. Just as the noble's hand was about to seize the boy's, an unexpected scene unfolded. Chapter 58. Qualification for entry. The noble's outstretched hand, poised to grasp the boy's, suddenly found nothing but air as the boy slipped away effortlessly, akin to a loach in water. The noble's failure to capture the boy ignited his fury. It was a humiliation for him that a boy without any cultivation could evade his grasp. "Dare to dodge, will you?" The noble, incensed, transformed his attempt to seize into a powerful punch, aiming to deliver a harsh lesson to the boy, his punch carrying the weight of 300 pounds. Practitioners at the Qi gathering realm could only rely on true energy to enhance their physical strength. Yet, the boy faced the incoming blow without a trace of panic. What astonished the onlookers was the sudden transformation of the boy's hand from evasion to an aggressive grip, as if he had shifted his perspective. Previously, the noble sought to capture the boy's hand, and now it was the boy who had seized the noble's hand with apparent ease, without the use of any true energy. "Ack!" The noble yelped as the boy's grip tightened around his wrist, rendering his powerful energy ineffective, resulting in a dislocated joint. The boy's techniques dazzled onlookers. It was purely a matter of skill, unrelated to one's cultivation level, reminiscent of someone who had honed their reflexes through years of brawling. "Dare to harm another?" The disciple responsible for the assessment was furious. How could a boy he had dismissed dare to retaliate and injure someone? If the sect were to learn of this, he would bear the consequences. Taking a step forward, the true energy of the 7th level surged from his dantian, the sheer pressure enough to force ordinary individuals back. Yet, the defiant boy did not budge an inch. His eyes gleaming with determination, akin to a coiled serpent awaiting the perfect moment to strike. "Stop!" Lu Chen's authoritative shout disrupted the disciple's imposing aura. He could not stand idly by while the boy was harmed. Though the boy possessed some peculiar qualities, he was still no match for a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi gathering. The disciple could easily crush him without needing to engage directly. The boy, gasping for breath, finally relaxed as blood dripped from his clenched fists. Moments ago, under the pressure of the disciple's aura, he had been poised to retaliate. "Greetings, Brother Lu." The sect disciple quickly bowed, for Lu Chun was a well-known figure within the Tsongyuan sect. A true disciple renowned for his miraculous feats, with only the true disciples of the Longshan Peak rivaling his fame. The newly assessed disciples regarded Lu Chen with curiosity, including the boy, who seemed to regard him with an intensity that suggested he would not hesitate to strike if Lu Chen were his enemy. Lu Chen was taken aback by the boy's boldness. The middle-aged woman had been helped to her feet by her husband and was now anxiously watching Lu Chen and the disciple overseeing the assessment. Newcomer assessments are typically grounded in fairness and justice. As a sect disciple, do you understand the gravity of oppressing an ordinary person? Lu Chen's words left the disciple responsible for the assessment visibly shaken, his complexion paling. He was not a disciple of any influential peak and had no backing. True disciples could deal with external disciples without needing to lift a finger. "I apologize, Brother Lu. I was in the wrong." The assessment disciple wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily offering his apology, resigned to his misfortune at encountering Lu Chen under such circumstances. "You should not apologize to me, but rather to this esteemed lady." Lu Chen's remark prompted the assessment disciple to bow to the middle-aged woman, saying, "I am sorry, madam. I was mistaken." The woman stood in stunned silence, having felt the overwhelming force of the sect disciple moments ago. Nearly believing her family was doomed, to her astonishment, the disciple genuinely apologized, leaving her speechless, her lips trembling as she struggled to articulate a response. Lu Chen turned his gaze to the noble who had just attacked, calmly stating, "If you cannot even handle an ordinary person, it is you who is the waste, not others. A waste like you dares to aspire to enter the Tsongyuan sect? Truly a delusion." Lu Chen's words ignited a fierce embarrassment in the noble, his face burning with shame, even more pronounced than before. Brother Lu is right. Such a waste should never be accepted into the sect. The assessment disciple, eager to mitigate Lu Chen's unfavorable impression of him, quickly concurred. His endorsement effectively severed the noble's path to entering the Tsongyuan sect for cultivation, causing the noble's complexion to shift dramatically. Gaining entry to the sect was a prestigious honor, crucial for his future ambitions. With family backing, entering the Tsongyuan sect would allow him to leverage its powerful spiritual veins and techniques, paving his way to becoming a formidable figure. However, following Lu Chen's and the assessment disciple's remarks, his prospects were utterly shattered. "No, you cannot do this." The noble was gripped by fear. Without entry into the Tsongyuan sect, he would become a pariah within his family, cast aside to obscurity. The Tsongyuan sect was a premier sect within the Dian dynasty, akin to a top-tier educational institution. Only those who emerged from it would have bright futures. Otherwise, even if he ended up in some second or third-rate sect, he would merely be a marginal figure within his family, lacking significance. "Brother Lu says you are unworthy, and so you are." The assessment disciple, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly took up a nearby list and, with a stroke of his pen, erased the noble's name. "You may leave now. The Tsongyuan sect will not admit you." The noble, witnessing this unfold, paled, wanting to unleash his fury but ultimately restraining himself, casting a venomous glare at Lu Chen as he spat. "I will not let this go." Observing the noble's retreating figure, Lu Chen wore a serene smile, feeling quite pleased with his status as a true disciple. Considering the goodwill expressed by the assessment disciple, he did not pursue the matter further but turned to the boy beside him, asking, "Do you wish to enter the Tsongyuan sect for cultivation?" The boy met Lu Chen's gaze with unwavering determination and nodded affirmatively. Lu Chen sensed something peculiar about the boy. Despite lacking any true energy, the boy's earlier actions were beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Chapter 59. The Locked Stars. The boy regarded Lu Chen with an unwavering gaze, devoid of fear, which only served to endear him further to Lu Chen. he inquired. "What is your name?" "Wei Ping." The boy replied succinctly, providing only his name without embellishment. The assessment disciple, noting Lu Qin's approval of the boy, interjected, "Brother Lu, this young man's aptitude assessment yielded a score of 0. He cannot even lift a 100-pound stone." Lu Chen was taken aback. While the boy appeared unremarkable, he certainly did not seem the type to lack even the strength to lift 100 pounds. How could he possibly be so weak? Even an ordinary youth, with no mention of cultivation, can effortlessly lift a 100-pound boulder through mere physical training. It is no wonder that the assessment disciples deem him lacking in potential. The qualification test is not merely about lifting stones. It serves as a measure of one's latent abilities. In the Zongyuan sect, the evaluation of aptitude is conducted using a testing stone. By placing one's hand upon it and closing their eyes in meditation. The stone emanates light, the brilliance of which signifies a person's innate talent. A green glow indicates an ordinary aptitude. A purple glow denotes mediocrity, while a golden radiance signifies a prodigy. As for even rarer hues, they are seldom encountered. When Lu Chen underwent his qualification test upon entering the sect, the light emitted from the testing stone was golden, thus marking him as a genius. Should there be no response from the stone? It implies a complete lack of aptitude. Such individuals possess no capacity for cultivation and, even if they were to forcefully attempt it, could only reach the gathering qi realm at best. Such qualifications would render them undesirable to any sect. "Try again," Lu Chen urged the youth, convinced that the outcome was improbable. Typically, those with resilient spirits could not be deemed ordinary. Obediently, the youth approached once more, placing his hand upon the testing stone. He closed his eyes, seemingly striving to ignite the stone with his meditation. As time passed, the stone remained unresponsive, devoid of even the faintest green glow. "Impossible," Lu Chen mused, stepping forward to touch the stone himself. Such testing stones were common within the Zongyuan sect and were not regarded as treasures. Many prominent families within the Dayan Empire possessed similar stones for gauging aptitude. Lu Chen had previously tested himself, receiving the designation of genius as the stone had emitted a golden light. A sign that, barring any misfortune, he could effortlessly ascend to the gathering Dan realm. As Lu Chen placed his hand upon the stone, a vivid image materialized in his mind. A complex star map. With countless stars interconnected in an ever-changing dance, he gazed intently at this celestial ocean, seemingly searching for the star that represented his essence. The vision was strikingly clear, almost as if it were forcibly drawing Lu Chen's consciousness into this astral realm. Suddenly, he spotted a luminous star, yet it was ensnared by chains, as if bound by innumerable shackles. The star seemed to struggle, attempting to break free from its confinement. At that moment, Lu Chen felt a startling realization. This star embodied the youth beside him. Such a brilliant star, shining brighter than its companions, would surely outshine them all, were it not for the chains that bound it. Upon this epiphany, the star began to retreat, continuing its search within the vast starry sea. Was it seeking its own rightful place among the cosmos? Within this boundless expanse, there seemed to be no star meant for it, leaving Lu Chen with a tinge of disappointment. If every individual represented a star, where then was his? Perhaps sensing Lu Chen's fleeting dismay, a fissure appeared within the celestial ocean. With a crisp crack, Lu Chen opened his eyes to find the testing stone shattered into several fragments. The youth, disheartened, withdrew his hand, while onlookers presumed Lu Chen had intended to assist him in activating the stone, unaware of the sudden calamity that transpired. Lu Chen silently retracted his hand, casting one last glance at the youth. The star, locked in chains, would indeed be a formidable force once freed. This was not a lack of aptitude but rather an overwhelming potential, so great that even the heavens sought to restrain it. A smile graced Lu Chen's face, akin to discovering an extraordinary treasure. The youth's uniqueness had evidently gone unnoticed by others. Such a raw gem was a rare find indeed. Though you may lack apparent aptitude, I am still inclined to offer you an opportunity. Lu Chen felt as though he were deceiving a child. If you are willing to join the Longzhou Peak, you can become a disciple of the Zongyuan sect at this very moment. The youth was momentarily taken aback, before a look of sheer ecstasy illuminated his features. The boy's parents, a middle-aged couple, were filled with joy, particularly his mother Pinger. Do not forget to express your gratitude to this esteemed elder. In the Dayan Empire, common folk referred to cultivators as esteemed elders, though the world did not truly uphold the path of immortality. Thank you, Senior Lu. Wei Ping bowed, his words as succinct as ever. Lu Qin chuckled, for he understood that if the star bound by chains truly represented the youth, he had stumbled upon a treasure. A true disciple. Lu Chan possessed the authority to recruit without undergoing the usual assessments, much like when he had first sought disciples on the Servant Peak. Now, Wei Ping found himself in a similar position. The testing stone had revealed no light and had shattered due to Lu Qin's actions, leaving the assessing disciples merely perplexed, unable to comprehend Lu Qin's insistence on a seemingly unqualified youth. Lu Chen casually produced a token from his hand, the insignia of the Longsho Peak disciples. Holding this token granted one access to the Longsho Peak, allowing free movement within the public areas of the Zhongyuan sect. This is your identity token. After settling your parents, come find me directly at Longsho Peak. With that, Lu Qian turned to leave. Many gazed at the token in Wei Ping's hand with envy, marveling at his extraordinary fortune. Having failed the assessment, he still gained entry into the Zhongyuan sect and became a disciple of Longsho Peak directly. Chapter 60. The Inheritance Techniques of Longsho Peak. The vision of the starry sea that had appeared when he touched the testing stone left Lu Chun in a state of agitation. While the testing stone merely served as a tool for assessing human aptitude, Lu Chun had never heard of anyone perceiving a celestial ocean during their evaluation. It was akin to the sudden emergence of the primordial dragon-elephant sutra within his body. Another enigma yet to be unraveled. After a thorough exploration, finding nothing of note, Lu Chun returned to the assessment area overseen by Longsho Peak, where the crowd was notably sparse. Fortunately, the elders of the Hall of Elders dared not trouble Longsho Peak, and the designated area was somewhat secluded, making the task considerably easier. Unlike other spiritual peaks that sought to recruit numerous disciples, Lu Chun preferred to be meticulous. Each disciple of Longsho Peak was to be selected with utmost care. To admit too many disciples would necessitate an overwhelming amount of cultivation resources, placing the burden squarely on Lu Chun as the senior disciple. There was one elder at Longsho Peak, yet in the months since their initial meeting, no disciples had encountered this elusive figure. Were it not for the dragon token in his possession, Lu Chun might have doubted the disheveled elder's affiliation with Longsho Peak. Within the dragon token lay a mountain of cultivation resources. Yet Lu Chun hesitated to utilize them, particularly since no disciple at Longsho Peak currently required such resources. Tian Xiong and 2 disciples were responsible for the assessments, which were straightforward. The aptitude was gauged by the testing stone, while strength was assessed by lifting massive boulders, 100 pounds, 200 pounds, 300 pounds, and the heaviest weighing 500 pounds. To lift such a weight indicated a level of cultivation beyond the gathering Qi third realm. As Lu Qin observed, by the end of the first day, fewer than 100 individuals had undergone assessment at Longsho Peak, with only 1/3 passing the evaluations. After the day's assessments concluded, Lu Chun returned to Longsho Peak, only to learn that Wei Ping had already ascended to the peak. Lu Chun resolved to investigate this peculiar youth further, as it was indeed strange for one unable to lift even a 100-pound boulder. The arrival of a new disciple at Longsho Peak sparked excitement among the former servant disciples, as they had all attained at least the gathering Qi third realm after several months. Wei Ping, now a junior disciple, found himself surrounded by Longsho Peak's disciples, who eagerly shared tales of the peak's unique nature and their own backgrounds. Wei Ping had not anticipated that the Longsho Peak he joined would be such a distinctive spiritual enclave within the Zhongyuan sect. Yet, he found himself quite fond of the atmosphere, even if he remained reticent, only able to offer friendly smiles to his seniors. The senior brother has arrived. Within Longsho Peak, the disciples referred to Lu Chun as senior brother. As Lu Chun approached, Wei Ping promptly bowed in respect. Lu Chun spoke calmly, "Have your parents settled matters?" Wei Ping replied, "They have already set off for home." Lu Chun reminisced about the moment he encountered him at the assessment office. Recalling his mother's words about the arduous journey of 1,000 miles, his heart stirred with emotion. For the sake of their son, parents would not hesitate to traverse vast distances, unaware of the perils they might face along the way. After ensuring his comfort, they would hasten back, embarking on a journey that would take an ordinary person 2 to 3 months to complete. Lu Qin also remembered the time he aspired to join the Zhongyuan sect, where he and Zhang Wen had traversed thousands of miles of mountainous terrain to arrive at their destination. Cultivation was no easy feat, and this path was fraught with challenges. Have you never practiced any cultivation techniques? Wei Ping nodded, causing Lu Qin to furrow his brows slightly. Disciples of the Zhongyuan sect had the opportunity to select their cultivation techniques upon entering the sect. The sect's signature technique, the Zhongyang formula, classified as a yellow-level technique, was available for all disciples to practice. When Lu Qin first joined the sect, he too practiced the Zhongyang formula, and currently, all disciples on Longshan Peak were likewise engaged in its study. To cultivate the Zhongyang formula, one must pledge a soul oath, for it was one of the sect's treasured legacies, regarded as a closely guarded secret. Although a yellow-level technique was not considered particularly advanced, it could incite fierce competition among smaller families, who would fight tooth and nail for such a treasure. Only after making the soul oath within the Zhongyuan sect could one gain the recognition of the sect's grand formation and begin practicing the Zhongyang formula. Aside from the Zhongyang formula, disciples of the Zhongyuan sect could also earn the right to more advanced techniques through their contributions to the sect. As far as Lu Qin knew, the Zhongyang formula was deemed a yellow-level technique simply because it was only 1/3 complete. Many elders chose to remain within the sect to cultivate a more refined version of the Zhongyang formula. Those who stayed would eventually access a higher tier of the Zhongyang formula, akin to an earth-level technique, though not entirely complete. The true form of the Zhongyang formula was a sacred-level technique, and it seemed that only the lineage of the sect's master had mastered its entirety. Longshan Peak also possessed a legacy technique. When Lu Qin first set foot on Longshan Peak, the disciples believed he had inherited its legacy. In truth, however, Lu Qin practiced the ancient dragon elephant formula, a fact unbeknownst to anyone. The disciples of the miscellaneous peak practiced the Zhongyang formula because, upon entering the Zhongyuan sect, they had pledged their soul oaths and were granted access to the technique. Once one had begun practicing the Zhongyang formula, switching to another technique was not a simple task. For instance, if one practiced a human-level technique, they could only switch to a yellow-level technique. If one practiced a yellow-level technique, they could only transition to an earth-level technique. In essence, while switching was possible, the new technique must be of a higher tier. Generally, cultivators who had mastered advanced techniques would not be foolish enough to revert to lower-level practices, as it would be tantamount to severing their own paths. Upon confirming that Wei Ping had never practiced any techniques, Lu Qin's eyes brightened, and he remarked with a smile, "You should try your hand at the legacy technique of Longshan Peak." The legacy technique of Longshan Peak was known as the Zhonglong formula. According to the Zhongyuan sect, it was classified as an earth-level technique. Over the past few months, Tianqiong and his cohort of disciples had attempted to grasp it, yet none had succeeded in obtaining the legacy of the Zhonglong formula. Naturally, Lu Qin could not cultivate the Zhonglong formula, as the ancient dragon elephant formula was undoubtedly more formidable. Wei Ping readily accepted the suggestion, and Lu Qin led a group of disciples from Longshan Peak to the Hall of Transmission, the most well-preserved location atop Longshan Peak. Tianqiong and others had visited the Hall of Transmission numerous times in search of enlightenment, yet none had managed to receive even a trace of the Zhongyang formula's legacy. Chapter 61. Who was stronger? The Hall of Transmission on Longshan Peak was not particularly grand. Rather, it appeared quite ordinary. Within the hall, there were no presiding transmission elders. The Hall of Transmission was open to all disciples of Longshan Peak, allowing them to receive the legacy and comprehend the Zhonglong formula. The transmission of the Zhonglong formula had been severed for a full 600 years. Yet with the awakening of the spiritual vein, the legacy had returned, making the Zhonglong formula the most discussed topic among disciples of other spiritual peaks in recent months. Though the Zhonglong formula was merely an earth-level technique, it was regarded by the entire Zhongyuan sect as the most challenging technique to cultivate. During the peak of Longshan Peak's prosperity, the number of disciples capable of mastering the Zhonglong formula could be counted on one hand. Any disciple who managed to practice the Zhonglong formula was considered an exceptional talent, ultimately becoming a formidable force within the sect, with the lowest among them reaching the Gathering Dan realm. Lu Qin was aware of the Zhonglong formula's power, yet he knew it could not compare to the ancient dragon elephant formula within his own body. The disciples of other spiritual peaks Lu Chen appeared to have inherited the Songlong formula, which accounted for his remarkable strength. This marked Lu Chen's first visit to the Hall of Transmission, and he was well aware of what to expect. The hall contained no extravagant adornments, only bas-reliefs. Surrounding the Hall of Transmission were numerous bas-reliefs, all depicting the same creature, the offspring of the ancient divine beast, the Songlong. The Songlong bore golden claws and was entirely golden in hue. Its scales gleaming vividly, a mere glance could captivate one's attention. Upon entering the Hall of Transmission, Wei Ping seemed entranced by the bas-reliefs, transforming the previously lifeless hall into a space brimming with vitality. The divine dragon cauldron within the Dragon God Hall emitted a faint aura, untouched by any external force. Legend had it that the transmission of the Dragon God Hall was linked to the divine dragon cauldron, and its loss had resulted in the severance of Longshan Peak's legacy for hundreds of years. The Hall of Transmission featured dozens of Songlong bas-reliefs, each unique, and the extent to which one could comprehend them depended on individual aptitude. The other disciples who had accompanied Lu Chen to witness the spectacle seemed equally captivated by the aura emanating from the bas-reliefs. Lu Chen could clearly see the focus of everyone's attention, whether fixed on a single bas-relief or drawn to several at once. Only Wei Ping stood before the largest bas-relief, as if rooted to the spot. Observing this, Lu Chen could not help but smile faintly. Before turning to leave the Hall of Transmission, the Songlong formula was of no use to him. Shortly after exiting the hall, a disciple rushed up to Lu Chen, urgency evident in his demeanor. "Senior brother, it's bad. Second senior brother is in trouble." Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Wen was in distress. What could have happened? Earlier that day, while Lu Chen was conducting assessments for new disciples, Zhang Wen remained on the life-and-death platform, awaiting his next opponent. The crowd of onlookers had dwindled significantly. Ever since Brother Wang, a practitioner of the Gathering Spirit 8th Realm, had been defeated in a spectacular fashion, no one dared to step onto the life-and-death platform. With no challengers, the audience gradually dispersed, coinciding with the sect's assessment of new disciples, leaving the vicinity of the life-and-death platform nearly empty. At that moment, a figure ascended the life-and-death platform, prompting the few remaining spectators to regard his arrival as a mere invitation to death. For none recognized him. Upon stepping onto the platform, this individual wasted no time. Engaging Zhang Wen directly. In just 3 moves, he had Zhang Wen, the formidable giant, brought low. He spared Zhang Wen's life, but sent word to challenge the senior brother of Longshan Peak, Lu Chen. Only then did many disciples become aware of this sudden powerhouse, astonished by the ease with which he had incapacitated Zhang Wen. According to the rules set by Longshan Peak, only disciples below the Gathering Spirit 9th Realm were permitted to step onto the life-and-death platform, implying that this challenger could be no stronger than the Gathering Spirit 8th Realm's word spread. Excitement erupted among those who had missed this thrilling confrontation, with many within the sect secretly rejoicing. At last, a powerful figure had emerged to confront the disciples of Longshan Peak. Increasing numbers of disciples flocked to the life-and-death platform, and news of Zhang Wen's injury and the mysterious challenger targeting Lu Chen reached the disciples outside Longshan Peak. Upon learning that Zhang Wen was alive, Lu Chen felt a slight sense of relief. The challenger had not killed Zhang Wen, but rather intended to lure Lu Chen out, fearing he might refuse the challenge. This was a gambit to compel Lu Chen to the life-and-death platform by risking Zhang Wen's life. Lu Chen would not hesitate to step onto the life-and-death platform, even if the threat came from the life of another disciple from Longshan Peak. After all, the challenge of the life-and-death platform had originated from him, aimed at drawing out those who lurked in the shadows and sought to harm him, revealing their true intentions. If one could injure Zhang when using merely 3 moves, then the strength of the challenger was undoubtedly at least at the Gathering Spirit 8th Realm, and he must have cultivated the power of physical strength and blood energy. Lu Chen departed from Longshan Peak, hastening towards the Elders' Hall and the life-and-death platform, joined by many disciples who had heard the news. Upon arriving, the area surrounding the life-and-death platform was a sea of bodies, with even some sect elders drawn in to witness the spectacle. It had been years since such a scene had unfolded in the Songyuan sect, and many were keenly focused on Zhang Wen, this suddenly emerging talent. Now, however, Zhang Wen lay on the life-and-death platform, his eyes bloodshot, filled with rage and humiliation as he glared at the man beside him, who appeared utterly unfazed. The man seemed oblivious to Zhang Wen's presence, waiting instead for his intended target. The senior brother of Longshan Peak, Lu Chun. Recognition dawned upon some, as they identified the one who had so easily defeated Zhang Wen in 3 moves. It was none other than Brother Lu from Niuxin Peak. The master of Niuxin Peak specializes in the cultivation of vital energy, blood, and the physical body. Lu Shixiang was a prodigy of Niuxin Peak 2 years ago, and he once had the opportunity to become a true disciple, but seemingly chose to forego it. Lu Shixiang does not wish to be shielded by the sect. He yearns to become a formidable force through his own efforts. Little did anyone anticipate that Lu Shixiang would take matters into his own hands, putting Longshan Peak in peril. Some expressed their astonishment, while others relished the misfortune, having long awaited the downfall of Longshan Peak. Lu Shixiang of Longshan Peak has arrived. The onlookers instinctively parted to create a pathway, allowing Lu Chun to approach the life and death arena directly. Lu Shixiang, standing upon the arena, cast a cold gaze towards Lu Chun, their eyes locking in a tense standoff. Who do you think is stronger, Lu Shixiang or Lu Shixiang? Chapter 62. One strike is enough. Have you lost your mind? How long has Lu Shixiang been cultivating compared to Lu Shixiang? Lu Shixiang achieved the 8th level of spirit gathering 2 years ago. If he wished, he could easily break through to the 9th or even 10th level. This is not a battle of equal standing. The real question should be how many strikes Lu Shixiang can endure. Zhang Wen could only withstand 3 strikes from Lu Shixiang. Surely, Lu Shixiang cannot be stronger than Zhang Wen, so I wager he can endure no more than 3 strikes. No, I bet he can withstand just 1. Peng Wan gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, a cold smile forming within him as he envisioned Lu Chen staining the life and death arena with blood. No one believed in Lu Chen's chances. Even those disciples who secretly supported him thought he had no hope of victory. Lu Chun had only displayed his strongest combat prowess within the Zhongyuan sect during the last sect exchange, which amounted to the power of a 5th-level spirit-gathering cultivator. It had not been long since then. Even if he were a bone-refining cultivator with monstrous talent, it would be impossible for him to reach the pinnacle of that realm so quickly. In truth, Lu Chun remained at the level of qi gathering and was still merely a blood-refining physical cultivator. As Lu Chun approached the life and death arena, he gazed at the severely injured Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen shook his head with great difficulty, warning Lu Chun not to enter the arena, as his opponent was far too powerful. Lu Chun had arrived, yet as long as he did not step onto the arena, no one would dare to strike him. He was a true disciple of the sect, protected by the sect's grand formation. Lu Shixiang, a melodious voice called out, and a stunning figure approached, Mei Ruolin, who had formed a life and death bond with Lu Chun in the Setting Sun mountain range. She was a disciple of Fengshan Peak and currently at the 7th level of spirit gathering, having once been a dazzling figure among the inner disciples of the sect. Her sudden approach towards Lu Chun elicited curious glances from many male cultivators. For the entire Zhongyuan sect knew that Lu Chun and Su Ruyan had once been a golden couple. Aside from Su Ruyan, Lu Chun had little contact with other female cultivators. He is very strong. You must be cautious. Mei Ruolin sensed that Lu Chun harbored secrets beyond her comprehension and knew he was not as weak as he appeared. Nonetheless, she remained concerned for him. Mei Ruolin did not intend to dissuade Lu Chun from entering the arena, as she understood that both he and Zhang Wen would sacrifice their lives for one another. They were brothers. Lu Chun smiled. Within the Zhongyuan sect, he had never experienced such concern from anyone. Was this what it felt like to have friends? Whoever he is, I shall personally slay him, Lu Chun declared. His pride as unyielding as ever. Though outsiders, his words seemed nothing short of boastful. Amidst the myriad expressions of the onlookers, Lu Chun strode toward the life and death arena. He first approached Zhang Wen, administering healing elixirs before entrusting him to Mei Ruolin. With Mei Ruolin taking charge of Zhang Wen, there were few within the Zhongyuan sect whom Lu Chun could truly trust. Once Lu Shixiang observed Lu Chun completing these actions, he spoke. You are Lu Chun? Lu Chun nodded. The man before him exuded formidable vitality and was a dual-practice cultivator in both law and martial arts. Such a powerful individual willingly played the pawn for another. Someone has sent me to kill you. Lu Shixiang's candidness only increased Lu Chun's admiration for him. Such a resolute character was far preferable to a hypocritical scoundrel. Who seeks to kill me? Lu Chen inquired, his tone revealing a newfound curiosity. Despite lacking friendships within the sect, he had not made enemies to such an extent. Who could harbor such deep-seated hatred against him, attempting to take his life repeatedly? Lu Chen was eager to uncover the identity of his would-be assassin. However, Lu Shixiang, true to his forthright nature, shook his head. I do not know. He genuinely did not possess that knowledge. He was merely executing the demands of someone who had provided him with what he desired. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen contemplated the identity of this mysterious assassin, one powerful enough to command a scion like Peng Wan and to manipulate numerous strong cultivators. He even suspected that this individual might be one of the other 14 true disciples. Excluding himself, this narrowed down the possibilities significantly, as only true disciples wielded such influence within the Zhongyuan sect. With a potential target in mind, the next step was to either unearth their identity or force them to reveal themselves. You did not kill Zhang Wan, thus I shall spare your life. After uttering these words, Lu Chen's aura surged dramatically, his formidable vitality radiating across the life and death arena. Many spectators gazed upon Lu Chen in terror. What an overwhelming vitality! For the first time, Lu Chen's vital force was displayed without reservation before others. This was intentional. Only in this manner could the shadowy figure lurking behind the scenes feel a sense of dread, perhaps prompting them to act personally. Within the Zhongyuan sect, he felt secure, as no matter the opponent's identity, they would not dare to take his life. The vitality emanating from Lu Chen was tinged with a faint golden hue, a spectacle that left many puzzled, for only cultivators at the Gathering Pill realm possessed true energy of such a color. With no golden core formed, how could either true energy or vital force exhibit a golden hue? Not quite. Those with profound cultivation seemed to have caught on to some detail, yet remained somewhat perplexed. Could this be the earth-level technique of Longshan Peak, the Zonglongju? This was the sole explanation that made sense. The Zonglongju was shrouded in mystery and had produced numerous anomalies for Longshan Peak centuries ago. As Lu Chen unleashed his vital force on the life and death arena, he stepped forward, causing the ground's array to tremble beneath his might, a display of sheer dominance. The golden-hued vitality surged forth, enveloping Lu Chen's powerful fist as he executed the ascending dragon fist. A low, rumbling dragon's roar resonated from his fist, perfectly validating his practice of the Zonglongju. The overwhelming vitality surged forth, compelling Lu Shixiang to exert every ounce of strength to counter Lu Chen's strike. The first form of the ascending dragon fist had been employed by Lu Chen once before in the Setting Sun mountain range, depleting much of his Dantian's energy. However, this time, with such a significant breakthrough, 10 spirals of energy whirled within his Dantian, seemingly forming a colossal vortex. The powerful spirals of energy transformed into vital force, erupting forth, bang, bang, bang. In that instant, it was as if countless fists rained down upon Lu Shixiang. Chapter 63. Pinnacle of Bone Refining. The fists fell like raindrops, directly weakening Lu Shixiang's protective true energy until it shattered. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the protective artifact on Lu Shixiang's body was shattered by that single punch. In the gaze of all present, Lu Shixiang was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing against the edge of the life and death arena's array before tumbling to the ground. Boom! The arena fell silent. The match that had only just begun had already reached its conclusion. The most unexpected outcome had unfolded. Lu Shixiang had been utterly overwhelmed and defeated with a single punch. The formidable seasoned genius was unable to withstand even one of Lu Chen's punches, and in that moment, disbelief engulfed many onlookers' minds. Lu Chen could not possibly be this strong. Such thoughts echoed from the depths of their hearts. Go obliterate a dual-practice cultivator at the 8th level of spirit gathering with sheer physical strength. How terrifying must that punch have been? Pinnacle of Bone Refining. Someone voiced their bewilderment, seeking to explain Lu Chen's anomalous vital force, which could only be accounted for by the Zonglongju or the Pinnacle of Bone Refining. Everyone stood in shock, especially those who had mocked Lu Chen earlier, their expressions sour as if they had swallowed a rotten egg. How could this happen? The disciples of the Bull God Peak stood frozen in a state of bewilderment, having just moments ago shouted loudly, only to be swiftly met with a harsh reality. The vitality they exuded shimmered in a golden hue, indicating that they were already beginning to refine their essence. The cultivation of the physical body involves a progression from refining blood to refining bones, and subsequently, to refining essence. Refining essence represents a significant level within the realm of corporeal practitioners, and it is also one of the most challenging stages. As the term suggests, refining blood and bones entails infusing strength into both blood and skeletal structure. However, refining essence is distinct. One must first endure the processes of blood and bone refinement, transforming the body into a vessel of iron and steel before commencing the essence refinement. This process is often referred to as a rebirth, where blood and sinews are honed, making it the most arduous aspect of this level. Many corporeal practitioners may find themselves trapped at this juncture for a lifetime, unable to progress further. Those at the essence refinement stage are comparable to practitioners at the Dan gathering realm, their blood and bones radiating a golden glow. Lu Qin's performance could only be accounted for by his prowess at the pinnacle of bone refinement. However, considering how little time he had devoted to cultivating his physical form, it dawned on everyone that Lu Qin was not merely an ordinary genius in their eyes. He was a prodigious talent. In just 1 year, he had ascended from the Qi gathering realm to the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. Now, having shifted his focus to physical cultivation, he reached the pinnacle of bone refinement in merely 6 months, an achievement only a true prodigy could attain. In that moment, countless disciples cast envious glances at Lu Qin. Only such extraordinary talent could justify his status as an esteemed direct disciple. Standing upon the life and death arena, Lu Qin was the center of attention. The brilliance of the starry sky seemingly converging solely upon him. Among the onlookers, some clenched their fists in frustration, a testament to their powerlessness in the face of Lu Qin's formidable strength. Brother Lu, who had fallen to the edge of the life and death arena, bore the marks of countless ruptured tendons. He realized that Lu Qin had shown mercy. Otherwise, that one punch could have easily claimed his life. The force behind Lu Qin's punch was akin to that of a peak spirit gathering realm practitioner, a force nearing 10,000 pounds. Were others to discover that his actual cultivation level was merely at the 10th stage of Qi gathering, the disciples of the sect would surely be driven to madness. Lu Qin's gaze swept over the crowd surrounding the arena, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Even the elders of the sect, in the face of his overwhelming aura, found themselves overshadowed. With such demonstrated combat prowess, coupled with his identity as a direct disciple, Lu Qin would only garner increasing attention within the sect. Who would dare to cross him? As he descended from the life and death arena, many cast him kind looks, showering him with compliments. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Lu Qin approached the injured Zhang Wan, who, after consuming healing elixirs, had begun to stabilize his breath. With a broad grin revealing his pearly white teeth, he chuckled amiably. Lu Qin took Zhang Wan from Mei Ruolin's hands, expressed his gratitude, and assisted him away without a trace of reluctance. All that remained for others to see was Lu Qin's departing silhouette, so powerful, so proud, yet so solitary. In a hidden corner of the crowd, Su Ruyan gazed at the retreating figure, momentarily entranced. This was the man she had once forsaken. Have you truly become so strong? A mixture of reluctance and jealousy flickered in Su Ruyan's eyes, especially as she observed the closeness between Mei Ruolin and Lu Qin. I once thought you had escaped through your own means. It turns out he was aiding you. Su Ruyan, lost in thought, gradually wore a peculiar smile. Lu Qin's singular punch had restored the illustrious reputation of Dragon God Peak, which had lain dormant for 6 centuries. The emergence of such a prodigious talent had become the focal point of the entire Zhongyuan sect. That night, many found themselves unable to sleep, overwhelmed by Lu Qin's formidable presence. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the outside world, another event transpired at Dragon God Peak. Within the Hall of Law Transmission, the sounds of sacred chants and dragon roars echoed. Numerous disciples of Dragon God Peak gathered in the transmission hall, each hearing distinct voices and receiving varied inheritances, often sitting there for days on end. Among them, the newcomer Wei Ping had already spent the longest time, remaining for a staggering 13 days without sustenance, relying solely on the spiritual energy within the hall to survive. Lu Qin, upon learning of this, felt a ripple of astonishment. He had initially sensed Wei Ping's uniqueness. which had prompted him to join Dragon God Peak. The happenings within the transmission hall eventually reached the outside world, and the notion of the inheritance being activated was readily accepted. Otherwise, Lu Qin's meteoric rise in strength would be inexplicable. I must visit the Elder Hall. Lu Qin must seize every fleeting moment to grow stronger. Only by possessing greater self-preservation abilities can he survive in this ruthless world where the weak are devoured by the strong. Although Longshan Peak is currently not admitting new disciples, many newcomers still gather daily at its foot, hoping to catch the attention of the peak's senior brother. Upon descending from Longshan Peak, Lu Qin merely cast a glance at these newcomers. Among them might be individuals of considerable talent, yet Lu Qin found it difficult to trust their initial intentions for joining Longshan Peak. The Elder Hall. Lu Qin's purpose for visiting was to exchange for alchemical formulas. While the Wangu Longxiang Ju included a section on alchemy, it lacked any usable formulas. As a true disciple, he was entitled to a dedicated elder liaison in the Elder Hall, and the elder he was to meet was none other than the third elder. A seemingly amiable old man. This was not the first time Lu Qin had encountered the third elder in the hall's secret chamber, yet this occasion felt distinctly different. What do you seek? The third elder inquired, skipping the usual pleasantries associated with fellow elders and getting straight to the point. Given your current status, as long as it does not pertain to the sect's interests, anything you exchange for within the Elder Hall will remain confidential. Only those of the Elder Council or higher may inquire about it. Lu Qin took a breath, relieved that his secret alchemical practices were not widely known within the sect. A concern that now seemed unwarranted. I desire these items. Lu Qin presented the meticulously prepared list to the third elder. Upon reviewing the items listed, the elder's eyes sparkled with interest, and he remarked, "You must be aware of the value of these items. What do you intend to offer in exchange?" Indeed, whether it was the formulas or the necessary tools for alchemy, all required a significant number of points. Lu Qin was reluctant to utilize the resources from his Divine Dragon token and would have to rely solely on his own efforts. The harvest from the Sunset Mountain range was substantial enough to cover his current needs. Yet Lu Qin was not inclined to deplete all his gains from there. Once the elixirs are refined, the sect retains the right of first refusal for repurchase. Is this condition satisfactory? Lu Qin's confident demeanor elicited a smile from the third elder. The highest level item he sought was a second-tier formula, most of the others being first-tier, and even the alchemical furnace required was merely a low-grade artifact. While these items were indeed precious, they did not involve any sect secrets. The formulas were also recognized within the Dian dynasty and could be obtained or traded for externally. Agreed. The third elder acquiesced, his anticipation growing for the potential strength this young man might one day embody. The third elder possessed more knowledge than the other elders at the hall. Although Longshan Peak appeared to lack support, it was, in fact, the most formidable spiritual peak within the entire sect at present. Having successfully obtained what he desired from the Elder Hall, Lu Qin's understanding of the privileges held by true disciples within the sect deepened. Meanwhile, a piece of news reached the Zhongyuan sect from the outside world. Chapter 65. Leaving the sect to the left of the Zhongyuan sect lay the unending Sunset Mountain Range, the territory of the Xin Beast clan. The right was the domain of the Dian dynasty, and as a first-rate sect within the Dian dynasty, Zhongyuan sect was required to continually supply formidable individuals to the imperial court. The current sect master of Zhongyuan sect had spent his true form in the Dian dynasty's court, serving the royal family. The Dian dynasty's territory was vast, allowing ordinary people and cultivators to coexist peacefully. The common folk aspired to become cultivators, to grow stronger, and ultimately to elevate themselves above others. 300 miles from the Zhongyuan sect stood a third-rate sect, boasting only 4 cultivators at the Gathering Dan realm, the strongest of whom had barely reached the 5th level of this realm. In one fateful night, this third-rate sect was annihilated, with over 1,000 disciples perishing without a survivor. Due to its proximity, the Dian dynasty demanded that Zhongyuan sect thoroughly investigate the extermination of this third-rate sect. When the news reached Zhongyuan sect, it sent waves of turmoil through its ranks. The destroyed sect was known as the Divine Fist sect, considered orthodox within the Dian dynasty. Its sudden obliteration drew the serious attention of Zhongyuan sect's leaders. The Elder Hall swiftly arranged for powerful individuals to be dispatched from each spiritual peak to investigate the reasons behind the Divine Fist sect's demise. This arrangement included Longshan Peak, indicating that they too would be involved in this operation. The third elder had only just managed to suppress Lu Chen's need to descend the mountain for training when this new development arose. And Lu Chen understood that he could no longer evade his fate. Fortunately, the Elder Hall's directive did not require a collective action from all spiritual peaks. The sect offered a competitive opportunity. Whoever could uncover clues would be rewarded with thousands of points. If one could directly apprehend the perpetrator, a reward of 100,000 points awaited. This was specifically for those at the Gathering Dan realm. However, such a bounty would not be easily acquired. The assailants who could eliminate a third-rate sect were undoubtedly formidable. Within the third-rate sect, the Divine Fist sect was the weakest, with its highest-level cultivator merely at the 5th level of Gathering Dan. Yet, as a third-rate sect, it possessed defensive arrays, meaning that for the assailants to annihilate the Divine Fist sect, they would first need to breach its protective formations and find a way to obscure their actions from the heavens. The elimination of the Divine Fist sect occurred without detection by the official forces of the Dian dynasty or the powerful individuals of Songyuan sect, indicating that the perpetrator's strength was certainly extraordinary. Whether this was achieved through magical artifacts or sheer personal prowess remained uncertain. Upon receiving the sect's directive, Lu Chen, accompanied by Zhang Wen, stealthily set forth. As Lu Chen exited the Songyuan sect, deep within the mist-shrouded main peak of the sect. In a hall surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, a voice echoed, questioning the decision to let him go. Elder Long, are you truly unconcerned about his potential downfall? The source of the voice remained shrouded in mystery. Who allowed you to take it upon yourselves to keep him within the sect? Do you wish to perpetuate the tragedies of centuries past and cultivate a generation of incompetence? From the depths of the mist, an indignant voice emerged, belonging to the disheveled man, Long Outyin. Long Outyin's fury cast a heavy silence over the grand hall. Amongst those present were even his elders, yet their cultivation levels had long been overshadowed by Long Outyin. You old fools should reflect. How many years have passed? Does the old way still hold any efficacy? The accusations from Long Outyin elicited nothing but a series of sighs. Perhaps they truly had grown old. And the sect had lost much of its vigor. Outside the Songyuan sect, Lu Chen stepped beyond the mountains of the sect, feeling as though he had shed an immense weight. Within the Songyuan sect, his status and cultivation loomed over him like a mountain, compelling him to stand tall now. Having left the sect, he no longer feared the sect's great formation detecting the secrets he harbored. Both Lu Chen and Zhang Wen had wandered in from the rivers and lakes. They had once been mere ruffians, seasoned by years of struggle among ordinary folk, honing their skills in the ways of the world, while other spirit peaks had strong Dan gathering warriors accompanying them. Only Lu Chen and Zhang Wen were present on Dragon God Peak. With their extensive experience in the world, the two swiftly discarded their sect robes, blending into the crowd of commoners. Within several dozen miles outside the Songyuan sect, many family members of sect disciples resided, a situation permitted by the sect to allow the disciples to focus on their cultivation without distractions. Zhang Wen's imposing stature was quite conspicuous, while Lu Chen appeared relatively ordinary, save for his singed eyebrows that lent him an air of peculiarity. Currently, Lu Chen's cultivation was insufficient for his burnt eyebrows to regrow quickly, and as for his hair, he donned a wig. To avoid drawing attention, they opted to walk to the Divine Fist sect rather than ride conspicuously. The first human city they encountered was Tianqi City, a place where cultivators and ordinary people cohabited. With the latter vastly outnumbering the former, human cities were predominantly governed by cultivators, and the lord of Tianqi City was a Dan gathering cultivator appointed by the royal family of the Dian dynasty. Interactions between cultivators and ordinary folk remained largely peaceful, with rare instances of cultivators wreaking havoc. Generally, they refrained from slaughtering civilians, mindful of the karmic repercussions. Originally, a journey of 300 miles would take merely a day. But this time, Lu Chen's intention was to labor without exertion, meandering along the way. The city's protective formation could withstand the onslaught of third-tier mystical beasts, enveloping Tianqi City in an invisible array. The inhabitants felt as though they lived under constant scrutiny. Should any disturbance arise, the city lord's guards would promptly arrive. In such ordinary cities, guards typically possessed cultivation levels above the 6th layer of Qi gathering, with only captains potentially reaching the spirit gathering realm. For ordinary individuals, attaining the 6th layer of Qi gathering before 30 allowed them to join the military and secure a decent stipend, serving as a shortcut to acquiring cultivation resources. Tianqi City was just over 100 miles from the Divine Fist sect, and following the massacre of the sect's members, the city lord had led his strongest guards toward the sect. As Lu Qian wandered the streets, he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere, prompting a look of perplexity to cross his face as he instinctively reached out, grasping something. He noticed a figure had abruptly appeared beside him, a scruffy young girl with tousled hair and a dark, dirty face resembling an ordinary little beggar. Yet, when Lu Qian gazed at her, she did not flinch or avert her eyes. Meeting his gaze directly on Lu Qian's view, her eyes shone brightly, momentarily rendering him speechless. "Kid, are you truly so blind? You dare to steal from us?" Zhang Wen scoffed from the side, somewhat impressed by the audacity of the little thief. The thief exhibited no signs of nervousness, instead flashing a charming smile, her dimples carrying an odd allure, before her hand suddenly slipped from Lu Qian's grasp. To Lu Qian's astonishment, she had managed to snatch the dragon token from him. Both Lu Qian and Zhang Wen were taken aback by the thief's dexterity. Combined, their cultivation was equivalent to a peak spirit gathering cultivator, yet they had been so easily robbed. What a source of ridicule! After securing her prize, the girl darted away, weaving through the crowd like a gust of wind. What incredible agility! Chapter 66. The theft. Lu Qian and Zhang Wen exchanged glances and took off in pursuit. The dragon token was a treasured item of Dragon God Peak, accessible only to a select few. Had it not been for the warning from the divine dragon cauldron within the token, Lu Qian would have been oblivious to the theft. Lu Qian was not yet a true spirit gathering cultivator. Otherwise, he could have summoned the dragon token back to him through their connection. However, even without direct control, he could sense its presence, meaning he could track the thief regardless of where she took it. Following the aura of the dragon token, Lu Qian and Zhang Wen continued their pursuit. Without that faint connection to the token, they would have struggled to locate the thief's figure and essence. "Did you sense her cultivation level?" Lu Qian inquired of Zhang Wen. Just moments ago, he had firmly grasped the thief, yet she had still managed to snatch the dragon token right under his nose. "No." Zhang Wen felt a bit embarrassed, having thought her merely an ordinary pickpocket. "Her technique and speed are not those of an average thief. Be cautious," Lu Qian warned Zhang Wen, already sensing the dragon token's aura nearby. Despite the tens of thousands of inhabitants in Tianqi City, only a few thousand were considered legitimate cultivators, and most were merely ordinary practitioners. Genuine spirit-gathering cultivators numbered fewer than 100 in the entire city. As Lu Qian traversed Tianqi City, he could detect any fluctuations of true energy immediately, a benefit of cultivating the ancient dragon elephant art. However, he could only sense the true energy and vital fluctuations of cultivators beneath the Dan gathering realm. This was why the earlier thief had shocked him. He had felt no trace of true energy or vital signs from her, as if she were an ordinary person. This indicated that the thief had mastered a technique to conceal her presence. Yet she could not possibly be a Dan gathering cultivator. Those at that level would not need to resort to theft for what they desired in a secluded courtyard within Tianqi City. Home to many homeless children, the thief hurriedly scaled the wall and entered. As soon as she did, several dirty-faced children rushed toward her. "Lo Luo, you're back?" Lo Luo was the name of the little thief, and she smiled as she ruffled the hair of one child. "Sister has brought you food." As she spoke, Lo Luo casually produced steaming meat buns from thin air. Watching the children cheerfully divide the buns among themselves, Lo Luo wore a sweet smile. She then retrieved the token she had pilfered from Lu Qian's possession, examining it closely. Lo Luo was a thief, her innate sharpness allowing her to easily discern if treasures lay upon the people she passed. Just moments ago on the street, she had sensed the aura of a treasure, and though she had nearly been caught, she had managed to escape. The thought of her close call sent a shiver down her spine. Her would-be captor was undoubtedly a cultivator. Gazing at the vividly etched dragon on the token, Lo Luo's expression shifted. Such a token must belong to someone of considerable importance. She had sensed it was a treasure. Yet now it seemed devoid of any aura. Lo Luo scrutinized the token for a lengthy period but found no remarkable qualities. It felt like a lifeless object. Confident in her abilities, she recalled her beggar mentor had taught her the art of thievery, claiming it was the expertise of the divine thief sect. Whenever she sensed a treasure, even among a pile of refuse, she could unearth it. Lo Luo was certain the token in her possession was indeed a treasure. She simply did not understand its nature. "Have you had your fill of looking?" A cold voice echoed in her ears, causing Lo Luo to turn pale with fright. In Tianqi City, she had successfully stolen from numerous cultivators, who could neither detect her presence nor trace their lost belongings back to her. The only individual she dared not approach was the city lord, a Dan-gathering cultivator, someone even Lo Luo, as a disciple of the divine thief sect, would not confront lightly. Yet, she never anticipated that the plump target she had encountered would track her to her hiding place. This left her thoroughly shaken. "Will you take it from me, or shall I simply hand it over?" Lu Chun confronted the scruffy girl, recognizing her as a girl despite her boyish appearance. Lo Luo smiled brightly, realizing that Lu Chun had found her because of the token she held. The token bore an aura that allowed him to track her. She could have discarded it, avoiding the need to return, but now her hiding place had been uncovered, leaving her no option for escape. She tossed the dragon token toward Lu Chun and sighed. "I have not harmed any ordinary people. You cannot lay a hand on me." She still believed that Lu Chun and Zhang Wen were official personnel. Lu Chun had long been aware of the bright eyes watching from the side. He had once been one of those wandering children. Though the thief was despicable, he was not inherently evil. Zhang Wen interjected, "Let it go. After all, there's nothing to lose." Lu Chun stowed away the Shenlong Ling, a symbol of his identity as a true disciple of the Zhangwen sect. There was only one Shenlong Ling on the entire Longshan Peak, and presently, only he could wield it. "Take this, find a place for these children to settle down, and stop stealing." Lu Chun casually grasped the Shenlong Ling, extracting a significant amount of silver notes. Qiu Lu Chan at this moment. The silver notes held little value. If not exchanged, they were merely a pile of waste paper. The silver notes he casually pulled out were likely worth over 10,000 taels, enough for these unfortunate children to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Luo Luo was momentarily stunned, her bright eyes sparkling. She hadn't expected this cold-faced cultivator to be so generous. Lu Chun thrust the silver notes into her hands without uttering a word, and departed the courtyard alongside Zhang Wen. For the first time, Luo Luo felt that there were indeed good people among cultivators. She had disguised herself to conceal her extraordinary beauty. Rarely did a cultivator who beheld her true visage refrain from harboring desires. Luo Luo handed a handful of silver notes to the two eldest children, instructing them to hide the notes well before she inexplicably followed after Lu Chun and Zhang Wen. Once outside the children's courtyard, Lu Chun and Zhang Wen paid little mind to the earlier events. To them, ordinary people were merely a part of life. As they strolled down the street, Lu Chun suddenly halted, having heard a clear voice. "Be vigilant. These two individuals are wanted by young Master Peng. Upon encountering them, report immediately for a reward of 100 low-grade spirit stones." The voice rang clearly in Lu Chun's ears, the mention of young Master Peng piquing his interest. His acute senses allowed him to catch this information. "Who are these two?" One of the men inquired. "Don't concern yourselves with that. Just remember, they are the targets of young Master Peng from the Qingzhou Peng family. If you accomplish this task, you shall not be deprived of rewards. However, should you fail, you are well aware of the Peng family's methods." Lu Chun recognized that the Qingzhou Peng family was indeed the clan of Peng Wan, who had sought to kill him. The Tianqi city lay over 10,000 miles from Qingzhou, yet the Peng family's reach extended even here, which surprised Lu Chun. Fortunately, those assigned to this task were merely ordinary cultivators at the Qi gathering realm, posing little threat. After quietly alerting Zhang Wen and agreeing on a meeting place, Lu Chun separated from him to discreetly follow the individuals. Chapter 67. Encounter. Lu Chun trailed the young man who had issued the orders. He was the leader among the cultivators, boasting the highest cultivation level at the 9th stage of Qi gathering. The young man hastened along, entirely unaware of Lu Chun's presence behind him. After traversing numerous streets, he knocked on the door of a residence within Tianqi City, exchanging a few words with the doorman before being ushered inside. Lu Chun was unwilling to give up and stealthily entered the estate. With his cultivation, Evading the ordinary guards was a simple task. When Lu Chun followed the young man's aura to a courtyard, he spotted a familiar face from afar, Peng Wan, a disciple of the elite hall of Zhongyuan sect and a scion of the Peng family of the Dian Empire in Qingzhou. Flanking Peng Wan were two ordinary women, both of whom were entertaining the esteemed figure. "Have your men dispersed?" Peng Wan's hand roamed over one of the women, his expression smug, yet his aura was languid, clearly indicating overindulgence. "Rest assured, they have been dispatched as soon as they appear in Tianqi City. They will not escape our watch." "Humph," Peng Wan scoffed. "Once I capture him, I will ensure he suffers." The two beauties winced under Peng Wan's grasp, and he angrily remarked, "Useless. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you can't endure." The ordinary women turned pale with fear, trembling and kneeling in silence. It was one of the guards beside Peng Wan who barked, "Get out of here!" The two beauties fled as if granted a reprieve. Peng Wan, still dissatisfied, complained, "Are there no female cultivators in this city? Look at the quality of what you've brought me." Understanding their master's nature, the guards explained, "Young master, Tianqi is merely a small city. There are only a few female cultivators, all of whom are in the city lord's residence." Peng Wan disdainfully snorted, dismissing the topic of women, and instead inquired darkly, "What did the city lord's residence say?" The response from there is that whatever we do in Tianqi City is of no concern to them. The Su family is truly calculating. If they wish to reap the benefits, Su Ruyan is indeed a schemer. Upon hearing Su Ruyan's name, Lu Chun, concealed in the shadows, felt a twinge of unease. Su Ruyan, unexpectedly involved in this matter, could she also be among those wishing for his demise? Reflecting on their shared past, a chill crept into Lu Chin's gaze. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be most treacherous. "Who?" a guard suddenly shouted, seemingly having noticed something. Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had concealed his presence entirely, and they shouldn't have been able to detect him. In truth, it was not Lu Chun they had discovered. Theo his side, Luo, who had followed, had been spotted. Despite her efforts to remain hidden, when Peng Wan mentioned Su Ruyan, her aura had momentarily faltered, drawing attention. This slight disturbance in her aura led the guards near Peng Wan to lock onto her. The guards surrounding Peng Wan were indeed formidable. Leading such a contingent of qi-gathering cultivators, Peng Wan was quite a character. Upon being discovered, Luo did not reveal Lu Chen's position. Instead, she deliberately drew the guards away. Her actions endeared her further to Lu Chen. "Oh, a girl!" An exclamation of surprise erupted, causing Peng Wan to beam with delight. "Though not harm her. I want her alive." Having been training in the Zhongyuan sect for some time, Peng Wan had not indulged in female company. Now, upon leaving the sect, he found himself in a place devoid of female cultivators, a truly backward locale. Encountering a willing female cultivator was a stroke of luck for him. Although Luo's agility was impressive, escaping the encirclement of so many qi-gathering experts was no easy feat. She darted about the courtyard like the wind, yet several times found herself forced to reveal her position. In a predicament, that moment, Lu Chun discerned her cultivation level, 4th stage of qi gathering. This revelation astonished him. She was indeed a girl younger than him. Yet her prowess had already reached the 4th stage of qi gathering. Were it not for the 10 or so qi gathering experts surrounding Peng Wan, trapping Luo would be impossible. And even now, they struggled to catch her. Observing the scene, Lu Chun recognized the necessity of intervening. Otherwise, Luo might fall into their hands. Donning a black cloak, he gripped a magical sword, a common item in any city, ensuring his identity remained concealed, with only his eyes visible. Lu Chen's sudden emergence startled the qi-gathering experts encircling Luo, as they had failed to notice another presence in the courtyard. Lu Chen's cultivation had neared the qi-gathering realm, making the use of magical artifacts feasible. As he channeled the swirling true qi within him, powerful energy surged into the artifact in his hand. To avoid revealing his golden true qi, Lu Chun could only operate the magical sword. Thus, when his true qi manifested from the artifact, it transformed into a normal purple light. This was an accidental discovery of Lu Chen's. Magical artifacts effectively concealed the true nature of his energy. The purple true qi of a qi-gathering cultivator erupted forth, and Lu Chen's magical sword swiftly severed the heads of 2 qi-gathering experts. This sudden turn of events sent the remaining Qi-gathering cultivators into a state of panic. Kill him! Get rid of him! Peng Wan was incensed by the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure. Vociferously reprimanding his subordinates, these individuals were the elite warriors cultivated by the Peng family, unwaveringly obedient to the commands of their kin. Even if ordered to face death, these cultivators would not hesitate to comply. Several spirit-gathering cultivators abandoned Luo Luo and rushed directly towards Lu Chun, realizing that the unexpected cloaked figure harbored lethal intent towards them. Lu Chen's swordsmanship was swift. The power of the artifact in his hand paled in comparison to the formidable great sword he was accustomed to wielding. However, the great sword was too conspicuous, risking the exposure of his identity. Lu Chen's movements were equally rapid, and in a mere flash, the artifact in his hand had dispatched another 5th-tier spirit-gathering cultivator. When it came to slaying those below the 8th tier, Lu Chun wielded his sword with the ease of slicing through melons and vegetables, as none of these cultivators could withstand even a single strike from him. As Lu Chun indulged in a spree of killings, he was reminded of the first batch of assassins he encountered upon entering the Xian Beast Peak. Those individuals bore a striking resemblance to the ones before him. This suggested that among those sent to eliminate him at the Xian Beast Peak were indeed members of the Peng family. Lu Chun pondered over this perplexity. He had no enmity with the Peng family and had never had any interactions with their disciples. Why, then, would they seek his death? Even after departing from the Zhongyuan sect, the specter of the Peng family continued to linger ominously. Reflecting on this, Lu Chen's resolve intensified, and he showed no mercy in his strikes. Each swing aimed with lethal intent. The weight of his sword fell effortlessly, and he dispatched his foes without the slightest hint of strain. Panic gripped Peng Wan as he regarded Lu Chen, who appeared like a deity of death. With so few spirit-gathering guards remaining by his side, the prospect of annihilation loomed large. As a scion of the Peng family, Peng Wan possessed protective treasures bestowed by his clan, methods of ensuring his survival. In an effort to eliminate Lu Chen, the Peng family had expended considerable resources, even enlisting the aid of an elder from the Xishan Peak. The distance from Tianqi City to Zhongyuan sect was a mere 100 miles. And the elder had pledged to strike only once. Once Lu Chen's location was confirmed, in a fleeting moment, he would extinguish this aberrant presence from the Zhongyuan sect, in his hand. Peng Wan clutched the talisman for communicating with the elder. He could not squander this singular opportunity merely to slay an unexpectedly emerged cloaked figure. Without activating the talisman, he was left to rely on his own life-preserving trump cards. Witnessing Lu Chen dispatch his final guard, Peng Wan finally gritted his teeth and produced a spirit talisman, hurling it towards Lu Chen. Chapter 68. A safe haven despite the ongoing slaughter, Lu Chen maintained his vigilance. He was acutely aware of the nature of Peng Wan. Over the past few months, the elite disciple who had once sought his demise, with a cultivation level of 8th-tier Qi gathering, had now merely ascended to 9th-tier Qi gathering. Such a weakling was hardly worthy of Lu Chen's concern. Yet the wealth of the Peng family undoubtedly afforded their kin ample means of survival. Lu Chen anticipated that Peng Wan would resort to his protective measures when the earlier talisman was cast. He could only lament in silence, realizing that this time, he could not eliminate the worthless Peng Wan. The power of the talisman could summon formidable beings from across Tianqi City. It was akin to a full-force strike from a peak spirit-gathering cultivator. Crashing down upon Lu Chen, most of the attack's force was absorbed by the Divine Dragon tripod within the Divine Dragon Order, yet a portion still inflicted injury upon Lu Chen, compelling him to stifle the urge to vomit blood as he struggled to maintain his footing. Ultimately, he felt a gentle force supporting him. It was the thief, Luo Luo. After catching Lu Chen, she swiftly withdrew, and the impact of the peak spirit-gathering cultivator's strike transformed the courtyard into a scene of devastation. On the streets, ordinary citizens were mercilessly obliterated by this terrifying force. This singular blow claimed the lives of at least 100 innocent souls, demonstrating the cataclysmic destructive power of a cultivator against the unassuming populace. The force of the talisman was challenging to control. It indiscriminately annihilated everything within its range. Had Lu Chen not mitigated much of the impact, the casualties could have been far greater. Peng Wan surveyed the chaotic courtyard, rage igniting in his eyes. Despite deploying a talisman, he had failed to capture the cloaked figure. Search for him. Turn Tianqi City upside down if you must, but find him, he commanded his remaining, beleaguered guards. The aura emanating from this residence awakened the once quiet city. Many concealed cultivators were drawn out by the overwhelming presence of a peak spirit-gathering cultivator. Zhang Wan, who had been tracking ordinary cultivators, was equally startled by the sudden surge of power and, recalling the direction Lu Chun had taken, quickly redirected himself towards the scene of the incident. Though Lu Chun's injuries were not grave, he had been momentarily shaken by the immense force, suffering a mental impact. Once Luo Luo had led him a safe distance away, he regained control over his body. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he swiftly discarded the black cloak, ensuring any traces of his presence were thoroughly concealed. A powerful cultivator could easily trace him by the lingering aura he left behind, and he dared not take such a risk, especially if there were still formidable cultivators by Peng Wan's side ready to pursue him. Follow me. I will take you to a safe place, Luo Luo proposed, and Lu Chun did not decline. Knowing her familiarity with Tianqi City would guide them to the safest haven point 15 minutes later, Lu Chun and the thief, Luo Luo, arrived at a secluded courtyard that appeared scarcely inhabited, even more desolate than the places she had previously arranged for the homeless children. The courtyard had evidently lain abandoned for quite some time, showing signs of neglect. Lu Chun understood their predicament. Peng Wan's subordinates were already scouring the city for him and Zhang Wan. They could not afford to be discovered. Curiously, Lu Chun mused on how Peng Wan had anticipated their path. The decision to traverse Tianqi City had been known only to them and was impromptu in nature. It was chilling to think that a powerful figure must be spying on the threads of fate to deduce his subsequent moves. After leading Lu Chun into the courtyard, Luo Luo did not guide him to any of the buildings, but instead headed straight for the backyard. There, they encountered a dry well. Luo Luo leapt into it first, and Lu Chun followed closely behind. Upon descending the well, he discovered that it concealed an entirely different realm. A small, hidden formation. It appeared that this was the thief's sanctuary, a refuge she had brought him to. Likely due to his timely intervention to save her. I'm sorry. Luo Luo expressed her guilt, acknowledging that had she not followed Lu Chun, she would not have been discovered, and he would not have needed to intervene, thus avoiding this considerable trouble. Lu Chun smiled, assuring her that even without her, he would have acted. Peng Wan had made numerous attempts on his life. Having crossed paths with him, Lu Chun was determined to test whether he could eliminate him. Lu Chun felt no regret in taking action. Rather, he was methodical, viewing it as a trial that confirmed that scions like Peng Wan indeed possessed formidable means of survival. If Lu Chun wished to eliminate him, he would need to attain even greater cultivation prowess. This shall be your place of cultivation. Lu Chun conducted a thorough examination and discovered that beneath the dry well lay a considerable amount of spiritual energy, cleverly concealed by a formation. Had he not been present in person, it would have been impossible to detect the existence of this energy. Luo Luo nodded, noting that the subterranean space was relatively small, resembling a cozy cultivation cave, clearly a place inhabited by a young woman. This was her first time bringing someone here, and a faint blush, masked by her dark complexion, failed to manifest in Tianqi City. The news of the assassination of the young master from the Peng family by a man in a black robe spread like wildfire, as if it had sprouted wings, with the city lord absent. Only a steward at the 8th level of spiritual gathering remained in the city lord's residence, accompanied by a contingent of city guards, who arrived at the young master's dwelling. Numerous wandering cultivators gathered in small groups around the estate. The young master had issued a bounty. Anyone who could locate the man in black would be rewarded with 50 low-grade spiritual stones and 300 stones for capturing him alive. Such a generous reward attracted the attention of all spiritual gathering cultivators in Tianqi City, prompting the few available to emerge from their secluded cultivation. The sight of a severely injured spiritual gathering cultivator incited envy among them. This was a deliberate tactic employed by Peng Wan, who claimed that the assailant had been wounded by his talisman. Subsequently, evidence corroborated this, as bloodstains were found on the black robe. Though the traces had been erased of their aura, making them untraceable, they nonetheless confirmed that the man in black had indeed sustained injuries, likely grave enough to warrant his flight. Once this information spread, even some Qi gathering cultivators felt compelled to act. The prospect of earning 50 low-grade spiritual stones merely for locating the man in black was sufficient motivation for them to take risks. Zhang Wan, hiding in the shadows, realized that Peng Wan's presence in Tianqi City indicated Lu Chun's involvement, and unease crept into his heart. Recalling the meeting place he had arranged with Lu Chun, Zhang Wan hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, within the dry well, Lu Chun gazed somewhat dazedly at the girl before him. She was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, skin as smooth as silk, and long, flowing black hair. Her bright eyes seemed to hold an endless array of stories. This was Luo Luo, reappearing before Lu Chun, having discarded her disheveled attire for a princess-like appearance. In Lu Chun's eyes, he saw not desire but pure admiration and awe, which brought her great comfort. Chapter 69. Alchemy at the bottom of the well. Lu Chun recalled the rendezvous he had established with Zhang Wan. Once Zhang learned of the incident in Tianqi City, he would quickly surmise Lu Chun's involvement. After sharing this information, Luo Luo suggested she visit Zhang Wan, as she was acquainted with him and deemed suitable for the task. Lu Chun, now the focal point of scrutiny among the city's cultivators, found it challenging to alter his appearance despite his efforts to conceal his aura. He would be easily recognized upon his appearance. After changing her attire, Luo Luo presented a breathtaking sight to Lu Chun. Su Ruyan, often heralded as the most beautiful woman of Zhongyuan sect, paled in comparison to the ethereal charm radiating from Luo Luo, who seemed imbued with a subtle spiritual essence. Even as Luo Luo departed the dry well, Lu Chun remained somewhat entranced. Her transformation was nothing short of extraordinary. Surely, she embodied the essence of a celestial maiden. Lu Chun smiled faintly, beginning to seriously assess the subterranean space hidden beneath the well. Enveloped by formations, it appeared as a mere jumble of stones from the outside. The items scattered about indicated that Luo Luo was a girl who cherished her appearance. Lu Chun took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts, and began to meditate on his cultivation. Upon leaving Zhongyuan sect, he had yet to delve into alchemy, and now, injured, it was the perfect opportunity to attempt crafting a qi-nourishing pill. The qi-nourishing pill served as a healing elixir, particularly effective for cultivators at the qi-gathering stage, and it bore no rank, making it a relatively simple challenge for Lu Chun. He had long prepared the necessary materials for its creation. Extracting the alchemical furnace from the Divine Dragon token, he discovered it was merely a common low-grade magical tool. Originally the size of a palm, the furnace gradually expanded to the size of a child as Lu Chun began to circulate his true energy. Atop the Danfeng of Zhongyuan sect, Lu Chun had seen a massive furnace towering several dozen zhang, reputedly a spiritual tool that required the cultivation level of the infant gathering stage to operate. Although small, the furnace was adequate for Lu Chun's current needs. It was essential to progress step by step. Even if presented with a medium or high-grade furnace, he would be unable to wield it effectively at this stage. A low-grade furnace was sufficient to concoct first-tier pills. This marked Lu Chun's inaugural attempt at alchemy, and he appeared somewhat inexperienced. He first consumed several qi-nourishing pills to ensure he was in optimal condition before commencing the refinement process. The critical first step in pill crafting was to extract the medicinal essence from the materials, eliminating impurities. This step primarily tested the cultivator's control abilities. A single misstep could lead to total failure, rendering all efforts futile. This was Lu Chun's first attempt at this process, at Danfeng. Only those who had reached the spiritual gathering stage were permitted to practice refining materials, a skill that significantly enhanced one's mental acuity or divine sense. Lu Chun sought to utilize this refinement process to strengthen his feeble divine sense. If he could unlock his purple palace, it might enhance the potency of his divine awareness. If he could cultivate his divine sense during the qi gathering stage, it would undoubtedly be formidable upon breaking through to the spiritual gathering stage. With this determination in mind, Lu Chun boldly embraced the challenge, unafraid of making mistakes. Now was the time to lay a solid foundation. Only by fortifying his skills during the qi gathering period could he venture further in the future. In fact, Lu Chun felt a strange sense of fortune in having his cultivation level diminished, as it granted him a second chance to begin anew. Let us begin. Lu Chun inhaled deeply and commenced the meticulous process of refining the herbs. This was a necessary endeavor. Had his cultivation been stronger, he could have refined them concurrently. Lacking sufficient power made the process laborious, and as he watched the herbs transform into mere remnants, he realized that the value of alchemists lay in their rarity. The initial step was to extract the medicinal essence, followed by using true fire to purge the remaining impurities from the essence before progressing to the most crucial stage: fusion. The fusion process required a specific alchemical formula. Lu Chun practiced the alchemical section of the Eternal Dragon Elephant art, which naturally included the necessary incantations. Each extracted essence demanded careful refining. The true fire crackled energetically as spiritual energy infused the mixture. Lu Chun prepared to initiate the fusion. Observing the essences in the furnace, he noted their mutual repulsion. Merging substances with entirely different properties necessitated precise incantations. Lu Chun, recalling the formula in his mind, deftly gestured with his fingers and recited an esoteric word. As this word resonated, the essences in the furnace began to accept one another, swirling in harmony. Lu Chun sensed a wave of mental fatigue wash over him. It was his first experience with alchemy, and to encounter such a phenomenon was already a sign of progress. A sense of dizziness overwhelmed him, prompting Lu Chun to bite his tongue to maintain consciousness. At that moment, he distinctly felt a flicker of flame within his purple palace intensify. The concoction in the furnace emitted a faint, delightful aroma. Success! Lu Chun's heart soared with joy as he summoned the pills from the furnace. This batch of qi-nourishing pills numbered more than a dozen. Glancing at the remnants of the materials, a pang of regret struck him. However, achieving such a yield on his first attempt was commendable. Many would have faced explosive failures or produced worthless pills in their initial attempts. Holding the warm qi-nourishing pills in his hand, Lu Chun smiled with pride, knowing that he had entirely relied on his own efforts to create this elixir. In the past, he had aspired to join the Danfeng but had been rebuffed. If those at Danfeng learned of his current capability to craft pills, their expressions would surely be quite entertaining. Though unranked, the pills were translucent and flawless. Yet Lu Chun observed a peculiar golden hue in his concoction, evoking a strange sensation within him. He retrieved a jade vial, intending to have the qi-nourishing pills tested by a professional. For without such verification, he could not ascertain their safety for consumption. If the pills were indeed unfit, they would simply be deemed failures. Just as Lu Chun secured the pills, he felt the formation shift. Luo Luo had returned. Before he could conceal the furnace, she appeared, exclaiming in astonishment, "You are an alchemist?" The remnants of herbs scattered on the ground, along with the lingering scent of medicinal fragrance, testified to Lu Chun's recent endeavors in alchemy. Prompting him to nod in acknowledgement of his identity, "And Zhang Lu Chun queried, a look of confusion crossing his face as he noticed Luo Luo had not brought Zhang with her. Chapter 70. The sale of qi-nourishing pills. Luo Luo had gone to fetch Zhang but returned alone. Had they not encountered one another? He mentioned meeting at the Divine Fist sect. He intended to draw off those pursuing him. After Luo Luo finished speaking, Lu Chun comprehended Zhang intentions. This fellow always acted on his own accord. Once the people from Pangwan discovered his whereabouts, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. In doing so, he could indeed divert the majority of attention away. However, was Zhang not also attracting danger towards himself? Lu Chun sighed softly. Having grown up alongside Zhang, he had always been the one to charge into danger first. According to Zhang, it was because he could withstand the blows. Luo Luo also informed Lu Chun about the situation in Tianqi City. Currently, all the cultivators in the city were searching for the injured gathering spirit cultivators, and even the guards of the city lord's mansion had joined the search. Lu Chun smiled. Although he was injured, it was not severe. After taking a nourishing qi pill and recuperating, he would be fine. It seemed that Pangwan was not entirely incompetent, as he knew to use this method to draw in other cultivators for his own advantage. With the entire city of cultivators searching for him, where could he hide? Fortunately, he and Luo Luo had taken refuge in this dry well, where they need not worry about being found for the time being. The formation here was such that unless a gathering pill realm cultivator personally arrived, it would be nearly impossible to discern any anomalies. Currently, there were no gathering pill realm cultivators in Tianqi City. Would Peng's family dare to mobilize such powerful figures at the very gates of Zhongyuan sect just to eliminate him? Staying in this dry well was not a long-term solution. Lu Chun resolved to wait until nightfall to venture out and gather information. With his current cultivation level, as long as he did not encounter a genuine pinnacle gathering spirit realm cultivator, he had little to fear. Pang Wan held no trump cards for survival. Lu Chun could eliminate him at any moment. After putting away the alchemy furnace and cleaning up the remnants of his pill refining, Lu Qian began to recuperate. With the faint spiritual energy around him, the true qi expended during alchemy gradually began to restore itself. At night, Lu Chun did not allow Luo Luo to accompany him. He quietly emerged from the dry well and, upon reaching the outside, did not need to inquire deliberately. He quickly obtained a piece of information. A companion of the assassin who had attempted to kill the young master of the Peng family was discovered by a cultivator. After slaying several cultivators, he headed towards the direction of the Divine Fist sect. Lu Chun sighed inwardly. Zhang Wen had indeed employed this clumsy method to lure the pursuers away. Now, Tianqi City had become safer, as most cultivators had gone after Zhang Wen, leaving few behind in the city lord's mansion. If not for his inadequate cultivation, Lu Chun would have considered attempting to seize a small city's treasury on his own. Given that Tianqi City was now secure, Lu Chun entertained other thoughts. Since even Pang Wan had taken his men towards the Divine Fist sect, while he could not raid the city lord's treasury, he could still scout out the city lord's mansion. Lu Chun found a shop and purchased a common black robe, one worn by ordinary people, which could not conceal his aura. Donning the black robe, Lu Chun stepped onto the street. Aside from the occasional curious glance, few paid him any heed. He was not the only one dressed in black robes. Many individuals donned black robes to obscure their identities, thereby avoiding recognition. It was unlikely anyone would be bold enough to impersonate the assassin of the Peng family's young master. The city lord's mansion not only managed the cultivators and inhabitants of the city, but also served as a commercial hub. Within the mansion, cultivators could purchase magical artifacts, pills, and all manner of resources necessary for cultivation. Such was the nature of small cities. With few cultivators, only the city lord's mansion engaged in such business. Unlike larger cities filled with various factions catering to cultivators. When Lu Chun, clad in his black robe, arrived at the city lord's mansion, even the guards regarded him as an ordinary person. Such attire was far too common. Entering the mansion led him to the business hall, which operated without regard for day or night. To cultivators, there was little distinction between the two. Esteemed guest, what business do you have? While Lu Chun was surveying the area, a young man dressed in the city lord's official attire approached him, exuding the aura of a seventh gathering Qi realm cultivator. I wish to sell some pills, Lu Chun stated directly. The young man in the business hall appeared momentarily taken aback. Seemingly astonished that someone would come to sell pills, it was well known that in the Dian Empire, pills were scarce commodities, and cultivators typically did not sell them unless they were of no use to them. May I inquire what type of pill it is? With no one else present in the hall, the young man asked further. Nourishing Qi pill, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. The nourishing Qi pill was not particularly precious. Any first-tier alchemist could concoct it. This pill was commonly used by cultivators in the gathering Qi realm, much like the gathering Qi pill. The young man visibly relaxed. A nourishing Qi pill was not considered very valuable. As a cultivator of his level, he would always have some on hand. Please follow me to process this, he instructed, leading Lu Chun to a side window. From this vantage point, they could see an elderly man dozing off inside. Appearing on the verge of sleep. Old Su, we have a guest wishing to sell a nourishing Qi pill. The young man called out respectfully to the window, prompting the old man to sluggishly blink his eyes. Seemingly uninterested as he casually inquired, what quality of nourishing Qi pill? Lu Chun remained silent, merely producing the jade bottle he had prepared earlier. As he uncorked it, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted into the air, instantly brightening the old man's eyes, banishing his drowsiness as he hastily took the bottle. Seeing the old man so animated, the young man was greatly puzzled. Was a nourishing Qi pill truly worth such excitement? The old man trembled as he poured out a single nourishing Qi pill, exclaiming, this pill's refining time did not exceed 3 hours. How curious! Which master alchemist concocted this nourishing Qi pill? The old man's expression was one of intrigue. Yet the rules of the city lord's mansion were to never question the origins of items brought for sale, regardless of the seller's identity. Otherwise, who would dare to sell anything in an officially sanctioned establishment? This pill was approaching the quality of a first-tier medicinal pill, however. The nourishing qi pill itself was limited by its nature. This singular pill was at least equivalent to 5 ordinary nourishing qi pills. How many of such nourishing qi pills do you possess? I will purchase them all. The old man's words relieved Lu Chen. Thankfully, they were not inferior pills. As for the quality, Lu Chen had previously suspected it was due to the advanced techniques of the Wangu Longxiang Sutra's alchemical chapter, which had indeed elevated the quality of his pills. Only this one bottle, totaling 10 pills, Chapter 71. A relentless pursuit. Lu Chen dared not easily disclose the quantity of his nourishing qi pills. He had not anticipated that in such a small place as Tianqi City, someone would discern so much. The fact that the old man could even determine the refining time of the nourishing qi pill was truly astounding. If the quality of his nourishing qi pill was indeed superior to that of other alchemists, with one pill equating to 5 of theirs, word of this would undoubtedly draw attention. Now, Lu Chen began to regret his haste in seeking confirmation of the quality of his refined pills. He should have waited until he returned to the sect to consult the third elder in the Elder Hall. However, it was too late for regret. Lu Chen had no choice but to grit his teeth and sell the bottle of nourishing qi pills to the city lord's mansion. Based on quality, I can offer you 300 taels of silver for each nourishing qi pill, or you may choose to exchange for medicinal materials of equal value. 300 taels was indeed a considerable sum. Typically, a nourishing qi pill was valued at merely 100 taels. According to the conversion rate in the Dian Empire, 1,000 taels could be exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone. Thus, selling those 10 nourishing qi pills would yield 3,000 taels, enough to acquire 3 low-grade spirit stones. When the elderly man mentioned the option of exchanging for medicinal materials, Lu Chen understood that he was beginning to question his identity. This was a test. If Lu Chen opted for medicinal materials, it would indicate that he was either an alchemist or had a close relationship with one. Lu Chen chose the silver taels outright, not even requesting low-grade spirit stones. Upon receiving the silver, Lu Chen swiftly exited the city lord's mansion. Having ascertained the quality of his refined pills was sufficient, any future transactions would have to wait until he returned to the sect. After Lu Chen departed, the young man who had attended to him discreetly followed, but Lu Chen easily noticed the tail behind him. Before long, the young man completely lost track of Lu Chen. Returning to the city lord's mansion, the elderly man had already emerged and awaited him. You lost him. Old Su did not seem surprised. A mysterious smile graced his face as he softly remarked, "That individual appears to have no discernible aura, yet I am certain his cultivation level does not fall below the 8th gathering spirit realm." The young man was pale with fright. Such a powerful cultivation level was rare even within the city lord's mansion. Had that individual harbored any ill intentions, he would have perished mere moments ago. How amusing! Several strange occurrences have unfolded in Tianqi City today. I truly came here at the right time. Old Su revealed a peculiar smile, holding in his hand the jade vial containing the qi-nourishing pills that Lu Chen had just sold. After shaking off the tail that had followed him, Lu Chen did not return to the desolate well of Luo Luo, but instead hurried through the night towards the direction of the Divine Fist sect. Initially, Lu Chen had not intended to arrive at the mountain gate of the Divine Fist sect so early, but since Zhang Wen had lured Peng Wan away, Lu Chen could not remain indifferent. Worried for Zhang Wen's safety, Lu Chen moved swiftly, managing to lose the tail from the city lord's manor, yet failing to shake off Luo Luo, who stealthily followed him, driven by curiosity or other motives. Her unique cultivation technique adeptly concealed her presence. Lu Chen exited the Heavenly Pool City and made his way towards the Divine Fist sect. The moonlight cast a serene glow. Meanwhile, Peng Wan was leading a group in pursuit of Zhang Wan, the second disciple of the Dragon God Peak, whom he detested vehemently. Peng Wan had summoned the spirit-gathering cultivators of Heavenly Pool City at great cost, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Wan. Despite suffering losses, he managed to injure Zhang Wan. Such a hefty price for a failure to eliminate Zhang Wan would be disastrous for Peng Wan. Hence, he relentlessly pursued him, riding a steed that kept pace with the spirit-gathering cultivators. Even the guards of the city lord's manor were mounted on first-tier mystical beasts. Zhang Wan had indeed sustained injuries, a consequence of Peng Wan's use of a spirit talisman, which delivered a blow equivalent to the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. Peng Wan had limited such talismans, gifted by his family for self-preservation. Zhang Wan, now at the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm, managed to flee despite the peak-level attack, prompting Peng Wan to feel an urgent need to eliminate him. Otherwise, once Zhang Wan matured, he would have to rely on his family's protection. Catch him. Whoever can kill him will receive 500 low-grade spirit stones. Peng Wan bellowed, his voice echoing with fervor, igniting a frenzy among the spirit-gathering cultivators, their eyes alight with greed. Many had cultivated for over a decade without ever seeing such a fortune in low-grade spirit stones. The allure of these stones spurred them on, transforming the fleeing figure into a vision of countless gleaming treasures. Under the moonlight, a throng of over 100 pursued a single individual. The spirit-gathering cultivators numbered less than 30. Each of them at least at the 5th tier of the spirit-gathering realm, with one even at the 9th tier. This 9th-tier cultivator was a rogue who had been lured out of the heavenly pool city by the promise of spirit stones. Joining the hunt for Zhang Wan, 500 low-grade spirit stones could secure a talisman crafted by a strong practitioner of the pill-gathering realm, a temptation potent enough to drive rogue cultivators to the brink of desperation. Zhang Wan continued to flee, seemingly oblivious to his injuries. His breath was ragged, yet he pressed on as if fueled by an unquenchable fire. Having exited Heavenly Pool City, he calculated that he should now be within the territory of the Divine Fist sect. Though he had not yet reached its mountain gate, Zhang Wan searched for signs of the Songyuan sect's disciples. With so many Spirit Peak cultivators around, it was improbable that none would appear nearby. Suddenly, several shadowy figures clad in black robes emerged in the night sky, wielding magical artifacts that barred Zhang Wan's path. Sensing their auras, Zhang Wan chuckled. The black robes were merely a futile attempt to conceal their identities. He recognized them immediately as disciples of the Songyuan sect. Initially, he had hoped that the Songyuan sect's disciples would come to his aid and drive back his pursuers, but now it seemed they awaited the chance to eliminate him. Ha ha ha! Zhang Wan could not suppress his laughter, the sound echoing far and wide. This was the Songyuan sect, a faction entangled in a web of complex power struggles, where disciples were sharply divided. Forming cliques to suppress dissent, it was no wonder the sect was in decline. Had it not been for two treasures suppressing its fortunes, it might have lost its status altogether. Zhang Wan, keep running. Peng Wan, mounted on his 2nd-tier steed, loomed above, coldly observing the panting Zhang Wan. Chapter 72. Blinded by rage when Lu Chun arrived at the scene, he beheld the sight of Zhang Wan being battered by several spirit-gathering realm cultivators. His physical form on the verge of shattering, witnessing this scene, Lu Chen's eyes turned crimson. After years of shared trials and tribulations, the bond between Lu Chen and Zhang Wan was profound, a connection that no one could comprehend. They were brothers and comrades, trusting each other's backs in moments of peril. Clutching his enormous sword, Lu Chen resolved not to conceal his strength any longer. He was determined to unleash a massacre. You all shall perish. His eyes were bloodshot with fury, and as Zhang Wan's body flew like a broken branch, Lu Chen surged forward. Leaping high, devoid of any martial techniques, he relied solely on the raw power of his physical body and blood essence. Charging forth like a rampaging giant elephant, crashing into his foes, Peng Wan, exhilarated by Lu Chen's approach, beamed with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Lu Chen, you have finally arrived." Lu Chen responded in the most direct manner, his massive sword tearing through a 7th-tier spirit-gathering cultivator. As he rampaged, Peng Wan activated the talisman he had been waiting for. This was the moment he had long anticipated. With Lu Chen's appearance, he could summon an elder from the Snake God Peak. The talisman flew through the air, and Peng Wan envisioned the elder's imminent arrival, ready to crush Lu Chen. Even if this elder were the weakest from the Snake God Peak, he would still be a formidable presence at the 1st tier of the Pill-Gathering realm, a chasm apart from the Spirit-Gathering realm. Below the Pill-Gathering realm, all were mere ants. The talisman ignited in midair, a powerful aura coalescing, as the Pill-Gathering cultivator, having undergone the tribulation of heavenly lightning, possessed the ability to traverse the skies. Covering 100 miles in the blink of an eye, the elder, cloaked in black, awaited 100 miles away, his presence entirely concealed. He would strike only once, and after claiming a life, he would vanish without a trace. Sensing the talisman's aura, the elder soared into the air, a mere few dozen miles away, able to arrive within 30 breaths. As a cultivator with a solidified golden core, he had mastered a fraction of the powers of heaven and earth. In an instant, he shot towards his target like a bolt of lightning, only to come to a sudden halt mid-air. Before him lay nothingness, yet he was certain that the danger he sensed resided right there. "Who goes there?" The voice of the black-clad elder resonated, followed by a faint sigh from the darkness. Upon hearing this sigh, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, terror gripping him as he stared into the empty space ahead, as if a primordial beast lurked there. "Get back!" A sharp command sent the black-clad elder fleeing without a second thought, not daring to steal another glance into the abyss. He finally grasped the immense concern the sect had for this true disciple of the Dragon God Peak. The hidden presence was undoubtedly an elder from the Tsongyuan sect's Elder Hall, the protector of this true disciple of the Dragon God Peak. As the elder from the Snake God Peak retreated, the talisman Pang Wan had thrown was completely consumed, the gathered aura inexplicably dissipating. What just happened? Pang Wan's face paled. The talisman had failed to summon the elder from the Snake God Peak. Meanwhile, Lu Chun was still in the throes of a furious rampage, undeterred by the magical artifacts wielded by his assailants. Whether they were low-grade or medium-grade artifacts, they could not compel him to retreat. The massive sword in Lu Chen's hands descended with the intent to shatter all that in the darkness. Numerous eyes observed the unfolding battlefield. The Spirit Peak cultivators, each with their own factional backgrounds, were present. Among the Phoenix Spirit Peak's contingent, the leading elder, a woman appearing to be in her 40s, was at the 5th tier of the pill-gathering realm. From her vantage point, she could see the entirety of Lu Chen's frenzied slaughter. Beside this elder of the Phoenix Spirit Peak knelt a figure who had been doing so for quite some time. Mei Ruolin pleaded with her master to intervene, yet her master chose to remain aloof. Finally, this elder spoke. "You may now go and check on that injured giant." Mei Ruolin bowed her head and hurried away. Had it not been for her breath being suppressed by her master, she would have recklessly rushed to the battlefield long ago. The appearance of Mei Ruolin, a disciple of Fengshan Peak, had no bearing on the tide of battle. Many lurked in the shadows, engaged in a delicate balance of power, and none were willing to strike hastily, for once the first blow was cast, the nature of the confrontation would irrevocably change. Among the disciples who dared to act, only Pang Wan had fully revealed his identity, and he seemed unperturbed. The assassination of a true disciple of Tsongyuan sect could be dismissed as a personal feud among the Peng family, provided that no formidable sect elder intervened directly, leaving Tsongyuan sect without grounds for retaliation. This is the world of cultivators. Once one steps outside the sect, regardless of one's status, every encounter with life and death is a trial. Lu Chun was in a frenzy, nearly losing his sanity, while the soldiers of Tianqi City cowered at a distance, too fearful to approach. Any amount of reward paled in comparison to the threat of death, and the vast disparity in strength rendered these Qi-gathering realm cultivators incapable of nearing the battlefield. The spirit-gathering realm cultivators were mercilessly slaughtered by Lu Chun, until among them, the sole 9th-level spirit-gathering rogue cultivator finally took action. He managed to block Lu Chun's sword strike, yet the force of the blow sent him staggering back several steps, prompting him to instinctively perform the action that any ordinary person would, to flee. When he ran, his speed was remarkable. A 9th-level spirit-gathering cultivator, if determined to escape, would be nearly impossible to catch unless his pursuer was significantly more powerful or had mastered an exceptionally agile technique. The 9th-level spirit-gathering cultivator fled, while the remaining onlookers were left shaken, their spirits in disarray. Unable to summon the elder with runes, Pang Wan felt a flicker of despair. Frantically, he gazed at Lu Chun, and once more produced a spirit rune, a life-saving spirit rune, of which he possessed merely 3, each equivalent to a strike from a peak spirit-gathering realm expert. "Lu Chun, I shall kill you." Pang Wan recklessly hurled the spirit rune, fully aware that if he failed to slay Lu Chun today, his own life would be forfeit. Desperate to avoid death, Pang Wan was resolved to eliminate Lu Chun. At the moment Pang Wan cast the spirit rune, he remained oblivious to the figure that had appeared behind him. Luo Luo, wielding a blade, gracefully swept it across Pang Wan's neck, unleashing a torrent of blood that shot forth. Chapter 73. The death of the Pang brothers, a severed head soared high, still bearing a hint of pride in its eyes. Pang Wan was dead, in his moment of utmost arrogance. The spirit rune he had thrown transformed into a formidable force. Hurtling toward Lu Qin, boom! This power was overwhelming. At the moment Pang Wan released the spirit rune, he had not considered whether others could survive. Those closest were utterly crushed by the force of the spirit rune. Cultivators below the 7th rank of spirit gathering had no means of resisting such overwhelming might. Lu Qin sensed danger from afar. The cyclone within his body surged violently, his blood and qi boiling. The frenzy of murderous intent he had just exhibited now gave way to an eerie calm, as the divine dragon cauldron within the dragon command order emitted a faint aura. Lu Shixiang may rule and called from a distance, able to perceive the immense destructive force even from afar. Eyes hidden in the darkness, observing the battlefield, many sighed softly. What a pity! It was unclear whether their lamentation stemmed from the impending doom of Lu Qian or from the realization that the spirit rune would not suffice to end his life. Buzz! An imperceptible force bore down upon Lu Qian, compelling him to retreat several steps. With one hand planted on his sword, he managed to remain upright, yet a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Once more, Lu Qian suffered injury from the spirit rune, and this time, it seemed more grievous. This was all part of Lu Qian's design. He could not allow others to discern the connection between him and the black-clad figure in Tianqi City. Such knowledge must remain concealed. Are you all right? A figure floated gracefully to Lu Qian's side. It was Luo Luo. She had effortlessly severed Pang Wan's head, a feat made possible by her unique cultivation method, allowing her to approach him unnoticed. Most crucially, Pang Wan had exhibited no awareness of her presence. Cough. If one is to act, one must do so thoroughly. Lu Qian feigned instability, collapsing into Luo Luo's embrace. This scene only cemented the belief among many that his injuries were severe. His physical body rivaled that of a magical artifact. Enduring a strike from a peak spirit-gathering realm expert was enough to astonish many. Lu Qian. A voice of fury surged forth, rushing towards the corpse of Pang Wan. Gazing down at the dismembered body, Pang gritted his teeth, declaring, "You dare to kill the disciples of the Pang family? What punishment do you deserve?" Pang Peng's appearance at this moment signified much. Beneath Longshan Peak, he had been thoroughly reprimanded by Zhang Wan, fostering a deep-seated hatred for Longshan Peak. Lu Qian cast a glance at Pang, surprised that merely this ineffectual figure had emerged. It seemed some could indeed maintain their composure. What a farce! You claim the right to kill me, yet I am forbidden from retaliating. Lu Qian retorted coldly, "I wish to inquire what your Pang family intends by assaulting me." "What punishment do you deserve?" Confronted by Lu Qian's imposing aura, Pang found himself momentarily speechless. The Lu Qian before him was no ordinary sect disciple. His death would not be a trivial matter. Lu Qian was a true disciple of the sect. Assaulting a true disciple was a grave offense within Sangwon's sect. Realizing the dire consequences of his impulsive actions, Pang gritted his teeth and declared, "Our intent to kill you has nothing to do with the Pang family." A fierce glint flickered in Pang Peng's eyes. This matter must be classified as a personal vendetta, detached from the Pang family. Otherwise, the sect's inquiry would spell significant trouble for them. Pang Peng's status within the Pang family paled in comparison to Pang Wan's. He was merely an illegitimate child, lacking the protective resources that Pang Wan possessed. However, he did wield a superior-grade magical artifact sword. As this sword appeared in his grasp, Pang glared coldly at Lu Qian and Luo Luo, stating, "Longshan Peak insulted me first and killed my cousin. Today, I shall exact revenge. This is a personal grudge, unrelated to the Pang family." With a cultivation level at the 6th rank of spirit gathering and wielding a superior-grade magical artifact, even a single strike would deplete his true qi. Yet, in his fervor to slay Lu Qian, he paid no heed to the consequences, a violet light slowly rising around him. While he gathered his strength, a mocking voice echoed, "If that is the case, then I shall facilitate your reunion with your brother." For a low-level cultivator to unleash the full potential of a superior-grade magical artifact requires time, and Lu Qian granted Pang none. The colossal sword was raised high and brought crashing down. Peng Peng could only hastily raise his sword in defense. His complexion paled as he beheld Lu Chun, who appeared gravely injured moments ago, now brimming with vitality. "You despicable fiend!" As he uttered these words, an overwhelming force bore down upon him. Peng Peng, with merely 6th-level spirit-gathering cultivation, stood no chance against Lu Chen's full-force strike, even with a superior-grade magical artifact in hand. It merely delayed the inevitable for an instant before shattering explosively. The overwhelming vitality surged forth, obliterating Peng Peng's body entirely. He met a fate even more gruesome than that of Peng Wan. Utterly dismembered, a smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he retrieved the superior-grade magical artifact from the ground, along with Peng Peng's storage bag. He sensed the presence of many powerful auras lurking in the darkness. Yet none dared to show themselves at this moment. "You all witnessed the Peng brothers' attempt to kill me. I acted solely in self-defense," Lu Chun proclaimed, seeking to implicate those hidden in the shadows. With no other challengers materializing, Lu Chun shed the facade of weakness and approached Zhang Wan, confirming that he was merely injured and unconscious, not gravely harmed. Turning to Mei Ruolin, he instructed, "Please take care of him. I have matters to attend to. Rest assured, Lu Shixiang. I will escort Zhang Shixiang back to the sect." Before him lay the entrance to the Divine Fist sect, and having displayed such prowess that night, Lu Chun could not afford to leave just yet. Casting a glance at Luo Luo, who had shown remarkable courage by severing a Peng family disciple's head, he sighed resignedly, "You should stick close to me." Luo Luo nodded obediently, finally free from the shadows. Lu Chun led Luo Luo directly to the site of the Divine Fist sect's entrance, commencing his investigation of this third-rate sect as dawn broke. The entirety of the Divine Fist sect had become a desolate wasteland. Within the sect's gates, not a single intact object remained. This place was shattered by a single palm strike. Luo Luo remarked softly, surprising Lu Chun. "How do you know?" Lu Chen inquired, intrigued, as he currently perceived no apparent signs and why cultivation method is rather unique. "I can sense these unusual auras. I am certain that this individual utilized merely a single punch to obliterate the Divine Fist sect's entrance." Chapter 74. Limiting Long Shan Peak. Lu Chun inhaled sharply. The power of a single punch had annihilated the entrance of a third-rate sect. What level of cultivation must one possess? It was no mere Qi-gathering realm cultivator, but rather a formidable expert of the infant gathering realm. Luo Luo once again bestowed upon Lu Chun a surprise, yet this revelation left him feeling utterly powerless. Presently, Lu Chun's cultivation remained beneath the gathering elixir realm, and he could not confidently claim invincibility. When faced with those who had survived their first thunder tribulation within the gathering elixir realm, he was but an insignificant insect, let alone the more formidable gathering infants. The annihilation of a third-rate sect prompted the direct intervention of a gathering infant powerhouse, and Lu Chun inhaled deeply, sensing that this incident concealed a vast and sinister conspiracy. "We must return. I am entirely unable to intervene in the matters at hand." Upon making this decision, Lu Chun sought out the elder dispatched from the Elder Hall, reported the situation, and embarked on the journey back to the sect with Luo Luo. This time, no one dared to ambush them along the way. Having previously failed, those lurking in the shadows were certainly apprehensive of the vigilance of the Tsang'an sect's experts and refrained from making a move against Lu Chun. Throughout the journey, Lu Chun confirmed with Luo Luo that if she were to encounter again the gathering infant who had obliterated the mountain gate of the Divine Fist sect with a single punch, she would be able to sense it immediately. Tongwen sect, Dragon God Peak. Lu Chun brought Luo Luo back. As a true disciple, he was permitted by the sect's regulations to bring servants into the sect. And thus, Luo Luo entered Dragon God Peak in the capacity of a servant. Knowing that Zhang Wen had already returned and was recovering from his injuries, Lu Chun felt a sense of relief. After arranging a cultivation cave for Luo Luo, he retreated to his own cave to begin studying alchemy. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a month had elapsed. "They are exceedingly arrogant," Tianxiong was convening with several disciples. Discussing recent events, "Senior Brother Tian, the Alchemy Peak's actions are tantamount to severing the cultivation paths of our Dragon God Peak disciples. We must inform Senior Brother." The words of the disciple caused Tian Qiong to furrow his brow. Senior brother is in seclusion and must not be disturbed. I shall inquire at the Elder Hall. I refuse to believe that the Alchemy Peak can act so tyrannically without the Elder Hall intervening. It is futile. The elixirs in the Elder Hall are all refined by the disciples of the Alchemy Peak. They would never allow the Elder Hall to exchange elixirs for us, nor would anyone dare to do so. As Lu Chun exited his cultivation cave, he overheard the disciples discussing matters in the plaza of Dragon God Peak. Alchemy Peak? Lu Chun frowned. He bore no grudge against the Alchemy Peak, so why was he being entangled with one of the sect's 3 major peaks? Tian Qiong, Lu Chun called out, prompting the discussing disciples to rise and bow in respect. Lu Chun was the cornerstone of Dragon God Peak. Brother Lu, you heard everything. Tian Qiong lowered his head, feeling somewhat guilty for burdening Lu Chun with these matters. Detail the situation for me. It had scarcely been any time since the last incident, and yet another had arisen. Upon listening to Tian Qiong recount the events, Lu Chun felt a vague sense of guilt. It seemed that it was indeed his presence that had implicated the disciples of Dragon God Peak. After Lu Chun entered seclusion, the disciples of Dragon God Peak had sought to exchange for elixirs at the Elder Hall but were met with refusal. When they inquired as to the reason, they learned that the Alchemy Peak had prohibited the Elder Hall from providing elixirs to Dragon God Peak. The timing of this incident was too coincidental, leading Lu Chun to suspect that someone was deliberately targeting him. Humph, Lu Chun scoffed. I am eager to see just how capable the Alchemy Peak is to dare restrict the elixirs of Dragon God Peak. The actions of the Alchemy Peak were evidently in violation of sect rules, and as a true disciple of Dragon God Peak, Lu Chun would not turn a blind eye. Accompanied by the disciples of Dragon God Peak, Lu Chun marched directly to the Elder Hall. Such a forceful assembly naturally attracted the attention of other spiritual peaks. Lu Chun, the elder brother of Dragon God Peak, had ventured out of the sect and slain the Pong brothers of the Snake God Peak. This news had long since spread. The sect had categorized this incident as a personal grudge, yet many had gained a deeper understanding of Lu Chun. Upon his arrival at the Elder Hall, Lu Chun learned that the third elder was absent, attending to the investigation of the Divine Fist sect, and at present, it was the elder of the Alchemy Peak presiding over the Elder Hall. The fifth elder, Lu Chun regarded the arrogant elder before him and spoke. What justification do you possess for denying the disciples of Dragon God Peak the opportunity to exchange for elixirs? The fifth elder appeared relatively youthful, perhaps in his 30s, yet one could not discern the realm of a gathering elixir cultivator merely by appearance. Many elders in the gathering elixir realm were over 100 years old yet appeared no more than youthful. Justification. The fifth elder replied coldly, the Alchemy Peak itself is the justification. If the Alchemy Peak decrees that no one may exchange for elixirs, then no one shall, if Dragon God Peak possesses such prowess. Then refine your own elixirs. Upon hearing the fifth elder's words, the disciples of Dragon God Peak were incensed yet dared not voice their anger. This fifth elder was indeed excessively arrogant to utter such words. There is no such clause in the sect rules. Lu Chun, unwilling to escalate matters with the Alchemy Peak, thought of the unknown enemies lurking within the Tsangwen sect. Forging a feud with the Alchemy Peak would render his path exceedingly difficult. There is no such clause, the fifth elder retorted with a sneer. However, the disciples of the Alchemy Peak collectively petitioned the Elder Hall, stating that should the disciples of Dragon God Peak exchange for elixirs, they would no longer refine any elixirs for the Elder Hall in the future. Lu Chun, to this day, had not encountered a single disciple of the Alchemy Peak, let alone offend them. Yet these disciples had audaciously made such a collective request to the Elder Hall. Within the Alchemy Peak, the disciples numbered fewer than 100, with the majority being first-grade alchemists, while fewer than 10 were second-grade alchemists. Third-grade alchemists were even rarer. It was rumored that there were 2 third-grade alchemists within the Tsangwen sect. Yet none had ever laid eyes upon them. Preposterous, Lu Chun exclaimed in fury. The Alchemy Peak so brazenly oppresses Dragon God Peak, severing the cultivation paths of its disciples. I refuse to acquiesce. The fifth elder seemed to have awaited Lu Chun's declaration. Chuckling, Lu Chun, the disciples of the Alchemy Peak have stated that as long as the disciples of Dragon God Peak are willing to serve as laborers at the Alchemy Peak, paying 10 times the cost of others, they may still exchange for elixirs. Tio serve as laborers at the alchemy peak while paying tenfold the price. Such conditions were intolerable. How could the disciples of Dragon God Peak consent to this? The disciples of the alchemy peak were excessively arrogant, thinking that Dragon God Peak was utterly dependent on them. Lu Chun fixed a cold gaze upon the fifth elder and disdainfully stated, I can also offer them an opportunity to apologize to the disciples of Dragon God Peak and provide 3 years' worth of elixirs free of charge. Otherwise, I shall personally ascend to the alchemy peak and challenge them. Ha ha! The fifth elder laughed heartily, as though he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Chapter 75. Challenge to the alchemy peak. Such brazen words. Has Brother Lu lost his senses, daring to challenge the disciples of the alchemy peak? Surely he was unaware that the disciples of the alchemy peak were not comparable to those of other spiritual peaks. He must be in a state of desperation. Without elixirs, the disciples of Dragon God Peak would face insurmountable challenges in their cultivation. Dragon God Peak had suffered greatly. It was unclear how they had offended the seniors of the alchemy peak. Around them, laughter erupted. They had initially gathered to witness Lu Chen's address at the Elder Hall, and were now treated to such amusing proclamations. Once the fifth elder's laughter subsided, he regarded Lu Chun with a cold stare, saying, Lu Chun, do not blame me for not warning you. Do you think your cultivation is sufficient to challenge the alchemy peak? With the words now spoken, Lu Chun felt a sense of relief, looking back at the fifth elder and asserting, I have stated my intention to challenge the disciples of the alchemy peak and shall not go back on my word. The alchemy peak had always held an inflated sense of self-worth, oppressing their peers simply because they were adept at refining elixirs. I shall now compete with you in alchemy. Do you dare? Lu Chun had initially planned to conceal his own ability to refine elixirs, yet now he saw no reason to hide it times. Concealing one's strengths may be prudent, yet it does not guarantee efficacy. In the Zhongyuan sect, one must demonstrate sufficient strength to earn the respect and fear of others, rather than merely retreating in timidity. Ha, have I misheard? You wish to compete in alchemy with the alchemy peak? Lu Chun, do you comprehend what you are saying? The fifth elder regarded Lu Chun as though he had just heard the most outrageous of tales, eyes glinting with derision. Does senior brother Lu possess any alchemical skills? Impossible. Those with the aptitude for alchemy are exceedingly rare. Senior brother Lu is already a prodigy in cultivation, and it is inconceivable that he possesses alchemical talents as well. How old is senior brother? Alchemy does not come easily. Even after 3 years at the alchemy peak, one may not be able to refine a single ordinary elixir. He must be bluffing. Refining elixirs requires formulas and the mastery of alchemical techniques. And many individuals struggle to achieve this throughout their lifetimes. Lu Chun paid no heed to the cacophony of voices and instead focused on the fifth elder. Are the disciples of the alchemy peak truly only capable of bullying others? Presumptuous. Before the fifth elder could respond, a cold voice emanated from afar, prompting those nearby to bow in respect as they noticed a group approaching. Greetings, esteemed brothers. Approaching were the disciples of Dan Feng, clad in garments specially tailored for their sect, adorned with an emblem of a 9-legged alchemical cauldron. Leading the group was a figure whose sleeves bore 2 markings resembling pills, signifying his status as a second-tier alchemist. The individuals flanking him were all first-tier alchemists. Hailing from Dan Feng, who possessed an inflated sense of self-importance, often looking down upon disciples from other spiritual peaks, was they who concocted the entirety of the elixirs for the Zhang sect. Furthermore, these individuals were no novices. First-tier alchemists were practitioners at the spirit-gathering realm, while the second-tier alchemist, although not a formidable figure in the Dan-gathering realm, was nonetheless a pseudo-Dan cultivator. Pseudo-Dan refers to a golden core forcibly condensed during a failed thunder tribulation. Devoid of any rank, yet infused with a trace of celestial power. Are you Lu Chun? The second-tier alchemist coldly scrutinized Lu Chun. His gaze laced with malice. A flicker of animosity and murderous intent was evident in his eyes, causing Lu Chun's brow to twitch involuntarily. Had he unknowingly offended this individual in the past? Yet, he did not recognize him. I am indeed Lu Chun, the true inheritor of the Dragon God Peak. And you are? Despite the opponent's higher status, Lu Chun felt no fear that it is you who killed Peng Wan and Peng Peng. At the mention of these names, Lu Chun's heart stirred. This man must have a significant connection to them. So, this was the crux of the matter. And so what? They sought revenge against me, and I merely acted in accordance with the heavenly principles. As for you, I harbor no grievances against you. Your Danfeng unjustly restricts my Dragon God Peak disciples from exchanging elixirs. Do you not fear the sect's investigation into your oppression of fellow disciples? Haha. The second-tier alchemist let out a cold laugh. What arrogance! Do you truly believe that being a true inheritor grants you the liberty to act as you please within the sect? Danfeng has its own rules. You killed my kin. Such enmity is indeed personal. Why fellow brothers from Danfeng are unwilling to concoct elixirs for Dragon God Peak? What is wrong with that? So, they were relatives of the Peng family. Lu Chun had underestimated their influence. Within Songyuan sect, the Peng family wielded considerable power, even commanding respect from Danfeng. Just now, I heard you wish to compete in alchemy with my Danfeng disciples. I am open to any form of competition, but I have one condition. The second-tier alchemist, named Peng Dan, was a prodigy nurtured by the Peng family, cultivated with great care to serve their interests in the future. Having received a secret missive from his clan following Lu Qin's slaying of Peng Wan and Peng Peng, he was now tasked with suppressing Dragon God Peak. Lu Chun observed the confidence radiating from him and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. I too have a condition. If you lose, I demand that Danfeng supply all elixirs required by Dragon God Peak's disciples for 3 years free of charge. And you must publicly apologize to us. Peng Dan glanced at the elder beside him. He dared not make such a commitment himself, as he was only a mediocre second-tier alchemist, capable of producing only basic second-tier elixirs. Lu Chun, have you truly thought this through? You wish to compete in alchemy with Danfeng? The elder, concerned about leaving room for interpretation, felt the need to maintain decorum, ensuring that he could explain himself should the sect later inquire into the matter. Did the elder fear that Lu Chun might falter? Since Lu Chun had made such a bold statement, the elder turned to Peng Dan and said, Peng Dan, you may present your conditions. With the elder's affirmation, Peng Dan regarded Lu Chun coldly. My condition is simple. If you lose, you must forfeit your cultivation, shatter your limbs, and leave Songyuan sect. Go renounce one's cultivation and break one's limbs was an excessively harsh term. Lu Chun had experienced the loss of his cultivation once before. He could vividly imagine such an outcome. Now, having attained the status of true inheritor, for someone to dare propose such a condition was tantamount to a death sentence. As Lu Chun pondered, Peng Dan taunted, You aren't afraid, are you? He aimed to provoke Lu Chun, believing that his audacity in approaching the elder hall indicated a youthful bravado. Such individuals, regardless of their innate talent, often lack the guile to navigate complex situations. Despicable. The disciples of Dragon God Peak glared at the Danfeng disciples. Proposing such terms under the guise of a competition was nothing short of blatant bullying. Lu Chen's desire to compete in alchemy with Danfeng disciples was already an astonishing act, and Peng Dan's unreasonable terms further suggested a conspiracy targeting Lu Chun, the esteemed senior brother of Dragon God Peak. In Songyuan sect, while disciples were prohibited from private duels, challenges and competitions were allowed, even if life itself became the wager. To illustrate his magnanimity, Peng Dan slyly added, Do not accuse my Danfeng disciples of bullying you. You may choose any of my junior brothers to compete against. As long as your elixirs possess 30% of their efficacy, you will be deemed the victor. Such a condition was not overly harsh. In fact, it could be considered generous. The Danfeng disciples surrounding him were all first-tier alchemists at the spirit-gathering realm, their expressions filled with disdain and mockery. Competing in alchemy against Danfeng disciples was tantamount to self-humiliation. While Songyuan sect had seen the emergence of alchemical prodigies in the past, such talents were exceedingly rare, often taking a decade to manifest, and without prior training in alchemical techniques, even the ability to transform true energy into fire was of little consequence. Though Brother Peng's demands may be excessive, they do not constitute outright bullying. Were I in his position, if someone killed my kin, I would wager nothing less than their life. Peng Dan's reluctance to personally intervene was indeed commendable. Unexpectedly, due to Peng Dan's demands, he garnered support from numerous disciples. Senior brother, we shall not exchange elixirs. Tian Qiong and the other disciples of Dragon God Peak urged Lu Chun, recognizing him as their cornerstone and fearing for his safety. Lu Chun understood their concerns and smiled gently before stepping forward. Since you wish to avenge your kin, why not add another wager? If I lose, I shall sever my own meridians. If you lose, You too must sever your own meridians. Do you dare? The confidence radiating from Lu Chun instilled a sense of foreboding in Pang Dan. Could this supposed waste truly possess the ability to concoct elixirs? Or was he merely bluffing? Severing one's meridians was tantamount to suicide. Should the meridians be severed, the soul would perish, and even a grand Luo Jingxian would be incapable of revival. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, even a second-tier alchemist like Pang Dan could not afford to lose face publicly. He understood all too well the difficulty of mastering alchemy. Having spent over a decade within Zhongyuan sect, he had only recently attained the status of second-tier alchemist, while it had taken him 3 years to become a first-tier alchemist. Lu Chun had only been within Zhongyuan sect for a mere 2 years at most. Despite any innate talent or the alchemical lineage of Dragon God Peak, the combination of body cultivation, swordsmanship, and alchemy left little room for remarkable achievements. Impossible. He cannot win. Pang Dan clenched his teeth and coldly declared. Very well, I accept. The elder remained silent, as he was a resident elder of the Danfeng Hall and could not wholly align himself with Danfeng. As long as both parties consented, the conditions for the disciples' competition could be registered at the Elder Hall without issue. With mutual agreement on the terms of the competition, the next steps unfolded smoothly. A first-tier alchemist from Danfeng would compete against Lu Chun. News of Lu Chun's challenge to the Danfeng disciples spread rapidly, drawing an increasing number of sect disciples eager to witness the spectacle. Many Danfeng disciples, upon hearing the news, emerged to lend their support to their fellow sect members. Few held faith in Lu Chun's chances. While he might possess formidable physical strength and had reaped considerable benefits as a disciple of Dragon God Peak, the intricacies of alchemy were exceptionally challenging. Among the tens of thousands of disciples in Zhongyuan sect, fewer than 100 possessed the qualifications for alchemy, a testament to the arduous nature of the craft. The disciples of Danfeng, numbering less than 100, were the culmination of a century of effort within Zhongyuan sect. Is Lu Shixiang not courting humiliation? Challenging Danfeng disciples to an alchemical contest is utterly devoid of hope. Who knows? Perhaps Lu Shixiang has encountered some fortuitous event or obtained an alchemical legacy. The requirements for an alchemical legacy were exceedingly stringent. It was said that when Lu Shixiang first joined, he sought to enter Danfeng, yet showed no aptitude for alchemy whatsoever. How then does he dare challenge the Danfeng disciples? Is he not courting death? Amidst a cacophony of opinions, it is evident that no one holds any optimism for Lu Wuxi. An increasing number of individuals congregate in the square outside the Elders' Hall. Their curiosity proving insatiable, Lu Chun did not select his opponent. Instead, Pang Dan dispatched a young man to compete against him. This youth, seemingly refined and cultured, bore a profound disdain in his eyes. He is a genius disciple of the Dan Peak, named Chanzhong, who has been at Dan Peak for 6 years and is currently attempting to concoct second-grade elixirs. It is anticipated that within a mere 6 months, he will successfully refine a genuine second-grade elixir, thereby ascending to the rank of second-grade alchemist. Among the first-grade alchemists within the entire Dan Peak, Chanzhong stands as a paragon of excellence. Pang Dan's decision to send him forth signifies a measure of caution. In his estimation, any first-grade alchemist from Dan Peak could easily best Lu Chun, whom he regards as a worthless individual. To ensure fairness, the fifth elder called upon 2 other elders from various spirit peaks to witness this alchemical contest. This competition is devoid of any ambiguity. Even the disciples from Dragon God Peak do not believe that their senior brother possesses a chance of victory. Lu Chun has never demonstrated any innate talent for alchemy, and even if he were to encounter fortuitous circumstances, it would be improbable for him to become an alchemist at his age. The elders of the hall once again inquired of both parties. As this matter involves disciples from Dan Peak, while the other side comprises true inheritors, these elders, in all honesty, lack the authority to intervene. I shall inquire once more. Is there any contention regarding this contest? None. Lu Chun and Pang Dan responded in unison, though Pang Dan's reply was laced with malice, while Lu Chun maintained an air of tranquility. Very well, let the contest commence, the elder proclaimed, stepping aside. This is the arena for the contest. Equipped with arrays to isolate all external influences, the art of alchemy is as perilous as a life-and-death arena. The necessity for spirit gatherers to become alchemists stems from the fact that only spirit gatherers can open the Purple Mansion and refine their divine consciousness. Should one's consciousness sustain damage, the consequences could range from stagnation in cultivation to a significant decline in power, or in severe cases, madness, posing a threat to life itself. The first great alchemist from Dan Peak cast a disdainful glance at Lu Chun before retrieving his alchemical furnace and medicinal materials. The elixir they are to concoct in this contest is a first-grade elixir, the spirit-gathering pill, essential for spirit gatherers in their cultivation. Upon consuming the spirit-gathering pill, one may initially have the opportunity to directly break through a layer of realms. Subsequent doses, while less effective, still enhance the cultivation progress of spirit gatherers. Among first-grade elixirs, the spirit-gathering pill is considered a rather common concoction. However, despite its ordinary status, it can only be refined by a legitimate first-grade alchemist. Brother Pong, rest assured, victory is ours. Brother Chun has refined the spirit-gathering pill no less than 1,000 times, boasting the highest success rate and quality among our brethren. The disciples of Dan Peak surrounding Peng Dan dismissed the contest entirely, believing the outcome to be predetermined. Peng Dan himself shared this confidence, yet the sight of Lu Chin's self-assured expression stirred unease within him. The senior brother is too impulsive. What shall we do if he loses? The disciples of Dragon God Peak wore expressions of despondency, as this contest, instigated by them, offered no glimmer of hope for victory. Fear not. Our senior brother never engages in battles without assurance. Have you forgotten the numerous surprises he has bestowed upon us? Upon hearing Tian Xiong's words, the disciples of Dragon God Peak recalled the many astonishing feats their senior brother had achieved. If not for him, they would still be mere disciples of the miscellaneous peak. Unaware of when they might rise to prominence, I have faith in our senior brother. Those from Dan Peak are utterly detestable. Go for it, senior brother. The disciples of Dragon God Peak shouted in unison, their previous gloom dissipating. Are the disciples of Dragon God Peak truly oblivious? Ha! They actually dare to hope for victory from their senior brother. Is that not laughable? If Lu Chen loses, he must sever his connection to his heart vein. Leaving Dragon God Peak with nothing but a throng of useless disciples. It is no wonder, with such a congregation of the inept, they cannot discern the gravity of the situation. Enough. What if a miracle occurs? Ha! Mockery echoed around, as many had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the disciples of Dragon God Peak, viewing them as unworthy of standing alongside their ilk. On the contest stage, the disciple from Dan Peak adeptly activated the alchemical furnace, refining the medicinal liquid, while many sect disciples, witnessing an alchemist at work for the first time, observed with rapt attention. Lu Chun had yet to make a move when someone chuckled from the side. Could it be that Brother Lu intends to concede outright? Surely, he does not lack an alchemical furnace. Perhaps he is learning how to concoct the spirit-gathering pill on the spot. This remark garnered much agreement. Eliciting light laughter, Lu Chun relied solely on the alchemical knowledge in his mind to refine the elixir, possessing no practical experience. Indeed, he was merely observing the first-grade alchemist from Dan Peak at work. Yet, after a brief observation, Lu Chun felt disappointment. The alchemist's pace was dreadfully slow, whether in extracting the medicinal liquid or separating impurities. Lu Chun's inaction led others to increasingly believe that he was entirely incapable of alchemy. A first-grade alchemist typically requires half an hour to refine a batch of spirit-gathering pills. As the disciple from Dan Peak began to merge the medicinal liquids, nearing the final step of solidification, Lu Chun remained still. Brother Peng, we have won. The disciples of Dan Peak were convinced of their inevitable victory. Peng Dan wore a sardonic smile, realizing that he had been unnecessarily anxious. Lu Chun was indeed just a blustering fool. Entrusting a top-tier first-grade alchemist with the task of refining the spirit-gathering pill was indeed a trivial endeavor. Sighing, Lu Chun lamented, I was too hasty. Settling into a meditative position, he finally produced his alchemical furnace. As the furnace expanded under Lu Chun's manipulation, many eyes widened in astonishment. The disciples of Dan Peak continued to sneer. What use is an alchemical furnace if he cannot truly refine the spirit-gathering pill? Could it be that Lu brother genuinely knows how to concoct elixirs? A hesitant voice emerged, questioning Lu Chun's capabilities. If he could indeed refine elixirs, It would be utterly terrifying. Amidst the crowd, a stunning figure stood out, perpetually the center of attention, surrounded by numerous male disciples. She was Su Ruyan, the most beautiful woman of Tsang sect, Su's sister. "Do you believe Lu Chun can refine elixirs?" inquired a proud young man standing beside Su Ruyan, his bearing distinct from the others. Clad in a purple robe adorned with the insignia of Tsang sect, he was a disciple of the sect's training program, with a minimum cultivation level of the 9th layer of spirit gathering. "I can assure you, he will not refine anything," Su Ruyan replied with conviction. She and Lu Chun were known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the sect, inseparable, and she was privy to Lu Chen's secrets. Alchemy was simply beyond his reach. Not capable of refining elixirs, the young man beside Su Ruyan murmured, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Observing Lu Chen on the stage, Su Ruyan felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Recalling the humiliation she had endured at his hands recently, she realized that she might not be fully aware of all his secrets, such as his mastery over physical cultivation. "Do you harbor more secrets from me?" Lu Chun had dealt substantial blows to many with his prowess, and as he began to extract the medicinal materials, the derisive expressions around him remained unyielding. Yet, as Lu Chun commenced the process of refining the medicinal liquid, the most astonishing aspect was that he was not extracting each herb individually. Instead, he blended them all at once. All the medicinal materials were amalgamated and directly refined into liquid, the speed so breathtaking that it left onlookers spellbound. As flames erupted from Lu Chen's hands, many felt a sharp sting across their faces, a sensation both painful and shocking. Qi transforms into fire. He can refine elixirs. Impossible. Peng Dan's complexion paled, and he stood there, slack-jawed, nearly losing his balance.